Hi, this is Eshen. Welcome to the second part of the series, What if the most vicious Uchiha from Konoha became the village judge? If you haven't watched the first part yet, be sure to check it out first. The link to the first part is in the description below. So, get comfortable, relax, and enjoy the episode.
Chapter 94 Crushing Jiraiya. A frog in a well. Nothing special. Requesting monthly votes. Hearing Chiba's blunt answer, Hiruzen Sarutobi was speechless. Jiraiya, standing beside him, couldn't help but chuckle. But Chiyu said indifferently, my bringing troops to the Hokage building in the middle of the night is tantamount to rebellion. So, you also admit that Mitokado Homura, under your orders, led troops to the Uchiha base late at night with ulterior motives, colluding with Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Madara to attempt to exterminate my Uchiha clan. Hiruzen Sarutobi paused, then said coldly, that's different. What's the difference? That was my order as Hokage. Sending my subordinates to the Uchiha base was precisely to aid the Uchiha clan. To avoid being harmed by invading foreign enemies. Chianyu gave a mocking sneer. I didn't see Mitokado Homura, Uchiha Kaharu, or those members of the Anbu attack any of the so-called external enemies. Instead, they attacked me. Hiruzen Sarutobi, now that things have come to this, there's no need to play these word games and beat around the bush anymore. I ask you, what crime did the Uchiha clan commit that you, as Hokage, would collude with external enemies to plot the extermination of the entire Uchiha clan? Hiruzen Sarutobi shut his mouth. He then said in a deep voice, the Uchiha clan members harbor rebellious intentions. Chianyu asked, what evidence do you have? The Uchiha clan has always been a restless clan. From Madara Uchiha's defection to Setsuna Uchiha's rebellion, and then to the Nine Tails attack, which severely damaged the entire Hidden Leaf village, Chianyu gave a cold laugh. What does this have to do with me? Back when Madara Uchiha defected, the Uchiha clan members were willing to betray their clan leader rather than stay in Konoha. Uchiha Setsuna was captured by Senju Tobarama before he could even launch a rebellion. Furthermore, Uchiha Kagami was Tobarama Senju's trusted confidant, and he was deeply trusted by him. Is that what you call being restless? As for the Nine Tails rampage, that's even more laughable. You knew perfectly well that the mastermind behind the Nine Tails attack was the masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara, yet instead of seeking revenge, you joined forces with him to try and wipe out the Uchiha clan. As the Hokage, he fabricated charges based on mere rumors, colluded with external enemies, and plotted against fellow ninja clans. His sins are truly heinous. The crime is unforgivable. Chianyu's words immediately stirred up the entire Uchiha clan, who roared in unison, their fighting spirit boiling. Hiruzen Sarutobi, however, was deathly pale, his brows furrowed, and he couldn't utter a single word. Kaharu Uchiha spoke up, Uchiha Chiba, you killed Shimura Danzo and then Mitokado Homura. Isn't that rebellion? Shimura Danzo is the traitor you recognize, and Mitokado Homura is the enemy you recognize who invaded the Uchiha territory. It is justified, reasonable, legal, and compliant for me to kill these two. You are the same. Chianyu's voice was cold but calm. It seems to be just stating a trivial matter that should be taken for granted. You. Even Kaharu, who was turning the room, couldn't help but change her expression. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression turned even more grim. Jiraiya, aren't you going to make a move? Jiraiya sighed, shook his head, but ultimately pushed open the window and jumped off the Hokage building. While still in midair, he had already bitten his finger and formed hand seals to activate a ninjutsu. Spiritual communication. Instantly. Boom. A huge plume of white smoke burst out and scattered, landing on the massive spirit beast's body as it descended. It was a gigantic toad from Mount Myoboku, so large that it resembled a small mountain. This giant toad was entirely crimson, dressed in a samurai uniform, with bandages around its waist, a short sword tucked into its body, and a huge pipe dangling from its mouth. Puff. The smoke he exhaled was enough to fill the entire street. That's Lord Jiraiya's summoning beast, the giant toad of Mount Myoboku. Master Gamabunta. Jiraiya stood atop Gamabunta's head, his eyes fixed intently on Uchiha Chiba. Although I don't want to get involved in this, I can't just stand by and watch Sarutobi-sensei die at your hands. Uchiha Chiba, the Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku, one of the legendary Sannin, and the white-haired boy Jiraiya, before he could finish saying the word, up, Gamabunta interrupted him loudly. Damn Jiraiya, why did you summon me to Konoha in the middle of the night? Jiraiya's appearance was interrupted, leaving him quite frustrated. There's no way around it, Bunta, your opponent is no pushover, Gamabunta looked at Chiba, and then at the Uchiha clan behind him, their fighting spirit surging. Those are a member of the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya, I have no interest in getting involved in the internal strife of your Hidden Leaf village. Jiraiya sighed, me too. However, there's no way to avoid war now. Qianyu stared indifferently at the man and the toad. Jiraiya, are you going to get involved too? Jiraiya said in a deep voice, Uchiha Chiba, I've heard of your name. In fact, recently your name has become a household name throughout the entire ninja world. I'm also familiar with your style of doing things and your extreme methods. Sarutobi-sensei may have made mistakes, but ultimately his crimes do not warrant death. But if he falls into your hands, he will surely die. As a disciple, I cannot stand idly by. Chiyu didn't care either. Then let's go. Ha 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 ha, great. Jiraiya and Gamabunta both pushed their chakra to the limit. Facing the man before them, caution and utmost care were absolutely necessary. Fire release, flame bullet. Jiraiya suddenly unleashed a powerful fire release technique, a fierce attack that combined the power of toad oil, instantly unleashing a deluge of flames. The Uchiha clan members were also taken aback. After all, he is one of the legendary Sannin, so his actions are extraordinary. But Chiyu didn't even move. He simply activated his strongest lightning armor. He didn't even use Susanoo. Jiraiya was taken aback, watching as his fire release, flame bullet struck like a cannonball, burning fiercely, yet failing to harm Chiba in the slightest. That's no longer an ordinary lightning release chakra mode, but the third Raikage's strongest shield. Gamabunta's expression also changed. I see, he really is a troublesome guy. With a low shout, his massive body leapt into the air with incredible agility, then drew his short sword from his waist and slashed down fiercely at Qianyu. This scene is like a mountain collapsing towards a person. The sharp blade light reflected the blood moon, radiating a chilling crimson aura. Toad dagger slash. The violent impact shook the entire street. But Qianyu remained unmoved. With the power of the strongest lightning release armor, he countered Gamabunta's short sword strike with his katana. Boom. To everyone else, it was as ridiculous as using a needle to fight against a real broadsword. However, Gamabunta clearly sensed that his opponent's defense, strength, moves, and skills were all superior to his own. Using the momentum of leaping up and swooping down, the force of the blade strike was actually easily deflected by the opponent. Then, with a sudden turn, the power shot out, blasting his massive, mountain-like body back. Rumble. Gamabunta was caught off guard and was sent flying by Chiba's counterattack, collapsing countless houses on the street. The earth shook violently, and sand and stones flew everywhere. Jiraiya was also shocked by what he saw. He actually suppressed Bunta's power all by himself. This guy is practically a tailed beast with Sharingan. Plus the defense of the strongest lightning release armor, he leapt into the air, a chaotic ball of chakra instantly appearing in his hand, radiating a brilliant blue light. It was the signature ninjutsu created by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Rasengan. With a whoosh, Jiraiya unleashed a Rasengan, slamming it into Chiba's body. However, with the strongest lightning release armor, this level of attack is completely meaningless. Let alone a regular Rasengan, even Naruto's wind release, Rasenshuriken would find it extremely difficult to break through the defenses of the strongest lightning release armor. Chiba stared indifferently at the shocked Jiraiya. Is this all the legendary Sannin are capable of? Or are you really just a frog in a well, utterly vulnerable? Qianyu suddenly unleashed a violent lightning blade. Jiraiya was experienced in battle and had extremely fast reflexes. Ninjutsu. Needle Jizo. In an instant, his long white hair hardened, like a sharp armor covered with thorns, blocking Qianyu's attack and even launching a counterattack. Of course, it's still meaningless. Thousand Feathers lightning release. Pseudo-dark blade struck Needle Jizo, and instantly the lightning exploded, and countless hardened silver hairs shattered and scattered in all directions. Jiraiya was also hit by the explosive force. Despite his defenses, he was still shaken and coughed up blood. He immediately retreated rapidly to dodge. What a terrifying guy, this is the first time I've felt this kind of despair since I was cornered by Hanzo the Salamander. Attack, defense, speed, strength, insight, judgment, reaction speed, fighting spirit, combat experience, are they all flawless? Bunta. Gamabunta had already returned, furious. He immediately agreed and, in perfect unison with Jiraiya, launched a combined ninjutsu. Fire release, Toad Oil Flame Bullet. Gamabunta spewed out a massive amount of toad oil, while Jiraiya released a powerful fire release technique. The two forces merged into one, transforming into a raging torrent of oil that covered the sky and blotted out the moon, rolling in and pouring down. The range of this move is so vast that it is comparable to Madara Uchiha's fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. It wouldn't be difficult for Qianyu to dodge, defend, or block this attack. However, behind him stood the entire Uchiha clan. Then, Qianyu snorted coldly, and a huge martial god giant instantly appeared out of thin air, rising from the ground and protecting the entire Uchiha clan behind him. The attack of the toad oil fire bullets was all defended by Susanoo. Qianyu countered with a backhand strike. Yasaka no Magatama. Rumble. One after another, Chakra Tomo cannonballs burst forth. Gamabunta couldn't dodge in time, and his massive body was instantly hit. With a scream, he was severely injured and sent flying again, collapsing to the ground, unable to get up. Bunta. Jiraiya was shocked and quickly stepped back to check on Gamabunta's injuries. Jiraiya, I've reached my limit. I understand. Let's hurry back to Mount Myoboku. I'm sorry. With a loud bang, Gamabunta turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared. Jiraiya turned to look at Senba. That Susanoo was like an insurmountable mountain, towering above all living beings, symbolizing majesty and destruction. In his own eyes, he probably really was a frog in a well. But Jiraiya's fighting spirit was ignited. Even a frog in a well has a time when it must fight. Now, let's begin. Sage Mode. Greater than. Chapter 95 Sage Mode. It only proves my invincibility. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 95 Sage Mode. It only proves my invincibility. Requesting monthly votes. Sage Mode. This is Jiraiya's last trump card. In fact, Chiba had already sensed that Jiraiya had been preparing to enter Sage Mode from the very beginning of the battle. No, to be precise, they were probably preparing for it even before I arrived. Given his intelligence capabilities, it's impossible that he was unaware of his own strength. Apart from Sage Mode, other ninjutsu are completely meaningless. As for Gamabunta, ultimately, it was just his way of restraining the power that Qianyu summoned, and now he has reached his limit. However, he has fulfilled his mission. Jiraiya gently opened his arms, and his entire appearance began to change. Its hands and feet became enormous, even developing frog-like skin and bumps, somewhat resembling claws and webbed feet. Its face also underwent frog-like transformation, with its childlike eyes turning into horizontal toad eyes surrounded by red eyeshadow patterns, and its nose transforming into a huge, bulbous nose. And he seemed to be even taller and more robust than before. Of course, the most important change is, two small toads, summoning beasts from Mount Myoboku, appeared on his shoulders. Indeed, the immortals are profound in their work, and their will is boundless. The reason Chiba hadn't killed him was simply because he wanted to see Sage Mode. Now that I've finally seen it, and sensed the natural energy and so-called Sage Chakra contained within, I realize it's really nothing special. Of course, this is not to say that magical arts are not powerful. Instead, Jiraiya's Sage Mode is still far from perfect. Fukasaku Shima looked around. Jiraiya, is this Konoha village? Why did they summon us out? Does it mean the village has been invaded by enemies? Jiraiya smiled and said, it's not an external enemy, but a civil war. Only then did the two of them see Qianyu in front of them. That is Susanoo. A powerful member of the Uchiha clan. Fukasaku sighed. Although I had long heard of the discord between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, I never imagined it would actually come to this. Zima snorted in dissatisfaction. Honey, do we really need to get involved in this village's mess? Indeed, little Jiraiya, this doesn't seem like the right time for us to intervene. Jiraiya said in a deep voice, I apologize to both of you, but without your help, I am no match for this man before me, so, consider it my request. Hearing him say that, Fukasaku Shima had no choice but to say, alright then, Jiraiya, explain the enemy's intelligence. Jiraiya nodded. The strongest member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Chiba, possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, capable of activating at least the third form of Susanoo. His left eye's dojutsu is Kuganu, the strongest eye of insight, capable of seeing through all ninjutsu and finding a way to counter it. His right eye's dojutsu is Mokujin, the strongest eye of judgment, capable of forcibly judging the sins deep within the soul, simultaneously burning the body and soul with Crimson Lotus karmic flames. Even without these, his lightning release chakra mode has already been upgraded to the third Raikage's strongest lightning release armor, making his physical defense invincible, his speed and strength maximized, and his attack power equally astonishing. Shima Fukasaku. You bastard. How do you fight that kind of enemy? Jiraiya smiled wryly. That's why I summoned you two here. Fukasaku frowned deeply. To deal with an enemy who has activated Susanoo, unless we have the power to forcefully break through, we can only temporarily avoid their sharp edge and try to drag it into a protracted war. After all, Susanoo consumes a tremendous amount of chakra and ocular power, it's impossible for it to sustain a fight like this. Jiraiya sighed, I'm afraid it won't work on the man before me. Based on my intelligence and observations, his Mangekyo Sharingan is probably already the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Just like the legendary Uchiha Madara, he never actually exhausted his chakra and ocular power. What? Shima was both shocked and furious. In that case, the only way is to forcefully break through the defenses. Old man. Clear. The couple worked together seamlessly, and without needing to say anything more, they simultaneously unleashed their magical powers. Sage Technique. Tongue Binding. Sage Art. Water Slash. Shima the sage suddenly stretched out his tongue, shooting out like a sharp whip, instantly wrapping around Chiba's Susanoo. This is an attack imbued with natural energy, which not only physically binds the enemy but also suppresses their movements with sage chakra. Fukasaku the Immortal unleashed a ferocious attack like a high-pressure water gun, a jet of water shooting out and cutting everything in its path as easily as tearing a piece of paper. However, the two worked in perfect harmony, unleashing powerful sage arts upon Chiba's Susanoo, but to no avail. Although Susanoo had been cut open, only its armor and skin were peeled off, not even its skeleton was exposed. What? As expected of Susanoo, such powerful defense. In that case, we have no choice but to use that method. The old man uses fire, but little Jiraiya uses oil. Clear. The two clams simultaneously raised their sage chakra to its limit, and then unleashed a violent attack in unison. Jiraiya spewed out a massive amount of toad oil. Fukasaku the sage unleashed a powerful fire release technique, unleashing raging flames. Shima then unleashed a violent wind-style gust of wind. With the three working together, scalding hot oil gushed out, burning fiercely in flames, fueled by the wind and the fire. Like oil being poured into a raging fire, everything is consumed. It is one of the three's trump cards, Sage Art. Gomon. The power of this move is beyond the imagination of ordinary ninjas. Like a raging inferno, with raging winds and scorching oil creating waves of heat, it surged toward Chianyu, determined to engulf and annihilate everything. The Uchiha clan members were also dumbfounded and shocked. But they did not back down. Because they believe in Lord Senba. Omnipotent, invincible under heaven. So Chiyu sneered, and Susanoo instantly surged again, its violent chakra and eye power reaching their peak, and the light of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan burst forth. Susanoo's fourth form. Full version. The colossal war god giant stood upright, as black as ink and as red as blood, its eyes burning with blood and fire. Towering high, majestic and awe-inspiring, it looked down upon all living beings. In an instant, Chiyu appeared at the head of Susanoo, controlling this magnificent war god constructed from a massive amount of chakra, just like piloting a Gundam. With a mere thought, a massive chakra sword had already materialized in the hand of his fully formed fourth form, Susanoo. This is an exclusive spiritual weapon that can only be used by the fourth form of Susanoo. Susanoo Chakra Greatsword. It has no other utility, nor any special abilities. Its only distinguishing feature is its unparalleled destructive power. Boom. Chiyu raised the Susanoo chakra sword in his hand high, and then slammed it down with a thunderous roar. The violent power directly cleaved Senpei Gomon's sea of blazing oil in two. It was forcibly separated in two. The raging oil surged wildly to both sides, passing over the Uchiha clan and transforming into two fiery currents that rushed towards the streets and houses on either side. Chi. In an instant, the houses crumbled and collapsed from the impact, were scorched by the flames, and were instantly engulfed and buried by the boiling oil. That is, Susanoo has increased its power and changed its form again. That's right, that's the fourth form of Susanoo, a true absolute defense, and its power has been pushed to its limit. Even the Sage Art, Gomon, is ineffective. This is really bad. At this time, the area in front of the Hokage building had long since turned into ruins and wasteland, with broken walls, collapsed mountains, and a scene of utter devastation. The hot oil and flames were still burning. The core area of Konoha village has been transformed into a living hell. As Hiruzen Sarutobi watched these scenes unfold, he was filled with shock and despair. Uchiha Chiba's strength seems to be increasing every moment, every second. If things continue like this, I fear even my last trump card will be used up. Now we can only hope that Jiraiya's Sage Mode can deplete his chakra and ocular power. Even the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's power is not inexhaustible. Jiraiya said in a deep voice, in terms of destructive power, my Sage Mode Super Giant Rasengan is enough to destroy and blast a small mountain, but I'm afraid even this move will be difficult to break through the defense of the fourth form of Susanoo. Two immortals, please lend me a hand. Shima Fukasaku nodded. I'll infuse your Super Giant Rasengan with even more Sage Chakra. Wife of the child, you infused it with Wind Release Chakra Nature Transformation. Good. In an instant. Immortal magic. Super large Jade Rasengan. This was the strongest attack from Jiraiya and his two companions. A colossal Rasengan, comparable in size to the Hokage Tower, instantly appeared from Jiraiya's palm. Its violent pressure and terrifying aura left everyone stunned and breathless. And that's not all. The two-toed sages who parasitized Jiraiya's shoulder using the sage art, reincarnation technique attacked simultaneously, frantically pouring massive amounts of sage chakra and wind release nature transformation into him. This was an ultimate strike unleashed by combining the combined power of the three. Compared to the giant Rasengan in the original work, its power is more than 10 times greater. Faced with this move, Qianyu couldn't help but nod slightly in approval. Good. He faced the challenge head-on, all by himself. Head-on clash. Blood for blood, tooth for tooth. Manipulating the complete fourth form of Susanoo, he strode forward, the Susanoo chakra greatsword in his hand. It then unleashed a fierce bombardment, clashing violently with the massive jade spiral belt ball. Boom. Rumble. The violent explosion instantly shook the entire night. The heavens and earth shook, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire street, spanning hundreds of meters in radius, shook violently in an instant, with huge cracks appearing everywhere. The surrounding houses and buildings collapsed one after another, turning into ruins. Even the Hokage building behind them was finally shattered and broken by this attack. The huge stone pillar on the roof collapsed instantly, and half of the building crashed down, with rocks rolling and dust flying everywhere. As Hiruzen Sarutobi watched this scene, an extremely ominous premonition arose in his heart. Could it be that? Has his Hokage career, like this Hokage building, truly reached its end and doom? In that very instant. With a bang, accompanied by the screams of Jiraiya and the two-toed sages, a violent collision and explosion blasted all three of them away, crashing heavily onto the collapsing Hokage building, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. But Chiba and his Susanoo still stood proudly and unmoved. For a moment, the entire place fell into a deathly silence, everyone trembling with fear. The strongest attack, which combined the lifelong power of Jiraiya and the two-toed sages, was still easily defeated by Uchiha Chiba. Could it be that he truly is an invincible being? Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kaharu Udatain, and all the members of the Konoha leadership were filled with deep fear and despair. Chapter 96 Flying Thunder God Flash. Hiruzen Sarutobi's last trump card. Requesting monthly VOT. Chapter 96 Flying Thunder God Flash. Hiruzen Sarutobi's last trump card. Requesting monthly votes. Not to mention Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya and the two-toed sages had already given up hope. No, he's too powerful. He's simply no match for me. Fukasaku and Shima were panting heavily, with bright red blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Jiraiya was also covered in wounds, bloodstains, and his long white hair and clothes were stained red. That's true, but we have no way out now. Jiraiya, relying on his chakra, stood horizontally on the half-collapsed Hokage building, his feet pressed against the wall. He quickly formed hand seals again and activated a new sage mode. Immortal technique, Earth Release, Yellow Spring Marsh. This is an Earth Release technique enhanced and amplified under Sage mode. Instantly, the ground beneath Qianyu's feet transformed into a massive swamp, causing Susanoo's legs to sink into it, making it impossible for him to escape. If it were only the first 3 stages of Susanoo, this move might actually catch me off guard, but the fourth form of Susanoo has a mobility that is incomparable to the previous forms. A unique spiritual weapon, the 1000 Pulse Sin Binding Chains, appeared in his hand and shot out suddenly, instantly binding and restraining the dilapidated Hokage building, pulling it forcefully. Then, taking advantage of the momentum, he leapt up and escaped the range of the Yellow Spring Swamp. As Qianyu approached, Fukasaku Shima had the same thought. Celestial Magic. Frog Croaking. This is a powerful sound-based illusion technique that both of the Toad Sages excel at. Although it is not as powerful as the strongest sound-based illusion, the Magic Toad Clinic, it has the advantage of being fast, having a short intro, and being able to take effect instantly. Suddenly. Wah! The two of them simultaneously unleashed loud and unpleasant croaking sounds, the sound waves rolling in and enveloping Chiba's Susanoo. This is indeed one of Susanoo's weaknesses. It cannot defend against sound-based attacks. For example, Kabuto Yakushi used the Sage Art, White Rage technique to instantly hit Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha, even though they were inside Susanoo, making it difficult for them to continue. Of course, the Immortal White Vibration technique is not just about sound, it also includes dazzling white light and intense vibrations. However, Kabuto Yakushi could also use Tayuya's Magic Flute Magic Sound Lock to trap the two brothers. In that instant. As expected, Qianyu's offensive also paused slightly. A great opportunity. The two-toed sages immediately said, "Little Jiraiya, try your best to keep him at bay. It seems that sound-based illusions are still effective. Our most powerful illusion, Toad Chant, takes some time to take effect. We're counting on you during that time." Jiraiya understood immediately. Good. Sage technique. The lion's mane dance. This was Jiraiya's ingenious use of his hair. With the enhancement of Sage Mode, its power was even greater. Instantly, his long white hair transformed into streaks of white silk, enveloping and binding Chiba's Susanoo. Then, ninja technique, the art of crushing street vendors. Jiraiya summoned Gamabunta, who suddenly plummeted from a height of several hundred meters, crashing down on Chiba and Susanoo, who were briefly controlled by the Sage art, Toad Song and bound by the lion's mane technique. Boom. The entire earth trembled, and violent shockwaves swept outwards, engulfing everyone in a gale force wind. Sand and stones flew everywhere, obscuring their vision. Meanwhile, Fukasaku and Shima, the two Toad Masters, had already begun to unleash their final trump cards. Magical. The toad sings. Wah. Suddenly, the croaking of toads resounded throughout the heavens and earth, creating a rather absurd and comical feeling under the blood moon. Chiyu also knew that the toad song was indeed the most powerful sound-based illusion. Even Pain, who possessed the Rinnegan, was once controlled and manipulated by this technique. Unfortunately, Chiba knew this information even better than Jiraiya. If that's the case, how could you possibly fall for it? He snorted coldly, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan slightly shifting, and Susanoo instantly unleashed an incomparably violent power. In an instant. Boom. Gamma Hero was blasted away and rolled all the way down, crushing countless houses and buildings. As for Jiraiya's lion's mane technique, it was instantly severed by the Chakra Greatsword, turning into countless flying fragments. Jiraiya staggered back, panting heavily, gradually reaching his limit. "Gentlemen, are you ready yet? I'm afraid I can't hold on much longer." However, Chiba did not pursue Jiraiya. Instead, it directly unleashed a long-range attack from Susanoo. Yusaka no Magatama. Instantly, two chakra projectiles in the shape of Tomo Magatama blasted towards Fukasaku and Shima, the two great toad sages. The two were using the Toad Song technique when they were caught off guard and could only barely defend themselves with Sage Chakra, but they were still blasted away. Boom. Both toads crashed into the ruins. The Toad Song was naturally interrupted. Fukasaku Sennin, Shima Sennin. Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise and was about to step forward to check on the two, but Chiba naturally wouldn't give him the chance. The same Yusaka Magatama came crashing down on him. Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall. The Earth Release ninjutsu, enhanced by Sage Mode, was released instantly. A wall suddenly rose from the ground with a roar. However, it still couldn't withstand the bombardment of the Yusaka Magatama, shattering instantly, and still slammed into Jiraiya's body. Jiraiya also let out a muffled groan, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Chianyu charged straight in, pressing forward relentlessly. Seeing that Jiraiya and the two Toad Sages had been easily defeated and severely injured by Chiba in an instant, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally couldn't sit still any longer. He abruptly threw off his Hokage robe, removed his straw hat, revealing his well-tailored combat gear underneath. For a moment, the Sarutobi clan and the Anbu ninjas were all shocked. Is the Hokage finally going to take action himself? It's been so many years since he personally fought. I wonder how much fighting power this man, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu and the strongest Hokage, still has left. In an instant, Hiruzen Sarutobi drew a series of shuriken and hurled them at Chiba, while simultaneously forming hand seals with incredible speed. Hatana Giant Body Technique. Suddenly. Bang bang bang. Those small shuriken suddenly transformed, growing into giant shuriken that were more than half a person's height. They were dark, heavy, huge, and sharp, and shot towards us. Chiyu snorted coldly, and Susanoo raised the sword in its hand and slashed down fiercely. Clang! Clang! In an instant, all the giant shuriken broke apart from the middle, turning into countless fragments that scattered all over the ground. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned slightly, but he knew that such a trivial skill could not defeat Chiba Uchiha. This attack has temporarily saved Jiraiya and Fukasaku Shima, the two great Toad Sages. Jiraiya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and Fukasaku and Shima roused themselves again, using the Sage Art, Rebirth technique to stand on his shoulders once more, with one man and two toads standing beside Hiruzen Sarutobi. Shaochan, who had switched dorm rooms, also stood on his other side. Hiruzen, Uchiha Chiba is not someone that one person can defeat. This time, we must fight side by side again after a long time. However, Fugaku Uchiha sneered. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kaharu Uchiha, you don't actually think our Uchiha clan has no one left, do you? Trying to bully the few with numbers, to oppress the weak with the masses. Hiruzen Sarutobi, let me be your opponent. His eyes changed instantly, the three tomo spun violently, transforming into the form of the Mangekyo Sharingan. That is. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku Uchiha has also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Sarutobi clan and the members of the Anbu were all terrified. The Uchiha clan members cheered and their morale soared. Before Hiruzen Sarutobi could speak, Kaharu Uchiha spoke first. As expected, it's the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hiruzen, you and Jiraiya, master and apprentice, should join forces to deal with Uchiha Chiba. I'll handle Fugaku Uchiha. After hesitating for a moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. Careful. Kaharu Uchiha hasn't made a move in many years, and many people even doubt whether she still has much fighting power. However, Fugaku Uchiha did not underestimate her in the slightest. Having been able to sit in this position for decades, and having become Tobirama Senju's disciple and a member of his elite guard, Kaharu Uchiha is certainly no ordinary person. However, Fugaku Uchiha didn't know much about her abilities. Moreover, Fugaku also experienced great ups and downs tonight. Although he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he also consumed a lot of chakra and ocular power. However, he had nowhere to avoid it and nowhere to retreat. Bring it on. The other side. Jiraiya, along with the two great Toad sages, fought alongside Hiruzen Sarutobi and his apprentice. My sage chakra has recovered somewhat, but my body is nearing its limit. Sarutobi-sensei, we have no choice but to finish this quickly. Hiruzen Sarutobi said in a deep voice, that's what I'm planning to do too. Come forth, Monkey King, Monkey Demon. Spiritual communication. Instantly, a cloud of white smoke dissipated, revealing a burly yet agile figure, a gigantic white-haired ape dressed in a samurai uniform, wearing a Konoha headband, possessing an indestructible body, capable of countless transformations, and wielding immense supernatural powers. It was none other than Hiruzen Sarutobi's unique summoning beast, Ape King Ape Demon. That's Susanoo. As expected, Hiruzen, nothing good ever comes from when you summon me, Hiruzen Sarutobi said in a deep voice, no time for nonsense, transform into the Vajra staff, Enma. It is good. With a soft thud, the Monkey King Enma transformed into a staff that could change size and length at will, possessing an indestructible body. Hiruzen Sarutobi gripped it tightly in his hand, waving it in the wind with a whooshing sound, exuding a powerful aura. Jiraiya was filled with emotion. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Enma, the Monkey King. It's been just as long since we last fought side by side with Sarutobi-sensei. Hiruzen Sarutobi snorted, let's consider this the last time master and disciple fight side by side. It's in. Oh. With a roar, Hiruzen Sarutobi leapt into the air, brandishing his Vajra staff. The staff instantly grew longer, extending and retracting as it hurtled towards Chiba's Susanoo. Although his strength is not as great as it was in its prime, it was this one attack that brought him to the forefront during the Nine-Tails rampage. Hiruzen Sarutobi forcefully pushed the entire nine-tailed fox out of the village. The sheer power of this force is astounding, it is truly terrifying. Facing Qianyu, he fought with all his might, pushing his power to its limit. With a loud bang, Susanoo was also forced to retreat repeatedly by this force. However, Chiyu merely chuckled, and the Susanoo's chakra sword swung down fiercely. With a sudden burst of power, even though the ape demon's avatar had an indestructible body, it was no match for Thousand Feathers' power. In an instant, along with the Vajra Rui staff and Hiruzen Sarutobi's true form, they were all blasted away by the strike. In Susanoo's hand, a unique spiritual weapon, the Thousand Binding Chains, appeared and fiercely bound and restrained Hiruzen Sarutobi's body. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression changed. Diamond Wall. The Vajra Rui staff instantly transformed into dozens of staff-like clones, forming an indestructible cage that protected Hiruzen Sarutobi within. However, it still couldn't stop Susanoo's greatsword from slashing down. It instantly scattered and fell apart. The Thousand Binding Chains were already shooting out, about to completely bind Hiruzen Sarutobi. Once bound by 1,000 sins, one cannot escape. Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately broke out in a cold sweat. In that life or death moment, suddenly, his figure vanished from the spot. That is. Everyone was shocked. Qianyu couldn't help but frown slightly for the first time. The Flying Thunder God technique. I see. Hiruzen Sarutobi, is this man your final trump card and trump card? Greater than. Chapter 97 The Innately Evil Hand of Tobirama. Chapter 97 The Innately Evil Tobirama Senju. Requesting monthly votes. The Flying Thunder God technique has reappeared in the ninja world. The one who appeared in an instant and saved Hiruzen Sarutobi from Chiba's clutches using the Flying Thunder God technique was none other than the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Upon seeing this figure, everyone on the battlefield in front of the Hokage building was taken aback. That is. Nadaime Hokage-sama, what's going on? The Uchiha clan members, on the other hand, experienced a different kind of excitement. Tobirama Senju. That bastard. The culprit who has been ostracizing and persecuting the Uchiha clan. That's right. That bastard is the real root of all evil. Jiraiya was also taken aback, but he quickly understood. I see. So, neither Itachi Uchiha, Madara Uchiha, nor even I can put your mind at ease, Sarutobi-sensei. Your true trump card is the second Hokage, resurrected through the Edo Tensei, so, it seems you're also with Orochimaru. Hiruzen Sarutobi, still shaken, did not answer Jiraiya's question. The resurrected Tobirama Senju glanced at him. Are you alright, monkey? Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, slightly out of breath, and said, I'm fine, I really am getting old. With a cold gaze, Tobirama Senju turned and glanced back at Senba and his Susanoo. Get ready, it's going to explode. Hiruzen Sarutobi was taken aback, but having been familiar with the second Hokage's fighting style, he immediately understood what was going on. You already made your move the moment you saved me. As expected of a teacher. The next moment. The talisman detonates. Tobirama Senju's face remained calm and expressionless. Boom. One after another, explosive tags followed Chianyu's 1000 guiding sin-binding lock, exploding continuously. Instantly, flames shot into the sky, the explosions were deafening, and violent shockwaves rolled in. However, after the fire died down and the dust settled, Chiba and Susanoo remained unharmed. Even Tobirama Senju couldn't help but frown. Those eyes, I see, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan like Madara Uchiha's. It even surpasses Izuna. Monkey, I never imagined that such a terrifying individual would emerge from the Uchiha clan in your generation, although it's a bit annoying that bastard Orochimaru used a forbidden technique I invented to summon me, it's definitely time for me to make my appearance. Looking at the man before her, Chiyu realized that, for the Uchiha clan, he was indeed the source of all evil. Tobirama Senju, you've finally shown yourself. Tobirama Senju said, did you know I would show up? Danzo secretly made a deal with Orochimaru and learned the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation to use against me, but he did not summon you in Hashirama Senju. Given his status in Konoha and his relationship with you, it would be impossible for him not to have your biological information. The only possibility is that Orochimaru has monopolized the souls of you two brothers to use as leverage against Shimura Danzo, as his last bargaining chip and trump card. And now, it seems that Hiruzen Sarutobi has teamed up with Orochimaru again. I just don't know what Konoha secrets you've betrayed this time to that rogue ninja of the $1 rank. Once Chianyu's analysis and deduction were made, everyone suddenly understood. That's it. Although Kakashi Hatake was exhausted and unable to fight any longer, he was still furious when he heard that even Hiruzen Sarutobi had joined forces with Orochimaru for a secret deal. He would never forget the shame and hatred of his father's tragic death, and even the fact that his soul could not find peace after death. Hiruzen Sarutobi sneered. Uchiha Chiba, I certainly won't engage in a life or death battle with you unprepared. Teacher, no. Nadaime Hokage-sama. Your long-held fears have indeed come true. The Uchiha clan has finally launched a rebellion, intending to destroy the entire village and overturn the peace and order established by the first Hokage. They must be eliminated. Tobirama Senju coldly replied, I've told my elder brother countless times that the Uchiha clan is an inherently evil family. If they remain in this world, they will eventually become a cancer and a scourge upon the village, and even the entire ninja world. It's a pity that my elder brother is too naive and kind-hearted, and he never listens to my advice. Therefore, I had no choice but to find another way and use other methods to deal with the Uchiha clan. Whether it's setting up a police force or relocating them to remote areas on the outskirts of the village, the goal is to gradually distance them from the village's core and make them hated and despised by the villagers and ninjas. It seems that the effect is indeed quite good. However, this policy is ultimately too slow. If someone like the one in front of us appears, it will have unimaginable consequences. Finally, the entire Uchiha clan should have been exterminated back when I was in power. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed, even the second Hokage still harbored a sliver of kindness towards them. Unfortunately, these people are truly stubborn and inflexible. Tobirama Senju nodded. Indeed, that was my biggest mistake, but now we finally have a chance to make up for all of this. Chianyu smiled slightly. It's rare to see even under normal circumstances, let alone on this battlefield where a decisive battle is about to begin. For a moment, not only Hiruzen Sarutobi and Tobarama Senju, but even the members of the Uchiha clan were stunned. Tobarama Senju frowned and asked, "What's so funny?" Senju asked, "Tobarama Senju, where is your Senju clan now?" Hiruzen Sarutobi trembled violently. His face turned deathly pale instantly, devoid of any color, and his eyes darted away slightly. "The Senju clan, huh? Monkey, how's the Senju clan doing?" Hiruzen Sarutobi, drenched in sweat, exclaimed. This. Jiraiya also sighed. "Are they the Senju clan? It seems like only Tsunade is left. No wonder, she would rather live a life of wandering, detached from worldly affairs, than return to Konoha village." Just by looking at Hiruzen Sarutobi's reaction, one could immediately guess who Tobarama Senju was. "Monkey, you attacked the Senju clan." Hiruzen Sarutobi hurriedly said, "No, no. I was simply following the will of the first Hokage. When the village was founded, he said he wanted a village and organization that would eliminate the barriers between families and be one with everyone. To this end, he even suggested that the Senju clan drop their surnames and integrate into the village's Konoha ninja. So. That's exactly what I'm doing now." Tobarama Senju sneered, "Monkey, don't lie to me. I'm telling the truth." Tobarama Senju said coldly, "If that's really the case. If you, as Hokage, are to set an example, then why did the Senju clan disappear, and why did your Sarutobi clan, still so prosperous?" He glanced at the elite Sarutobi clan troops around him and said incisively. "This." Hiruzen Sarutobi was sweating profusely. "I will also have the Sarutobi clan do the same, but the time is not yet right." In the end, he himself knew he couldn't explain it away, and he couldn't possibly fool Tobarama Senju. His voice grew softer and softer. Tobarama Senju took a deep breath. "Monkey, I did say that the more powerful one is, the more ruthless one must be. It seems you truly are a case of a great teacher producing a great student. After this is over, regardless of the outcome, I demand an explanation from you." Hiruzen Sarutobi hurriedly replied, "Yes, but before that." Tobarama Senju nodded. "I know, let's deal with the man in front of us first, and then talk about the entire Uchiha clan." Chianyu couldn't help but admire him. As expected of the second Hokage. "Tobarama Senju, you've just heard that your clan was wiped out, yet you remain so calm, and even continue to be an enemy of our Uchiha clan. Even if we are enemies, even if our positions are irreconcilable, I have come to admire you to some extent." Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, when it comes to cold-bloodedness and extreme rationality, his teacher Tobarama Senju and his most terrifying nemesis, Chiba Uchiha, are quite similar. If they weren't enemies, perhaps the two would. Tobarama Senju said coldly, "Uchiha Senba, I've heard about your style of doing things from that monkey too. If you weren't from the Uchiha clan, you might have become a true Hokage. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in this world." Chianyu stopped dwelling on the matter. "Tobarama Senju, it seems your Eishi reincarnation technique is much more precise this time. How much of his prime strength can he unleash?" Tobarama Senju was also very open and honest. Orochimaru's previous Eishi reincarnation technique probably couldn't even unleash 1/10 of a ninja's strength. That's why Danzo died a tragic death at your hands. After that battle, he also realized the problem of poor accuracy and even asked to work with me to study it. Now the accuracy has improved a lot and it can probably exert about 70% of my strength when I was alive." Chianyu said. "Another question. Why are you the only one here? Where is Hashirama Senju?" Tobarama Senju, however, did not want to answer this question. Chianyu spoke for him. "I'm afraid Hashirama Senju doesn't approve of your actions, does he? The higher the precision of the impure world reincarnation, the closer one's strength is to their prime. Whether it's you, Orochimaru, or Hiruzen Sarutobi, if you want to obtain Hashirama Senju's terrifying power, you have to pay the risk of being forcibly freed from his control. And once you break free, he might even stop your actions. But if we completely erase Hashirama Senju's will, we can't unleash his true power. Of course, there's another reason. Orochimaru probably doesn't want to reveal all his trump cards to you." Tobarama Senju remained silent for a moment. "Monkey, he is indeed a troublesome fellow. No wonder you always suffer setbacks and utter defeats." Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed. "Yes, that's why we need the teacher's strength." Tobarama Senju was a true pragmatist, extremely rational, and ruthless in achieving his goals. Even now, having understood everything, he did not let anything or any emotion influence his decision. "Well then, you monkey, and that brat Jiraiya, the 3 generations of master and disciple, let's join forces." Kill this man and completely eliminate this scourge of the Uchiha clan. For an instant, the 3 generations of Konoha masters and disciples, who have passed down their skills from generation to generation, have all attacked Senba. Water release, water severing wave. Composite ninja technique, earth dragon fire style, sage art, fire dragon flame bullet. The 3 of them unleashed their combined power at once, slamming into Chiba. Even with the absolute defense of Susanoo, Chiba was temporarily forced back a step by this combined attack. And at that very moment, Tobirama Senju's figure appeared out of thin air and teleported to the outer edge of Susanoo. Clearly, in the instant he saved Hiruzen and Sarutobi, he not only left a cursed talisman on Susanoo to detonate it, they even left behind the Flying Thunder God technique formula. Then, multiplicative explosive tags. Chapter 98, A Brutal Beating of Tobirama and Sarutobi. 2 Hokage, requesting monthly votes. Chapter 98, A Brutal Beating of Tobirama and Sarutobi. 2 Hokage, requesting monthly votes. This is precisely Tobirama Senju's fighting style. Cold-blooded, ruthless, decisive, extreme, willing to use any means necessary and at any cost. That's why Uchiha Izuna died at his hands. Therefore, even someone as powerful as Madara Uchiha had to acknowledge the man he hated most. At this moment, Tobirama Senju teleported there using the Flying Thunder God technique, and, in his reanimated form, truly unleashed for the first time another forbidden technique he had invented, multiplicative explosive tags. Hiruzen Sarutobi was horrified when he saw this. All Anbuin members of the Sarutobi clan, evacuate immediately and get away from the battlefield. As Tobirama Senju's disciple, he understood the terror of this move better than anyone else. At this time, besides Chiba fighting 3 against 1, Fugaku was also engaged in a fierce battle with Kaharu Udatame, while the Uchiha clan members were fighting against the Anbu and the Sarutobi clan. Upon hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's warning, both sides sensed extreme danger and simultaneously stopped fighting, frantically moving away from the area of the explosion. In an instant. Boom. Rumble. Multiply the explosive tags and activate. With talismans summoned and talismans guided, they exploded one after another in a frenzy, seemingly without end or limit, turning the entire area within a radius of several hundred meters into a world of explosions. Flames shot into the sky, even briefly illuminating the entire dark night shrouded by the blood moon. The explosions were deafening, and the entire Hidden Leaf village seemed to shake and tremble. This ferocious power would probably blast even a tailed beast to smithereens. Everyone on the battlefield stared at this scene in disbelief and utter shock. That's the second Hokage's forbidden technique. It can actually trigger endless explosions. How did they do that? As expected of the second Hokage, he's incredibly strong. The Uchiha clan, on the other hand, was filled with worry. Team leader. Lord Senba, watch out. No way, what kind of ninjutsu is that? In the instant of the explosion, even Tobirama Senju's own body was instantly blasted to pieces, yet a cold smile still lingered on his mangled lips. The multiplication explosive tags were originally designed to be used in conjunction with the impure world reincarnation. However, this is truly the first time I've used my own body to perform this. Soon, his shattered body gradually returned to its original state under the constant gathering of dust and ash. Only Chiba and his Susanoo were completely annihilated in the flames and explosion. I don't know how much time has passed. The booming of the multiplied detonators finally subsided. The entire land has been completely reduced to scorched earth and ruins, with huge craters appearing on the ground, a scene of utter devastation. However, the flames died down, and the dust settled. Chiba's Susanoo was indeed badly damaged by the explosion, with broken and destroyed chakra armor everywhere, and even one of his arms was blown to pieces. But he himself was completely unharmed. Tobirama Senju was taken aback and couldn't help but frown. As expected of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, as expected of the fourth form of Susanoo, their defensive capabilities are even more astonishing than I imagined. However, Chiba deliberately dispelled Susanoo's absolute defense. Tobirama Senju, your movements are indeed astonishingly fast. However, you are not qualified to kill me. Tobirama Senju scoffed. They deliberately dissipated Susanoo because they were afraid of the Flying Thunder God technique I left behind. Chianyu shook her head. You're wrong, I just wanted to try a different way of playing. In an instant, a powerful burst of chakra erupted from Chianyu's body, accompanied by dazzling lightning that illuminated the entire blood-red night. His full head of black hair suddenly stood on end, crackling with lightning, and his entire body was enveloped, covered, and shrouded by the power of lightning. Tobirama Senju frowned. I see, lightning release chakra mode. Moreover, it is the strongest lightning armor that has been upgraded to its limit. Trying to outrun me. No, you want to rely on your strongest shield to defend against my surprise attack, Hiruzen Sarutobi also hurriedly reminded him. Second Hokage, besides that, we must be extremely careful of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Especially the pupil technique in the right eye, the calamity of the sun god. That's the ability to directly judge and burn the soul, even a reanimated body cannot defend against it, cannot withstand it. Tobirama Senju calmly replied, don't worry, I've dealt with the Uchiha clan my whole life, and I know exactly how to deal with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, letting out a slight sigh of relief. This is also the main reason why he made a deal with that bastard Orochimaru. No one understood the Uchiha clan better than their teacher, Tobirama Senju. However, he also paid a considerable price, giving the Book of Seals of Konoha to Orochimaru. However, as long as we can kill Uchiha Chiba and exterminate the Uchiha clan, any price is worth it. Jiraiya, are you alright? Jiraiya shook his head, panting heavily. Their chakra has been depleted, and the two-toed sages are also seriously injured. I'm afraid they won't be able to exert their full fighting power, is that so? Then leave it to me and the teacher. Before the words were even finished, a bolt of white lightning suddenly descended from the sky, arriving in an instant and appearing right in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi. That sharp blade, flashing with lightning, pierced straight towards his throat. It's over. A thought flashed through Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind. But in that same instant, Tobirama Senju, relying on the Flying Thunder God technique he left on Hiruzen Sarutobi, teleported again and stood in front of him. He swung his kunai in a fierce counterattack. Water release, water blade slash. Bang! Senju's lightning release, pseudo dark blade and Senju Tobirama's water release. Water blade slash collided violently, shooting out a dazzling light. Water blade slash works on the same principle as Danzo's wind release, vacuum blade, Shisui's fire release, blade leap, and Senbei's lightning release, pseudo dark blade. It involves infusing water-style chakra into kunai and samurai swords, greatly enhancing the power of swordsmanship. However, Tobirama Senju's expression changed as he instantly sensed the opponent's immense power, which was actually suppressing him. The strongest lightning release armor, in addition to its extreme speed, not only increases defense but also enhances power. With the help of super speed, he brought his power to its peak. With a roar, Tobirama Senju unleashed the monstrous strength of the Senju clan, his chakra extremely condensed and compressed, converging onto the kunai of the water blade slash. With a loud bang, even with the added superhuman strength, he was still violently blasted away by Qian Yu. Good heavens! The kunai in Tobirama Senju's hand was knocked away, and his body slammed hard into Hiruzen Sarutobi behind him, sending both master and disciple flying. But in the instant of retreating and being blown away, Qian Yu's face flashed before my eyes again. A sharp blade descended from the sky, slashing down. So fast. Senju Tobirama was taken aback and quickly activated the Flying Thunder God technique along with Hiruzen Sarutobi behind him. The figure vanished instantly from its original spot and reappeared where it had first appeared. Speed, strength, attack, defense. All of them are at their peak, flawless. Add to that the Sharingan's insightful abilities, superior battle intelligence, and unwavering fighting spirit, even Tobirama Senju couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Uchiha Chiba, his strength and terror far surpass Izuna's. At this rate, he might even surpass Madara Uchiha. No, I must do it here, with my own hands. With a roar, Hiruzen Sarutobi unleashed his Vajra staff once more. It slammed into Qian Yu with a loud bang. However, it still couldn't break through the defenses. Instead, Qian Yu sneered, his body, burning and crackling with lightning, suddenly grabbing the Vajra Rui cudgel with his other hand. The power erupted instantly, sending Hiruzen Sarutobi flying once again. The Vajra Rui cudgel also fell completely into his hands. Ape Demon. An eye suddenly opened inside the Vajra Rui staff, and a hand reached out strangely, grabbing fiercely towards Qian Yu's throat. Without saying a word, Qian Yu unleashed his lightning release, pseudo-dark blade, which swiftly sliced through the air. With a muffled hiss, one of the Ape King's arms was severed in two, and blood gushed out like a torrent. Ah! The Monkey King let out a miserable scream. The intense pain was excruciating, as if his very body was made of steel. Even he could hardly bear it. Then, the lightning at the wound suddenly exploded, blasting his remaining severed arm and shoulder into pieces. Clang! He finally couldn't withstand it any longer, and the Vajra Rui he had transformed into was powerless to fight back. It fell weakly to the ground and never moved again. Ape Demon. The monkey-like man was greatly alarmed. Damn it, Uchiha Chiba. He instantly created 4 shadow clones, which, together with his main body, surrounded Qianyu from all directions. Then, he unleashed his true killing move. 5 Elements Great Barrage. This is precisely why Hiruzen Sarutobi is called the Professor of Ninjutsu. He is proficient in all 5 chakra nature transformations and has learned almost all of Konoha's ninjutsu, including secret and forbidden techniques. At this moment, he simultaneously unleashed 5 elemental ninjutsu with his main body and shadow clones, transforming them into 5 giant dragon cannonballs that bombarded Chiyu. Fire release, earth release, wind release, water release, lightning release. Faced with this scene, both sides were shocked and somewhat impressed. But Qianyu remained calm and didn't even dodge. He used the powerful defense of his strongest lightning armor to withstand the attack of all 5 elemental attacks. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen stared in disbelief at Chiba, who remained unharmed, and despair welled up within him. Tobirama Senju calmly said, "Enough, monkey. Ordinary ninjutsu won't work. Aside from the extreme destructive power of multiplicative explosive tags, there are other ways to break through the strongest being, such as sealing technique." Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head. Ordinary sealing techniques are probably ineffective against him. Danzo and Homura Mitokado are both proficient in sealing techniques, but it would be meaningless for them. Unless it is dead demon sealing. Tobirama Senju coldly said, "If there's no other way, using the Reaper Death Seal to perish together with him would be a good outcome." Hiruzen Sarutobi's face immediately turned pale. "But before that, we must fight with all our might." In that instant, Tobirama Senju unleashed a powerful burst of chakra once again. Water release. Big explosive water wave. Suddenly, a torrent of water, like a raging ocean wave, spewed from his mouth, instantly engulfing the ruins of the street in front of the Konoha Hokage building. All ninjas could only use chakra to stand on the water's surface to continue fighting. However, Chiba could see that the great exploding water wave was merely a smokescreen. Tobirama Senju's true killing move was still, it blended into the water and silently approached its own. Multiplicative explosive tags. In an instant, a multiplicative detonating tag exploded violently and continuously in the water beneath Qianyu's feet. Rumble. The violent explosion unleashed a raging torrent of flames, instantly transforming the surrounding water into countless whirlpools, splashing water everywhere and causing chaos. However, Tobirama Senju, also skilled in the art of ninjutsu, suddenly realized with a start that he seemed to have been placed under a trap. That's a lightning release shadow clone. The true form is. Qianyu's figure suddenly appeared before his eyes. "No, that's not good." Qianyu said coldly, "Although you weren't going all out, it seems you're nothing special after all, Tobirama Senju." His eternal flower Sharingan eyes shot out with tremendous force. The blood-red 6-pointed star in his right eye rotated slightly. The god of misfortune. I've already written 10,000 words in 3 updates, and there'll be another update later. It's the bonus chapter I promised for 500 monthly votes. Please vote for me with monthly tickets. Chapter 99 Hiruzen Sarutobi's End. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 99 Hiruzen Sarutobi's End. Requesting monthly votes. Chiba, in turn, seized upon the flaw in Tobirama Senju's actions. He used lightning release, shadow clone to lure the enemy, and his main body instantly appeared in front of Tobirama Senju. The pupil technique in his right eye was activated immediately. Even though he was once known as the fastest ninja in the world, Tobirama Senju didn't have time to react. But when he saw those crimson Mangekyo Sharingan eyes, he knew it was all too late. When you see the Sharingan, it means you've already been infected. Misfortune to the sun god. Qianyu said in a deep voice without hesitation. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun, and the power of the sun god of calamity shot out, instantly enveloping Tobirama Senju's soul and forcibly pulling it into his own purgatory judgment space. Tobirama Senju was immediately confronted with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, hellish underworlds, the netherworld, and endless sin. Within their souls, raging karmic fire immediately ignited. Even he couldn't help but scream in agony as the red lotus fire scorched his soul. Ah! In this judgment space, Tobirama Senju saw Uchiha Chiba, who was like a god or demon, coldly and mercilessly watching him and judging all his sins. Tobirama Senju was the master of human experimentation. In order to create forbidden techniques such as impure world reincarnation and mutual explosion tags, he conducted countless human experiments, repeatedly using living people as sacrifices and the souls of the dead as bait. He was ruthless and unscrupulous on the battlefield. Even the former kage of other villages hate Tobirama Senju to the core, calling him the dirtiest and most despicable enemy. Not to mention, his policies against the Uchiha clan at every turn, forceful suppression, covert exclusion, sowing discord, and gradual encroachment, have driven the Uchiha clan to their current desperate situation. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus scorched his soul and judged his sins. Despite Tobirama Senju's hysterical screams, he showed no remorse or submission. Uchiha Chiba, you, a member of the Uchiha clan, are not qualified to judge my sins. Qianyu said indifferently, whether you are qualified or not is not up to you to decide. But I'm the one who calls the shots. These crimson flames of karma are caused by your sins. The more heinous your sins, the more fiercely these flames will burn. And now, the karmic fire within you is dazzling and brilliant. Tobirama Senju cried out in a miserable voice, evil Uchiha clan. No matter how sweet your words, you cannot change the inherent evil of your clan. One day, I will see all of you perish with me. Qianyu smiled. You won't live to see that day. But in the pure land of the underworld, all the members of the Senju clan are being buried with you. Tobirama Senju was instantly enraged, but gradually his soul was consumed by the crimson flames of karma. His angry shouts and heart-wrenching screams slowly faded away, in the present world. All that was seen was Tobirama Senju's screams, hysterical and horrific, but they subsided completely in a short time. His soul was burned and ascended to heaven, and his impure reincarnation was completely undone, revealing him once again as the living person who had been sacrificed, now naturally beyond dead. With the impure world reincarnation of Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi's last trump card came to an end. You have helped Tobirama Senju and all the members of the Senju clan reunite, a truly meritorious act. You have earned 2,000 merit points. Now. Seeing this scene, Hiruzen Sarutobi was finally distraught and felt utterly hopeless. He knew that his chances of survival were slim. Itachi Uchiha, Madara Uchiha, Jiraiya, and even Tobirama Senju, the last trump card resurrected by Edo Tensei, all suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Senbei Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha died, Homura Mitokado died, and the Shimura clan was wiped out. Tobirama Senju died again, and Jiraiya was too badly injured to fight any longer. On the other hand, Koharu Uchiha was no match for Fugaku Uchiha, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. As for the Anbu, the Sarutobi clan was forced to retreat step by step under the fierce attack of the Uchiha clan and police ninjas, who were filled with righteous indignation and high morale. They were unable to resist and were completely at a disadvantage. I was all alone. Facing this seemingly invincible enemy. Uchiha Chiba. Is he truly his nemesis, his destiny, his death? Boo. I cannot be reconciled. Decades of hard work and planning, how could all of that be destroyed because of one man? Uchiha Chiba. Hiruzen Sarutobi roared furiously, venting his anger and despair. You ruined everything I had. I'll tear you to pieces. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who usually maintains a kind, gentle, and good-natured image, finally broke down completely under pressure and revealed his true colors. The Anbu and the Sarutobi clan also stopped their fighting, gazing at the unfamiliar Hokage before them. The Uchiha clan members and all the police force members, however, remained indifferent and watched coldly. Lord Chiba. Kill him. For the persecution suffered by the Uchiha clan over the years, for the Uchiha clan members they harmed and killed, for everything in the past, kill him. Kakashi Hatake watched this scene indifferently. The day has finally come. He raised his head, as if looking at his father in the sky. Father, did you see that? Those culprits who persecuted you to death have finally met their retribution. No, all of this is thanks to Lord Chiyu. At this moment, Fugaku Uchiha had completely subdued Koharu Uchiha and captured her alive, using the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, Misty Reflection. Looking at the final standoff between Chiba and Hiruzen Sarutobi, I couldn't help but feel a deep sense of emotion. Chiyu, you really are the savior of the Uchiha clan, the other side. Fukasaku and Shima, the two-toed masters, were slightly out of breath. Little Jiraiya, what do we do? It seems your teacher, Sarutobi, is finished. With our current strength, there's absolutely no way we can save him. Jiraiya fell silent. Two sages, what do you think of the second Hokage, or even Sarutobi-sensei, did they really deserve what they got? Shima Fukasaku was slightly taken aback, then they exchanged a glance. Little Jiraiya, human desires are endless. The ruthless pursuit of goals is the hallmark of all those in power. Naive guys like the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, are the real outliers among outliers. Tobirama Senju and Hiruzen Sarutobi, they were both destined for lives filled with both praise and condemnation. As for how to judge them, that depends on your perspective. Jiraiya sighed, what a dark and boring world, that's why I feel hatred and disgust for these power struggles. The great Toad Sage is right. My mission is only to find the child of prophecy. I shouldn't have gotten involved in these things in the first place, however, I can't escape the bond between master and disciple after all. Since things have come to this, I can accept any outcome. I wouldn't mind dying with Sarutobi-sensei. Fugaku Uchiha sighed. Little Jiraiya, it was clear to everyone that Hiruzen Sarutobi's era had come to an end. However, he was not one to sit idly by and wait for his death. Snapped. Hiruzen Sarutobi formed hand seals and unleashed his last bit of chakra. Uchiha Chiba, I would rather die with you than stand by and watch the Uchiha clan rise to power and seize control of the entire Hidden Leaf village, and I will never watch you gain all power. Shadow Clone Technique. Bang bang bang. Hiruzen Sarutobi created a total of 5 shadow clones, which was already his limit given his current energy levels. Jiraiya's expression changed. Sarutobi-sensei, are you going to use that forbidden technique? Minato sacrificed his life to seal the nine-tailed fox's attack. Fugaku Uchiha was also shocked. Qianyu, of course, knew what he was going to do. But, is that so? Since you'd rather die than see all that, I'm going to make you watch anyway. Hiruzen Sarutobi, don't be so naive. Your life or death is not up to you now. It depends on me. Hiruzen Sarutobi roared, how dare you boast? Ape Demon, give me one last helping hand. At this moment, the Monkey King, Ape Demon, who had lost an arm and had half of his body blown apart, mustered his last strength and still blasted towards Qianyu in the form of the Vajra Rui cudgel. Qianyu neither dodged nor evaded, and took the blow. However, the Vajra Rui cudgel suddenly transformed into the Vajra barrier, but it was not used for defense, rather, it was used for attack, restraint, and sealing. Bang bang bang, Qianyu's body was instantly locked in the cage of the Vajra prison wall. At the same time, Hiruzen Sarutobi's main body and shadow clones approached from all directions, already forming hand seals to unleash their final attack, Uchiha Senba. Come to hell with me. Dead Demon Sealing Technique. Suddenly, a hideous and terrifying phantom of the Grim Reaper appeared behind Hiruzen Sarutobi. The enormous body was sinister and terrifying, with disheveled hair, sharp horns on its head, sharp fangs, drool dripping from the corner of its mouth, and a sharp short sword in its mouth. It stared at Hiruzen Sarutobi and Chiba with a sinister grin. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi's final killing move, his ultimate trump card for mutual destruction. The Corpse Demon Seal is complete. In an instant, the Grim Reaper had already seized the souls of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Chiba, and was pulling them out bit by bit, trying to completely detach them from their bodies. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a sinister laugh, like the Grim Reaper. Uchiha Chiba, you ultimately cannot control my death, nor can you control your own life. Qianyu's expression remained indifferent. Is that so? Hiruzen Sarutobi sneered, this attack is unstoppable, you are doomed. Besides, even if I can't kill you, from the moment I used this move, I've already lost all chance of survival. Uchiha Chiyu, even if I die, I will never let you succeed, never let you slaughter and manipulate me, never let me suffer humiliation, never let me live a life worse than death. Qianyu smiled. Hiruzen Sarutobi, when did you start to have the illusion that this isn't an illusion? SHI 9. Hiruzen Sarutobi's body trembled violently. His face was deathly pale, devoid of any color. Difficult, could it be that? With a sharp clang, Hiruzen Sarutobi was startled to realize that he hadn't used the Reaper Death Seal at all, and hadn't even released a shadow clone. Everything that just happened was just my own illusion. And before him, the only truth, it was Uchiha Chiba, who was right next to me. In those two blood-red eyes, eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. No. Hiruzen Sarutobi's desperate screams were heart-wrenching and echoed throughout the entire world. Chiyu said indifferently, Hiruzen Sarutobi, from this moment on, your life and death are solely in my hands. I will judge all your sins and make you understand what true. Unable to live, unable to die. The God of Misfortune. 4th update. Bonus chapter for 500 monthly votes. 14,000 15,000 new chapters. Asking for more monthly votes isn't too much to ask, is it? An extra chapter will be added if we reach 1,000 monthly votes. Chapter 100. The Sarutobi clan annihilated. The Anbu destroyed. Requesting monthly tickets. Chapter 100. The Sarutobi clan annihilated. The Anbu annihilated. Requesting monthly votes. The God of Calamity has been unleashed once more. With the power of Chiba's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he can completely and quietly control the Sun God of Calamity at will. At this moment, he was using the hellish judgment of the God of Calamity, the Crimson Lotus Karmic Fire, to directly burn Hiruzen Sarutobi's soul, but it would not truly kill him. This is exactly what Qianyu meant when he said, unable to live, unable to die. In an instant. In the purgatory of the sun god of calamity, Hiruzen Sarutobi saw the sins and karma of his entire life. Those past misdeeds have now transformed into boomerangs that burn their own souls. Flames soared into the sky, burning fiercely. This caused Hiruzen Sarutobi to let out a heart-wrenching scream, and all the ninjas on the battlefield were terrified and their hair stood on end. This third Hokage of Konoha, the longest-serving village leader, and a figure hailed as a peerless figure throughout the entire ninja world, was completely suppressed and subdued by Uchiha Chiba, becoming a criminal under judgment and a prisoner under sentencing. Hiruzen Sarutobi's pain and despair seemed to infect everyone. Of course, especially those forces under Hiruzen Sarutobi's own command. At this moment, both the Anbu and the Sarutobi clan had suffered heavy casualties and were in complete disarray. In reality, in terms of sheer power, the police force versus the Anbu, the Uchiha clan versus the Sarutobi clan, can only be described as a battle of equals with victories and defeats. Unless a real war breaks out, there is no way to determine a winner. However, because of Chiba's unparalleled bravery, the Uchiha clan's morale soared, and their fighting spirit boiled over. In contrast, the Anbu and the Sarutobi clan, everyone felt insecure, and morale plummeted. After all, Itachi Uchiha died, Madara Uchiha was defeated and fled, Homura Mitokado died, and the Shimura clan was wiped out. Meanwhile, in the battle in front of the Hokage building, one of the legendary Sannin, Lord Jiraiya, was completely defeated by Uchiha Chiba. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, resurrected through Edo Tensei, was also easily defeated by Senba, suffering a crushing defeat. As for Hiruzen Sarutobi himself, he was absolutely no match for Chiba Uchiha from beginning to end. They were defeated in a very casual exchange. Not to mention, on the other side, Koharu Uchiha was also captured alive by Fugaku Uchiha. It would be a miracle if the Anbu and the Sarutobi clan still had any fighting spirit or will to fight. The police force and the Uchiha clan, of course, would never show mercy to their enemies. Soon, completely destroying everything in its path. By using the curse of the sun god, Chiba completely controlled Hiruzen Sarutobi's life and death, and subjected him to a hellish trial. My soul is burning, I am in unbearable pain, yet I cannot die. All the Uchiha clan members watched with great enjoyment, cheering loudly and elated. Fugaku Uchiha thought of Itachi Uchiha, Shisui Uchiha, and the ostracism, criticism, suppression, and humiliation the Uchiha clan had always suffered. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. That's satisfying. Carefree. Cool. Every member of the Uchiha clan had the same thought. Koharu sighed, knowing that the tide had turned and the era of old guys like herself had come to a complete end. She had just demonstrated her strength. He is also skilled in 3 abilities: sensory perception, water ninjutsu, and medical ninjutsu. In the entire ninja world, they are indeed considered absolute elites. If Fugaku hadn't awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, the outcome of this battle would likely have been uncertain. But now, everything has settled down. Little Jiraiya, run. Fukasaku and Shima whispered. However, Jiraiya hesitated. Escape. Where can you escape to? Fukasaku said in a deep voice, as long as the green hills remain, there's always firewood to burn. The couple exchanged a glance, immediately dispelled the summoning spell, and vanished from their spot, returning to Mount Myoboku. Then, they joined forces to perform a reverse summoning technique, summoning Jiraiya to Mount Myoboku as well. Upon seeing this, Yamake's hurriedly shouted a warning, Lord Senba. Jiraiya has escaped. Chianyu nodded calmly. As expected of someone who comes with intelligence, as expected, trying to escape in the chaos ultimately led to their success. But Myoboku-san. It is a place that will eventually perish. Chiba completely controlled Hiruzen Sarutobi, and then joined the battle himself. Once Susanoo is activated, it's as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. What Anbu? What Sarutobi clan? Who among them could possibly be a match for them? At this moment, the Dark Division actually has quite a few talented individuals. Members include Elephant, Sunny, Linhorn, Morning Sun Wild, Vermilion, Sparrow, Eagle, and others. However, this level of combat power was utterly insignificant in Chianyu's eyes. This was a true massacre. Massacre. Meanwhile, system notifications kept echoing in Chianyu's mind. The blood moon gradually set. The sky was slowly approaching dawn. What was originally the night of the Uchiha clan's extermination has been completely reversed, becoming the night of the Shimura and Sarutobi clans' extermination. As Koharu Uchiha, captured alive, watched these scenes unfold, overwhelmed with sorrow and boundless despair. At last, dawn was breaking. The entire plaza and streets in front of the Hokage building have long been reduced to complete ruins and wasteland. The battlefield is littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Slaughter. It gradually subsided. The Uchiha clan also suffered casualties, but compared to others, it was a miraculous victory. Wait until Chiyu stops fighting. You have successfully freed the Anbu ninjas from their dreary, dark lives. Your merit is immeasurable. You have earned 4,000 merit points. You have successfully integrated the Sarutobi clan into the village, eliminating the narrow-minded limitations of the clan. Your merit is immeasurable. Excellent. You have gained 4,000 merit points. Adding to the merits from defeating the Masked Man, Jiraiya, the reanimated Tobirama Senju, and other miscellaneous deeds, Chiba directly gained more than 10,000 merit points. Chianyu casually added these merit points to her pupil power. Suddenly. Current Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan power 31,550 thousandths. Congratulations, host, for accumulating over 30,000 merit points. Congratulations, host, on receiving a new reward. Exclusive Summoning Beast, the Divine Beast Shieji. Chiyu's heart stirred. In addition to sensing that the power of his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had surged to an unimaginable level of ferocity, he also realized that. In his mind, he sensed the aura of the mythical beast Shieji, which was unique to him. This beast resembles a sheep, a deer, a lion, and a qilin. Its entire body is blue, and its fur flows like burning flames. On its 4 feet, it treads on flowing winds and floating clouds, and can ride the clouds and control the wind. It has great supernatural powers. More importantly, he has a single horn on his forehead, which is a truly iconic symbol. The Shieji possesses the ability to distinguish right from wrong and to punish evil. Once a treacherous and wicked person is discovered, he will stab them straight away with his single horn. Chianyu's summoned beast is even more unique. Besides being able to fly, spew clouds and mist, and create gales, its horn can also pierce through anything, and even, this is a sentient beast with intelligence. It can speak human language, see through good and evil, and distinguish right from wrong. This is undoubtedly the most suitable summoning beast for Chiyu. Nine. Dawn was approaching. At this moment, the Uchiha clan has completely taken control of the entire battlefield. The injured have been taken to the hospital and are receiving treatment. The dead members of the Anbu and Sarutobi clan were quickly dealt with and wiped out. Some who surrendered and were captured alive were left to await their final judgment along with Kaharu Uchiha and Hiruzen Sarutobi. At this moment, the Hokage building had collapsed to the ground, and the surrounding streets and squares had been completely reduced to ruins. Under Chiba's leadership, all the Uchiha clan members stood solemnly before the approaching dawn. Like warriors who had escaped their tragic fate, their expressions dignified and awe-inspiring. Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward. Chiba, I never imagined that the fate of the Uchiha clan, which has lasted for so many years, would finally be fulfilled in your hands. Shimura Danzo is dead, Mitokado Homura is dead, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kaharu have been captured alive, the Anbu are now merely nominal, the Sarutobi clan is wiped out, the Shimura clan is wiped out. This is a perfect ending that no Uchiha clan member could even imagine in their dreams, no. It's nothing short of a miracle. And all of this is thanks to you. On behalf of the Uchiha clan head, I thank you for your merits. After saying that, Fugaku Uchiha actually knelt down and bowed his head to express his gratitude. All the other clansmen also knelt down and shouted in unison. Thank you, Lord Chiyu. Thank you, Lord Chiyu. As Chianyu gazed at this scene, the cold wind before dawn blew by, and her full head of black hair fluttered in the wind. Now we can finally say that an era has come to an end. He had completed one stage of his ambitious undertaking. Although, this is only the beginning. Clan leader, I am also a member of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, everything I have done is based on my own conscience. There is no need for me to do this. Chiba helped Uchiha Fugaku up. Fugaku was still filled with emotion. Chiba, what do you plan to do with Hiruzen Sarutobi? Chianyu said calmly, of course he couldn't escape death. But before that, I will hold a public trial, expose all his past sins to the public, and let everyone see his true colors. Moreover, he said he would rather die than watch Konoha fall into the hands of the Uchiha clan. In that case, I will make sure he sees that scene. Fugaku smiled slightly, all right. I'll listen to you. He looked up at the horizon, where the first rays of the rising sun were finally beginning to appear. Golden light shone on the horizon and enveloped the entire Hidden Leaf village. The once bloody and brutal battlefield now possesses a somewhat sacred aura. Meanwhile, the various clans and forces of Konoha village also learned of the outcome of this final battle. For a moment, everyone was deeply moved and shocked. Everyone knew perfectly well that Konoha village was about to undergo a complete transformation. Senba, roused from his slumber, dispatched members of the Uchiha clan to inform all forces and families in Konoha to discuss this important matter. It will determine the future of the entire Hidden Leaf village. Hiyashi Hyuga, Shikaku Nara, Choza Akamichi, Inoichi Yamanaka, Shiki Aburame, Tsuru Inuzuka, and of course, Chiba, Fugaku Uchiha, and Kakashi Hatake. Chianyu calmly informed everyone what had happened the night before. For a moment, all the major families were stirred, and subtle emotions lingered on everyone's faces. The Hyuga clan and the Inoshika Cho trio had long been tacitly aware of the Uchiha clan's intentions. On the front lines of the war against Kumogakure, Fugaku Uchiha, representing the clan, secretly reached an agreement with these clan leaders. That is, they will not participate in the war between the Uchiha and Konoha leadership, but they will express their support if the Uchiha win. As for other clans such as the Aburame and Inuzuka, although they did not have such an agreement, their power was not as great as these prestigious clans. Moreover, the overall situation was already settled, so they naturally dared not resist. Chianyu's absolute authority intimidated the entire situation. And the first thing he had to do was, of course, to publicly try Hiruzen Sarutobi. Greater than. Chapter 101 Public Execution of Hiruzen Sarutobi. From Destruction to Rebirth, a World Transformed. Chapter 101 Public Execution of Hiruzen Sarutobi. From Destruction to Rebirth, a World Transformed. Requesting monthly tickets. At this time, Chiba was still nominally just the captain of the police force. However, it is clear to everyone that he has already seized control of the entire Hidden Leaf village. Moreover, now there is also Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader who has also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. With the Senju, Sarutobi, Shimura, and other clans now exterminated, the Uchiha clan has become the true absolute overlord. A Hokage meeting without a Hokage. Chiyu said calmly, Hiruzen Sarutobi is guilty of heinous crimes and deserves to die. However, as the captain of the police force, I will still act in accordance with the law and publicly try all his crimes. Shikaku, Inoichi, and Ibiki. Yes. You will participate in the interrogation with me. The group exchanged glances and nodded silently. Everyone could see clearly that this was Chianyu's way of establishing his authority and gaining the support of the masses by using these people. Yamanaka Inoichi and Morino Ibiki need no further introduction. One is the captain of the intelligence department, and the other is the head of the interrogation department. It's only natural that they would participate in the interrogation and investigation. Nara Shikaku can be considered Konoha's strategist and one of the representative figures of his clan. After all, he is backed not only by the Nara clan, but by the three major clans of Inoshika Cho. Chiyu wanted him to participate in the investigation and interrogation, both for the sake of fairness and impartiality, and also to intimidate everyone and make the entire Hidden Leaf village submit. Hiyashi Hyuga spoke up, Captain Senba, although Hiruzen Sarutobi has fallen, Konoha has also suffered heavy losses. The losses are considerable. The Anbu, the Sarutobi clan, and the Shimura clan are all practically extinct, and even the Uchiha clan suffered casualties. You should know that Hiruzen Sarutobi was negotiating a ceasefire agreement with the Raikage in order to end the war with Kumogakure. Given his usual style, he would definitely make concessions at every turn, even at the cost of national humiliation. His sudden resignation is a good thing, but I'm afraid the Hidden Cloud village will not let this go easily. No, it's not just Kumogakure. The Land of Fire is a place of constant warfare, and all the other great powers are eyeing it covetously. The situation remains extremely perilous. Chiyu said indifferently, even if those forces don't perish, if war really breaks out, wouldn't Hiruzen Sarutobi just send the Hyuga, Uchiha, and Inoshika Cho clans to the front lines to fight to the death? Whether they are wiped out or not is completely irrelevant. As for Kumogakure, if they want war, then let them fight. Chiyu's words were incisive and resounding, and Hyuga Hiyashi nodded in agreement. Well said. Nara Shikaku sighed, that's true, but Konoha village also urgently needs internal reform. Root has committed countless atrocities and deserves to die, but the Anbu, responsible for numerous tasks such as espionage, assassination, spying, and surveillance, remains an indispensable department. What does Captain Chiba think we should do? Chianyu said, these so-called clandestine operations are simply normal work that is necessary in various villages and countries. There is no need to add the word, secret department, to them. Moreover, the Anbu has long since lost its original function and has become nothing more than a private army directly under the Hokage. Kakashi. Yes, Lord Senba. At this moment, Kakashi Hatake was still not fully recovered from the shock and fear. However, when he heard Chianyu call him, he quickly responded. The work of the covert operations will be handed over to you. Kakashi Hatake was somewhat embarrassed. Lord Senba, I. Chianyu said calmly, you were originally the captain of the Dark Division, and you have some loyal subordinates under you. No one is more suitable for this job than you. Kakashi Hatake nodded and said, since it is Lord Chiba's order, I will do my best. Remember, the new Secret Service doesn't need to operate in secrecy. We can recruit more suitable talents from various families and villages. The heads of all the major families were instantly moved. Clearly, Chiba is preparing to be truly inclusive, unlike Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, who only cultivated their own trusted confidants from a young age. Take the Hyuga clan as an example. They possess the Byakugan bloodline limit, which makes them very suitable for various intelligence gathering and espionage work. However, they have almost never been recruited into the Anbu. The Aburame clan is the opposite. Although their family's secret techniques are inherently hidden and unconventional, the talented members of the family are often absorbed by Danzo Shimura's root organization. For example, Aburame Ryoma, Aburame Tokuno, etc. These people were originally the backbone of their families, but after joining the root, they completely disappeared without a trace, almost as if they never existed. This is also something that the Aburame clan resents. Now that Chiba has opened up the Anbu, these families and suitable ninjas can unleash their full potential and show their skills. For a moment, all the families were secretly delighted. They also believed in Chianyu, who always kept his word and did what he said he would do. For example, the police force has always been exclusive to the Uchiha clan, but it has also recruited outsiders like Kakashi Hatake, who even became a squad leader. Chiyu assigned tasks one by one to restore order to the currently chaotic and fearful Konoha village. The Hyuga clan is responsible for reconnaissance and intelligence gathering, the Akamichi clan for defense and protection, the Nara clan for strategizing and commanding, the Yamanaka clan for intelligence analysis, and the Inazuka and Aburame clans for providing central support and are ready to be deployed at any time. As for the Uchiha clan and the police force, we must strengthen patrols and defenses within the village and not let our guard down for a moment. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi has been captured alive, there may still be remnants of his followers causing trouble. Once discovered, they must be suppressed immediately without hesitation. Yes. Chianyu's orders were strict and well arranged, and everyone obeyed them with awe. At this time, Konoha village definitely needs such a strong leader. 3 days from now, I demand the results of Hiruzen Sarutobi's interrogation. He must be executed publicly in front of the entire village's ninjas and villagers. Yes. During these 3 days, Konoha village appeared to be in turmoil, but in reality, things proceeded in an orderly manner. Each of the major families performed their duties diligently and without any slackening. The duties that Chianyu assigned to them were essentially a form of authority, which, for each of the major families, actually represented an increase in their interests. They were naturally delighted and willing. At the same time, the interrogation of Hiruzen Sarutobi was of paramount importance. He knew this day might come, so he set up many seals, barriers, restrictions, and curses in his mind in advance to prevent these confidential information from being leaked. But, with Chianyu personally involved, these cursed seals and barriers were rendered useless. With the addition of skilled interrogators like Yamanaka Inoichi and Morino Ibiki, they quickly broke through all of Hiruzen Sarutobi's defenses, and his past crimes and misdeeds were thoroughly unearthed, one by one. Upon seeing this, Yamanaka Inoichi and Morino Ibiki exchanged horrified glances. They weren't exactly innocent and carefree children. They were well aware that corruption, decadence, darkness, and filth existed within Konoha's upper echelons. However, I never expected it to get to this extent. Now it seems that the complete downfall and annihilation of Hiruzen Sarutobi and his ilk at the hands of Chiba is not only a matter of course. This is truly gratifying. Of course, it wasn't just Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kaharu Udatane, who was captured alive, along with other surviving members of the Anbu and other important figures from the Sarutobi clan, were also interrogated and tortured. Their interrogations, combined with the memories of sin in Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind, completely confirmed all that darkness and filth. Besides, Hiashi Hyuga also brought new information. Upon hearing of Hiruzen Sarutobi's downfall, the Raikage of Kumogakure, knowing that the previously agreed upon ceasefire agreements were completely null and void, was furious and prepared to negotiate forcefully with Konoha village. The spearhead is aimed directly at Lord Senyu. That's understandable. It was you, Lord Senba, who killed the entire delegation from Kumogakure. Now that you've ruined his plans, he's unlikely to let this go. Chianyu calmly replied, I understand. Hiashi Hyuga hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. Explain. Ahem, Lord Chiyu, Hiruzen Sarutobi certainly deserved his punishment, but isn't it somewhat inappropriate to publicly try a former Hokage? After all, he also represents the image of Konoha village. If those crimes are made public, Konoha village will become a laughing stock. Chianyu shook her head calmly. The public trial of Hiruzen Sarutobi is precisely to protect the image of Konoha village. Only by destroying can we build anew. If we don't thoroughly expose this filth and decay to everyone, how can they see my determination to rebuild the nation? Hiyashi Hyuga nodded. However, shouldn't we inform the daimyo of the Land of Fire in advance? When asked about this, Chianyu simply said 2 words. No need. Hiyashi Hyuga, yes, E.G.G.N. 3 days later. The former Hokage building is now a collapsed ruin. In this chaotic scene, Chiba announced to the entire Hidden Leaf village that Hiruzen Sarutobi would be publicly executed. In an instant, the entire village was in an uproar. Early on, the ruins were already crowded with ninjas and villagers, making a lot of noise and discussing. In many people's eyes, Hiruzen Sarutobi was still that kind and gentle old man. How could something like this suddenly happen? It's simply unbelievable. Moreover, many people believe that the Uchiha clan is inherently evil, and that Uchiha Chiba is particularly ruthless and cruel, which makes them very dissatisfied. Of course, many villagers also agreed with Chianyu's approach. His previous actions of acting on behalf of heaven, punishing evil and promoting good, and eradicating evil completely protected the interests of ordinary villagers and the kind-hearted, which made his reputation grow day by day. Just as the sun was at its zenith, Chiyu appeared atop the Hokage building, which had mostly collapsed. Beside him were Fugaku Uchiha, Kakashi Hatake, and others. Subsequently, the heads of various clans and important figures of Konoha village all made their appearances. Behind all these people, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kaharu Udatane, and the others, completely sealed and suppressed, were brought up in utter disgrace, their faces ashen, their spirits broken, like walking corpses. Public execution. Seeing the once high and mighty Hokage, a Konoha elder, now a prisoner, looking utterly dejected and pitiful, the crowd erupted in uproar. It really is the Hokage. How could it have turned out like this? What on earth happened? It must be the Uchiha clan. They launched a rebellion and plotted to kidnap the Hokage. Damn it, release the Hokage at once. Of course, there are also completely different voices, which show that people are very pleased. Chiba ignored them all and simply nodded calmly to Yamanaka Inoichi and Morino Ibiki. Yamanaka Inoichi coughed and stepped forward. Fellow ninjas and villagers of Konoha, after 3 days and 3 nights of interrogation, the heinous crimes committed by the former Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, have now been fully ascertained. We are now publicly interrogating him before the entire village, and announcing this to the world. The sins committed by Hiruzen Sarutobi include at least the following 10 major crimes. Greater than. Chapter 102 The Death of Hiruzen Sarutobi. The End of an Era for a Tyrant. Requesting Monthly Ticket. Chapter 102 The Death of Hiruzen Sarutobi. The End of an Era for a Tyrant. Requesting monthly tickets. Yamanaka Inoichi loudly proclaimed to the world, detailing Sarutobi Hitsun's crimes one by one. Instantly, the previously noisy crowd fell into a deathly silence. Everyone listened quietly to the final judgment. Hiruzen Sarutobi has committed at least 10 major crimes. First, they slaughtered the Senju clan, the founders of Konoha. The Senju clan is the greatest contributor to the founding of Konoha village. The first Hokage and the second Hokage were both from the Senju clan, and they made great contributions to achieving peace and stability, earning them high respect. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi was clearly a disciple of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Once he ascended to the position of Hokage. Instead, they turned around and plotted to frame the Senju clan. The methods include bewitching, brainwashing, framing, and even murder. Take Senju Nawaki, one of the legendary Sannin and Tsunade's younger brother, as an example. The first Hokage founded Konoha village. The original intention was to create a world where children wouldn't have to go to war. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi forced and tacitly allowed a child like Nawaki Senju to participate in the Fourth Shinobi World War, ultimately leading to the boy's untimely death. The first charge was like a thunderbolt, instantly shocking all the Konoha ninjas and villagers. However, Yamanaka Inoichi not only announced the charges, but the ninjas from the intelligence department and the interrogation department also revealed the evidence one by one, making it clear to everyone. Although everyone was shocked, faced with overwhelming evidence, they had no choice but to believe it. The Senju clan was wiped out by the Hokage. I thought they had deliberately gone into hiding and disappeared. Senju Nawaki, Tsunade-sama's younger brother, that means he's the first Hokage's grandson. Yes, such young children were sent to the battlefield, blown to pieces, their bodies never to be found. It's so cruel, so pitiful. As Yamanaka Inoichi narrated, everyone's mindset instantly shifted. Hiruzen Sarutobi's second major crime was condoning the appointment of Danzo Shimura and the Root Organization, committing countless heinous crimes that are too numerous to recount. This includes various human experiments conducted on innocent people, including children. The scene in the background shows Hiruzen Sarutobi ordering Danzo Shimura and Orochimaru to work together on Hashirama's cell experiments, as well as Danzo Shimura using orphanage children as test subjects or even human sacrifices to experiment with the impure world reincarnation technique. Of course, this also includes the crimes of digging up graves and stealing corpses. And these are, of course, just the tip of the iceberg of the sins of Danzo Shimura and the Root Organization. As one crime after another was revealed, the crowd erupted in fury. The third grave crime, framing the village's hero, Konoha's White Fang, Hitaki Tsukumo. Kakashi Hitaki was immediately startled. I couldn't help but look back. The truth behind the father's tragic death was finally fully revealed. The fourth grave crime, Orochimaru's depravity and inhumanity in condoning and colluding with his own disciple. Knowing that Orochimaru was conducting human experiments, they still chose to condone it, and even went so far as to secretly cooperate with Orochimaru in order to fight against the Uchiha clan. The fifth major sin, aggressive domestically but weak and incompetent externally. Even after the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha, despite being the victor, chose to sign ceasefire agreements with other villages, ceding territory and interests, a humiliating defeat for the nation. Similarly, in the previous Byakugan incident, although Kumogakure intended to plunder Konoha's bloodline limit, Hiruzen Sarutobi instead forced the Hyuga clan to hand over members to die, groveling and currying favor with a foreign enemy, a crime that cannot be forgiven. The seventh grave sin, inaction during the Nine-Tails rampage, allowing the young fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the village's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, to perish. The ninth major crime, ostracizing and persecuting the Uchiha clan, brainwashing Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, and turning them against their own clan. Even their own parents could kill them, disregarding human ethics and committing heinous crimes. Furthermore, on trumped-up charges, they colluded with the masked enemy who instigated the Nine-Tails attack, causing devastating casualties in Konoha, with the intention of wiping out the entire Uchiha clan. The 10th grave sin, concealing the identity of Naruto Uzumaki, the son of Minato Namikaze, a hero who sacrificed himself for the village. And allowing the rumors that he was the nine-tailed fox to spread. During the Nine-Tails rampage, he could have sacrificed himself in place of Minato Namikaze, but instead chose to let the young and promising fourth Hokage die. Before his death, Hiruzen Sarutobi promised to take care of his son, Naruto Uzumaki, but instead left Naruto an orphan with no one to care for him. Furthermore, because of the Nine-Tails incident, Naruto suffered indifference and contempt, becoming all alone and helpless. A commotion erupted in the crowd as everyone turned to look at the bewildered child, Naruto Uzumaki, who was only 4 or 5 years old but already able to feign strength. He's the fourth Hokage's son. Why did we never know? Why did we always think he was a heinous nine-tailed fox demon? Was all of this really done by the Hokage? No, by Hiruzen Sarutobi. This is utterly inhumane to see a hero's child reduced to such a miserable state, suffering humiliation and ostracism at such a young age. It's too cruel. Naruto Uzumaki was still young at the time, and only vaguely understood, muttering to himself. I am the son of the fourth Hokage. Really? His eyes gleamed with excitement, but as he recalled his past life of loneliness and neglect, 2 streams of tears rolled down his young face. Naruto's experience is just a microcosm. With Hiruzen Sarutobi's 10 major crimes declared, and the overwhelming evidence presented behind him, all the ninjas and villagers finally understood what kind of person this kind-hearted Hokage was. Kill him. Kill him. This bastard has committed so many heinous and inhumane acts. Even if he were torn to pieces, he wouldn't be doing this for the country. That old bastard will stop at nothing to gain power and status. A person like that doesn't deserve to live. Well done, Lady Chiyu. Kill him. In an instant, the crowd was filled with rage and uncontrollable fury. Their anger and hatred swept through the entire Hidden Leaf village like a tidal wave, completely engulfing Hiruzen Sarutobi. He watched this scene weakly and helplessly, facing the condemnation of thousands, a complex expression appearing in his eyes. He suddenly remembered the day the second Hokage appointed him as Hokage. Back then, he too seemed full of ambition and talent, determined to dedicate everything, even sacrifice everything, for the village. However, the scorn, anger, hatred, and insults before me are perhaps retribution for all the things I've done over the years. But there's no room for regret in life. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a cold laugh. Uchiha Chiba, you won. I lost utterly. Right now, all I want is to die. If you're really someone important, then just kill me cleanly and efficiently. Qianyu said indifferently, your attempt to provoke me is pointless. I don't care about you at all, so why would I care about your opinion? Of course you will die. But as I've said before, since you don't want to see the Uchiha clan rise to power, and you don't want to see the Uchiha clan take control of the country, I'll make sure you live to see all of this. You don't want your sins to be exposed to the world, and you'd rather die than let your innocence be known. I won't let you have your way. Now, all your sins are known to all. Hiruzen Sarutobi, killing you is the easiest thing to do, but I want more than just your death. I want you to be utterly disgraced, infamous, and forever nailed to the pillar of shame. Now, I've done it. Hiruzen Sarutobi was furious. You. Damn you, Uchiha Chiba. Even if I die, I will never let you go. Even in the underworld, I will curse you so that you will never have a good time. Qianyu said indifferently, if your curse were truly effective, how could we have ended up in this state? Save your breath, Hiruzen Sarutobi. I want you to die with endless shame. Hiruzen Sarutobi roared hysterically. Uchiha Chiba. I'm going to kill you. I will exterminate your entire Uchiha clan. I will kill all of you who have humiliated and cursed me, and make you all kneel at my feet, completely submit to me, and become my slaves. The other side. Koharu Uchiha sighed, that's enough, Hiruzen, we've already lost completely, why let them laugh at us before we die? Hiruzen Sarutobi roared, it's all your fault. You're all incompetent idiots. Whether it's Shimura Danzo, Mitokado Homura, or even you, Uchiha Koharu, you've all been defeated by that beast, Uchiha Chiba. Koharu, the girl in the next room, couldn't help but sneer, aren't you the same way? Hiruzen Sarutobi was immediately speechless. Yamanaka Inoichi declared all of Hiruzen Sarutobi's sins and then turned around to ask a question. Lord Senyu, the verdict has been delivered. Chiyu nodded and stepped forward, completely ignoring Hiruzen Sarutobi's desperate roar of embarrassment and humiliation behind her. Hiruzen Sarutobi's sins are heinous and countless, and he deserves to die 10,000 times to atone for them. Now, in my capacity as captain of the police force, I am putting him on trial in public, and public execution. Two police officers, Aoki and Yamakase, fiercely escorted Hiruzen Sarutobi forward. Captain, please deal with him yourself. Chiyu drew her katana with a backhand and raised it high. As Hiruzen Sarutobi felt the terrifying sharpness, he finally couldn't help but tremble all over. Uchiha Senba, I. Qianyu didn't give him a chance to finish speaking. The blade slashed down instantly. With a thud, Hiruzen Sarutobi's head rolled to the ground, landing atop the mostly collapsed Hokage building, now a pile of rubble. Blood gushed out, mingling with the scattered bricks, rubble, and dust. A deathly silence fell over the crowd, then erupted into a thunderous roar of cheers. A complex mix of emotions arose in everyone's heart. The third Hokage of Konoha village, a powerful and ruthless figure, committed numerous evils, and was an extremely complex individual. Hiruzen Sarutobi died. Chapter 103 I'll become Hokage. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 103 I'll become Hokage. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Requesting monthly votes. Hiruzen Sarutobi is dead. He was publicly tried and executed by Qianyu, his reputation ruined, and he suffered endless humiliation and insults before dying with resentment. The feelings of all the ninjas and villagers in Konoha were complicated at that moment. But considering the numerous crimes committed by Hiruzen Sarutobi, he deserved to die. The Uchiha clan members cheered and jumped for joy, extremely excited. For them, this was the most celebratory day. On the collapsed Hokage building, gazing at Hiruzen Sarutobi's severed head, everyone was filled with mixed emotions. The execution of a Hokage in public is unprecedented not only in Konoha, but also in the entire ninja world. At this moment, Qianyu was quite calm. After executing Hiruzen Sarutobi, he went to Koharu Uchiha and the other survivors in turn, and executed them all one by one. You have successfully cleared Hiruzen Sarutobi's name and given him a dignified ending. Your merit is immeasurable. You have gained 10,000 merit points. You have successfully helped Shaochen reunite with her roommates. Your merit is immeasurable. You have earned 1,000 merit points. You have successfully helped Hiruzen Sarutobi's remaining subordinates continue to loyally follow in his footsteps. Good. You have gained 1,000 merit points. Qianyu added the 12,000 merit points she had gained to the power of her Mangekyo Sharingan. Current Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan power 43,550 thousandths. Qianyu's heart stirred slightly. I originally thought that the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan would require 50,000 merit points to evolve again, which seemed like an unattainable thing. However, it seems that it is within reach now. Of course, this is mainly due to the methods I used these past few days. Kill Itachi Uchiha, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kaharu Udatain, Homura Mitokado, annihilate the Anbu, annihilate the Sarutobi clan, annihilate the Shimura clan. This is an overwhelming fortune. It is an immense act of merit. The crowd was bustling with discussion. On the collapsed Hokage building, everyone looked towards Chiyu, waiting for his next decision. Chianyu was also decisive and efficient. Hiruzen Sarutobi is dead. Konoha village cannot be leaderless. If I become Hokage, who agrees and who disagrees? Everyone was taken aback. Wow, this guy is really straightforward, getting straight to the point without any hesitation. The Uchiha clan naturally gave their full support, and all the clan members cheered and shouted their encouragement like a tsunami. Fugaku Uchiha laughed and said, "Of course I agree." Kakashi Hatake immediately added, "Besides Lord Chiyu, there is no one else who can command respect." Hiyashi Hyuga recalled those scenes from the past. Even though the Hidden Cloud village had kidnapped Hinata, Hiruzen Sarutobi was still forcing him to his death. If it weren't for Chiba Uchiha's decisive action in wiping out the entire Hidden Cloud village delegation, the Hyuga clan would have been in a much worse state. He immediately made his stance clear. The Hyuga clan absolutely supports this. The heads of the three major families, pig, deer, and butterfly, exchanged glances. They already had a tacit understanding with Fugaku Uchiha. Furthermore, although Chianyu has not yet taken the throne, his issuing of orders and assigning tasks have already subtly elevated the status of his three major families, so they naturally have no objection. Nara Shikaku, representing the three major families, said in a deep voice, "The Inoshika Cho trio also agrees." As for the remaining members of the Aburame and Inu clans, whether they support or oppose them is no longer important. But of course they won't go against the tide. The Inuzuka clan approves. The Oil Woman group agrees. Naturally, no one else dared to voice any objections. Then, from this moment on, Chiba officially becomes the new Hokage of Konoha. A cheer erupted from the crowd. Daiko's family members were particularly moved to tears. The old woman, in particular, was smiling broadly while tears streamed down her face, the tears flowing gently down her wrinkles. On this day, in the ruins in front of the Hokage building, Konoha village underwent a complete transformation and was reborn from the ashes. News of Uchiha Chiba's public execution of Hiruzen Sarutobi and his subsequent appointment as Hokage quickly spread throughout the ninja world. The world was shaken. Intelligence departments of all major ninja villages and forces sprang into action instantly, with intelligence reports flowing out in all directions like a stream. Those powerful nations that were eyeing the village with covetous intent believed that Konoha village would suffer heavy losses after this internal strife, which might be a good opportunity to take advantage of the situation. On the other hand, upon hearing of Uchiha Chiba's terrifying power, they couldn't help but hesitate and be timid. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chiba quickly calmed and stabilized the situation in the entire Hidden Leaf village. In the name of Hokage, he appointed Kakashi Hatake as the captain of the Anbu, recruited his remaining loyal followers, including Hayate Gecko and Yugao Azuki, and also recruited a group of new talents, such as Anko Mitarashi, Reito Namiyashi, Aoba Yamashiro, Genma Shiranui, and Iwashi Tsubaki. It is worth mentioning that Reito, Genma Shiranui, and Iwashi Tatsuba were once the bodyguard team of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. When the three of them formed a formation, they could activate the Flying Thunder formation, which has the ability to instantly teleport people and objects. The new Secret Service, while still carrying out various classified missions, is no longer as secretive and furtive as before, but rather more like a normal organization on par with other departments. On the other hand, the police force was once again taken over by Fugaku Uchiha, but Chiba still maintained absolute control. Within the police force, there are veterans like the 8th Hokage of the Uchiha clan, as well as core members like Yakumi, Tetsuka, and Anahisa. Of course, there are also rising young talents like Aoki and Yamakaze. As for the other major families, Chianyu also let them each give full play to their strengths and perform their respective duties. The Nara clan, led by Nara Shikaku, served as strategist and advisor. The Akamichi clan, headed by Akamichi Choza, is responsible for the external defense of Konoha village. The Yamanaka clan, led by Yamanaka Inoichi, is responsible for intelligence review and analysis. The Hyuga clan, led by Hyuga Hiyashi, is responsible for intelligence gathering, surveillance, and defense. Many talented members of the Aburame clan have joined the dark side, where they are responsible for various secret missions. The Inu clan has flourished in all aspects, demonstrating its abilities in espionage, reconnaissance, patrolling, and combat. The interrogation department, led by Ibiki Morino, exists independently, yet it also cooperates closely with the dark side and the intelligence department. Of course, in addition to these, there are many other departments such as finance, healthcare, education, logistics, and diplomacy that work together. As for the highest authority, it remains the Hokage Council, headed by the Hokage. At the Hokage meeting, with Chiba at the head, to his left was the police force captain, Fugaku Uchiha, and to his right was the Anbu captain, Kakashi Hatake. The other major families were led by strategist Nara Shikaku, followed by Hyuga Hiyashi, with the other major families arranged in order. Nara Shikaku submitted the report he had drafted over the past few days. Lord Hokage, the situation in the village is gradually stabilizing. The remnants of Hiruzen Sarutobi's faction have been swiftly eliminated, and all the major clans and ninjas are united. The villagers' emotions have also calmed down. However, there are still a few things that urgently need to be addressed. The first threat is from the Hidden Cloud village. When Hiruzen Sarutobi was in power, in order to end the war with Kumogakure and focus on dealing with the Uchiha clan, he signed many humiliating agreements that ceded national sovereignty. Furthermore, in the ongoing peace talks, he made concessions and acted subserviently at every turn. Of course, we can disregard these agreements, but given the arrogance and expansionist policies of the Hidden Cloud village, they will certainly not give up easily. The fourth Raikage has sent word that the new Hokage of Konoha, that is, you, must continue to discuss the ceasefire and peace talks with him, otherwise war will break out again. Chianyu calmly replied, I understand. I will talk to him about this personally. Nara Shikaku laughed and said, the Hokage killed their Kumogakure delegation, which is a great relief, but in the eyes of that brute fourth Raikage, it is a great disgrace. Now he has to watch you become the Hokage. It would be a miracle if he could tolerate it. Hiyashi Hyuga sneered. Those bastards from Kumogakure only know how to seize and plunder, and are always so aggressive. If it weren't for Hiruzen Sarutobi's cowardly policies, we would have fought them to the death long ago. Nara Shikaku knew that he was still angry about the time he had been given the cold shoulder, so he didn't argue but just smiled slightly. Ahem, aside from that, the Hokage's succession is certainly something to celebrate, but I still suggest that we inform the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Chianyu frowned slightly. Nara Shikaku hurriedly said, I know that to someone as pragmatic as the Hokage, this is just a formality, but that's how politics is sometimes. To be honest, ninjas aren't good at managing the economy, so in the eyes of each village, the daimyo and the country are just money bags that support their survival, training, war, and so on. We can ignore the daimyo, or even, cough cough, oppose the daimyo directly, but it's pointless. Even if the daimyo steps down, it's not easy for the vast Land of Fire to be managed by a small number of ninjas, so, Chiyu understood what he meant. Then I'll leave this matter to you. It is good. Besides that, there's one more thing, which concerns the fourth Hokage's son, and now the village's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. Nara Shikaku said, the Hokage's public announcement of his identity is naturally a good thing for his situation, but it also carries certain risks. What does the Hokage intend to do? Chianyu asked, how old is he this year? 5 years old. Let him enter the Ninja Academy ahead of schedule. Oh, what does the Hokage mean? Chianyu said calmly, it will always be beneficial for him to cultivate there with other people his age, and besides, there will be someone to take care of him at the Ninja Academy. Yes. However, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is of utmost importance, Kakashi. Exist. You dispatch secret agents to protect him in secret. Yes, Hokage-sama. Speaking of which, Naruto is my teacher's son, and I should have taken good care of him. However, over the years, because of my father's death, Obito and Rin's death, and my teacher and his wife's death, I have always lived in the shadows and neglected Naruto. I am truly ashamed. Chianyu said, then you should make amends now. Good. Everyone gradually came to understand the Hokage's style. Although he was ruthless and extreme in his methods towards evil people, however, it seems he has a great deal of sympathy for children. Her previous acts of helping children in orphanages, including rescuing those from root, and her current attitude towards Naruto Uzumaki all demonstrate this. Is this a contrast? Or is he placing new hopes on his child? Chiyu glanced at Uchiha Fugaku. Clan Chief Fugaku, let Sasuke go to the Ninja Academy ahead of schedule. Fugaku's heart stirred. He thought of the previous ordeal that had left Sasuke in such a dejected state, and recalling what the Hokage had said to Naruto earlier, he understood what Sasuke meant. Okay, I understand. They also discussed and decided on other matters, both large and small. Chianyu suddenly stood up. Lu Ling, go and inform the daimyo of the Land of Fire. I'm leaving Naruto's affairs to you, Kakashi. As for the Raikage, I want to talk to him in person. Yes, Hokage-sama. Greater than. Chapter 104 Sarutobi Asuma's Resolve. The Raikage's Fury. Chapter 104 Sarutobi Asuma's Resolve. The Raikage's Fury. Requesting monthly votes. On the way to the daimyo's residence in the Land of Fire. In addition to Nara Shikaku, Chiba also sent Uchiha Hachidai, an elder, to accompany him. The 8th-generation elder is experienced and possesses outstanding leadership, analytical, and decision-making abilities. Chiyu entrusted him with this mission with the intention of promoting him from an elder of the Uchiha clan to an elder of Konoha village. Nara Shikaku could naturally see it too. Elder 8, what are your thoughts on the daimyo of the Land of Fire? Uchiha Hachimoku smiled. Didn't clan chief Shikaku mention that at the Hokage meeting? I agree with your point of view. The so-called great name is not that it cannot be replaced, but that it is unnecessary. Ultimately, in this ninja world, power is the only true authority. In the eyes of truly powerful ninjas and forces, the so-called nation and daimyo are nothing more than departments that support their growth and expansion. Nara Shikaku laughed. As expected of the Hokage's clansmen and subordinates, they've certainly inherited his extreme decisiveness and ruthlessness. These are not words that just anyone can say. The 8th Hokage sighed. The Hokage truly changed the entire Uchiha clan. Of course, it changed me too. Both I and the Fugaku clan leader in the past always thought too much and did too little. We were hesitant and timid in many things, unable or afraid to do them. Of course we would say it's because of a lack of power. But even before he became this powerful, the Hokage maintained his extreme approach, upholding his beliefs in the name of absolute justice. That's something extraordinary that comes from birth. Nara Shikaku also seemed to be deep in thought. Really? What a rare and precious gift it is for a person to always uphold their beliefs, never forget their original intentions, and not be swayed by the strength or weakness of external forces. I can't always do that either. Uchiha Yatsuhoku laughed and said, so we are just us. But the Hokage-sama is the true Hokage-sama. Nara Shikaku smiled bitterly. That's right. The two talked all the way, and it could be said that they were speaking frankly and without reservation. We finally arrived at the capital of the Land of Fire. This place is indeed bustling and lively, 10 times larger than Konoha village, or even more. Although there was a military force, it was mainly composed of samurai, and ninjas were very rare. And the two of them also vaguely sensed a kind of decay behind the prosperity. The officials in charge of receiving them were informed, and the two rested temporarily at the guest house. However, as soon as he sat down, he sensed a powerful aura of chakra. The two immediately stood up. The door was pushed open, and a familiar yet unfamiliar figure came into view. It's you. The person who came was none other than son of Hiruzen Sarutobi, younger brother of Shinosuke Sarutobi, and currently one of the 12 guardian ninja of the Land of Fire. Sarutobi Asuma. Behind him was a man who looked like a monk, and a total of 7 or 8 other people. At this moment, Sarutobi Asuma clenched his fists, his eyes filled with grief and anger as he looked at Nara Shikaku and Uchiha Yatsushiro. Especially when facing the 8th Hokage of Uchiha. Nara Shikaku, of course, understood his thoughts. He immediately frowned and said, Asuma, what do you want to do? Sarutobi Asuma looked at Nara Shikaku and said in a deep voice, Clan Chief Shikaku, the Sarutobi clan and the Ino Shika Cho trio have been on good terms for generations. The three of you exchanged tokens back then, and it was with your father as a witness. How could you just stand by and watch them kill your father? Nara Shikaku sighed. Asuma, I understand your anger and sorrow, but you should understand that it wasn't the Uchiha clan that started the war, but rather your father. As for what he has done, the Hokage has already announced it to the world. I think you should have already received the information and know the truth, right? Moreover, I remember that you have always been against Hiruzen Sarutobi, and even went so far as to run away from home and almost sever your father-son relationship with him. Sarutobi Asuma was filled with indignation and grief. Even so, he is still my father. Not only that, but also my elder brother, and even the entire Sarutobi clan, they've all been wiped out now. How can you expect me to tolerate this? The 8th Hokage said calmly, I understand your feelings, but you should know that if it weren't for the Hokage, it would be our Uchiha clan that has been wiped out. Furthermore, you only see the annihilation of your Sarutobi clan, why don't you think about where the Senju clan is now? Besides the Hokage, who else can uphold justice for them? Of course I'm not forcing you to betray your own family for the greater good, but after learning about the crimes Hiruzen Sarutobi committed, at least you can try to understand the Hokage's sense of justice. Sarutobi Asuma trembled, his face turning deathly pale. The monk behind him sighed and patted him on the shoulder. But at that moment, another man suddenly said coldly. That's why I've said it before, the Land of Fire should only be led by the daimyo, and shouldn't be allowed to run rampant with Konoha, the Hokage, and those so-called ninjas. Asuma, you've always been against me, thinking my ideas are too extreme, but what about now? How about it? Want to join me in overthrowing the entire Hidden Leaf village? Nara Shikaku's expression changed. He remembered this man, he was also one of the 12 Guardian Ninja, and his name was Kazuma. This person has indeed always been an extreme radical, attempting to eliminate the Hokage and the village, so that the entire Land of Fire would be completely subservient to the daimyo. Sarutobi Asuma hesitated for a moment. Kazuma sneered, can't you see through these people's true colors? It is precisely because they disobey the daimyo's leadership that these ninja leaders, who only know how to train and wage war, have repeatedly committed all sorts of sins. Join me, Asuma. Let's create a new order together. Sarutobi Asuma loosened his fist. He shook his head and said, Kazuma, I still don't agree with your ideas. But perhaps there is indeed a possibility for us to cooperate. Nara Shikaku's expression changed. Asuma, for the sake of the Sarutobi clan's old friendship with the Ino Shika Cho trio, I'll give you one last piece of advice, you're courting death. Sarutobi Asuma gave a bitter laugh. It's too late, Chief Shikaku, it's too late. After saying that, he turned and left without looking back. Kazuma gave Nara Shikaku and Uchiha Yasaka a cold smile, and then followed in their footsteps. The monk, Delu, however, stayed behind. He sighed. Among the 12 Guardian Ninja, there were originally two opposing factions, the daimyo faction led by Kazuma, and the Hokage faction led by Asuma. But now even Asuma, I understand his pain, but he might really do something foolish in the heat of the moment. As his friend, I will try my best to dissuade him, although it probably won't work. Let's go, I'll take you to see the daimyo first. Shikaku and Yashira exchanged a glance and nodded. It is good. Announcing their names was just a formality. Nara Shikaku and Uchiha Yatsura confessed to Hiruzen Sarutobi's crimes and the will of the new Hokage, Uchiha Chiba. Although the daimyo and the officials were somewhat shocked, they quickly accepted and acknowledged the result. After leaving the daimyo meeting, Jiraku continued speaking to the two. Kazuma has many elite soldiers under his command, including Fuka, Fudo, and Fugen, and moreover, he also has a son named Kong, who is said to possess the power of a nine-tailed fox demon within him. In short, Kazuma is an extremely dangerous guy. Now that Asuma has joined forces with him, it could lead to terrible consequences. Please be careful. Nara Shikaku nodded and said, thank you for the reminder. I will relay it to the Hokage. Jiraiya sighed, it seems our fate as members of the 12 Guardian Ninjas is coming to an end. If I can't persuade Asuma, I'm preparing to return to the Fire Temple to continue my training. After saying that, he turned and left. In the following days, Nara Shikaku and his companion did not return immediately, but they sent their subordinates to deliver the message back to Konoha. Sure enough, explosive news soon came from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. A fierce civil war erupts between the two Guardian Ninja. The Hokages, Lightning Release 4, have all perished. Kazuma, Sarutobi Asuma, and the others who won the victory also announced their departure from the 12 Guardian Ninja and left the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Fire. Clearly, they are preparing to launch an attack on Konoha village and the Hokage. Nara Shikaku and Uchiha Yatsushiro immediately set off to return. 8th Elder, what's your opinion? The 8th Hokage sneered, Sarutobi Asuma is overestimating himself. It seems he thinks the Sarutobi clan still has bloodlines and wants to wipe them out completely. Nara Shikaku smiled wryly, I hate to say it, but I'm afraid, it's true. At the same time, the other side. Chiba's negotiations with the Raikage directly and decisively rejected all the agreements previously signed by Hiruzen Sarutobi, and even more so, rejected the benefits that Hiruzen Sarutobi was prepared to cede. On the contrary, the firm demand is to return all the benefits lost by Hiruzen Sarutobi. The 4th Raikage was furious and naturally declared that it was absolutely unacceptable. Ultimately, both sides agreed to remain within the Land of Frost in the names of the Hokage and the Raikage. Sit down face to face for peace talks. Of course, everyone knows perfectly well that this so-called peace talks are no different from a real war. However, to ensure fairness, the 4th Raikage also invited samurai from the Land of Iron to serve as witnesses to demonstrate impartiality and transparency. As a neutral country, the Land of Iron has never participated in the Shinobi World Wars, but it often plays the role of mediator. In other words, this was essentially a mini Five Shadows meeting. Under the mediation of Mifune, the leader of the Land of Iron, the two sides finally reached an agreement. Neither side would lead a large force, but would only participate in the 5-cage summit with at most 2 cage guards. Chiyu strictly adhered to the agreement and indeed only brought 2 people. They are Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy. That should be enough. The Land of Lightning, Hidden Cloud Village. The 4th Raikage is furious. Hiruzen Sarutobi's sudden downfall shattered the Hidden Cloud Village's plans. What's even more unbearable is that the one who went on stage was none other than Uchiha Chiba. They slaughtered all the executioners of the Hidden Cloud Village's envoy group, stopping the mastermind behind the Byakugan plunder plan. Tolerable or unbearable? Moreover, he went even further in the peace talks with me, adopting an unprecedentedly tough stance, not only rejecting all previous agreements but also trying to seize benefits from the Land of Lightning. Fortunately, under the persuasion of the 3-time Elder Tsuchida, the 4th Raikage agreed to discuss with the Hokage, Uchiha Senba. The location was set in the Land of Frost, with the Land of Iron acting as witnesses. Both sides could only bring a maximum of 2 cage guards. The 4th Raikage originally intended to bring Tsuchikage and Darui along. However, Tsuchikage solemnly advised, "Lord Raikage, please forgive my bluntness, but facing that Uchiha Chiba, if it weren't for the 8 Tails Jinchuriki personally taking action, no one else has any chance at all. You're no match for him either." The 4th Raikage was immediately filled with shock and rage. Chapter 105, The 8 Gates of the Formation Explode. Yu engages in fierce battle with Might Guy. Chapter 105 The 8 Gates Formation Explodes. Thousand Feathers battle Might Guy. Requesting monthly tickets. Tutai, what did you say? The 4th Raikage was furious. Tutai, however, remained calm and composed, speaking in a deep voice. Don't be impulsive, Lord Raikage. Don't forget, that man not only possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, but he is also proficient in lightning release chakra mode. Furthermore, according to the latest intelligence, he has even mastered the 3rd Raikage's strongest shield, the strongest lightning release armor. Do you really consider yourself a match for the 3rd Raikage? Upon hearing his father's name, the 4th Raikage calmed down considerably. He remained silent for a long time before finally letting out a cold snort. That bastard, where did he get the lightning release chakra mode from? I don't know. According to the intelligence sent by the spy who infiltrated Konoha, it seems that Uchiha Chiba suddenly mastered that ability. It's simply unbelievable. Putting all that aside for now, in short, that Uchiha Chiba is the man who killed Uchiha Shisui, Shimura Danzo, and Sarutobi Hiruzen. He possesses the 3rd Raikage's strongest lightning release armor and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He's practically a combination of Uchiha Madara and the 3rd Raikage. This guy is truly terrifying. Apart from B, there is absolutely no one in Kumogakure who can match him. The 4th Raikage's expression was extremely unpleasant. He's still too young compared to that guy. Besides, his strength might not be superior to mine. Tutai sighed. Ever since the previous 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Ruby, went berserk and died, and then the 3rd Raikage died, you've been overprotecting him and completely underestimated his abilities. After all, he is an unprecedentedly perfect 8 Tails Jinchuriki, and his strength is so great that he can be considered a pinnacle of existence in the current ninja world. Lord Raikage, you can't always treat B as just your younger brother, you should treat him like a child. The 4th Raikage finally nodded hesitantly. Okay, I can bring Bai along, but I will never let him take action unless absolutely necessary. Tutai shook his head, thinking to himself that if a real battle were to break out, there would be absolutely no chance of winning if he didn't let Bai take the initiative. Mabui, standing to the side, frowned and said, Lord Raikage, Elder Tsuchide. While in terms of combat power, only Killer Bee can indeed rival the new Hokage, don't forget, the new Hokage is a member of the Uchiha clan, and possesses the supreme eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the most powerful force to counter tailed beasts. Isn't it too risky to send Lord Killer Bee? Tsuchida said, that's why we need to inform Bee about this in advance so that he can be prepared. Moreover, Bee is not an ordinary Jinchuriki, but a perfect Jinchuriki. Neither the Sharingan's Genjutsu nor its manipulation abilities can work on him. The 4th Raikage then nodded and said, all right. Then let Tutai and Bai come with me. Mabui, Darui, I'll temporarily entrust the affairs of Kumogakure to you. I will leave Yukido in Kumogakure as a precaution. Yes, Lord Raikage. Chiba led Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy towards the Land of Frost. Along the way, Might Guy was extremely curious about the new Hokage. He is different from Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi Hatake witnessed the emergence of Chiba from beginning to end. Might Guy, after all, was not an Anbu member and did not participate in the Hokage meeting. Although he vaguely knew about the internal struggles of Konoha, he was not particularly clear about them. Lord Hokage, I have a request. Chianyu said calmly, speak. Matt Kai chuckled, gave a sharp thumbs up, and revealed his bright, gleaming teeth. I challenge you. In the name of Konoha's Azure Beast. Kakashi Hatake sighed helplessly, rubbing his forehead. Kai, this isn't the time to fool around, and besides, this is the Hokage. Might Guy shouted, you're wrong, Kakashi. Challenges are everywhere and all the time. Besides, it's precisely because he's the Hokage that the challenge is even more exciting. Youth is about burning brightly. His eyes immediately lit up, practically spitting fire. Kakashi Hatake had no choice but to explain for him. Sorry, Hokage-sama, Guy just has this reckless personality. Of course, Chiba knows Might Guy. But he did not refuse. Even Madara Uchiha couldn't resist the allure of the Eight Gates formation. Chiba is no exception. Let me witness the power of the Eight Gates formation. Might Guy was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Good, as expected of the Hokage. So you even know my Eight Gates formation. In that case, let's have a good, satisfying fight. Konoha Whirlwind. Might Guy attacked without warning, giving Kakashi Hatake no chance to stop him. In an instant, the green combat suit transformed into a green lightning bolt, soaring into the air and arriving in front of Qianyu in the blink of an eye. His right leg swept across like a whirlwind, fiercely kicking towards Qianyu. However, Qianyu's speed was by no means inferior to his. He instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from the spot. Matt Kai's powerful strike missed its mark. Wow, so fast. As expected of the Hokage. Qianyu said calmly, if you don't open the Eight Gates formation, you won't have a chance to touch me at all. Matt Kai laughed heartily, great. The Hokage is no ordinary enemy, he's someone I'm willing to fight with all my might from the very beginning. In that case, let the Hokage witness it. The Azure Beast's Eight Gates formation. The first door opens. Open. The second gate is the gate of rest, the third is the gate of life, the fourth is the gate of injury, and the fifth is the gate of blockage. Open. In an instant, Might Guy unleashed a torrent of chakra, which transformed into a tangible storm that swept across the entire land, causing sand and stones to fly and the earth to shake violently. His green ninja outfit fluttered wildly, his hair stood on end, and even the muscles on his face bulged out, exuding an extreme sense of power and destructive force. I'm going in, Hokage-sama. Boom. With a loud bang, Might Guy in his fifth form stomped the ground, leaving a huge crater in an instant. His body transformed into a green afterimage, charging forward at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Power. Leaf Village Whirlwind. The powerful leg strike came with the force of a raging storm, enough to split mountains, stop rivers, and shatter boulders. However, Qianyu just snorted. Only 5 doors. Matt Kai, you underestimate me. In an instant, Qianyu transformed into white lightning, and his katana appeared in his hand. With a burst of lightning, he slashed and cut fiercely. With a bang, the two men's fierce attack caused the earth to crack, and the cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. His legs are imbued with the chakra of the Eight Gates formation. Looks like you know the power of my pseudo-dark blade, Qianyu nodded slightly. Might Guy may seem reckless, but he's not a fool when it comes to fighting. On the contrary, having accumulated countless combat experiences, he is very good at responding to different enemies in different ways. For example, in order to counter Kakashi's Sharingan, he developed the ability to judge an enemy's movements simply by looking at their feet. But Chiba used only lightning release chakra mode and pseudo-dark blade to completely suppress Might Guy in his fifth gate state. Despite being at a disadvantage, Matt Kai burst into excited laughter. As expected of the Hokage. Then I'll give it my all. Double fangs. Might Guy took out his weapon, nunchucks, and unleashed his unique martial arts techniques. His nunchucks are forged from steel of extraordinary quality, making them extremely heavy. Combined with his unparalleled physical skills, they can unleash unimaginable power. In the original work, he used nunchucks to fight against Kisame Hoshigaki and Obito Uchiha, making it difficult for these powerful enemies to withstand his attacks. In the blink of an eye, Might Guy's nunchucks and Chiba's lightning release, pseudo-dark blade had clashed and collided dozens or even hundreds of times. The dazzling movements were so impressive that even Kakashi Hatake had to remove his eye patch and reveal his Sharingan to see them clearly. So fast. Both of them are. Even with all 5 gates open, she was still no match for Chiyu in terms of speed or power. Then, ha 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 ha, looks like I didn't burn bright enough during my youth. The 6th gate, the View Gate. Open. Might Guy increased the power of the 8 gates formation to 6 gates, and instantly, an even more violent burst of green chakra roared out, shattering the earth around him. Dust and rubble flew up violently, making his appearance even more ferocious and terrifying. Lord Hokage, take this. The 8 Gates Formation, the 6th Gate, the Gate of View, the Profound Secrets of Physical Techniques, the Morning Peacock. Might Guy leapt into the air in an instant, transforming into a green beast and frantically striking the air in front of him. The violent power even ignited the air, turning it into countless blazing chakra air cannons. Boom! The wildly burning air cannons poured down from all directions, creating a magnificent scene like a peacock spreading its tail. However, this is a truly beautiful yet deadly move. In the original work, Might Guy used this move to completely evaporate and burn Kisame Hoshigaki's Great Water Burst Wave. In a single blow, Kisame Hoshigaki's Thousand Shark Gourmet was completely destroyed. Chianyu nodded slightly in approval. No wonder he's an expert in physical combat. In terms of physical skills, no one is better than Might Guy. He also instantly boosted his chakra and power, bringing the lightning release chakra mode to its fullest potential. He traded speed for power and also unleashed the power of the lightning release pseudo dark blade to its peak. Air cannons rained down, and lightning flashed in full force. The two forces clashed and exploded in a continuous barrage, instantly shattering the earth into pieces, turning it into scorched earth and ruins. Kakashi Hatake couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. What a battle this is! However, even after opening the 6th gate, the View Gate, Chianyu's overall strength was still far superior to Might Guy's, and he gradually suppressed his opponent. After Might Guy finished his attack on the Morning Peacock, he was still unable to defeat Chiba and began to pant heavily. The more gates of the 8 Gates Formation are opened, the stronger the power becomes, but the greater the pain and risk that come with it. Even the Morning Peacock won't work. Then, the 8 Gates Formation, the 7th Gate, the Gate of Shock, open. Greater than. Chapter 106 The Ultimate Battle. Killer Bee, The Perfect 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Bonus Chapter, Plea. Chapter 106 The Ultimate Battle. Killer Bee, The Perfect 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Bonus Chapter, Please vote for monthly tickets. Seeing Might Guy getting carried away, even about to open the 7th gate, the Gate of Shock. Kakashi Hatake was greatly shocked. Kai, stop. As Might Guy's friend, he certainly understood the risks of the 8 Gates Formation. Opening any of the 6 gates or the View Gates will cause immense pain, and recovery will take an even longer time. Let alone the 7 Gates of Shock. Once it starts, regardless of victory or defeat, it's likely that Kai will have a hard time recovering from this mission. Chiyu, of course, understood this principle as well. In an instant, with incredible speed, he transformed into a white flash and suddenly appeared behind Might Guy. She gently patted his shoulder. That's enough. Might Guy immediately broke out in a cold sweat. It managed to appear behind me so silently, even in my 6 gates view state, I couldn't react. Lord Hokage, it seems I have indeed lost. Might Guy stopped his outburst, released the 8 Gates Formation, and gasped for breath. But, ha 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 ha. What a thrilling battle between men. This is what true youth is all about. Kakashi Hatake. It was only then that Might Guy suddenly became serious. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Chianyu asked, why? Might Guy glanced at Kakashi Hatake. It was the Hokage who saved Kakashi. During this time, Kakashi, he almost completely succumbed to darkness, and as his friend, I wanted to save him, but I was powerless to do so. Therefore, I am very grateful to the Hokage. Even Kakashi Hatake was moved. Kai, you bastard. Chianyu shook her head. People can only save themselves. I didn't do anything. Might Guy laughed heartily. No matter what the Hokage says, I am now both grateful and full of admiration for him. From now on, Hokage-sama, please feel free to give me your orders. The Azure Beast of Konoha is ready to be summoned at any time. Chianyu nodded calmly. Kakashi Hatake stepped forward and quickly helped the stubborn Might Guy up. Kai, you idiot, why did you have to launch a challenge while we were on a mission with the Hokage? Might Guy gave a weak laugh. No fight, no friendship. Men need to fight to build bonds. Cough cough, cough, yes, yes, yes. Kakashi Hatake nodded helplessly, helping Might Guy, whose 8 Gates Formation was still in effect, to continue their journey. A few days later, the three of them had entered the territory of the Frost Kingdom. Frost Village in the Land of Frost is naturally just a small village. Moreover, it is located between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, serving as a buffer zone between major powers. Their leader was not qualified to be called a shadow, but was only referred to as a lord. Before Chiyu arrived, the people from Kumogakure had already arrived. Besides the lord of the Frost Country, Mifune, the samurai leader of the Iron Country, was also in charge of receiving them. Mifune was also a formidable figure, known as a legendary master of Iijutsu. There are even rumors in the ninja world that encountering this person might prevent you from even using ninjutsu. Because he attacked so quickly, his enemies couldn't even form hand seals. In the original storyline, he was the nemesis of the demigod, Hanzo the Salamander, fighting him twice, once in life and once after death, and finally defeating and sealing him away. But on the surface, Mifune appears to be a cheerful old man. Lord Hokage, you've finally arrived. Please follow me, Lord Raikage is already waiting for you. Chianyu nodded. Okay. Soon. In the council hall of Shimogakur, Chiba finally met the fourth Raikage. He was tall and strong, his outer garment casually draped over his shoulders, revealing his muscular, dark muscles. His light yellow hair was combed back and he had a small mustache. He was sitting casually in the chair in the center of the long table when he saw Chianyu arrive, and his expression instantly turned angry. On either side of him stood the earthen platform, a veteran of 3 reigns, and the legendary, perfect 8 tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Chiyu calmly sat down, while Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy stood behind her, on high alert. The fourth Raikage hadn't spoken yet. Kurabi couldn't help but say. So you're the new Hokage who killed the Cloud Village envoy group. Idiot. Bastard. Tsuchidai and Mifune both frowned. Chiyu ignored it. Kakashi Hatake, standing behind him, spoke in a deep voice. To be precise, it was your delegation from Kumogakur who attempted to plunder the Byakugan, the bloodline limit of my Konoha clan. They even framed me, trying to make the Hyuga clan leader take the blame. They were very aggressive, so, the Hokage was merely upholding justice. Although Tutai repeatedly advised the 2 brothers to calm down. However, upon hearing Kakashi Hatake's words, the fourth Raikage instantly flew into a rage. Asshole. Even in times of war, envoys are not to be killed during conflicts between 2 nations. Moreover, I sent an envoy to Konoha to discuss peace talks and a ceasefire. Uchiha Chiba, you've gone too far. Might Guy also said solemnly, in a conflict between 2 nations, envoys are not to be killed. These were genuine envoys. Your Cloud Village delegation had ill intentions from the very beginning, so it was only natural for the Hokage to kill them. What did you say? The fourth Raikage slammed his hand on the table, instantly shattering most of the sturdy long table in the council hall. Tsuchikage hurriedly stood up. Lord Raikage. Please calm down. Kurabi immediately jumped up, ready to rap a bit. Tutai quickly stopped him as well. You sit down too, and we'll have a turn. Killer Bee and the third Raikage were paired up, and both were presided over by Tsuchida, an elder. Even Killer Bee had to give him face, so he could only snort and sit down. Tsuchikage said, Lord Hokage, since we are talking face to face today, it is naturally not for the purpose of continuing the fight, but for the purpose of peace. Therefore, we hope that both sides can show sincerity, otherwise the purpose of the peace talks will be wasted. This was the first time Chianyu had spoken. Fine, so where is the sincerity of your hidden Cloud Village? Tsuchida glanced at the fourth Raikage. Ahem, we can understand the current situation in Konoha Village. It's a complex situation of destruction and reconstruction, and we can also understand that the Hokage doesn't want to take the policies of Hiruzen Sarutobi's era too seriously. But, no matter how infamous Hiruzen Sarutobi is now, he was still the Hokage of Konoha when he was in office, and the agreement he signed with our Kumogakur was a fully recognized agreement between the 2 countries. Our hidden Cloud Village is willing to make concessions and abolish some of them, but abolishing them all will be very difficult for us. Please try to see things from our perspective. If the previous contract is void just because the Hokage has changed, how can we trust the current Hokage? The earthen platform can be described as having a gentle yet firm nature, a hidden strength within softness, and a balance of humility and arrogance. The fourth Raikage let out a cold snort. If Konoha can't even abide by the signed contracts, who in the entire ninja world will dare to associate with you in the future? Chianyu gave a mocking sneer. I remember back then, when the first Hokage initiated the first 5-cage summit, he distributed the tailed beasts to various countries and signed a peace treaty, agreeing to coexist peacefully and never wage war between the 5 great nations. But after his death, it seems that it was your hidden Cloud Village that was the first to break the peace agreement, wasn't it? If you can't even abide by a signed contract, who in the entire ninja world would dare to associate with you? When Chiyu used his own spear against his own shield, the fourth Raikage was speechless and immediately flew into a rage. It wasn't just during the First Shinobi World War, when the second Hokage was negotiating a ceasefire with the hidden Cloud Village, your Kinkaku and Ginkaku rebelled in public, killing the second Raikage and forcing the second Hokage to commit suicide, and the Third Shinobi World War was even more audacious. Your Hidden Cloud Village took advantage of the disappearance of the third case cage of the Hidden Sand Village, directly breaking the previous peace agreement and invading the Land of Wind. In addition, this time the Cloud Village delegation, under the guise of peace negotiations, plundered Konoha's Byakugan bloodline limit. One incident after another, they all demonstrate that your Hidden Cloud Village has long since disgraced the very word, peace talk, who would dare to negotiate with a village like Kumogakure. The fourth Raikage erupted in fury, his chakra surging forth. Damn it, Uchiha Chiba. Tsuchikage hurriedly stopped him, Hokage-sama. If that's really what you think, why bother coming all the way to the Land of Frost to participate in the peace talks? Chianyu suddenly stood up. Because this is not a peace talk. It's war. Mifune's expression changed as well. Hokage-sama, this. Chiyu said calmly, Mifune, as you have seen, Kumogakure has been cunning and domineering, repeatedly breaking agreements and never taking peace talks seriously, let alone abiding by any of their agreements. From the very beginning, I never intended to negotiate with them. The fourth Raikage laughed in extreme anger. Ha 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 ha. Alright, Uchiha Chiba, you may be an enemy, but you're quite straightforward. Like you, I never intended to negotiate with you from the beginning. In that case, let's do it. Let's fight in the name of the Raikage and the Hokage. Chianyu glanced at him disdainfully. Raikage, you seem to have misunderstood something. With your strength, you are not worthy to be my enemy. The fourth Raikage, enraged, yelled, You bastard. What did you say? Matt Kai laughed heartily. Well said, Hokage. Lord Raikage, let me, the Azure Beast Might Guy, be your opponent. The 8 Gates formation, the 5th gate, the Gate of Death, open. Might Guy unleashed the power of the 5th gate, his violent chakra surging forth instantly, sending wood chips flying and dust swirling across the shattered table. That's the 8 Gates formation. The 4th Raikage was also taken aback and dared not underestimate Might Guy, instantly pushing his lightning release chakra mode to its limit. Burn, youth. Might Guy roared excitedly and unleashed a powerful Konoha whirlwind kick. The 4th Raikage snorted coldly and charged straight at the attacker with his muscular body. Blue chakra, crackling with electricity, spread throughout his body and gathered at his elbow, unleashing a terrifying attack. Heavy storm. The two collided violently, and instantly the floor of the entire council hall cracked open. Even the walls on both sides shook and trembled, and huge cracks immediately appeared. Our leader has already made his move, let's give it our all. Idiot. Bastard. Killer Bee, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, unleashed an even more terrifying surge of chakra, his target being none other than the Hokage of Konoha Village. Uchiha Chiba. Killer Bee drew a sharp, small dagger with his backhand, infused it with his incomparably powerful lightning release chakra, and unleashed a dazzling burst of lightning. Ultrasonic lightning release blade. Hokage, let me test your lightning release, pseudo-dark blade. You idiot, you bastard. Without hesitation, Chianyu's katana exploded, and the two of them appeared instantly from the sides of the long table to the center of the hall, like two bolts of lightning striking each other. Boom. The violent force instantly tore the entire hall apart, causing buildings to collapse, bricks and stones to fall, the earth to shake, and sand and stones to fly everywhere. Everyone had no choice but to rush out of the ruins. A fierce battle immediately broke out. Mifune couldn't help but sigh, rubbing his forehead, so it really turned out like this. Konoha Village, Kumogakure Village, which one is truly superior? The most crucial battle was the Hokage who suddenly appeared in Konoha Village battles the perfect 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. In Mifune's eyes, the strongest fighting force in the ninja world today is probably this seemingly unreliable Killer Bee. After all, he is an unprecedented perfect Jinchuriki, and the perfect Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails, second only to the 9 Tails. Their combat power is simply unimaginable. However, the new Hokage of Konoha, Uchiha Senba, possesses the strongest lightning release armor, comparable to the 3rd Raikage, and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, comparable to the legendary Uchiha Madara. This battle between the two can indeed be considered a masterpiece in the current ninja world. The ultimate battle. Here's an extra chapter, bringing the total to 13,000-14,000 words. I originally planned to add an extra chapter when the monthly votes reached 1,000, but I'm in a good mood, so I'm posting it now. No way, the monthly votes won't even reach 1,000, will they? Please, everyone, vote. Chapter 107 Crushing Killer Bee. An earth-shattering display of power. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 107 Crushing Killer Bee. An earth-shattering display of power. Requesting monthly votes. The Land of Frost, Frost Hidden Village. The council hall, which was originally used for peace talks between Konoha and Kumogakure, was instantly blasted to pieces and turned into ruins. Chiba battles the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Might Guy then engaged in a fierce battle with the fourth Raikage. However, neither Kakashi Hatake nor Tsuchida made a move. Tsutai did not want to see this situation develop in the first place. Seeing this terrible battle, all one could do was sigh and feel a terrible headache. As for Kakashi, he stood by on the sidelines, ready to intervene at any moment. As a semi-host and peacemaker, Mifune knew that even if he wanted to intervene, he probably couldn't stop it. Uchiha Senba, Killer Bee, Might Guy, 4th Raikage. The battle between these four people was comparable to the explosion of 4 nuclear bombs, filled with violent destructive power. Even a well-informed samurai like Mifune was shocked. As for the Lord of the Frost Kingdom and the ordinary ninjas, they were all terrified and had long since retreated and fled to hide in the distance. At the same time, outside Frostshade Village, Sarutobi Asuma is also heading towards his destination. Together with the radical Kazuma, he learned that Uchiha Chiba, the Hokage, was about to negotiate with the Raikage in the Land of Frost. So he abandoned the attack on Konoha and prepared to go directly to Frost Village to intercept and kill the Hokage. Kazuma is a member of the Tekemen clan, one of the 12 guardian shinobi. He firmly believed that the Land of Fire should only be ruled by the daimyo, and that Konoha and the Hokage were both malignant tumors. 5 other people shared his opinion. Sarutobi Asuma, Jiraiya, and the Lightning Release 4 were originally all on the Hokage's side. However, because of Hiruzen Sarutobi's death, Sarutobi Asuma decided to join forces with Kazuma to avenge Chiba. Kazuma killed the Lightning Release 4 and resurrected them as puppets, then used his ultimate Earth Release ninjutsu. Earth Release, Creation, Soil of the Dead. This is an ability similar to the Impure World reincarnation. However, it has many drawbacks. Not only does it require a long preparation period, but the deceased can only be resurrected once at most. More importantly, although the deceased can use their powers from their previous lives, they are ultimately only using Earth-based techniques. Their bodies are made of mud, making them very fragile and extremely easy to destroy. However, with Kazuma and Sarutobi Asuma now joining forces, it's equivalent to the entire Guardian Ninja 12 arriving, except for Jiraiya who left the group. Hey, with Uchiha Chiba's extreme methods and the 4th Raikage's recklessness, this so-called peace talks are bound to fail. A full-blown fight is almost a certainty. Then, we can let the two sides fight like the snipe and the clam, and the fishermen reap the benefits. We can seize the opportunity to intercept and kill the Hokage, and completely end this corrupt history and system. Sarutobi Asuma did not agree with this idea. His goal in killing Chianyu was simple: to avenge my father, my elder brother, and all members of the Sarutobi clan. The group had just entered Frostshade Village. Sudden. Boom. A terrifying roar continued, the entire earth trembled and shook incessantly, and sand and stones flew everywhere. Hima was shocked, then overjoyed. So the war has started. Asuma, this is truly a godsend. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Walk. Sarutobi Asuma's feelings were complicated, but thinking of his dead relatives and clansmen, he finally clenched his fists tightly. However, they hadn't even reached the battlefield yet, but their ferocious offensive and momentum had already left the members of the 12 Guardian Ninjas dumbfounded and terrified. That was a battle of epic proportions. How could this be? The entire earth is trembling. It's an absolutely destructive force. Kazuma and Sarutobi Asuma's expressions changed drastically. The two exchanged a glance, cautiously approaching the direction of the battlefield, and then they witnessed a scene that shocked them immensely. At this moment, Chiba had already activated the 4th form of Susanoo. The huge phantom of the god of war, like a true demon god descending to earth, towered into the clouds, wielding the 10 Tsuki destroying sword and the 1,000 binding sin chains, and unleashed an unimaginable violent power. Meanwhile, Killer Bee, the perfect 8 Tails Jinchuriki, had already directly transformed into a half-tailed beast. His entire body had transformed into a blood-red-tailed beast chakra cloak. His 8 huge tails swayed slightly, and the entire earth trembled, causing the earth to collapse and mountains to crumble. The two suddenly unleashed a powerful attack. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and the sun and moon lost their light. The violent shockwave forced Mifune, Tsuchida, and Kakashi Hatake to immediately retreat and try to avoid it. On the other side, Might Guy and the 4th Raikage, who were also engaged in fierce fighting, were also shocked and dodged while fighting. Kazuma's arrogant demeanor instantly turned pale with horror. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, and his back was drenched in sweat. Sarutobi Asuma's face was also deathly pale, and his clenched fists involuntarily loosened. That is Uchiha Senbei's power. At that moment, he recalled what Nara Shikaku had said. By doing this, you're only courting your own destruction. Now it seems he wasn't exaggerating. The difference between her own strength and that of the man before her was like heaven and earth. Sarutobi Asuma had long known that the man who could kill Uchiha Shisui, Shimura Danzo, and his own father, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was certainly not someone he could defeat at his current level. However, he also believes that the gap is not so large as to be insurmountable. Together with Kazuma and almost all of the 12 Guardian Ninjas, they would be enough to pose a threat to him. However, it now seems. I was so naive and childish. For a moment, the so-called 12 Guardian Ninjas were completely dumbfounded, unable to muster any thought or courage to fight. Watch out for that man's Mangekyo Sharingan. Never make eye contact with him. Killer Bee, in his half-tailed beast form, roared as the deep voice of the Eight Tails Gyuki echoed in his mind. Of course I understand, you idiot, you bastard. As the perfect Jinchuriki, the Sharingan's Genjutsu is ineffective against me. The eight-tailed genie roared, don't underestimate the man before you. Those eyes are comparable to Madara Uchiha's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Even the nine-tailed fox, the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts, was controlled and manipulated by Madara Uchiha's eye power, becoming his complete puppet. While it's true that as a perfect Jinchuriki, one's resistance to Genjutsu is unmatched by wild-tailed beasts, caution is still absolutely necessary when facing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Killer Bee's fighting style is reckless and impulsive, even with his overwhelming strength, he can easily overdo it. This was true against the Hawk Squad, and it was also true against Kisame Hoshigaki. However, he did not dare to underestimate the man in front of him. Little 8, that bastard is indeed quite formidable. Even my supersonic thunder release blade, and even the wild heron slaying blade, are no match for him. The eight-tailed Gyuki said, even without the Sharingan, that man's strength and physical prowess are comparable to the third Raikage. He's a terrifyingly powerful individual who could fight me hand to hand for 3 days and 3 nights, ultimately resulting in mutual injury. It's only natural that you're no match for him in terms of taijutsu alone. Even in this form, facing the 4th stage of Susanoo, I'm afraid it would be. The eight-tailed ox demon hadn't finished speaking. Boom. Qianyu indifferently manipulated the Susanoo artifact, and the Tenbane Sin extinguishing sword crashed down with a deafening roar. Watch out, bye. In its half-tailed beast form, Killer Bee instantly used 3 octopus tentacles to block the attack. However, with a loud bang, the 3 tentacles snapped off instantly and fell to the ground with a heavy rumble. Damn it. Such powerful strength. Idiot. Bastard. Be careful. With a single sword strike, Qianyu slashed down 3 octopus tentacles without pausing. Chenian Sin binding chains had already transformed into a black and red lightning whip, fiercely slashing down towards Killer Bee. Killer Bee roared, and an octopus tail on his body suddenly grew out of control, transforming into a giant-tailed beast chakra hand that turned around and grabbed at the 1,000 binding chains. Qianyu gave a cold laugh. Overestimating one's abilities. The power of the 1,000 binding sins suddenly wrapped around and bound, completely suppressing and sealing the 8 tails chakra hand. This Susanoo artifact not only possesses the power to bind, but also contains the power to seal. Even a Jinchuriki of a tailed beast would find it difficult to withstand. In an instant, a strange and mysterious sealing power came from it. Killer Bee thought to himself that something was wrong and turned pale with fright. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the 8-tailed Gyuki made a decision even faster than him. Bang! The octopus's tail snaps off. They abandoned the entire tentacle in exchange for temporary freedom, and took the opportunity to retreat more than 100 meters, escaping Qianyu's attack range. Bye. This won't do, let's transform into our ultimate form. Fine. You idiot. You bastard. Killer Bee roared, and his half-tailed beast form instantly grew wildly, transforming into a monster with a giant bull's head and an octopus's body, which finally descended upon the land of the Frost Country. Kakashi Hatake was also deeply shocked. That's the true form of the 8 tails. Such terrifying chakra, such a terrifying aura of pressure, I'm afraid only the Hokage could withstand this power, even the 4th Raikage couldn't help but change his expression drastically. That guy went straight into his full-tailed beast form. If this continues, we might be affected too. But he couldn't get away with it. Might Guy on the other side looked unremarkable and was unknown, but the Raikage never expected that the opponent's strength would be so terrifying. Mifune and Tsuchidai retreated even further, distancing themselves from the battlefield. As for the 12 Guardian Ninjas further away, they were already terrified and trembling with fear. If they weren't afraid of Kazuma's methods, they would probably have already run away with their tails between their legs. But Kazuma himself wasn't much better off. He swallowed hard, his body trembling uncontrollably. What kind of monster is that? Uchiha Chiba, the Hokage of Konoha, is actually suppressing this monster in battle. Sarutobi Asuma was filled with utter despair. Father, elder brother, and all the clansmen, I want to avenge you, but how could I possibly be his match? His hatred and rage were now completely consumed by despair, rendering him utterly incapable of taking action. Chiba faced Killer Bee, who had fully transformed into a tailed beast, and merely nodded slightly with a playful expression. In the current ninja world, the only one who can match his brutal, hand-to-hand combat and head-on clash of power is probably the perfect Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Only. He was still no match for him, of course. After Killer Bee fully transformed into his tailed beast form, he became a giant bull-headed octopus monster. His enormous body was like a small mountain, and terrifying chakra poured down from all directions, shaking the souls of everyone present. Let's clean up the mess first, you idiot, you bastard. Good. Killer Bee and the eight-tailed Yuki were of one mind. Instantly, their massive bodies coiled up, and all the remaining octopus tentacles tightened. He hugged himself tightly, compressing and tensing to the extreme, before suddenly bursting forth. Tailed Beast 8 Scrolls. In an instant, the earth shook and the sky collapsed. Chapter 108, Withstanding the Tailed Beast Ball. Beating up the perfect Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Riku. Chapter 108, Withstanding the Tailed Beast Ball. Beating up the perfect Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Requesting monthly tickets. Eight-tailed beasts. This is Killer Bee's ultimate technique, power technique. With its massive body fully transformed into a tailed beast, it instantly unleashes its octopus tentacles, creating a violent storm powerful enough to devastate everything and alter the entire terrain. In the original work, Killer Bee used this move to knock out all 6 heads, from the 2 tails to the 7 tails. At this moment, Killer Bee unleashed the ultimate technique of the perfect Jinchuriki, which was equally earth-shattering. In an instant, the entire outer area of Frostgakure was completely razed to the ground, houses collapsed, trees were uprooted, and huge craters appeared on the ground, just like a meteorite had fallen. The 4th Raikage, Metkai, Hitaki Kakashi, Mifune, Dodai. Everyone who was fighting or watching at close range was blasted away. If these people weren't also experts, the aftershocks of this shockwave alone would have been enough to severely injure them, or even kill them on the spot. Meanwhile, the 12 Guardian Ninjas, who were far from the battlefield, were also instantly affected. The violent hurricane swept in, causing them to be blown backward step by step, unable to open their eyes and seemingly unable to breathe. Kazuma was terrified and trembled with fear. What kind of power is that? Asuma, we. Sarutobi Asuma was equally desperate and had no idea what to say. With the help of Susanoo in its 4th form, Chiba completely withstood the ferocious attack of the tailed beast 8. However, he also nodded approvingly. Killer Bee, the power you can unleash is truly among the best in the ninja world today. It's just a pity that you met me. Killer Bee roared, how dare you be even more arrogant than me? You idiot, you bastard, let me show you the true power of a perfect Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Let's go, Hachi. Oh. Suddenly, the enormous, fully formed tailed beast body leapt up, like a small mountain abruptly rising into the air, before descending from the sky to suppress everything. The massive, heavy body, the terrifyingly powerful chakra, and the towering fist slammed fiercely towards Chiba's Susanoo. However, the 4th form of Susanoo of Senba is also like a titan, a demon god descending to earth. In addition, his ocular power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is now infinitely close to the ultimate, reaching the pinnacle and being unparalleled. Facing the full force attack of the 8 tails in its complete tailed beast form, Chiba did not back down at all. In the 4th form of Susanoo, the exclusive spiritual weapons in his hands instantly transformed into chakra great swords representing true destruction and annihilation. Boom. Rumble. Rumble. The Susanoo chakra sword slammed into the 8 tails fist. Instantly, even in its fully transformed tailed beast form, it was unable to withstand this sword strike. Its wrist was instantly severed in 2, and blood gushed out like a torrent. Ah! The 8-tailed Yuki and Killer Bee, connected by blood and mind, simultaneously let out a scream and roar. Ouch! You idiot! You bastard! Are you alright, Hachi? The 8-tailed Yuki, enduring excruciating pain, thought, although I can regenerate, I'm afraid I won't be able to use it in this battle, there's no other way. Let's settle this with that move. Clear. In an instant, Killer Bee, now fully transformed into a tailed beast, suddenly merged his thoughts with the 8 tails, Yuki. The massive bull's head instantly rose, and the raging tailed beast chakra frantically condensed and compressed to the extreme. Tsuchikage and the 4th Raikage instantly changed color. By that guy, are we going to use that? Damn it, they're completely disregarding our existence. With this move, the entire outer perimeter of Frostgage Village will be reduced to utter ruins. Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, Mifune, and the others also sensed that something was wrong. Hey, what's that? Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy both experienced the Nine Tails attack, so they naturally understood what that so-called final move was. Mifune, being equally knowledgeable, immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He roared at the terrified Lord of the Land of Frost, "Are there any ninjas or villagers in Frost Village? Evacuation must begin immediately." The Lord of the Frost Kingdom said in a trembling voice, "Fortunately, there was nothing there, just a barren mountain, but that's good." At this moment, Kazuma, Sarutobi Asuma, and the others, who were further away, were so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. They all sensed the terrifying power of this attack, and even though Chianyu was an enemy, he couldn't help but empathize and feel the shock and fear when facing this move. Certainly. They are not Chiyu. Chianyu felt no fear whatsoever. Eight-tailed beast Tamaya, come on, let me see just how powerful it is. Instead of retreating, he manipulated Susanoo and took an even stronger step forward. He actually intends to withstand the tailed beast ball all by himself. Damn it, has that guy gone mad? What exactly are we supposed to do? The fourth Raikage and Tsuchikage were also dumbfounded and couldn't understand it. Although Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy understood the Hokage's style and were well aware of his immense strength, they still couldn't help but feel extremely worried. Hokage-sama. The next moment, the raging chakra of the Eight Tails was frantically extracted, condensed, aggregated, and compressed in an instant. It transformed into a black sphere filled with destructive power. That's right. Eight-tailed beast gem. Killer Bee and the Eight Tails Gyuki roared simultaneously, their massive bullheads opening their blood-red maws as if vomiting, spewing out the Eight Tails tailed beast balls and shooting away. Boom. Rumble. Devastating. Completely annihilating. In terms of destructive power alone, this was the strongest attack that Chiba had ever faced. What about Uchiha Shisui, Shimura Danzo, and Sarutobi Hiruzen? They simply couldn't unleash such astonishing power. But that's interesting. In Chianyu's eyes, it was still just a little interesting. The Eight Tails tailed beast ball suddenly shot towards its fourth form, Susanoo. Chianyu swung his chakra greatsword down with a fierce strike. Rumble. The violent explosion suddenly illuminated the entire world, the dazzling light piercing everyone's eyes, and the violent roar resounded throughout the Frost Kingdom, deafeningly loud. The air surged, the earth shook violently, and the barren mountains surrounding Frostshade Village were blasted into huge craters, with rocks rolling down and collapsing. No one could even open their eyes, and their ears were filled with a piercing buzzing sound. Fortunately, the Eight Tails tailed beast ball was only released in the direction of Chiba. Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, the fourth Raikage, and others had already been blown away by the aftershocks of their battle and were quite far away, otherwise, the outcome would have been very different. Even the 12 Guardian Ninjas, who were further away, were shaken to their core at this moment, as if they had seen a ghost. They were all terrified and their souls were about to leave their bodies. 1. I don't know how much time has passed. Finally, the dust settled and the flames died down. The eight-tailed Gyuki and Killer Bee also stared ahead with great tension, awaiting the final outcome. The tailed beast ball is undoubtedly the ultimate technique of the tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki. If this tactic still doesn't work, the two dared not think any further. As the dust settled, Chianyu's true form was finally revealed. At this moment, he was still unharmed. What? For a moment, the entire audience was stunned and deeply shocked. Kurabi was also sweating profusely. Although Susanoo was partially damaged, it wasn't completely destroyed. As for that bastard Hokage, he wasn't even injured. Idiot, bastard, is this guy even human? Chiba looked at the partially damaged Susanoo and couldn't help but sneer. The perfect Eight Tails Jinchuriki. This one. Chiba took the tailed beast ball head on because he wanted to test whether Susanoo could withstand the defense of the tailed beast ball. The answer now seems quite simple. Divide people. That depends on whose tailed beast ball it is and whose Susanoo it is. The Eight Tails is now considered the most powerful tailed beast in the ninja world. After all, the nine-tailed fox is still inside Naruto Uzumaki's body and cannot unleash its power. Even so, compared to Chianyu now, she is still not good enough. His Susanoo's defensive power is unparalleled. The strength and defense of Susanoo are closely related to the user's eye power, and Chiyu's eye power, he's even comparable to Madara Uchiha in his prime. An ordinary eight-tailed beast ball is naturally difficult to completely break through the defense. In fact, Chianyu is now perceiving this very clearly as well. Destructive power and lethality are two completely different things. The tailed beast ball is undeniably destructive in the ninja world, but its lethality is not necessarily so. Just like the Super Shinra Tensei, in terms of destructive power, it can wipe out a village in one hit, but in terms of lethality, many of the ninjas protected by Tsunade's slugs did not die. Seeing this scene, Chiba, who stood proudly and unmoved despite withstanding the tailed beast ball, seemed to have transformed into a true demon god, an invincible being who had descended upon the ninja world. Not only the Eight Tails Gyuki and Killer Bee, but also Tsuchikage and the fourth Raikage in the distance were completely dumbfounded. What? He actually withstood the Eight Tails tailed beast ball without a scratch. Can that guy even be considered human anymore? Watch out. Retreat now. The fourth Raikage finally couldn't hold back and roared. He finally realized that even a perfect Eight Tails Jinchuriki was no match for that man. His younger brother, Kurabi, was the person he cherished most in the world. He will not allow anyone to harm him. However, with a cold snort, Qianyu's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan turned slightly, and a surge of violent chakra and ocular power erupted out. The Susanoo, which had been damaged by the tailed beast ball, was completely restored to its original state. What? Chiyu said indifferently, I just wanted to see the power of a perfect Jinchuriki, but now it seems it's nothing special. The battle is over. In an instant, Susanoo suddenly raised both arms, and 7 or 8 Yusaka Magatama burst out. Like a barrage of chakra projectiles, it poured down like a storm. The eight-tailed Gyuki hurriedly used its remaining octopus tentacles to defend itself, but its massive body was instantly blasted backward. However, what would be devastating for others was merely a test and a prelude for Qianyu. The next moment, the 10-band Sin extinguishing sword and the 1000-band Sin binding lock were used simultaneously to completely bind the massive bull demon's body. The black and red sword spikes burning with iron and fire pierced fiercely into the eight-tailed bull demon's body. Ah! Screams rang out, the simultaneous roars of Killer Bee and the eight-tailed Gyuki, but they had already been completely suppressed and utterly defeated by Chiba. Compare. The fourth Raikage was immediately plunged into despair. Chapter 109 Unifying the Ninja World. Use Ultimate Plan. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 109 Unifying the Ninja World. Chiba's Ultimate Plan. Requesting monthly votes. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. The strongest fighting force in Kumogakure, no, it could even be said to be the strongest fighting force in the current ninja world, the perfect Eight Tails Jinchuriki Rabbi. They were easily defeated and even completely suppressed by Qianyu. As Chiba's power erupted, Killer Bee could no longer maintain his fully tailed beast form. His body shrank rapidly and transformed back into a normal human form, but he was still bound and restrained by the Chiba Sin binding chains. Even his chest was still pierced by the black and red sword, the Tatsuki Sin Destroyer sword. He was panting heavily, and bright red blood was spitting from the corner of his mouth. His once dark face was now deathly pale. How dare you injure me like this, idiot, you bastard! Cough. He coughed up another mouthful of blood, unable to continue rambling. Of course, Tutai couldn't just stand by and watch Kurabi be suppressed. He immediately unleashed his chakra and was about to rush forward to rescue her. However, Kakashi Hatake immediately stepped forward and blocked his way. Elder Tutai, you'd better not act rashly. Kakashi Hatake suddenly removed his eye patch, revealing his scarlet Sharingan. Sharingan. Tutai immediately dared not act rashly. At this moment, the fourth Raikage was engaged in a fierce battle with Might Guy, who had already opened the sixth gate of view. Asahi Kujaku and Raikage Chiomai clashed, and both were blasted away. But at this moment, the fourth Raikage naturally had no heart for fighting. Asshole. Uchiha Senba. Release by. Qianyu gave a disdainful sneer. The fourth Raikage knew that what he said was naive and laughable. He clenched his fists so tightly that his bones creaked. Asshole. Okay, I understand. As long as you release Bai, I can agree to your conditions. In the name of the Raikage, I agree to negotiate peace with your Hidden Leaf village. Even those treaties that Hiruzen and Sarutobi signed before can be nullified. We, in the names of the Raikage and the Hokage, will renegotiate the ceasefire agreement. How is it, Hokage-sama? This address of Lord Hokage clearly represents the fourth Raikage's sincerity and submission. Given the fourth Raikage's originally impulsive yet strong-willed personality, he would never have publicly yielded like this if it weren't for his younger brother, Killer Bee. But Qianyu still sneered. The first Hokage made peace with the Hidden Cloud village, but as soon as he died, you immediately broke the agreement and launched the Fourth Shinobi World War. 7. The second Hokage negotiated with you, but your Kumogakure launched a riot during the meeting, resulting in the deaths of both the second Raikage and the second Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen negotiated with you, but you secretly stole the Byakugan, a bloodline limit, and forced Sarutobi Hiruzen to offer up Hyuga Hiyashi, sending him to his death in vain. What kind of integrity or honor do you, the Hidden Cloud Village, possess? Why should I negotiate with you? The fourth Raikage, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, What? What do you want me to do to let Bai go? Qianyu calmly uttered two words. Submission. The fourth Raikage stared in disbelief. What did you say? Qianyu said, It's very simple. I want your Hidden Cloud Village to completely submit to me. For a moment, the entire venue fell silent. This is the only conclusion that Chiba came to after gradually reflecting on his beliefs and true self after becoming Hokage. If you want to fully uphold your sense of justice, if you want to completely execute your beliefs, and if you want to transform this world, to bring about a complete change and renewal, there is only one path: unify the ninja world. Before becoming Hokage, Chiba relied on his own obsession, power, and identity to uphold justice. Obsession is the root cause, power is the means, and identity is a convenient tool. After becoming Hokage, the power and authority he wielded allowed him to quickly eliminate all obstacles in Konoha village, establish new laws, and use strict punishments to cleanse the entire village of its discipline. Under his leadership, Konoha village has been reborn from the ashes in a very short time. The corrupt and decadent forces represented by Hiruzen Sarutobi were completely wiped out. Each family has its own responsibilities, cooperates with each other, and also checks and balances each other. The promotion of elite young talents includes Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, and of course, members of the Uchiha clan such as Anahi Uchiha, Tetsuka Uchiha, Aoki, and Yamakase. In addition, he values children who represent the future and hope even more. Reform the orphanage and let pharmacist Nono raise and educate children who will inherit her will. Reform the Ninja Academy, abolish the so-called brainwashing of the will of fire, and instead create a new world based on justice and the rule of law, taking it upon itself to uphold the law, morality, and public order and good customs. Then, the entire Hidden Leaf village is thriving. This is exactly the future that Chiusua wanted to see. However, a mere Konoha village is clearly far from enough. He quickly realized that what truly needed to be transformed was the entire corrupt and dark ninja world. Therefore, he not only wanted to become the Hokage of Konoha, but also to become a true Hokage, Lord of the Ninja World. Kumogakure, which had repeatedly invaded and advocated for expansion by force, and had been constantly swallowing up Konoha, naturally became Chiba's first target. The fourth Raikage was initially shocked, then enraged. You bastard, do you know what you're saying? You want the entire Hidden Cloud village to completely submit to you. Chiyu said calmly, Kumikage is just the beginning. What I want is the entire ninja world. At this moment, not only the fourth Raikage and Tsuchida, but also Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, and Mifune, who was an outsider, were all stunned. Is that the Hokage's ambition? What he is about to accomplish is an unprecedented and unparalleled feat. Kakashi Hatake was also shocked, but then his blood boiled with excitement. Might Guy chuckled, as expected of the Hokage, this is true youth. Tsuchikage couldn't help but say in a deep voice, Hokage-sama, your ambition is impossible to achieve. No matter how powerful you are individually, you can never be a match for the entire ninja world. Qianyu shook her head indifferently. If I am not a match for the entire ninja world, it only means that my power is not strong enough. But now, I don't see anyone who can stop me. Tutai trembled, wanting to refute something, but he was speechless. Yes. Even Killer Bee, the perfect Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, was defeated by him. Who can stop him now? The fourth Raikage roared, do you realize that this is tantamount to declaring war on the entire ninja world? With your current military strength, this is simply like throwing an egg against a rock. Not to mention the entire ninja world, in terms of military strength and manpower, Kumogakure is now several times stronger than Konoha. Qianyu smiled. It seems you're not entirely stupid, you brute. Indeed, Konoha has experienced a series of fierce battles and internal strife, and it is now at its weakest. In terms of military strength, it is far inferior to Kumogakure. So, only then will I choose to negotiate face-to-face with you, rather than start a large-scale war. 77. The fourth Raikage and Tsuchikage's expressions changed. This man. He had foreseen all the consequences long ago, his plans were far-reaching. He knew perfectly well that with the outbreak of a large-scale war in the full-scale conflict between Konoha and Kumogakure, Konoha's overall military strength was far inferior to Kumogakure's, and that Konoha would suffer heavy casualties. So he chose a king-on-king approach, preparing to use his own strength to capture the king first. Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy only understood the Hokage's plan at this moment, and couldn't help but nod. The principle is very simple. In terms of the balance of power between villages, Kumogakure has surpassed Konoha. But individual to individual, no one in Kumogakure can rival the Hokage. The fourth Raikage roared, "Damn it, so you were planning to start negotiations from the beginning." Chianyu said indifferently, "How is this any different from the methods of your Hidden Cloud village?" 2. All I did was repay a debt with a debt of blood. Tsuchikage stepped back and stood with the fourth Raikage. The fourth Raikage gritted his teeth. Uchiha Chiba, I cannot grant you your request. Besides, even if I agreed, the entire Hidden Cloud village would never agree. You should know this very well. Chianyu said, if you don't agree, you will die. Let's start with Killer Bee, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Then comes the earthen platform, and then you. The fourth Raikage roared, you bastard, are you threatening me? Chianyu said, threats are a means for the weak to control the strong. There is no threat to me. On the contrary, giving you the power to choose is an act of kindness. The fourth Raikage was sweating profusely, yet he couldn't find a reason to refute it. The earthen platform beside it also sensed the deep fear and despair. Senbei's Susanoo stood tall and imposing, like a god judging all the evils of the world. Faced with such an imposing aura, the Hidden Cloud village had no right to engage in equal dialogue. But Tutai knew he had to speak. He wasn't particularly strong, but he was able to participate in the peace talks alongside the Raikage because he was senior enough, had experienced enough, and possessed the ability to advise and make decisions. Lord Hokage, the Hidden Cloud village will never agree to your so-called submission. Even if you kill Bee here, kill me, or even kill the Raikage, you will only incur the wrath and resentment of the entire Hidden Cloud village, and even the entire ninja world. Could it be that, do you really want to start a new ninja world war? Chianyu smiled. Tutai, it seems you really are getting senile. The one who repeatedly triggers the ninja world war is none other than your Hidden Cloud village, isn't it? You can't just suddenly start calling for peace and justice when you're the one who's vulnerable. Alright, enough talk. I've given you plenty of time to think it over. The fourth Raikage and Tsuchida were utterly devastated. The muscles on Raikage's face were twitching violently. On one side is his younger brother, the deepest bond in the world, on the other side is the entire Hidden Cloud village. How is he supposed to choose? Suddenly, Killer Bee spoke with difficulty, Big brother, don't give in for me. Compared to the whole village, my life is nothing, you idiot, you bastard, cough cough. Chianyu shook her head and sighed, you are clearly the intruders, so why are you pretending to be victims? Raikage, since you're hesitant, let me make the decision for you. The answer is, they must all die, in an instant. Senba suddenly manipulated Susanoo, the light of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan flashed and spun, and the power of the 1,000 binding sin chains and the 10 Tsukuyomi extinction sword exploded to the extreme. Boom. With a loud bang, Killer Bee, the perfect Eight Tails Jinchuriki, was instantly bound and pierced, his body turning into a bloody mess, blood gushing out, and he collapsed to the ground. No. The fourth Raikage let out a desperate roar, a roar that tore at his heart, but it was all in vain. Kurabi died. Greater than. Chapter 110, Raikage dies. Killer Bee dies. Tsuchikage dies. Bonus chapter. Please vote. Chapter 110, Raikage dies. Killer Bee dies. Tsuchikage dies. Bonus chapter. Please vote. You have successfully freed Killer Bee from the tragic fate of being a Jinchuriki. Your merit is immeasurable. Great kindness. 3,000 merit points added. Chiba killed Killer Bee without much emotion. In this twisted ninja world, the fate of being a Jinchuriki is inherently tragic, even for the Raikage's brother, the Kazukage's son, or the son of a hero. Is this the fault of the Jinchuriki? Of course not. It's the fault of the entire ninja world. Chiba's goal is to become the ruler of the ninja world, restoring peace and order. Become the real God. Killer Bee died, and the fourth Raikage unleashed a hysterical roar. Damn it, Uchiha Chiba. I'm going to kill you. I'll tear you to pieces. He instantly pushed his lightning release chakra mode to its limit, even forcibly activating his strongest lightning release armor, which he had not yet fully mastered. His beard and hair flew wildly, and lightning crackled, enveloping his entire body. With a bang, he stomped his foot on the ground, instantly creating a deep pit. His figure transformed into a white streak of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he had already charged towards Chianyu. Then, heavy storm, rumble. The violent current, the extreme speed, and the immense power all burst forth in that instant, transforming into a terrifying offensive that could destroy everything in its path. However, bang, Susanoo withstood the attack. Although it did show signs of cracking, it was not actually damaged in the slightest. But at this point, the fourth Raikage had completely lost his mind and was still desperately unleashing attack after attack. Thunderous Blade. Righteous Thunder Sinks, Wrathful Thunder Axe. Such a ferocious attack would have likely killed anyone else dozens of times over. Unfortunately, he was facing Qianyu. It is the fourth form of Susanoo, empowered by the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Even the eight-tailed beast ball couldn't completely break through its defenses, let alone the mere fourth Raikage. Lightning crushing Chiyo Mai. The fourth Raikage unleashed a torrent of attacks, a frenzied outburst, but it was nothing more than an ant trying to shake a tree. A hint of pity even appeared in Qianyu's eyes. What a pathetic guy. Then, without hesitation, he raised Susanoo's arm and the Tatsuki Tsurugi slashed down fiercely. No. Tsuchida finally made his move, instantly unleashing his bloodline limit, Lava Release. Molten Essence. Protective Jade. In an instant, a huge stream of rubber spewed from his mouth, transforming into a massive, thick, and dense sphere that enveloped the fourth Raikage's entire body. However, with a bang, the 10-band Sin extinguishing sword fell, and the protector of the Jade was immediately blasted apart, but it still struck the fourth Raikage's body fiercely. This is also his biggest weakness in the Meltfall technique. While adept at defensive maneuvers, they are not good at resisting cutting and slashing attacks. It's worth noting that Tsuchikage's lava release even managed to protect Naruto's shadow clones within Madara Uchiha's heavenly meteor. However, it was powerless against the strongest spear of the third Raikage. Boom. The Ten Tsuki no Mikan's strike landed instantly. The fourth Raikage, despite unleashing all his power in his rage and using his strongest lightning release armor which he hadn't fully mastered, was still fiercely slashed away. His defensive capabilities were indeed astonishing, he didn't die immediately. Although, a large mouthful of blood spurted from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he was still far from being the third Raikage. Asshole. The fourth Raikage's face was covered in blood, and he felt as if his internal organs had been severely damaged, but he showed no sign of stopping. I'm going to kill you, Uchiha Chiba. His most prized speed was now completely useless. It could only convert speed into power, constantly bombarding Susanoo's defenses. Qianyu looked down at him coldly, as if he were a pitiful worm. That's enough. Qianyu was too lazy to argue with him anymore. The 1,000 binding chains shot out and bound the monkey that was running around everywhere. Bastard, let me go. Ignoring everything else, Chiba used the sealing power enhanced by the 1,000 binding sins to instantly and forcefully suppress and seal the fourth Raikage, even the lightning on his body dimmed. Even his chakra reserves were difficult to maintain. He struggled frantically, but couldn't break free at all. It seemed that they were at their wits' end, and their end was near. Uchiha Chiba, you bastard. You've committed such an evil deed. You'll face the wrath and retribution of the Hidden Cloud Village. At that time, I will utterly destroy you in Konoha. The only answer he received was the Ten-Sin extinguishing sword in Chiyu's hand. With a single, devastating blow, the sword pierced through the fourth Raikage's body. Blood gushed forth as the sword entered his flesh, and the crimson flames on the blade burned fiercely, turning him into a ball of flames. Soon. The fourth Raikage of Kumogakure, a ruthless and domineering figure who advocated military expansion throughout his life, passed away quietly. Killer Bee died. The fourth Raikage also died on the spot. For a moment, Uchiha Senbei's ferocious power left even Mifune speechless. This feeling reminded him of the legendary Uchiha Madara. Tsutai was furious and utterly desperate. Uchiha Chiba. Do you really have to go this far? Do you know that this is a blood feud that can never be resolved? Qianyu said indifferently, a fight to the death. It would be better if he were dead. He instantly unleashed a series of Yusaka Magatama, massive chakra projectiles that transformed into 7 or 8 interconnected Magatama shapes, shooting towards the earthen platform. Tsutai was utterly dejected, gave a bitter laugh, and didn't even choose to defend or dodge. Ladies and gentlemen of the past, Tsuchikage, I am incompetent and I am sorry. Now I can only watch helplessly as Lord Raikage and his companions die before my very eyes. How can I possibly have the face to continue living? I only hope that you can protect Kumogakure, for Lord Raikage, for B, and for me, to avenge ourselves. Rumble. Tsuchikage's body was completely annihilated by the bombardment of the Yusaka Magatama. The dead can no longer die. Mifune stared blankly at the scene, completely speechless. What kind of tactic is this? They went straight for the kill, publicly slaughtering Killer Bee, the strongest fighter in Kumogakure, the leader, the fourth Raikage, and Tsuchida, a veteran of 3 reigns. It's simply arrogant. He couldn't help but tremble slightly. It seems that I, as the leader of the Land of Iron and the peacemaker among the 5 great nations, have already reached the end of my career. The Lord of the Frost Kingdom was even more trembling with fear, not daring to utter a sound. At this moment, the area surrounding Frostshade Village has been completely reduced to ruins. Barren mountains have collapsed, the earth has cracked, forests have been leveled, and rivers have stopped flowing. Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy were equally shocked. Although they had long known that the Hokage's methods were extreme, but I never imagined it would go to such an extreme. But Kakashi Hatake was well aware of this. The Hokage's plan was correct. The military strength of Kumogakure has long surpassed that of Konoha. Once a full-scale war breaks out, even if the outcome is not necessarily based on absolute strength, Konoha will win, but it will be a Pyrrhic victory with extremely heavy casualties. However, the Hokage himself is arguably the strongest fighting force in the ninja world right now. That's why he abandoned large-scale warfare and chose to capture the leader first. Chiba looked at the dead Killer Bee, the fourth Raikage, and Tsuchida's corpses, and nodded calmly. The peace talks were a complete success. Mifune. Lord Hokage, your actions will cause other great nations to lose their trust in you. After this incident, I'm afraid no one will dare to sit down and negotiate with you anymore, Chianyu said, then they at least have another path to choose from. Mifune felt a tremor in his heart. He certainly understood what the other path Chianyu was referring to was. Killer Bee lying on the ground, the fourth Raikage, and others are the best examples, Mifune sighed, speechless. Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy, though shocked, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Might Guy had used the 8 gates formation twice in a row over several days, and he was exhausted. Kakashi Hatake quickly stepped forward to help him up. In fact, Kakashi Hatake himself hardly ever lifted a finger. Hokage-sama. He was about to speak when Chianyu stopped him and looked into the distance. Those rats hiding their heads and tails should come out now. Kakashi Hatake and the others were taken aback. In the distance, Sarutobi Asuma and Kazuma were even more horrified. Damn it, he still managed to sense us even during such a fierce battle. The radical members under Ma's command were sweating profusely and terrified. Lord Kazuma, what should we do? As long as we're alive, we can always rebuild. We'd better retreat now. Kazuma sneered, run. Do you think you can escape from the fastest ninja in the world? Stop deceiving yourself. At this point, there's no other way but to fight to the death. Asuma, what do you think? Sarutobi Asuma took a deep breath. You're right, there's no escaping it, so we might as well fight to the death. At least we can die a more dignified death. His words filled everyone with utter despair. But Sarutobi Asuma had already taken the initiative and strode out. When Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy saw that familiar figure, they couldn't help but feel a stirring in their hearts. You are. Asuma. Sarutobi Asuma's expression was complicated. Kakashi, Guy, it's been a long time. Hima and the others also came out afterward. Kakashi Hatake frowned and said, these are the 12 guardian ninja of the Land of Fire's daimyo. Asuma, what are you doing? Sarutobi Asuma said in a deep voice, of course, it's for revenge. Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy both changed their expressions. Kazuma, who was behind him, also sneered. We have no grudge against the Hokage, but in order to serve the daimyo of the Land of Fire, we have all sworn to eradicate this cancerous growth, the Hokage. Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy understood. Sarutobi Asuma and these people all came for the same goal, kill the Hokage. But at this moment, Chianyu didn't even notice these people. Killer Bee is a decent opponent. The fourth Raikage can finally play along with me. As for Sarutobi Asuma, and the so-called 12 Guardian Ninja, not interested. At this moment, he had already heard a series of notification sounds. You have successfully helped the fourth Raikage reunite with his father and brothers. Your merit is immeasurable. Great kindness. 3,000 merit points added. You have successfully enabled the veteran chieftain, who has served 3 dynasties, to rest and recuperate. Your merit is immeasurable. Great virtue. Merit points added by 1,000. In this battle, Chianyu directly gained a full 7,000 merit points. He added all these merit points to the power of his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Instantly. The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan finally broke through its limits and successfully evolved into the legendary Eye of the Sage of Six Paths. Rinnegan. I promised to add an extra chapter for every 1,000 monthly votes. On top of the daily 10,000 word update, I'll add 1 extra chapter for every 500 monthly votes. Perfect timing, today is the last day of double monthly passes, so let's throw it. Greater than. Chapter 111 The Eye of God, the Rinnegan, awakens. Complete Susanoo. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 111 The Eye of God, the Rinnegan, awakens. Complete Susanoo. Requesting monthly votes. Rinnegan. This is the legendary divine Eye of the Sage of Six Paths. Originally, apart from the reincarnation of Indra, no one else could awaken this eye power. However, now, Chiyu has finally succeeded in activating it. He is the third person to awaken the Rinnegan, following the Sage of Six Paths and Madara Uchiha. At this moment, Rinnegan pupil power 50,500. The power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan has been raised to its peak. He was promoted to the Rinnegan, but the subsequent upgrades of the Rinnegan even changed the system to a form of. It is clear that subsequent developments are likely unpredictable and require one's own will to participate in the changes. Congratulations, host. Your eternal Mangekyo Sharingan has reached its peak of perfection. Congratulations, host, you have successfully activated the complete Susanoo. Congratulations, host, on your evolution and awakening. You have unlocked the Rinnegan. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the power of the 7 paths of the Rinnegan: Diva Path, Animal Path, Preta Path, Asura Path, Human Path, and Hell Path. And, the power of the Outer Path. A series of system notification sounds came one after another. Qianyu couldn't help but smile slightly. Finally awakened. The power of the Rinnegan. Heavenly Tao, Divine Expedition, Universal Pull, Planetary Devastation, the Animal Realm. It possesses the power to communicate with all things. Hungry Ghost Realm, Sealing Technique Absorption Seal. Asura Path, Chakra Missile. The Human Path, the Submerged Heart, the Soul Absorbing Technique. Hell, Judgment by Yama, Rebirth in the Cycle of Reincarnation. As well as Heretical, the Art of Reincarnation and Rebirth. This is precisely the power of the so-called 6 Paths of Pain, which is actually the power of the 7 paths, including the Outer Path power wielded by Nagato himself. And after acquiring the Rinnegan, Chiba's chakra attributes were instantly replenished, going from the original lightning, fire, yin and yang to having all 5 chakra attributes, plus the yin and yang transformation techniques. And these are just the abilities of the Rinnegan. In addition, Chiba's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan power reached its ultimate peak, and the Great Perfection Realm was finally fully unlocked. Complete Susanoo. Complete Susanoo. It is simply incomparable to any other stage or form of Susanoo. Even the complete 4th form is nothing compared to the perfect Susanoo. The difference is like a genin versus a cage. Once this state is activated, it can cut through mountains and dam rivers, destroy the heavens and the earth, and with a mere gesture, it can crush everything in its path and change the terrain in the blink of an eye. This truly represents the ultimate power of destruction. To be honest, with the complete Susanoo activated, even without awakening the Rinnegan, Senba is already absolutely invincible in this world. Add to that the full power of the Rinnegan, and you can only say it's invincible among invincible. Chiyu can switch between her Rinnegan and eternal Mangekyo Sharingan at any time, allowing her to use the power of any eye technique. In other words, he is now far ahead of his time. Chiyu casually released Susanoo, his body landing heavily on the ground. He gently clenched his right hand, sensing his current strength. Perhaps only one sentence can describe it. Under the 6 realms, I am invincible. The 6 paths do not exist in the current ninja world. Therefore, I can only be invincible. At this moment, Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy had already stood in front of Asuma Sarutobi and Kazuma and the others. Kakashi Hatake said in a deep voice, "Asuma, we are friends and former comrades. I can understand your feelings from your perspective, but you should know that the one who was wrong was never the Hokage, but your father, Hiruzen Sarutobi. As one of the 12 guardian ninja of the daimyo, I don't believe you haven't heard the Hokage's announcement to the world, and I don't believe you're unaware of what your father has done. I also know that even you yourself did not agree with Hiruzen Sarutobi's actions, which led to a rift between father and son and you're running away from home. If that's the case, why bother?" Sarutobi Asuma said, "Kakashi, how can I not avenge my father's death?" Kakashi Hatake's face darkened. "Then, you should know who killed my father. It's precisely those people like Hiruzen Sarutobi. They even killed my father, then dug up his body and stole it, using the despicable forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation to manipulate him into a puppet to fight for them. Asuma, tell me, if I want revenge, who should I go to?" Sarutobi Asuma was also startled. Thinking of the crimes his father had committed, as revealed in the information Qianyu had shared with the world, he felt equally ashamed and found it even harder to face his former friends. He remained silent for a long time before finally managing to speak with difficulty. "Yes, my father. He did commit heinous crimes, but he was still my father. And then there's my eldest brother, and so many other clansmen. This blood feud is irreconcilable. If I don't avenge it, I simply cannot continue living in this world." Kakashi Hatake was speechless. Might Guy retorted, Asuma, even so, you should know that with your strength, trying to seek revenge against the Hokage is simply courting death. Sarutobi Asuma nodded. I know. I saw that battle just now. Even if 10 of me, no, 100 of me combined, were not a match for Uchiha Chiba. But revenge must still be taken. Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy exchanged a glance. That's all I have to say. Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi is guilty of heinous crimes and deserves to die 10,000 times, but they were ultimately unable to stop the son's choice to avenge his father. Kakashi Hatake glanced at Might Guy, knowing that he had expended a lot of chakra and was no longer fit to continue fighting. Asuma, I respect your choice, but as the Hokage's bodyguard, it is my duty to protect the Hokage's safety. If you attack the Hokage, I will do everything in my power to stop you. Even with you, a former friend. A fight to the death. Sarutobi Asuma smiled slightly. I understand, Kakashi. I will die here today, but, even so, I still consider you and Kai as friends. Kakashi Hatake nodded. Then let's go. He glanced at Hima and the others, and snorted coldly. You are not qualified to attack the Hokage. I will stop all of you by myself. Kazuma knew he had no chance of winning, but he couldn't help but fly into a rage when he heard Kakashi Hatake's words. Kakashi Hatake, I know your name, but to think you can single-handedly stand against the entire 12 Guardian Ninjas. You're far too arrogant. Let me show you our ultimate power. He was about to lead the 12 Guardian Ninjas in a joint attack. Chianyu suddenly strode forward. That's enough, Kakashi. Leave it to me. Everyone was taken aback. Judging from Chianyu's attitude just now, he didn't take these people seriously at all, and clearly believed that they were not worth his personal attention. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Chianyu said calmly, I just have some new abilities that I wanted to try out. Sarutobi Asuma, Kazuma, and the so-called 12 Guardian Ninjas, you are incredibly lucky to have died at the hands of this technique. For a moment, Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, Asuma Sarutobi, Kazuma, the other 12 Guardian Ninja, and even Mifune and the Lord of the Land of Frost all frowned, filled with shock and curiosity. At that very moment, Chiba's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly erupted with a violent light and ocular power. The perfect circle enveloping the six-pointed star began to rotate gently, transforming into concentric circles of vortexes and ripples. That is. Everyone was shocked and horrified, as if they had seen a ghost. The legendary divine eye of the Sage of Six Paths, the Rinnegan. How is this possible? How could something from mythology possibly appear in the ninja world? Even Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy were drenched in sweat, staring incredulously into Chiba's eyes. Hey, Kakashi, those eyes really are. Kakashi Hatake also broke out in a cold sweat. That's right, according to the rumors, it's undoubtedly the legendary Rinnegan, but why would the Hokage-sama? Sarutobi Asuma, Kazuma, and the others were completely terrified. Rinnegan. Impossible. Sarutobi Asuma, however, was completely relieved. Whatever. Whether it's the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan or the legendary Rinnegan, we could never be his match. Perhaps he's right. To die under the Sage of Six Paths, Divine Eye is actually an honor, Kazuma roared, what a load of bull. What honor? Even if the Sage of Six Paths comes, I will never sit idly by and wait to die. Uchiha Chiba, let me show you the power of my ultimate Earth Release ninjutsu. Earth Release, Creation, Soil of the Dead. In an instant, he formed a hand seal and slammed his hand on the ground. The entire earth suddenly seemed to come alive, writhing and churning. Then, arms burst out of the ground. A body, resembling a zombie, broke free of its restraints and gradually took shape from the earth and soil. Kakashi Hatake and the others were taken aback. Is that a technique similar to the Impure World reincarnation? Kazuma summoned the Lightning Release 4, who supported the Hokage's faction, from the 12 Guardian Ninjas he had killed earlier. Of course, besides that, there were also many other ninjas he killed, a total of 20 or 30 people, who formed an army of the dead and charged towards Chiba. Sarutobi Asuma also took a deep breath. Fire Release, Ash Pile Burn. Instantly, he spat out scorching hot tobacco ash, which burst out and spread, burning enemies instantly upon contact, and then causing a complete fire and explosion. However, Chiyu's Rinnegan eyes twitched slightly. Facing the oncoming fire release, ash pile burning, he casually extended his hand. He calmly said, Sealing Technique Absorption Seal. The next moment, to everyone's astonishment, they witnessed an incredibly shocking scene. The ferocious attack, the scorching cigarette ash, the intense heat. The moment it came into contact with Chianyu, it was instantly devoured and absorbed, like a leaf encountering a vortex, or a ray of light encountering a black hole. In an instant, it vanished completely, turning into nothingness, empty and clean. What? What kind of ability is that? It actually absorbed the ninjutsu and chakra directly. Qianyu's lips curled up slightly. Let's begin. Greater than. Chapter 112 Shinra Tensei. Bansho Tenon. Asuma dies. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 112 Shinra Tensei. Bansho Tenon. Asuma dies. Requesting monthly votes. With a casual flick of his wrist, Chiyu used the power of the Rinnegan's Preta Path to seal and absorb Sarutobi Asuma's ninjutsu and chakra, shocking everyone present. Kakashi Hatake couldn't help but frown. So, that's the legendary Rinnegan's power. It can directly absorb and devour ninjutsu and chakra, which means, all ninjutsu are ineffective against the Hokage. In this ninja world where ninjutsu is fundamental, one possesses the ability to nullify all ninjutsu. Everyone knows what this means. For a moment, all 12 guardian ninjas broke out in a cold sweat. Kazuma roared, "Don't be scared out of your wits. Everyone has their limits. Every technique has its weaknesses. Attack. Attack at all costs." He manipulated the secret technique of Earth Release, Creation and Soil of the Dead, using the resurrected Lightning Release 4 and 20 or 30 other dead ninjas as a puppet army to charge towards Chiba. In an instant, thunder roared, flames raged, and countless ninjutsu techniques poured out, shooting towards Chiyu. However, Chiyu simply stretched out his hand and absorbed all the ninjutsu, turning them into nothingness. No matter how fierce the enemy's offensive, it is meaningless in front of him. Sarutobi Asuma was shocked. Kazuma, it seems his Rinnegan ability can devour and absorb all ninjutsu and chakra. Stop wasting your energy. Try using physical attacks, primarily hand-to-hand combat. Good. In an instant, Kazuma drew his massive shuriken, roared, and shot towards Chiba. The other 12 guardian ninjas, along with the puppet army resurrected by the soil of the dead, all took out various ninja tools and hidden weapons and simultaneously bombarded Chiba. Sarutobi Asuma even unleashed one of his ultimate techniques. Chakra Blade. True Ikimonji. This is a secret technique that infuses wind-release chakra into a special chakra blade, greatly increasing its power to the point that it can cut through iron like mud and shatter boulders as easily as taking something out of a bag. With a whoosh, Sarutobi Asuma's chakra blades, along with countless ninja tools, poured out simultaneously, charging towards the enemy. Although Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy are not worried about the Hokage. But seeing this setup, I couldn't help but frown a little. However, Qianyu remained unmoved, slightly raising his arm and speaking calmly. Shinra Tensei. Suddenly, rumble, rumble, rumble. In that instant, time seemed to stand still, space seemed to freeze, and Sarutobi Asuma, as well as all the other ninja tools and hidden weapons, were suddenly frozen in the void. Then, boom. The violent repulsive force swept away everything in its path, repelling all things and violently blasting Sarutobi Asuma and all the ninja tools away. On the ground, a huge crater appeared centered on Qianyu. What? Then, what kind of power is that? Sarutobi Asuma was blasted more than 100 meters away, his body covered in blood, looking utterly wretched and pitiful. Before Kazuma could even be shocked, Chiba had already gently released another power of the heavenly Tao with that same right hand, the guiding force of all things. Wang and Ma's expressions changed drastically in an instant, and their bodies were involuntarily pulled forward rapidly. Varied. Before she could react, the black rod characteristic of Rinnegan users had already appeared in Chiyu's right palm, and she thrust it out with tremendous speed. Puff. Kazuma's body rushed forward instantly, only to be pierced cleanly by the black rod. He stood there dumbfounded, his face deathly pale, and he coughed up mouthfuls of blood. This is it. The legendary power of the Rinnegan. Ignoring him completely, Chiyu flipped her hand and used the black rod to pin Kazuma's entire body to the ground. Kakashi Hatake was startled. As that, the ability to control gravity and repulsion. As expected of the Sage of Six Paths, Divine Eye, it can even do something like this. Moreover, it seems that this is just the tip of the iceberg of the Rinnegan's abilities, just how powerful has the Hokage become. Comparable to a true god. Even as he lay dying, Kazuma roared in defiance, using his last strength to manipulate the puppet army of the dead in the soil. Lightning Release 4, use that technique. Instantly, the 4 Lightning Release ninjas among the deceased Guardian ninjas simultaneously unleashed their Lightning Release chakra, unleashing their ultimate Lightning Release secret technique, Lightning Release. Lightning Dream Technique. This is the Lightning Release 4, standing in the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north, connecting their Lightning Release chakra in one place. It is more like a barrier technique than a ninjutsu. Once formed, it will be enough to turn everything at the center of the barrier to ashes. It is so powerful that it can destroy a small village. However, the flaw is also obvious. If even one of the 4 people is missing, the team will fail. Qianyu did not give them a chance. With a wave of his hand, the myriad manifestations heavenly trigger was activated, and one of the dead was forcibly devoured and pulled over. The black rod in his hand pierced through the body of the dead, which was made of soil and had very weak defense. With one blow, it shattered and turned back into the soil scattered all over the ground. Damn it! Bastard! Uchiha Sen. Kazuma could no longer speak and died on the ground in despair and resentment. Without hesitation, Chiyu raised his arm and used the power of his Rinnegan and chakra to create a complex machine that resembled a gun. Powered by the raging chakra, it suddenly unleashed a barrage of chakra missiles. It is precisely the power of the Asura path. 5-finger missile. In an instant, countless chakra missiles scattered and bombarded enemies in all directions, turning the entire land into scorched earth. Those ninjas who had been resurrected from the dead were instantly blasted to pieces. Even 3 or 4 of the 12 guardian ninjas were caught off guard and were also reduced to ashes. In the blink of an eye, only Sarutobi Asuma and 2 other people remained of the 12 guardian ninja. One of them roared and launched a sneak attack from behind, thrusting out his kunai with great speed. However, Qianyu gently turned around and reached out to press his head down. Soul absorption technique. With a slight lift of his arm, the other person's soul was forcibly pulled out. It was done casually and effortlessly. It was as easy as picking up a leaf. But that guardian ninja of the 12 lost his soul instantly and died on the spot. That is, his soul was ripped out. This is precisely one of the abilities of the human realm in the eyes of Samsara. Earth release, rock pillar prison technique. In an instant, countless rock pillars burst forth from the earth around Qianyu, rising up and forming a cage that trapped him within. Chiba didn't care at all, and unleashed the power of her Rinnegan, Shinra Tensai. Boom! All the rock pillars suddenly shattered into countless fragments, and the earth was overturned, revealing huge pits and cracks. Taking advantage of the situation, Sarutobi Asuma launched his ranged attack technique. Wind release, Emerald Gale. This is the ability to remotely control and shatter everything by infusing wind release into a chakra blade. In an instant, an incomparably sharp blade of wind shot fiercely towards them. Having just used Shinra Tensai, Chiba simply flipped his arm, and countless machines, cannons, wires, and mechanisms appeared, easily grabbing Sarutobi Asuma's chakra blade, and then suddenly unleashing a violent laser cannon. Asura's attack. Boom! A laser cannon shot out, and Sarutobi Asuma tried his best to dodge, but he was still hit by the blast. Half of his body was blown away by the aftershocks of the explosion, and he was instantly covered in blood and gore. But another member of the 12 guardian ninjas was not so lucky. It was blasted to pieces by the laser cannon. For Qianyu, this was just a casual test of his skills. However, in just a moment, the elite guards of the Fire Country's daimyo, the 12 guardian ninjas, had all been killed, leaving only Sarutobi Asuma. For a moment, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Sarutobi Asuma gave a bitter laugh. Uchiha Chiba, you truly possess godlike power, no matter how hard I try to cultivate, I will never be your match. Kill me. Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy also sighed, unable to bear watching any longer. Qianyu didn't have much to hesitate about. Holding Sarutobi Asuma's chakra blade lightly between his fingers, he unleashed the power of Shinra Tensai and launched it out with a burst of speed. It was as fast as lightning. Its power is so great that it cannot be resisted. With a bang, Sarutobi Asuma's heart was completely pierced, and a blank and confused expression appeared on his face before his entire body collapsed to the ground with a thud. Sarutobi Asuma died. Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy exchanged a glance, both revealing complex expressions. You have successfully helped Sarutobi Asuma reunite with his father and brother. Your merit is immeasurable. Great virtue. 300 merit points added. You have successfully helped the Fire Country daimyo deal with the traitorous 12 guardian ninjas. Your merit is immeasurable. Great virtue. 1800 merit points added. Qianyu casually added the more than 2000 merit points she had gained to her eye power. Current Rinnegan pupil power 52,600. Thus, the peace talks came to a successful conclusion. Killer Bee died, the 4th Raikage died, Tsuchikage died, Asuma Sarutobi died, and the 12 guardian ninja were wiped out. This was a very successful meeting. Mifune gazed at these scenes and sighed. Lord Hokage, are you going to kill me too? Qianyu glanced at him indifferently. Why would I kill you? Mifune frowned and said, aren't you afraid I'll reveal what happened today? It's not just you who killed so many people, it also includes the secret of the Rinnegan. Qianyu shook her head calmly. I want you to spread the news of today. I am issuing an ultimatum to all the other major powers. If you do not submit to me, neither the Kage nor the higher-ups of the various ninja villages will be spared. Kill without mercy. As for the secret of the Rinnegan, whether the information is leaked or not, no one in this ninja world is my match. But Mifune, your samurai nation must also submit to me. You should understand. Mifune's expression changed, but he also knew that he didn't have any other choice. I see. I will follow the Hokage's instructions. Very good. Chiyu said to Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy beside her. Let's go back to Konoha village first. Then, I will declare my resolve to the 4 great ninja villages, either submit, or die. Yes, Hokage-sama. Chapter 113 Despair in Kumogakure. The ninja world shakes. Unparalleled ferocity. Requesting monthly. Chapter 113 Despair in Kumogakure. The ninja world shakes. Unparalleled ferocity. Requesting monthly tickets. The news reached Kumogakure. In the Raikage's office, Mabui and Darui, who were handling affairs, turned pale and trembled, almost collapsing to the ground. What did you say? What happened to Lord Raikage? The Hidden Cloud Village Anbu ninja was equally distraught, almost like a walking corpse. Raikage-sama, he died at the hands of the Hokage, Uchiha Senba. Not only Raikage, but also Killer Bee, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, and Tsuchide-sama, they were all killed in action. Boom. Mabui finally slumped completely into the chair. Darui's vision went black, and he almost fainted. How could this be? How could this happen? The style of the Hidden Cloud Village is inherently tough, combative, enthusiastic about military expansion, and a hard-line, war-loving force. They certainly anticipated that this so-called peace negotiation would not be peaceful at all. Therefore, not only Raikage and Tsuchida, but also Killer Bee, the strongest and perfect Eight Tails Jinchuriki, went along, which can be said to be foolproof. However, who could have predicted this outcome? The undercover agent was drenched in sweat, but having received advance notice, he had calmed down considerably. Mabui-sama, Darui-sama. The situation is extremely critical. We urge you to make a decision as soon as possible. Mabui and Darui exchanged a glance, both feeling a deep sense of despair. This is a loss that is even more unbearable and a more tragic reality that is even harder to face than when the Gold and Silver brothers rebelled and killed the second Raikage. After all, the third Raikage was still in the village at that time, and his strength and prestige were enough to suppress the heroes, so the situation was quickly stabilized. But now, the leader is the fourth Raikage, the strongest fighter is Killer Bee, and the veteran Tsuchikage is a member of 3 reigns. All were killed at the same time. This is a complete and utter failure. Mabui forced herself to calm down. Immediately informed the 2 Lady Yukitos, as well as Samui, Troy, and the others to discuss this matter. Yes. Soon, all those qualified to participate in the Raikage meeting gathered in the Cloud Village office. When Mabui revealed the news, everyone was shocked, horrified, and filled with despair. How could this be? Raikage-sama, Kurabi-sama, Todai-sama, all died in battle. This. Since Mabui and Darui knew about it beforehand, they have calmed down a bit. Darui sighed, things have come to this, and grief and despair can only wait. We must find a way to deal with this immediately, otherwise the Hidden Cloud Village is likely to collapse completely. Everyone understood this principle, of course. However, Troy, a veteran Jonin of Kumogakure who possesses the magnet release Kekkei Genkei, said in a deep voice. The most urgent task is to elect a new Raikage. Otherwise, without a leader, Cloud Village will inevitably descend into chaos. Mabui nodded and glanced at Darui. The fourth Raikage always regarded Darui as his right-hand man and even hinted that he wanted Darui to succeed him as Raikage. Darui frowned. I'm afraid. Samui shook his head and said, Darui certainly has a bright future, but he is still too young, and, at this critical moment, Darui's strength is still slightly lacking, making it difficult to fully convince the masses. I recommend Yukito ni. Everyone immediately looked in the direction of the 2 wooden figures. The 2 wooden figures were also shocked. I am the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails, so I'm afraid I'll have to take on the position of Raikage. Don't forget the rampage caused by the former 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Fruppy. Troy shook his head. No, Samui is right. Apart from the 8 Tails Jinchuriki and the Raikage, Yugito, you are the strongest in Kumogakure. You possess the power of a tailed beast and are the best person to keep the whole situation in check. I also recommend Yukito. Others echoed his sentiments. The 2 Yugito sighed, I'm not sure if I'm capable of shouldering this great responsibility, but since you all trust me, and Kumogakure is in such a critical moment, I can only do my utmost. Everyone nodded and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Mabui said, the second thing. It's about the eight-tailed beast. After Lord Killer Bee's death in battle, the eight tails within him will also die. However, the tailed beast will not truly die completely and will be resurrected soon, but the time and place of its resurrection are unpredictable. The eight tails is our hidden cloud village's strongest strategic weapon. We must not lose it, much less let it fall into the hands of other villages, therefore. The Anbu exist. Search everywhere for the eight tails at all costs. Yes. Yugito Ni said, the eight tails has established a tacit understanding and bond with Lord B, and it's not the kind of tailed beast that hates humans. If it were to be revived, it would likely willingly submit to the village, but we certainly can't take that risk. Darui nodded. One last thing, to avenge Lord Raikage. Everyone was shocked. The two Yukito frowned and said, Darui, of course I understand how you feel, but you've heard the information from the Dark Guard too. That Hokage, Uchiha Senba, not only possessed the strongest lightning release armor, just like the third Raikage, but also the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the fourth form of Susanoo, and even, he also awakened the divine eye of the Sage of Six Paths, which only exists in myths and legends. Rinnegan. When facing a formidable enemy of this caliber, we must not act rashly or impulsively, Mabui sighed. Yugito, no, Raikage-sama is right. Revenge must be taken, but precisely because the hatred runs deep, one must not act impulsively. Samui asked, just how powerful is the Rinnegan? Veteran Jonan Troy shook his head. That's a legendary existence, no one knows its true power. However, judging from the intelligence gathered by the Anbu alone, Uchiha Chiba easily wiped out the entire 12 guardian ninjas of the Land of Fire using only the power of her Rinnegan, as easily as killing a few ants. Not to mention, even without the Rinnegan, I'm afraid no one in the entire ninja world could be a match for that bastard Uchiha Chiba. Everyone fell silent. Yugito Ni said, everyone, there's no need to despair too much. Uchiha Chiba is indeed terrifyingly powerful, but, in the end, the only one who is truly powerful in Konoha is him. The village's overall strength, especially its military strength, is not as great as our hidden cloud village. Konoha has suffered a series of setbacks, including the Third Shinobi World War, the Nine Tails attack, the rise of Uchiha Chiba, and the internal strife with Hiruzen and Sarutobi. The village is now at its lowest point, with heavy casualties and its power plummeting. Darui said, Lord Raikage means. As long as we can find a way to hold off Uchiha Senba alone, Konoha will still be no match for us. However, how can we hold off that bastard? It's practically an impossible task. Yugito Ni said, according to the intelligence spread by Mifune, the leader of the samurai of the Land of Iron, that bastard Uchiha Chiba is not only targeting the Land of Lightning, but is also preparing to issue an ultimatum to all the other four great nations, demanding that they all submit to him. This is absolutely impossible. So, we need to unite the forces of the other three major powers and the ninja villages to fight the enemy together, only then will we have a sliver of hope. Everyone understood what she meant. That's right, this is the only way. We can't let the hidden cloud village bear the brunt of the firepower alone. The two wooden figures suddenly stood up. Without delay, contact the other three major powers immediately to discuss this matter. Join forces to fight that man. Uchiha Chiba. Yes, Lord Raikage. At the same time. In Iwagakure village, in the Tsuchikage's office. 2-day scale Onoki looked at his granddaughter Kuritsuchi playing nearby and felt a rare moment of warmth in his heart. Unfortunately, this feeling didn't last long. Lord Tsuchikage, a member of the Iwagakure Hidden Stone Village, recounted what had happened. Even the 2-day scale Onoki couldn't help but change his expression drastically. What? The Raikage is dead, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki is dead too. That new Hokage, Uchiha Chiba, not only killed those two, but also awakened the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. The Anbu member trembled as he said, not only that, the Hokage also notified the four great nations, demanding that their leaders submit, or else, What? Kill all the high-ranking officials, including the Four Shadows. Boom. Onoki slammed his hand on the table. That bastard, he's completely insane. His son, Huang Tu, standing beside him, remained calm. Father, no, Lord Tsuchikage. That may be true, but Uchiha Chiba's strength has probably reached its peak, and he certainly has the right to be arrogant. The best course of action now is to take this opportunity to cooperate with villages in other countries and join forces to fight against them. That is the only option. After a moment of silence, Onoki finally sat back down. You're right. Those two guys, Lao Zi and Han. Huang Tu sighed, Father, it is common knowledge that you and Lao Zi are at odds. He left the village because of this. Although it cannot be called defection, he has been traveling around the world and no longer cares about the affairs of the village. As for Han, although he remains loyal to the village, he also doesn't get along with you much. Ultimately, your stubborn personality is really. Aside from Huang Tu, no one else dared to say these things to Onoki. Although he is getting older, his temper is getting worse. HMPH, in the end, that's what Jinchuriki are all about. They're a powerful weapon, but they can also easily hurt themselves. Huang Tu, I'm leaving this matter to you. To deal with that damned Hokage, we definitely need the power of the tailed beasts in Jinchuriki. Yes, father. Onoki's heart skipped a beat. Besides this, it seems there are other methods. Father, you mean? Onoki sneered, I recently had contact with a clandestine mercenary organization. They seem to possess considerable power. Sending them to fight that bastard Hokage wouldn't be a bad idea. Huang Tu's expression changed. You mean the terrorist organization called Akatsuki? If other major powers were to find out that our Iwagakure village is cooperating with the Akatsuki, I'm afraid, Onoki sneered, at this point, who cares about such things anymore? You don't need to worry about this, leave it to me. You focus on recalling those two Jinchuriki. Yes, father. Just then. Lord Tsuchikage. A communication request from the new Raikage of Kumogakure in the Land of Lightning. Oh, the new Raikage. Who is he? The Two-Tails Jinchuriki, Yugito ni. Is it her? Onoki chuckled. It seems that Kumogakure has also been driven to the brink, resorting to seeking help and cooperation from other major powers, or even, our Hidden Stone Village, the enemy who killed the third Raikage. Huang Tu sighed, that only proves just how terrifyingly powerful that man named Uchiha Chiba is. It seems. This time, 4 major nations, 4 ninja villages, and even the Akatsuki organization that father mentioned, we need to all work together to fight that man. Chapter 114 The All Ninja World Anti-Wing Alliance. The 6 Paths of Pain appear. Requesting monthly. Chapter 114 The All Shinobi World's Anti-Chiba Alliance. Pain's 6 Paths appear. Requesting monthly tickets. The Land of Wind, Sunagakure Village. In Feng Ying's office. The 4th case Cage, Rasa, was also overwhelmed with worry as he looked at the intelligence data transmitted by the Anbu. Maki, who was beside him, sighed. Cage-sama, I never imagined the changes in Konoha would be so drastic. When Hiruzen Sarutobi was in power, regardless of his attitude towards Konoha, his policies toward the outside world could be described as weak. As a result, our Sunagakure had ample opportunity to ease tensions after the Third Shinobi World War. But now, with Uchiha Chiba taking the stage, her methods can't even be described as forceful, they're downright insane. His intention is to make the other 4 great powers submit to him. This is absolutely insane. Even the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Madara Uchiha, who co-founded Konoha, didn't do something this crazy. Luo Sha's face also looked very unpleasant. The Uchiha clan members are all lunatics. Moreover, the stronger they are, the more extreme and insane their actions become. No wonder every Hokage in history wanted to exterminate the Uchiha clan. However, no matter what, we are now facing an invincible being. He was able to defeat Hiruzen Sarutobi, kill the Raikage and Killer Bee, and his methods and strength have reached their peak. Our Sunagakure is definitely not someone we can match. The only way is to join forces with the other villages to deal with him. Maki nodded, that's what I think too. Ever since the third case Cage disappeared, that bastard Sasori of the Red Sand defected, and even Granny Chio went into seclusion and stopped caring about worldly affairs, the village's fighting strength has plummeted. And your son? Luo Sha snorted coldly. That was nothing but a failed experiment. We can't count on him anymore. In fact, if he goes berserk, he could cause damage to the village. One day, I will personally eliminate this scourge. Maki broke out in a cold sweat. The case Cage before me truly is the epitome of ruthlessness. The methods used against Yekora back then, and the attitude towards his own son now, it's chilling to the bone. However, perhaps this is just the attitude of those in power. Sunagakure was the weakest and poorest of the 5 great nations, and even the case Cage's methods were out of necessity. Cage-sama. The new Raikage of Kumogakure requests a communication. Oh. Rasa sneered. Back when the third case Cage disappeared, it was Kumogakure who first invaded Sunagakure, igniting the Third Shinobi World War. Now they're panicking, and the first thing they think of is us. To be honest, I'd rather see the 4th Raikage and the 8 Tails Killer Bee dying at the hands of that Uchiha Chiba. Maki hurriedly said, Lord Case Cage, that's true, but right now we do need to practice on Uchiha Chiba first. HMPH, I understand. The Land of Water, the Hidden Mist Village. Joninao frowned and said, Mizukage-sama, that's all the information we have. What should we do? The fourth Mizukage of Kurigakure, Yugura Karataki, stared at everything with empty, indifferent eyes. Behind his body, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared. That's right. Sharingan. At this very moment, Yugura Karataki had already been manipulated by the mysterious masked man, Obito Uchiha, using genjutsu for many years. His will was entirely Obito Uchiha's will. Yugura Karataki spoke in a deep voice, I never imagined that Uchiha Chiba would become this powerful. Even the Raikage and Killer Bee, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, died at his hands, if this continues. Even Obito Uchiha, standing behind Yugura, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. In his last battle with Uchiha Chiba, he was completely outmatched. If it weren't for the power of Kamui intangibility and the forbidden technique Izanagi that allowed him to barely escape, he would probably be dead by now. Even more surprisingly, the one who defeated him was just a shadow clone of his. After claiming to be Uchiha Madara, this is an unprecedented and utterly shameful disgrace. Now, he has awakened not only the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but also the Rinnegan. This is simply illogical. Obito Uchiha obtained almost all of the theoretical knowledge from Madara Uchiha. He knew, of course, that Madara Uchiha had successfully awakened the Rinnegan after fusing the power of Hashirama Senju. Uchiha Chiba couldn't possibly do that, and even if he did, he wouldn't be able to awaken the Rinnegan. What on earth happened? What he was worried about was certainly not the Land of Water. Instead, it's his ultimate plan, Eye of the Moon. If things continue like this, recovering the tailed beasts will become increasingly difficult, let alone the plan to revive the Ten Tails and unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi. Fortunately, after my defeat against Uchiha Chiba last time, just in case, I had Nagato heavily seal the power of the Geto Mazo, otherwise, I'm afraid even the demonic statue of the Outer Path could be summoned by his Rinnegan. It's not impossible. Obito Uchiha's mind raced. No. We must use all our strength to completely annihilate Uchiha Senba. Otherwise, Project Eye of the Moon would never have succeeded. Using the identity of the Mizukage, we will join forces with the four great nations, along with the power of the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Chiba. Even if you were truly Madara Uchiha resurrected, or Hashirama Senju reincarnated, you still wouldn't be able to withstand this. Thinking about this, Kuragi Yugura said, I understand. Uchiha Chiba has sent an ultimatum to the four great nations, demanding our submission. This is absolutely impossible. However, that bastard is indeed incredibly powerful, so cooperating with other villages to fight him is the only option. Kurigakure is currently in the midst of an increasingly brutal period known as the Blood Mist Village. The clan with the bloodline limit was wiped out, the village's elite ninjas were either dead or fled. Those who remain here today are probably less than half of what they were at their peak. Veteran Jonin, Ao, Ganbei, and Nakayoshi. And the younger generation, such as Mei-Terumi and Mangetsu Hazuka. Of the other 7 ninja swordsmen, 4 were killed and 3 were injured when Might Guy opened the 8 Gates formation. Now, only Suigetsu Hazuka remains in the village. However, there's one guy who absolutely cannot be ignored. A man named Kisame Hoshigaki. Suigetsu Hobutsu, Lord Mizukage, the new Raikage of Kumogakure requests a communication. Kuragi Yugura had a sudden thought. It is good. The Raikage is Yugito ni, the Tsuchikage is Onoki ni, the Keisukage is Rasa, and the Mizukage is Yugura Karataki. At this moment, the 4Kage of the 4 great nations and 4 great ninja villages are in urgent talks. The 2 initiators, Yukito, said in a deep voice, you should all have received the intelligence by now. The newly appointed Hokage of Konoha, Uchiha Chiba, suddenly disrupted the peace talks with the 4th Raikage, killing the Raikage, Killer Beat the 8 Tails, Tsuchide, and other high-ranking officials of Kumogakure. This person is treacherous, arrogant, and has even issued ultimatums to the high-ranking officials of the 4 great nations, demanding our submission. He is no longer just an enemy of Kumogakure, but a threat to the entire ninja world. Therefore, in the name of the 5th Raikage, I extend an invitation to the 4Kage to form an alliance and jointly fight against Uchiha Chiba. Luo Sha couldn't help but sneer, betrayal, arrogance, and domineering. This assessment, I feel it's more fitting for your Kumogakure than for Uchiha Senba. The 2 Yukito's expressions changed. Lord Keisukage, what do you mean by this? Rasa coldly replied, wasn't it you, Kumogakure, who were the first to break the contract and take advantage of the situation to invade Sunagakure after the 3rd Keisukage disappeared? Onoki was happy to watch the show, and nodded with a chuckle. That's right. The 2 Yugito said, Lord Tsuchikage, you don't need to sow discord. We will avenge the 3rd Raikage as well. Onoki laughed angrily, the 3rd Raikage. How many ninja from our Iwagakure village did he kill? Should this grudge be avenged by your Kumogakure village or by his Iwagakure village? At this moment. Instead, Kurage Yagura stepped in to mediate. Alright, among the 5 great powers, which one doesn't have blood debts and deep-seated hatred? Since we are each other's shadows, we should understand that there are no eternal friends or enemies, only eternal interests. And now, our common enemy is Uchiha Chiba. After killing him, you can settle any grievances or grudges. Everyone else fell silent as well. The 2 Yukitos said, Lord Mizukage is right. For now, we must set aside our grudges and unite against a common enemy. Otherwise, the entire ninja world will be destroyed by that man. Kazekage-sama, Tsuchikage-sama, what is your decision? Onoki knew this was true, and snorted, I agree. Luo Sha nodded as well. Alright, we can settle our scores with Kumogakure later. For now, let's deal with Uchiha Chiba. The 2 wooden figures said, very good. Then, in the name of the 4 Kage, we hereby declare to the entire ninja world, the anti-Uchiha Senba alliance is officially established. Everyone nodded in agreement. Kurage Yagura coldly added, Konoha village is all bark and no bite. The only truly powerful figure is Uchiha Senba. If we can join forces to kill him, it won't be difficult for the 4 great nations to unite and destroy Konoha, then divide up the Land of Fire's land and resources. This isn't just about survival, it's about the future interests of all the villages. The other 3 figures were also moved upon hearing this. Indeed, Yagura Karataki is absolutely right. Konoha village has suffered a series of calamities, and its economy, military, population, and all other aspects have plummeted. Apart from Uchiha Senbei's support, they could never be a match for the combined forces of the other 4 great ninja villages. Thinking of the Land of Fire's rich and fertile land, its immeasurable wealth and resources, all the shadows couldn't help but reveal covetous expressions. Onoki also gave a cold laugh. That Uchiha Chiba wants to be an enemy of the entire ninja world, so let's grant his wish and let him have his way. This time, it's not just Uchiha Senba, we'll take down the entire Hidden Leaf village, and even the entire Land of Fire, to be reduced to ashes. The Hidden Cloud village, Hidden Sun village, Hidden Stone village, and Hidden Mist village joined forces to form the anti-Uchiha Senba alliance army. This matter naturally and quickly shocked the entire ninja world. In an instant, the world was in turmoil, and a war that would sweep across the entire ninja world was about to break out. Meanwhile, inside Rain Hidden village, a mysterious man wearing a mask appeared silently in the continuous rain. He did not use the power of intangibility, and was quickly detected by the leader of Imegakure. On top of high-rise buildings made of metal. The man, who was sitting on the protruding tongue of the giant statue and silently watching the rain, suddenly raised his head slightly. Conan, standing beside him, frowned and asked, What's wrong, Pain? The being named Pain said in a deep voice, Someone has infiltrated Imegakure, it's Uchiha Madara. Xiaonan was also startled, but then she understood. They must have come for that man. Uchiha Chiba. Pain, I also can't understand why that man named Uchiha Chiba would awaken the same eyes as you, the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. Pain shook his head. Have no idea. However, if the intelligence is accurate, Uchiha Chiba will become the biggest obstacle and stumbling block in our plans. So, he must die. Greater than. Chapter 115 Hashirama, the god of shinobi, makes his decision. The ultimate battle. Stop you. Chapter 115 The god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju's decision. The ultimate battle. Stop Senba. Requesting monthly votes. Rain Village, atop towering metal buildings amidst a torrential downpour. A figure appeared out of thin air. He stood in front of Pain and Conan. What are you planning to do? The masked man asked directly. He knew that Pain would understand what he was saying. Pain remained silent for a moment. The plan must not be hindered by anyone. Uchiha Senba must die. The masked man nodded. That's right, but that man isn't so easy to deal with. Not only has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan been awakened, but now even the Rinnegan has been unlocked. Conan couldn't help but ask, Uchiha Madara, why did that man awaken the Rinnegan? The Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths is a legendary existence. It's one thing that Nagato was able to open it, but now a second pair has appeared in the ninja world. This is simply unbelievable. Madara Uchiha said in a deep voice, I can only tell you one thing. That means you shouldn't judge that man by conventional standards. From the moment he awakened the Sharingan, to the Mangekyo Sharingan, to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it all defies any common sense regarding the evolution of the Uchiha clan's eye power. The same applies to the Rinnegan. Xiaonan was speechless. Pain said in a deep voice, now that the other side also possesses the Rinnegan, we must move forward with our plan as soon as possible. Madara Uchiha said, I have 3 paths for you to choose from. First, we will cooperate with the other 4 major ninja villages to jointly deal with Uchiha Chiba. Pain sneered. Which major powers should we cooperate with? Konan knew what he was thinking, and the image of Yahiko appeared in her mind. She couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Madara Uchiha remained noncommittal and continued speaking. Secondly, while the 4 great nations are engaged in a decisive battle with the Land of Fire, we can launch a surprise attack on Uchiha Senba or Konoha from another front, which is essentially a form of cooperation. Third, taking advantage of the chaos in the ninja world, we should immediately advance the Tailed Beast Weapon Project, mobilize the entire Akatsuki organization, and swiftly capture all the Tailed Beasts. Pain pondered for a moment. The Tailed Beast Weapon Project is naturally the top priority. But if Akatsuki doesn't intervene, can the forces of those 4 great nations possibly stand against Uchiha Senba? The plan to capture the Tailed Beasts cannot be accomplished overnight. If, in the end, the 4 great nations fail and Uchiha Senba becomes even stronger, then I'm afraid, Madara Uchiha understood his concerns. Yes, that is indeed a problem that needs to be considered. Xiaonan glanced at him. Uchiha Madara, with your power, you can't even contend with Uchiha Senba. Madara Uchiha paused slightly. I've said it before, I'm far from my prime now. Otherwise, why would I choose to cooperate with you? Pain made a decision. Asking me to cooperate with those major powers is not only unacceptable to me, but even those major powers themselves might not agree. However, advancing the Tailed Beast Weapon Project and capturing the Tailed Beasts is not so easy. I will feign compliance with those major powers to jointly fight against Uchiha Chiba, while secretly advancing the Tailed Beast Weapon Project. Perfect timing. With Onoki, the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, leading the way, those major powers also intend to invite our Akatsuki organization to take action. We can achieve our goals while also earning a considerable amount of commission. Madara Uchiha nodded. Can. However, is Akatsuki's current manpower sufficient? Pain said, besides myself, Konan, and Zetsu, the Akatsuki organization has also recruited Kakuzu, Sasori, Juzo Biwa, Orochimaru, and others. In terms of strength, they are already quite powerful. And Orochimaru, that guy, is said to possess an ultimate weapon beyond imagination. Madara Uchiha's heart stirred. Is it the power of the impure world reincarnation? Before, he collaborated with Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and those guys to summon a bunch of dead ninjas, including that bastard Senju Tobirama. And what happened then? Their accuracy was too poor, they couldn't unleash their full potential, and they all became defeated by Uchiha Chiba. Pain said, this time is different. Orochimaru has improved the precision of the impure world reincarnation, making it powerful enough to unleash considerable strength. After all, the person who collaborated with him on this improvement was none other than the second Hokage, the creator of the impure world reincarnation, Tobirama Senju. Madara Uchiha immediately understood. In other words, Orochimaru's last trump card is Hashirama. Pain nodded. Not bad. It was the god of shinobi who single-handedly quelled the chaos of the Warring States period with his own strength. Madara Uchiha remained silent for a moment. If Hashirama could truly unleash the power he possessed before his birth, indeed, he alone is enough to suppress Uchiha Senba. But Pain understood his concerns. Don't worry, the Akatsuki isn't just comprised of Orochimaru's power. I'm still here. That's enough. Madara Uchiha gave him a deep look. Very good. Once we eliminate Uchiha Chiba as an obstacle, the entire ninja world will be under our control. Don't worry, I will keep a close eye on the battle and be ready to act at any time. After saying this, his figure gradually disappeared into the void. Xiaonan stared at the void ahead, her brows furrowing slightly. Pain, can we believe that man's words? Pain shook his head. Of course we can't completely trust him. Our relationship with Madara Uchiha is nothing more than mutual exploitation, but we are indeed on the same side when it comes to eliminating Uchiha Chiba as an obstacle. Okay, I understand. Pain stood up, and the light of his Rinnegan shone brightly. The illusionary body technique. He whispered a command, and instantly, all the current Akatsuki members, including himself and Konan, were pulled into a strange space-time. That was one of Akatsuki's secret underground bases. The cave was dark and gloomy, but it was quite spacious and deep. Deep within the cave, a colossal, terrifying golem stood silently, appearing withered and lifeless, yet somehow still alive, exuding an aura of power capable of destroying the world. His 9 eyes were all closed, and behind him were 10 tails that looked like they had been cut off. His gaping maw seemed about to devour everything in the universe at any moment. His two palms were loosely spread out, with all 10 fingers neatly raised. That's right. The shell of the 10 tails, the Gedo Mazo. Pain used the illusionary body technique, and instantly the figures of Akatsuki members transformed into 7 colored lights, appearing on the 10 fingers of the Gedo Mazo. Pain, Konan, Zetsu, Kakuzu, Sasori, Juzo, Orochimaru. One after another, eerie and terrifying figures appeared. Kakuzu said in a deep voice, "You suddenly summoned us using the illusionary body technique to deal with that Uchiha Chiba, right?" Everyone turned to look in the direction of Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Pain replied indifferently, yes and no. The ultimate goal of the Akatsuki organization is to collect all the tailed beasts and implement the tailed beast weapon project. Originally, I planned to proceed step by step, first accumulating manpower, funds, resources, etc., and then gradually capturing the tailed beasts and manipulating the war throughout the ninja world. However, it seems now that I'm afraid the plan will have to be moved up. Next, we will split into 2 groups to carry out the operation. Orochimaru, you and I will go together to deal with Uchiha Chiba. As for the others, immediately initiate the tailed beast capture plan in 2-person teams. Konan, you and Kakuzu are in the same team, responsible for capturing the 7 tails of Takigakur. Sasori of the Red Sand and Juzo of the Loquat in one team, responsible for capturing the 4 tails or 5 tails of Iwagakure. Ju, you are in charge of gathering intelligence and exchanging information at any time. Everyone nodded. It is good. Orochimaru licked his lips with his long tongue, letting out a sinister, cold laugh. Leader, you want me to go with you to deal with Uchiha Chiba, so you really have your eye on my ultimate secret weapon. Pain knew that Orochimaru was testing him, but he did not deny it. Good. Uchiha Chiba's power has reached a terrifying level. Even I am not confident of victory. Your trump card is the resurrected god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, isn't it? Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment because he didn't expect him to admit it so readily, but then he smiled again. Hey, this is my masterpiece. Pain said indifferently, your previously claimed masterpiece seems to be utterly useless in the hands of Uchiha Chiba. Orochimaru's expression darkened. This time is different. My impure world reincarnation accuracy has been increased to about 90%, allowing me to unleash almost all of my peak power from my previous life. Perfect, let me show you all. Summoning Jutsu, Impure World Reincarnation. Suddenly, a phantom image appeared in front of Orochimaru in everyone's sight. Rumble. The enormous coffin burst from the ground, and the lid swung open with a bang, revealing the contents inside. That's right. The god of shinobi, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. For a moment, even within the Akatsuki organization composed of these terrifying rogue ninjas, all the members couldn't help but change their expressions. After all, the name of Hashirama Senju is simply too awe-inspiring. He can be considered the strongest person in the history of the ninja world. Sasori of the Red Sand murmured, is that the god of shinobi? Juzo Biwa scoffed, it seems rather ordinary. Kakuzu, however, felt a pang of nostalgia. It's been a long time. First Hokage-sama. Hashirama Senju glanced at him, scratched his head, and said, ah, who are you again? Kakuzu. Orochimaru grinned sinisterly, First Hokage, please allow me to introduce you to the Akatsuki members I mentioned before, the Akatsuki organization. Orochimaru, you bastard, that rogue ninja terrorist organization you joined. As expected, their faces are all quite gloomy. Those eyes. Are they the legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths? So, he's the Akatsuki leader you mentioned. Pain, good. Pain stared indifferently at the legendary god of ninjas. Hashirama Senju, Orochimaru should have already told you all the information. What would you choose? Hashirama Senju sighed, rubbing his forehead. War is inevitable in any era, indeed. However, Uchiha Chiba, I never expected that an Uchiha clansman would actually become Hokage. It's just a pity that his methods were too extreme. This is definitely not a good sign if things continue like this. Back then, Madara also considered having the 2 of us join forces to unify the entire ninja world, but I refused. That idea of achieving everything at once is wrong. It will not bring peace, but only greater and deeper disasters, Hashirama Senju said in a deep voice. I will not choose your side. However, Uchiha Chiba's attempt to unify the ninja world through absolute violence is not advisable, therefore. I will use my own strength to stop him. The members of the Akatsuki were immediately shocked. The god of shinobi faces off against the most powerful being in the ninja world today, Uchiha Senba. Indeed, perhaps only he could stop that man. That will be what a magnificent and breathtaking battle. Greater than Chapter 116 One Man Against Four Nations. The Fourth Shinobi World War breaks out. Requesting Month L. Chapter 116 One Man Against Four Nations. The Fourth Shinobi World War breaks out. Requesting monthly votes. Chiyu's announcement to the entire ninja world was intended to force the Kajin high-ranking officials of the four great ninja villages to submit, allowing him to directly take control of all five great nations and the five great ninja villages. But, as a result, naturally no one, including the higher-ups, chose to submit. Instead, intelligence quickly arrived that the four great ninja villages had formed an anti-Chiba alliance, amassed a large army of ninjas, and were preparing to attack Konoha from all directions at the same time. This essentially sets the stage for yet another shinobi world war. The Land of Fire, Konoha Village, has always been a battleground for four wars. Located in the most prosperous, richest, and most expansive land in the ninja world, it possesses resources and wealth surpassing any other major power, and has always been coveted by all forces. Even the anti-Chiba alliance was swayed by Kuragi Yagura's promise to kill Chiba and divide the land. Besides opposing Chiba himself, dividing up the land resources and wealth of the Land of Fire and Konoha Village was also an essential factor. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi Hatake frowned slightly. Lord Hokage, the four great ninja villages have formed a so-called anti-Chiba alliance and are advancing towards the Land of Fire from all directions. Clearly, they will not sit idly by and wait to be killed. Nara Shikaku said, the ultimatum that the Hokage had Mifune spread before, and the ultimatum that the Hokage personally issued, were essentially warnings to the village leaders to submit. As for the ninjas of the entire village, they were not included. However, how could those people voluntarily step down, abandon their power and status, let alone bear the infamy of causing the village to surrender without a fight? Of course they will mobilize all the ninjas to attack the Hokage. 9. However, this is also a reasonable deduction and conclusion. Fugaku Uchiha snorted, the four great ninja villages have joined forces because they fear the Hokage's power. They have divided their forces into four groups to attack, clearly intending to disperse the Hokage's and the villages' forces, making it impossible for us to defend ourselves from both sides. If it were the Hokage himself, no matter how many strong people came, it would be useless. But they are targeting the entire village, which forces the other forces in the village to fight them. And the village is indeed in a slump right now, with insufficient manpower and declining military strength. Everyone fell silent. Everyone understands what Uchiha Fugaku meant. It all boils down to one sentence: the strong one is the Hokage, not Konoha. Right now, Konoha village is at its weakest. Chianyu said calmly, I understand your concerns. However, there is absolutely no need for that. No matter which way they come, it will be meaningless. I can handle this on my own. Everyone was greatly shocked. Hokage-sama, what did you say? Even you, it's impossible for one person to withstand the combined forces of four great powers. Even with shadow clones, each clone consumes a massive amount of chakra and disperses one's own power. How could that possibly withstand an attack equivalent to almost the entire ninja world? Chiyu said, indeed, an ordinary Jonin will eventually be defeated and die when surrounded by a group of ninjas. Even the third Raikage, who was strong enough to fight against tens of thousands of Iwagakure ninjas on his own, could only end up dying from exhaustion after running out of chakra. But this only proves one thing. They are not strong enough. At least, they are nowhere near as powerful as me. Chiyu could see it very clearly. In this ninja world, as long as you are strong enough to transcend the norm and beyond comprehension, then the number of ninjas becomes meaningless. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, Madara Uchiha, resurrected through Edo Tensei, single-handedly annihilated the allied shinobi forces without lifting a finger. Not to mention, once you reach the Six Paths power realm, ordinary ninjas are not even as good as ants. Chianyu's current strength is naturally not enough to reach the true Six Paths realm. However, in the current ninja world, it has already reached its peak, reaching a level that is infinitely close to the limit and infinitely close to the pinnacle. Kakashi Hatake said in a deep voice, Hokage-sama, although I have great faith in your power, war is war, and it cannot be won by one person alone. Moreover, the enemy is already well aware of your strength, yet they still have the confidence to launch this attack, which means they must have some trump card, some ultimate advantage. You must understand, if anything happens to you, it could mean the fall of the entire Hidden Leaf village. His words were strong, but they also represented the will of the majority. Chiyu said, you're wrong, Kakashi. Precisely because Konoha is currently weak, this is the best choice. However, you are right about one thing. Whether it's the four great powers or any other forces, they must have prepared their trump cards to deal with me. Therefore, Konoha village must also be prepared. While I am fighting the four great nations single-handedly, you must also be ready to serve at any time. What else did Kakashi Hatake and the others want to say? Chianyu said in a deep voice, this is the Hokage's order. Everyone could only remain silent. Chiba then gave the order, Kakashi. Exist. You will command the Anbu forces, stationed on the eastern front of Konoha, ready to engage the Hidden Mist Village's ninja army at any time. Yes, Lord Hokage. Chief of the Fugaku clan. Exist. You will command the forces of the Uchiha clan and the police force, stationing troops on the western front, ready to engage Sunagaku at any time. Yes. Chief Shikaku. Exist. You will lead the Inoshika Cho trio, prepare to face the Iwagakure forces. Yes. Chief Riju. Exist. You will lead the Hyuga clan and prepare to confront the ninja army of Kumogakure. Yes. Matt Kai. Yes, Lord Hokage. Might Guy was not originally qualified to participate in the Hokage meeting, not because of his strength, but because Hiruzen Sarutobi believed he lacked the ability to make decisions. However, Chianyu still let him sit here. In his opinion, strength is essentially the ability to make decisions. Chiyu said, you, along with the Inuzuka and Aburame clans, will provide support from the center, going wherever reinforcements are needed. Leave it to me, Hokage-sama. After Chianyu finished distributing the items, everyone sensed his determination. But, as a strategist, Nara Shikaku couldn't help but speak up. Lord Hokage, it's not that I'm trying to boost the morale of others while diminishing our own. Although all the teams will undoubtedly be united in their hatred of the enemy and fight with all their might, I'm just afraid, with our current strength, it's like using the power of one clan to fight against the power of an entire ninja village from one of the four great nations. I'm afraid that's still not enough. His words were certainly reasonable, and they reflected the underlying concerns of everyone present. Chianyu smiled. Don't worry, after I've fought them, that's enough. Everyone was dumbfounded, but then, they all understood what he meant. As long as the Hokage personally takes action and kills a large number of people from the four great ninja villages, causing them to be routed and suffer heavy casualties, the strength of each clan will naturally be enough to contend with the ninja army of a single ninja village. For a moment, everyone was both shocked and excited. Might Guy laughed heartily, well said, Hokage-sama. Don't worry, we will definitely live up to the Hokage's expectations. Youth is about burning brightly. Everyone smiled knowingly. Might Guy really knows how to liven things up. In an instant, everyone was excited and morale soared. What they are meant to witness, it's unprecedented, one man against four nations. The first to step into the border of the Land of Fire was not the Hidden Cloud Village, which had a deep-seated hatred for the Hidden Leaf Village. Instead, it is the Land of Earth, the Hidden Stone Village. The third Tsuchikage, Onoki, personally led the ninja army across the buffer zone of the Land of Grass, becoming the first to truly set foot on the Land of Fire. On either side of him were his son, Huang-Tu, and Han, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki. Previously, he had Huang-Tu summon the two elders of Iwagakure, but the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Lao Xian, was still missing and had not been found. Only the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, Han, although he also had some estrangement from Onoki, still chose to fight together. In addition, the Iwagakure ninja army also includes powerful figures such as the explosion-release Kekkei Genkei ninjas Kari, Bunga, and Iden. However, the once powerful Iwagakure village suffered heavy casualties during the Third Shinobi World War when tens of thousands of shinobi soldiers joined forces to besiege the Third Reikage, and its numerical advantage has been greatly weakened. However, in terms of military strength, it still far surpasses Kurigakure and Sunagakure. Onoki led the Iwagakure ninja army in a long and unstoppable advance. They quickly advanced into the heart of the Land of Fire. We are now only halfway to Konoha village. However, Suddenly, Onoki noticed that in the desolate wilderness ahead, a solitary figure stood alone between heaven and earth. That is. The sensory ninjas all exclaimed in surprise. Lord Tsuchikage. Enemy detected. That chakra, its terrifying power is probably, the Hokage of Konoha village, Uchiha Senba. Onoki himself had already realized it, and he chuckled, feeling a sense of smugness rising within him. Uchiha Senba. As expected, facing the combined attack of the four great ninja villages, you were the first to choose to fight personally against our Iwagakure village. This is the right choice because I was originally the most powerful being in this allied force. Chiyu did not object. That's absolutely right. In terms of strength, Onoki, the current ruler of the two scales, is indeed the strongest among the 5 kage besides himself. They possessed the ability to fly and thus gained air superiority. Skilled in powerful earth release ninjutsu, adept at both offense and defense, and capable of anything. Even their physical techniques possess the power of the rock fist technique, capable of unleashing considerable power. Of course, the most terrifying thing is bloodline limit, dust release. In Chiyu's eyes, this was on par with Kamui, ranking below the six paths, and was considered the most powerful offensive ninjutsu. Besides possessing impeccable and unparalleled personal strength, Onoki's fighting spirit and combat experience are unmatched in the world. In the original work, when the Five Kage fought against Madara Uchiha, Onoki was undoubtedly the spiritual leader and the strongest of the Five Kage. At that moment, he saw Uchiha Senba arriving alone. The entire Iwagakure ninja army was utterly shocked and filled with awe. On one hand, this man is indeed the strongest in the world, and in a one-on-one fight, he is probably invincible. But on the other hand, facing the entire Iwagakure ninja army, he actually dared to come and fight alone. Is it arrogance, or a complete disregard for Iwagakure? In an instant, the entire Iwagakure ninja army was filled with both shock and anger. However, Chiba merely glanced indifferently at Onoki. You're right, Onoki. Among your so-called allied rabble, you are indeed the strongest, so you'll be the first to die. The climax is about to begin. Please vote with your monthly tickets. Greater than. Chapter 117. You four shadows, go together. I'm in a hurry. Please vote with monthly tickets. Chapter 117. All four of you, attack together. I'm in a hurry. Please vote with monthly tickets. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Onoki was not angry, instead, he chuckled. To receive the Hokage's praise is truly an honor. After all, the current Hokage is widely recognized as the strongest ninja in the world. In my opinion, the Hokage's strength is probably already approaching that of Madara Uchiha in his prime, or even Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi. In the current ninja world, he can indeed be said to be invincible. Onoki is qualified to give this assessment. Because in the current ninja world, there are very few people who have actually seen Madara Uchiha, let alone someone like Onoki who actually fought Madara Uchiha. Chianyu's heart stirred. It wasn't because of Onoki's evaluation, but rather, Onoki's accurate assessment of his own strength indicates that he was absolutely certain he was no match for him. If that's the case, how can he remain so calm and composed? Clearly, they still have some tricks up their sleeve. Is it the Akatsuki organization? Still, Chiba knew that in the original work, Onoki and Iwagakure had been colluding with the Akatsuki organization, and at the 5-Kage summit, the Raikage even pointed out to him that he had once hired the Akatsuki to do dirty work. Of course, for Chiyu, no backup plan is of any use. Onoki seemed to be trying to figure out what Chiba was thinking. Lord Hokage, there's something I want to know. You say. Why did you do this? To force the four great ninja villages to submit. You know it's impossible, don't you? Even Madara Uchiha couldn't do that back then. Chiyu said indifferently, Madara Uchiha didn't do it simply because he lacked the ability and was never a match for Hashirama Senju. But now, I don't see anyone who can stop me. As for forcing the four great ninja villages to submit, you're wrong. I'm only forcing you so-called Kage and high-ranking officials to submit. If you had just obediently complied, there would have been no need to start a war. You Iwagakure ninjas have no reason to come here to die. In the end, it's just that the Kage and the higher-ups are unwilling to accept change. Chiba's words were meant for Onoki, but also for the Iwagakure ninja army behind him. Of course, an old fox like Onoki could tell. He laughed and said, Lord Hokage, there's no need to sow discord. The ninjas of Iwagakure are not so easily persuaded. Your so-called reform is to turn other ninja villages into your vassals and puppets. No major country or village would agree to that. Isn't the Hokage using such rhetoric just a trick to fool children? In the end, you are just like Madara Uchiha, nothing more than an ambitious man who wants to unify the ninja world with absolute force. Chianyu smiled. My ambition to unify the ninja world is ambitious. You've been causing endless wars throughout the ninja world, leaving corpses strewn across the fields and rivers of blood. Is that what you call peace? The 5 great ninja villages have only been established for a few decades. They are not ancient, nor do they have any legal basis or necessity, let alone, in just a few decades, you have launched 3 wars that have engulfed the entire ninja world, leaving mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and causing widespread suffering. So what is the point of the 5 great ninja villages existing? For peace, or for war? You tell me. Onoki was speechless. In most people's eyes, once a village is established, it should continue indefinitely. What legal principles or reasons are not important? But Chianyu's words hit the nail on the head. The village never existed. In the long history of the ninja world, 5 villages that existed for only a few decades are but a drop in the ocean. For a moment, not only Onoki, but also the Iwagakure ninja army behind him looked at each other in bewilderment, and many of them couldn't help but ponder in secret. Onoki said in a deep voice, the first Hokage created Konoha village with the aim of eliminating the barriers between clans, and he did indeed succeed. As for what you want, eliminating the barriers between villages, that's not something that can be done overnight. It might happen someday in the future, but definitely not now. Uchiha Chiba, you're being too hasty. Chianyu said, so you also admit that what I did was perfectly logical. Onoki said, even if it's theoretically correct, it must be combined with reality, otherwise, it's like pulling up seedlings to help them grow, which will only cause greater disaster. Really, even more devastating than the 3 consecutive shinobi world wars. Onoki was speechless. In short, your ambitions will never succeed. No matter how strong you are, you can't possibly be a match for the combined forces of the 4 great ninja villages. You are making an enemy of the entire ninja world. Chianyu smiled. That's great. I'm afraid I might have missed someone. Onoki's expression changed drastically. You. As expected, the rumors in the ninja world that you act with extreme ruthlessness are indeed true. Everyone says the Uchiha clan are crazy, but you are the craziest of the crazy. Chianyu was too lazy to waste any more words with him. Alright, now show me your trump card. I know you're telling me all this to stall for time. The only reason I allowed you to continue is because I wanted to catch you all in one fell swoop. He saw through Onoki's scheme, but showed no embarrassment. Good, as expected of Uchiha Chiba. The next moment, a void suddenly rippled, and the space-time in front of Onoki changed in an instant. Bo. With a soft sound, something appeared out of thin air. It was something shaped like a giant jar. Chianyu frowned. He recognized this thing, one of the Sage of 6 Paths, 5 great treasures, amber vase. I see. Chianyu suddenly realized something. It was Mabui from Kumogakure who used the heavenly delivery technique to teleport the Sage of 6 Paths, treasure, the amber purification bottle, here, so, the people of Kumogakure are inside the amber bottle. That's interesting. Chianyu gave a thumbs up. The heavenly delivery technique is a secret technique unique to Mabui, which can directly teleport an object to a designated location. However, it can only be used to transport objects, not people. Because it's equivalent to moving at the speed of light, the human body simply cannot withstand it. To date, only the 3rd Raikage has been able to withstand this kind of teleportation. The 4th Raikage might be able to do that in the future. But he has no future. In the present-day Hidden Cloud Village, no one else can directly withstand the immense pressure of the heavenly delivery technique. So, they chose a clever method, temporarily sealing the person inside an amber bottle, then using a teleportation technique to bring the person back, and finally releasing them from the seal. Just as Chianyu said, it is indeed quite interesting. Seeing this, Onoki immediately followed the pre-arranged method, breaking the seal on the amber vase and releasing. It was none other than the newly appointed 5th Raikage of Kumogakure, 2 Yukido. Then, a hum reverberated through the void once more, swirling ripples spreading outwards, and what emerged from within, traversing space and time, was the 4th Mizukage of Kurigakure. Yagura, a type of citrus. Of course, neither he nor the entire Hidden Mist village possessed any space-time ninjutsu capable of instant teleportation. The one who could do this is undoubtedly the person behind Yagura Karataki, Uchiha Obito. At the same time, Chianyu looked back and saw a dazzling golden sand in the sky, reflecting a brilliant light. Magnetic release. Sand pad. Needless to say, this is the magnet release technique of Rasa, the 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure. He can manipulate gold dust using magnetic escape techniques, transforming it into a gold dust mat beneath his feet to achieve flight. Sunagakure is the closest village to Konoha, so it seems he flew here at top speed as soon as he received the information. In an instant. At the front of the Iwagakure ninja army, the 4 kage from the major ninja villages finally gathered together. The Sandaime Tsuchikage, Onoki. The 5th Raikage, Yugido ni. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karataki. 4th Kazekage, Rasa. Immediately, the Iwagakure ninja army, witnessing this breathtaking scene, with the 4 kage standing side by side and fighting side by side like never before, were filled with emotion and couldn't help but cheer and shout. Long live! To witness 4 kage fighting together at the same time is truly a once-in-a-lifetime sight. That's amazing. No matter how powerful that Hokage, Uchiha Senba, is, he can't possibly be a match for 4 kage working together. This battle will surely be recorded in history. Chianyu gave a mocking sneer. So that's their plan. Knowing that no single shadow could possibly be his match, therefore, no matter where he appears, the cage of the other 3 ninja villages will come to join him and fight together against him. If it were Onoki, he would probably fly there at top speed too. Onoki looked around and couldn't help but burst into laughter. How is it, Uchiha Chiba? You didn't expect this, did you? The 4 cage of the 4 great ninja villages joining forces against an enemy, you could consider that an honor. Qianyu shook her head indifferently. I just feel it's a pity. What's a pity? Without the 5 cage joining forces, it lacks a truly awe-inspiring power, and also, your strengths are uneven, you're far too weak. The 4 cage and the Iwagakure ninja army all changed their expressions drastically, both shocked and furious. Yugito said coldly, Uchiha Chiba, don't be so arrogant. With all 4 cage joining forces, plus the entire Iwagakure ninja army, do you think you'll still be alive today? I will use your head to pay tribute to the deceased Raikage, Killer Bee, and Tsuchide. Luo Sha also said in a deep voice, if the 4 shadows cannot win even if they join forces, then we really have no face to continue living. Yagura, however, remained silent. The will hidden within him is that of Obito Uchiha, and he will never underestimate Chiba Uchiha. He wasn't very confident about this battle either. But he also has his own backup plan and killer move. Obito Uchiha's plan was perfect. Even if the combined power of the 4 cage cannot kill Uchiha Chiba, it can still deplete a considerable amount of his chakra and eye power. Then, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain, along with Orochimaru's ultimate trump card, the reanimated god of ninja, Hashirama Senju. In that case, even if he were the real Madara Uchiha, he would have no chance of surviving. However, Chiyu laughed instead. I see, so this is your perfect plan. It's a pity that all 3 of you cage have left the main force. The ninja armies of the 3 great ninja villages on the battlefield will only suffer even more brutal slaughter at the hands of my shadow clones. As for the so-called 4 shadows, you can all come at me together. I don't have time to waste with you. Upon hearing Qianyu's words, all 4 shadows were immediately enraged. Onoki, Rasa, Yagura Karataki, and the 2 Yugitos simultaneously unleashed a torrent of chakra and power, roaring as they charged towards Chiba alone. They charged in. Chapter 118 Killing Rasa. Crushing 4 cage. Invincible. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 118 Killing Rasa. Crushing the 4 cage. Invincible under heaven. Requesting monthly tickets. Yugito and Chiba, who harbored deep hatred for each other, charged to the forefront, pushing their chakra to its limit and unleashing their unique ninjutsu. Fire Rat Jade. In an instant, a blue chakra fireball in the shape of a rat spewed from her mouth. During its rapid launch, it suddenly split apart, scattering into countless fiery tracking missiles that bombarded Qianyu from all directions. Followed by Yagura Karataki also unleashed his powerful water release ninjutsu. Water release, cannonball technique. Suddenly, a violent burst of water chakra transformed into a giant water sphere, which shot out with a deafening roar. Rasa and Onoki, one manipulating a gold dust mat and the other using earth release, super light heavy rock technique, simultaneously leapt into the air and unleashed a fierce attack on Chiba. Magnetic escape. Placer gold spear. Onoki didn't hesitate to unleash his signature ninjutsu, dust release, bloodline elimination. Dust release. Pseudo world detachment technique. In an instant, the combined attack of the 4 cage swept in, covering the sky and blotting out the sun, leaving all the Iwagakure ninja soldiers dumbfounded and shocked. However, Qianyu, was all alone. He looked at all of this with nothing but disdain in his eyes. Just before all the attacks were about to hit their mark, Shinra Tensai. Qianyu called out calmly. Suddenly, boom. Rumble. The overwhelming power repelled all things in the universe, instantly deflecting all attacks, and even the ground beneath their feet cracked and crumbled. The fire rat jade, the water iron cannon, and the magnet release sand gold spear were all immediately repelled and scattered, disappearing without a trace. Only Onoki's dust release is truly troublesome. But Qianyu only slightly raised her hand. He activated the power of the Rinnegan's Preta Path. Sealing technique absorption seal. In an instant. The terrifying bloodline elimination technique that could directly pulverize everything into atoms was utterly useless in Qianyu's hands. It was instantly devoured and absorbed, turning into nothingness. What? In an instant, the 4 cage and the entire Iwagakure ninja army were completely dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. Onoki and Rasa abruptly stopped flying forward. Yagura and Yugito ni also froze. That's the power of the Rinnegan. The power to deflect everything, and the ability to devour and absorb all ninjutsu. Onoki was even more shocked. Although we already had some information about the Rinnegan, but it can even completely absorb my Kekkei Tota Dust Release. The two Yukitos couldn't help but frown. Reflects all attacks, even ninjutsu can be absorbed and rendered ineffective. How are we supposed to deal with this? Both Rasa and Yagura looked extremely pale. Onoki quickly calmed down. Don't be discouraged, everyone. According to intelligence, his Rinnegan's ability to reflect all things should have a certain time interval before it can be activated again. As for that eye technique that absorbs and devours ninjutsu, it is indeed troublesome, but he also needs to activate the absorption in time. It's not an unsolvable ability that passively absorbs everything. The next tactic. Launching a continuous and sustained offensive has overwhelmed his ability to counter everything. Find a way to get close to him and launch a surprise attack using ninjutsu that he can't defend against, or taijutsu that can't be absorbed. The other three shadows also nodded. Chiba thought to himself, as expected of Onoki, his fighting spirit and experience are indeed unmatched by the other three. Under Onoki's command, the other three Kage quickly readjusted their mindset. The two Yugito suddenly unleashed even more chakra projectiles. Rat Tail Ball. She instantly unleashed even more blue flame projectiles, and even used her 10 fingers to control the direction, changing the attack position at any time. Rasa also unleashed a large-scale, wide-range offensive ninjutsu with his powerful chakra. Magnetic Release. Golden Waves and Sandstorms. Instantly, a massive amount of gold dust surged forth like a raging torrent, pouring down upon Qianyu. Qianyu remained indifferent. Shinra Tensai. Boom. Rumble. All the attacks were instantly blasted away, and the gold dust scattered everywhere, creating a spectacular sight. The rat tail spheres suddenly exploded, bursting forth as if turning into smoke. But soon, Yagura and Onoki launched their offensives. Clearly, they have learned to exploit the openings in Shinra Tensai. Unfortunately. With a casual wave of his hand, Qianyu used the power of the Preta Path to devour and absorb all the ninjutsu attacks. Then he raised his other arm and used the power of the Asura Path. In an instant. Rumble. Rumble. Boom. Countless chakra missiles scattered in all directions, bombarding not only the 4 Kage but also the ninja army behind them. Be careful. The lowest behind them suddenly slammed into the earth. Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall. A massive wall of earth burst forth from the ground, rising abruptly and blocking most of the chakra missiles. Those flying towards the 4 shadows were blocked and intercepted by each of them using their respective abilities. Qianyu gave a cold laugh. Suddenly, an unstoppable chakra laser cannon burst forth from his palm. It shot towards the 4 people simultaneously. While in midair, Onoki quickly dodged and barely escaped the attack. However, the sand gold mat made by Luo Sha was not so quick. He frantically manipulated the gold dust to create a barrier, but was still heavily blasted away by Qianyu. Seeing that they could not dodge, Yugito Ni activated her half-tailed beast form, using Matabi's chakra-tailed beast cloak to withstand the attack. As for Yagura the citrus tree, he then instantly activated his water release ninjutsu. Water release, water mirror technique. Suddenly, a mirror appeared out of thin air. He flicked it with the green flower stick in his hand, and instantly a mirror image exactly like Qianyu appeared, also firing a fierce laser cannon. Boom. The two clashed and instantly vanished. Qianyu nodded. The water mirror technique, not bad. He gave a thumbs up, but didn't want to watch any further. I gave them the opportunity just now only to see what the 4 shadows were capable of. Now it looks like. That's all there is to it. In an instant, Chiyu activated his lightning release chakra mode. His figure moved like lightning, transforming into a bolt of lightning, and he shot out and flew away. The 2 wooden figures frowned deeply, so it really is. The lightning release chakra modes of the 2 previous Raikage. So fast. Chiba's first goal is, 4th Kage, Rasa. In his opinion, Luo Sha was probably the weakest of the 4. Buzz. Not only did Chiba activate lightning release chakra mode, but he also used the power of the Rinnegan's Diva Path to instantly create a repulsive field, which propelled him into the air. His katana thrust out with lightning speed, aimed directly at Rasa in the air. Be careful. As the wind shadow, Luo Sha was certainly no ordinary person. In that instant, he manipulated the gold dust into a giant shield, which he placed in front of him. And the first to discover Chiba's attack intention was Onoki, who immediately activated his Earth Release ninjutsu. Earth Release, Rock Arm. A giant rock arm burst forth from the ground in an instant, fiercely protecting Luo Sha in the air. Rumble. Qianyu's fierce attack still pierced through. First it pierced through the sand gold shield, then it pierced through the rock arm, and then it pierced into Rasa's body with unstoppable force. Puff. Luo Sha's right leg was instantly pierced, and the power of lightning was about to explode. He was indeed a ruthless man, manipulating the gold dust in that instant. He literally cut his own leg off. He manipulated the gold dust to support himself and immediately fled. His severed leg exploded in midair, turning into a bloody mess of fragments. Qianyu couldn't help but think to himself that Luosha must have some extraordinary qualities to become the Wind Shadow. This bastard is ruthless not only to his enemies, but also to his fellow villagers, his own son, and even to himself. As Luo Sha's body fell, he immediately launched his killing move. Magnetic Escape. Placer Gold Realm Method. Instantly, countless gold dust transformed into sharp spikes, thorns, and spears, rapidly spreading and expanding, turning an area of hundreds of meters in radius into its own gold dust barrier. However, Qianyu didn't bother to dodge at all. These gold dust spikes were utterly meaningless against his strongest lightning armor. They couldn't even break through his defenses. However, it seems that Luo Sha had anticipated this step. As soon as he landed on one leg, he immediately formed a hand seal. Magnetic Escape. Alluvial Burial. In an instant, the materials of the gold dust realm technique, as well as the massive amount of gold dust prepared in advance, all transformed into a monstrous wave that completely enveloped, engulfed, and annihilated Qianyu, and then fiercely suppressed and sealed him down. This move is Ross's ultimate trump card. It was far more powerful than Gaara's Sandstorm Burial. Not only is gold dust heavier, but it can also bury enemies deep underground and create terrifying explosions. Rasa used this very technique to suppress and seal Shukaku multiple times. It seems that Rasa's gold-flecked burial has temporarily suppressed Senyu. Onoki, Yagura, and Yukido-ni also agreed without hesitation. Dust Release. Pseudo-World Detachment Technique. Yagura Karataki and Yukido-ni went directly into a half-tailed beast form. Water Release. Isobu Great Waterfall. Tailed Beast Fireball. The three of them seized the opportunity to launch what could be described as truly deadly moves. Not to mention Dust Release, Yagura's Isobu Waterfall also relies on the power of the Three Tails Isobu to unleash devastation and change the terrain. The two Yugido's fireballs are even more powerful. In the original work, when they fought Hidan and Kakuzu, they were even able to melt a small mountain. Four powerful cage-level warriors joined forces and launched a powerful attack. Its power is so great that it can suppress tailed beasts and destroy an entire village. However, Rumble. Boom. In an instant, all the attacks were blasted away and had no effect. Then, in the Sand Gold Burial, chakra burst out wildly, and a huge phantom of a martial god finally descended on the battlefield once again. Without hesitation, the 10 Sin Extinction swords pierced through Rasa's body. Boom. The sword pierced his body, and the Red Lotus Karmic Fire burned fiercely, instantly turning Luo Sha into a blood and fire remnant. Rasa, the fourth cage of Sunagakur. Dead. There was no time to mourn him, as Chiba's Susanoo unleashed a barrage of chakra projectiles. The Yusaka Magatama. Simultaneously, it explodes upon the other three cage. The three cage had just expended a huge amount of chakra and used their respective trump card ninjutsu, so they were caught off guard and unable to dodge. Boom boom boom. All three were immediately hit and blasted away. Lord Tsuchikage. In an instant, the entire audience gasped in surprise. Greater than. Chapter 119 All Die. The Destructive Power of the Complete Susanoo. Requesting Monthly Tickets. Chapter 119 All Die. The Destructive Power of the Complete Susanoo. Requesting Monthly Tickets. Chiba unleashed the power of Susanoo, instantly breaking free from all restraints, blasting away all attacks, and instantly killing Cage Rasa. He also used the Yusaka Magatama to simultaneously blast away the other three cage. In an instant, gasps of surprise filled the hall, and everyone was terrified. Lord Tsuchikage. The Iwagakure ninja behind them all trembled and shouted in unison. It's okay. Onoki's figure burst forth from the ground in an instant. It turned out that what was blasted apart by the Yusaka Magatama was just one of his Earth release, rock clones. He looked at Yugido and Yagura, who instantly entered their fully transformed tailed beast forms. Although Yagura Karataki was controlled by Genjutsu, he was indeed a perfect Three Tails Jinchuriki and could enter his full-tailed beast form at any time. However, Yugido-ni is different. If she forcibly enters the full-tailed beast form, she will have to bear the risk of being eroded and devoured by the tailed beast's chakra, so it is impossible for her to fight for a long time in this form. It's similar to Naruto's normal Nine Tails chakra mode before he entered Kurama mode. Using their fully transformed tailed beast forms, both of them withstood Chiba's Yusaka Magatama. However, even in their tailed beast form, both of them were hit hard and sent flying. Onoki himself had also expended too much chakra, and then look at the other three kage, some died, some were injured. At this point, he lost all pride and reserve, and spoke in a deep voice to the two men and the Iwagakure ninja behind them. Uchiha Senba. This man is no match for the four of us combined. It seems we still underestimated him. Yellow Earth, Han people, and all the ninja clans of Iwagakure, let's all attack together. Good. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. In an instant, rumble. Han, the five tails Jinchuriki behind Onoki, also directly entered the fully transformed tailed beast form. Huang Tu further amplified his chakra to its limit, displaying unparalleled power. All the Iwagakure ninja soldiers unleashed their chakra, preparing for a decisive battle with Senba. At this moment, Chiba was facing Onoki, the strongest of the four kage, two Jinchuriki of the Reikage and Mizukage, three Jinchuriki of the Han, as well as strongmen like Katsuchi and Kari, and the entire Iwagakure ninja army. Such power is enough to sweep away everything in its path and destroy an entire country. Qianyu was alone. But a slight smile appeared on his lips. Now, this is finally getting interesting, then. Let me show you what it's like, what is despair. In an instant, Chiba formed hand seals, combining the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan with that of the Rinnegan, instantly surging his chakra to its limit before unleashing a torrent that scattered in all directions. Everyone immediately sensed a violent, oppressive aura, as if it were truly that of a god or demon. Coming. All beings are equal. Under Chiba's chakra and eye power, Onoki, the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts, and ordinary ninjas all deeply felt their own insignificance and powerlessness. That is. What kind of power is this? How could this be? Does such a terrifying force exist in the world? Their strength is on a completely different level. Chiba suddenly opened his eyes, and the fourth form of Susanoo instantly surged forth, transforming into its true form, complete Susanoo. Its size has increased more than tenfold. Its enormous body, like the summit of a real mountain, stood majestically, towering into the clouds, looking down upon all living beings. This represents the ultimate destructive and devastating power. Like 1,000 feathers, it was filled with the aura of death, like a demon god descending upon the ninja world, looking down proudly at all things in the universe and all living beings. Its body was unimaginably huge, and its chakra seemed inexhaustible. Two enormous chakra swords representing destruction appeared in its hands, and huge chakra wings grew from its back. Chiba stood proudly within the five-ridged space on the forehead of the fully formed Susanoo. Before him, even a Jinchuriki who had fully transformed into a tailed beast was as insignificant as an ant. Onoki was drenched in sweat, that is. The legendary complete Susanoo. It's important to know that when Onoki fought Madara Uchiha, he had never even seen the complete Susanoo. It wasn't until the Fourth Shinobi World War that its terrifying power was truly witnessed for the first time. Now, however, Qianyu has suffered an unprecedented shock and blow. The three-tailed beasts were all terrified and moved at the same time. 2 tails, 3 tails, 5 tails. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Ni Yugido, Karataki Yagura, Han. The ultimate form of Susanoo. I never imagined it would be this exaggerated. This is just too much, damn it, Uchiha Chiba. Is the difference in strength between us and him really that big? Onoki gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and roared angrily. Now that things have come to this, there's no point in running away, we have no choice but to fight to the death. Everyone, launch the strongest offensive with me. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. In an instant. The three-tailed beast Jinchuriki simultaneously unleashed their ultimate techniques, Tailed Beast Ball. The raging tailed beast chakra was compressed and condensed to its extreme, instantly taking shape as massive, awe-inspiring tailed beast balls were simultaneously generated, representing the destructive and catastrophic power of the tailed beasts, all hurtling towards Chiba's perfect Susanoo. It shot away. Qianyu gave a disdainful sneer. He crossed his arms over his chest, making no movement whatsoever. The complete Susanoo, with its enormous body resembling a demon god, unleashed its overwhelming aura. It gripped the massive chakra sword, as large as a pillar of heaven, with both hands and swung it out in a slash. Boom. Rumble. In an instant. Before the three-tailed beast balls could even reach their destination, they were blasted apart by the chakra greatsword of the complete body Susanoo while still in midair. The explosions were violent, and the power of the explosions was reflected back by the chakra greatsword, tilting towards the enemy's battlefield. Chiyu's perfect Susanoo chakra greatsword moved without any hesitation or hindrance, unstoppable and unstoppable, slashing out two arcs. Then, the distant, continuous mountain range was suddenly swept away and cut through, as if it had been neatly broken in the middle. The so-called ninja army at the front was utterly crushed by this attack. The casualties were devastating. The 10,000-mile earth flow wall unleashed by Onoki and his son, Kyoto, with all their might, was utterly destroyed in an instant, along with the two of them and the Iwagakure ninja army behind them, all of whom were blasted away. In an instant, there were screams and howls of agony. As for the three Jinchuriki, they were directly blasted away, and their fully transformed tailed beast bodies suffered severe injuries, covered in blood and mangled beyond recognition. Onoki's face was covered in blood, his aged face deathly pale. He stared at the mountains that had been blasted apart, at the Iwagakure ninja army that had suffered heavy casualties in a single attack, and at the three-tailed beast Jinchuriki in their disheveled state. Utter despair welled up in my heart. No, impossible. How could it be so powerful? Even if there was a gap, I always thought that with the combined strength of the 4-Kage and the entire Iwagakure ninja army, we could make up for it. How could this happen? The two Yugito, Yugura Karataki, and Han, along with the three who had transformed into their tailed beast forms, were all panting heavily and could barely stand. What? They even cut down the mountain. Was that really the power of a ninja? Even the ultimate tailed beast ball can't shatter several mountains with a single, gentle swing. Who exactly is he? At that moment, all that arose in everyone's heart was fear and despair. Chiyu said indifferently, now that the complete Susanoo has been used, there's no way we'll return empty-handed. You will all die. Boom. Rumble. Without further hesitation, he swung the chakra greatsword of his perfect Susanoo once more, slashing down. In an instant. Two massive chasms descended like insurmountable abysses in an instant, and all the ninjas who were in or on either side of them were caught in the blast and scattered in all directions. And the first to bear the brunt were the three Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts. The three were still fighting desperately, like cornered beasts struggling against a wall. Cat pause. Shadow. Boil release. Unparalleled strength. However, under Chiba's absolutely overwhelming power, all of this was utterly meaningless. Overwhelming and unstoppable. In an instant, boom. The three Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts were simultaneously blasted deep into the earth, their bodies turning into a bloody mess, and their tailed beast chakra scattered wildly. The fully transformed tailed beast form shattered completely, revealing the true forms of the three, but Yugito, Yugura, and Han were all on the verge of death, severely wounded and on the verge of death. No, we can't win. They are absolutely no match for him. Lord Raikage, I'm sorry, I can't avenge you, and I also, the two Yukito didn't finish their sentence. And it will never be finished. Han had been taciturn his whole life, but at this moment he also wanted to say something. He glanced at the Tsuchikage, Onoki. I'm sorry, Tsuchikage-sama, these were his last words. Yugura Karataki, who had been manipulated and controlled as a puppet his entire life, suddenly regained his senses before his death. Perhaps this is a final burst of energy before death. Of course, it was also because Obito Uchiha's manipulation of his mind was broken at the last moment. His gaze shifted from bewilderment, shock, horror, and terror, to helplessness, sorrow, and despair, finally settling into acceptance. I see. Yugura looked at Chiba, who stood high above the complete Susanoo, like a god. Thanks. He said this, seemingly expressing gratitude to Chiyu for granting him liberation. However, their anger, resentment, despair, and even gratitude, for Chiyu, it didn't cause any ripples. It only lasted a moment. The new fifth Raikage, the two tails Jinchuriki, Yugito ni, dead. The fourth Mizukage, the three tails Jinchuriki, Yugura Karataki, die. Han, the five tails Jinchuriki die. The entire Iwagakure ninja army was routed in an instant, suffering heavy casualties. Only now did Onoki understand what true despair meant. That was a despair that was more profound, more painful, and more regretful than when I faced Madara Uchiha back then. You have successfully reunited the fifth Raikage with all previous Raikages. Your merit is immeasurable. A great deed. Merit points added, 1500. You have successfully helped Han escape the tragic fate of being a Jinchuriki. Your merit is immeasurable, a great deed. 1500 merit points added. You helped Yugura Karataki break free from the illusionary control that forced him to endure exacerbated suffering in the Blood Mist village. Your merit is immeasurable. Great kindness. 2000 merit points added. In just a short time, Chiba killed Rasa, Yugito ni, Yagura Karataki, Han, and other dead ninjas, gaining nearly 10,000 merit points. Onoki gazed at the fallen cage, the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts, and the ninja of Iwagakure. For a moment, I felt lost and bewildered. How could this be? So. He suddenly roared angrily, where is the Akatsuki? Man named Pain, I've already paid you to do this and agreed on the terms, why haven't you shown up yet? Are we supposed to wait until we're all dead before we show up? In that very instant, two figures slowly walked forward from the dust storm that Qianyu had just stirred up. They wore Akatsuki-style robes with auspicious cloud patterns, their faces bearing cold and sinister expressions. Facing Chiba's complete Susanoo, they seemed confident despite their inner shock. These two are Orochimaru and Pain. 1. Chapter 120, Let Pain Feel Pain. The Battle of the Rinnegan. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 120, Let Pain Feel Pain. The Battle of the Rinnegan. Requesting monthly votes. As Onoki looked at the two of them, a complex mix of emotions welled up inside him. In his eyes, he was just using them. However, now, these S-rank rogue ninjas from terrorist organizations have become his last lifeline. Orochimaru looked up at the majestic and magnificent Susanoo in its complete form. Hey! Is that the legendary perfect Susanoo? It is said that only Madara Uchiha ever possessed such ultimate power. I never imagined I'd have the honor of witnessing such a sight in today's ninja world, it's truly spectacular. Pain remained silent. He looked at the dead Jinchuriki, his brows furrowing slightly, but then relaxing. Perhaps this is for the best. When a Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast will be reborn randomly in another location. For the Akatsuki organization, capturing them would actually be much easier. However, the timing is even more unpredictable. Certainly. All of this is based on the premise that I can kill the man in front of me today. Otherwise, it's all just a mirage. Orochimaru in pain ignored Onoki. Instead, he stood in the center of the battlefield on his own. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Chiba and smiled slightly. Uchiha Chiba, we finally meet. Although this is our first meeting, I've been longing to meet you for a long time. Besides, you've already witnessed my results many times over. Qianyu looked down at him with disdain from her high position. Orochimaru, are your so-called achievements those worthless ants? It all seems to be just garbage. Orochimaru wasn't angry when he heard him say that, and just chuckled. Indeed, the precision of the previous impure world reincarnation was too low, and it was completely unable to unleash the strength of those people in their previous lives. It's perfectly reasonable to call it garbage. However, this time is different. I've prepared a very special gift for you. Of course, Qianyu knew what his trump card, his final trump card, was. Isn't that just Hashirama Senju, resurrected through Edo Tensei? You're being incredibly naive to think this will surprise and amaze me. Onoki and the remaining Iwagakure ninja were all greatly alarmed upon hearing the name of Hashirama Senju. Hashirama Senju. The first Hokage, the one known as the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. That legendary figure who single-handedly quelled the chaos of the Warring States period, established ninja villages, and set the order for the ninja world. Even someone like that, who's practically a legend. What shocked Onoki even more was that when Uchiha Chiba heard the name of Senju Hashirama, he still didn't take it seriously at all. What incredible confidence. You should know that even Madara Uchiha, whom he feared and revered the most, was never a match for the god of shinobi. Throughout his life, Madara Uchiha was completely suppressed by Hashirama Senju. Could it be that Uchiha Chiba believed that his strength had surpassed that of Uchiha Madara? Even surpassing the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Orochimaru was unperturbed when Chiba revealed his trump card, and still wore a mocking smile. Uchiha Chiba, no, I should call you Hokage-sama now. I'm actually quite grateful that you killed Sarutobi-sensei, however, I didn't expect you to think you were strong enough to rival the god of ninjas. Isn't that a bit too arrogant and presumptuous? Orochimaru was about to activate the impure world reincarnation technique. However, Pain reached out and stopped him. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Wait, Orochimaru, let me test his strength first. Orochimaru laughed and said, Boss, it's better to summon him first. Otherwise, if you are defeated by him, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to summon him. Given Pain's arrogance, he would have naturally refuted him. However, he ultimately had no certainty of victory against Uchiha Chiba. Then. Whatever. Orochimaru immediately clasped his hands together. Snapped. Summoning Jutsu. Impure World Reincarnation. Suddenly, a coffin burst from the ground, the lid swung open with a bang, and the figure that emerged was none other than the legendary god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. The moment this person appeared, the entire battlefield fell silent, utterly still. Every ninja soldier in Iwagakure wanted to catch a glimpse of the god of shinobi. Even Onoki couldn't help but widen his eyes. That really is it. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Indeed, only he can suppress Uchiha Chiba in his current state. Huang Tu frowned and said, "Father, Hashirama Senju was, after all, the first Hokage of Konoha. Would he really be an enemy of Senna Uchiha?" Onoki chuckled. "That means you don't understand Hashirama Senju. Now." The resurrected Hashirama Senju stepped out lightly and immediately saw Senbei's complete Susanoo. A slight smile appeared on his lips. Is it a complete Susanoo? Those are truly nostalgic moments. It instantly reminded me of that guy, Madara. I never expected that, besides him, there would be other Uchiha clan members who could awaken the complete body Susanoo. Uchiha Chiba, you are indeed an amazing man. Facing the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, Senba remained confident, but naturally had no intention of being careless or underestimating him. After all, at his peak, he was truly the number one person below the six paths. Before his power surged, he was the undisputed pinnacle, the absolute best, and the strongest in the entire ninja world. Hashirama Senju, there's no need to speak to me in such an encouraging tone. Hashirama Senju scratched his head and laughed. Sorry, I guess getting old makes you more prone to nagging. No, I'm not just old, I'm dead. Ha 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 ha. Iwagakure Ninja Army. This legendary ninja god seems quite different from what I imagined. Orochimaru already understood his personality, but he just smiled knowingly. Pain, however, remained indifferent and expressionless. Chiyu said calmly, according to Orochimaru, your current strength is close to your peak strength in life, and theoretically you can completely break free from his control of the impure world reincarnation. However, he didn't use any soul-binding spells to control you, which means you are standing here according to your own will. Hashirama Senju nodded, his expression becoming more solemn. Good. Uchiha Chiba, I do not object to someone from the Uchiha clan becoming Hokage. On the contrary, I am happy to see this happen, because it means that my efforts in creating the village and eliminating the barriers between clans have not been in vain. But your methods are far too extreme. Chianyu said calmly, extreme. It seems that Tobarama Senju did not engage in human experimentation or commit any extreme acts of blasphemy against the dead. It's unlikely that Hiruzen Sarutobi wiped out the Senju clan and even attempted to exterminate the Uchiha clan. Even Hashirama Senju's ashen face couldn't help but change its expression. Sigh, both Tobarama and the monkey have indeed made mistakes. However, the village cannot be a monolithic entity, which is something I anticipated when I founded the village. But what you're about to do will bring disaster to the entire ninja world. Do you know how many casualties and how much disaster will result from forcibly achieving so-called unification through absolute violence? Chiyu remained calm and said, Konoha village has only been established for a few decades, but the ninja world has already experienced 3 major wars that have spread throughout the entire ninja world, leaving corpses strewn across the fields and rivers of blood flowing. You want to create a world where children don't have to go to war or die young. But what was the result? Your own grandson, Senju Nawaki, died tragically on the battlefield before he was even 10 years old. Are you happy to see such a tragedy? Each shinobi world war is like an endless spiral of hatred, or a meat grinder that reaps lives, without beginning or end, repeating itself endlessly. Kakashi and the others were only 11 or 12 years old when they experienced the most brutal battlefields, witnessing the tragic deaths of their parents, relatives, clansmen, and comrades. Who will save him? Rely on you. Hashirama Senju remained silent for a long time. Establishing ninja villages may indeed have both advantages and disadvantages, but at least in terms of eliminating clan conflicts, it is ultimately effective. The next step, in my view, is indeed to eliminate the barriers between villages and create a unified world. However, Chiyu, you acted too soon, far too soon. This ninja world is far from being prepared for this, Chiyu sneered. Go and talk to the dead Senju Nawaki. Go and talk to the children who died in the numerous shinobi world wars. It depends on whether they are willing to wait for what you call the right time. Hashirama Senju said in a deep voice, don't you think that forcibly unifying the ninja world will cause widespread suffering? Of course. But this is the darkness before dawn, the growing pains before the future and hope. Let temporary suffering pave the way for lasting peace. It's better than an endless cycle of war. Hashirama Senju sighed and shook his head. Doing this is wrong. Even if you manage to unify the ninja world, you will inevitably face constant backlash and resistance, Chianyu said. Then it's just a minor ailment, it won't affect the root cause. Hashirama Senju said, everything you've said is based on your perpetual suppression through force. But can you do this forever? I can. After saying that, Chianyu no longer wanted to argue with him. But at this moment, Pain suddenly stepped forward. Both of you have the wrong ideas. 3. Peace can only be achieved through suffering. First Hokage, your path is too slow. Uchiha Chiba, your choice is too extreme. Only Pain chose this path for the ninja world, that is the only true path to peace. Hashirama Senju glanced at him. Is that the legendary Rinnegan? Pain, the leader of Akatsuki as described by Orochimaru. As expected, it possesses considerable power. Pain did not respond to him, but instead looked up at Uchiha Chiba. Further words are unnecessary. In our path to peace among the three of us, who was right and who was wrong? Only through battle can we confirm this. First Hokage, don't interfere. I want to settle things with Uchiha Chiba myself. Hashirama Senju nodded. I see. At least, I will never agree with either of your choices. Facing Chiba, Pain instantly activated his summoning technique, summoning all 5 remaining Pain members. In an instant, an incredibly powerful burst of chakra erupted forth. Onoki and the Iwagakure ninja army both sensed this terrifying power. Only. Is he really capable of standing up to Uchiha Chiba? Nobody knows. Uchiha Senba, this is Pain. Chianyu said calmly, I know. Bring it on. The Great War has begun. Pain, the 6 paths of Pain, instantly raised his chakra to its limit and unleashed his full power. Even Pain had no right not to go all out when facing Uchiha Chiba. Spiritual communication. In an instant, the animal path took the lead and summoned one huge and terrifying monster after another. Amplified hellhounds that can multiply indefinitely. The Yatagarasu is a bird with a huge beak that can pierce through anything with its speed of flight and can even throw bombs. A massive fighting bull with sharp, curved horns. A giant rhinoceros with a single horn capable of smashing through anything. Even more terrifying creatures include hell crabs, chameleons, and centipedes the size of dragons. The sheer number of summoned monsters that the animal path could summon was enough to terrify all the Iwagakure ninjas, including Onoki. Such a spiritual technique is something I've never even imagined, let alone seen. It's important to know that most ninjas, even if they have summoning beasts, only have 1 or 2. Even someone like Jiraiya, who has a contract with Mount Myoboku, can only summon toads from Mount Myoboku. He can't possibly have any other types of summoning beasts. But Pain, being of the animal path, easily summoned countless monsters. Each one of them is terrifyingly powerful. In an instant, bombardments and collisions came from all directions, both above and below, simultaneously targeting and striking Chianyu. With a flick of his wrist, Shirapath unleashed a barrage of chakra missiles, like firecrackers, that shot into the sky and blasted towards the head of the perfect Susanoo. Above his head, a mechanical puppet was activated, and a huge laser cannon shot out. The most core heavenly path took a deep breath, drawing upon 30 to 40% of the chakra and power of the other 5 paths, unleashing an incomparably powerful ninjutsu. Shinra Tensai. Suddenly, boom. Rumble, rumble. The power of the 6 paths of Pain erupted simultaneously, and a terrifying offensive surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing down towards Chiba's perfect Susanoo. The ground on the battlefield collapsed and crumbled in an instant, and was even blasted into a huge crater by the extraordinary Shinra Tensai. Other chakra cannons, chakra laser cannons, bull-riding rhinoceros charges, Yatagarasu's bombs, amplified hellhounds, and giant centipedes also attacked and tore at each other, converging their offensive into one place, which exploded with a bang. But, in Chianyu's view, the other attacks were nothing more than scratching an itch through a boot. The only thing that's somewhat interesting is the extraordinary Shinra Tensai. However, the power of this attack was far less than that of the Shinra Tensai that destroyed Konoha village in the original work. Naturally, it could not pose a real threat to itself. Boom. The violent bombardment resounded throughout the entire battlefield, and violent explosions followed one after another. In an instant, the earth shook, sand and stones flew, and the terrifying power even affected Onoki and the Iwagakure ninja army behind Pain, who were shaken back and could not resist. Unfortunately, after the explosion, the smoke cleared and the dust settled. Chiba's complete Susanoo still stood proudly, though it had some damage, but it was only a minor superficial injury. Onoki frowned deeply, his face looking extremely grim. Hashirama Senju nodded and said, "The power of the Rinnegan is indeed quite terrifying, but that attack just now was not enough to shake the complete Susanoo." He asked with some doubt, he doesn't seem to be able to fully unleash the power of the Rinnegan. Were those divine eyes of the Sage of Six Paths truly awakened on their own by this man named Pain? Orochimaru, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but feel a slight stirring in his heart upon hearing this. As expected of the god of ninjas, he can even sense something like this. However, unless the leader himself reveals it, I'm afraid no one will know the truth. Chianyu scoffed dismissively. Pain, it seems your power is nothing special after all. Despite possessing the Rinnegan, he's still so weak. It's truly disappointing. Boom. Without hesitation, Chiba drew the chakra sword from the back of his perfect Susanoo with both hands and slashed down in a crisscross pattern. This seemingly casual strike possesses a violent power capable of splitting mountains, stopping rivers, and destroying the world. Having witnessed the devastation just moments before, Onoki and the others naturally understood just how terrifying its power was. Two intersecting great swords crashed down with a deafening roar. Even Pain's expression changed drastically. This is absolutely not a force that can be resisted by sharing vision and mutually attacking and defending. In an instant, completely destroying everything in its path. The Asura and animal realms, which were the first to be hit, were blasted into complete pulverization. Then, the hungry ghost realm in the middle and the human realm at the back were also directly blasted into pieces. Only the Heavenly Tao, at that instant, launched the Divine Luo Heavenly Expedition, attempting to resist the sword strike. However, it was completely unable to shake it. Instead, due to the force of the recoil, it was violently blasted away and forced to retreat back. Boom. Both the Heavenly Path and the Hell Path were simultaneously blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground, already severely injured. What? Pain was utterly shocked, staring at the terrifying destruction caused by the sword strike. He could hardly believe his eyes. The entire topography of the land was altered. Two massive, crisscrossing ravines have become bottomless chasms and abysses, forever preserved on this desolate battlefield. 4 of his 6 paths of pain were instantly killed. He glanced back at the Hell Path. Even if the Hell Path still exists, it's unlikely they can resurrect those pain beings. Furthermore, even if he were to revive, he wouldn't be able to cause any harm to Uchiha Chiba at all. In that case, we have no choice but to gamble all our chakra and ocular power on this one attack. Pain closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them again. All the chakra and ocular power of the Rinnegan were concentrated on the Heavenly Path. The hellish path behind them collapsed to the ground in response. Snapped. He clasped his hands together, unleashing his final trump card, which was planetary devastation. Although Pain suffered heavy casualties at this time, he did not consume much chakra, which was completely different from his exhausted state after using Shinra Tensei in the original work. The power of the Earth explosion star it released was several times stronger than that in the original work. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The ground beneath the feet of the complete Susanoo of the 1,000 feathers immediately crumbled and was completely overturned, swallowed, attracted, and sealed by the core of the Chibaku Tensei, which was like a small black hole. This move even moved Hashirama Senju. Onoki, Orochimaru, and all the Iwagakure ninja were dumbfounded and utterly shocked. However, Chianyu simply let out a cold laugh. Pain, it seems this is all you can do. How boring. Let me show you. What is the true power of God? Chapter 121 The Final Battle Against the God of Shinobi. The Supreme Battle Against Hashirama. Rec. Chapter 121 The Final Battle Against the God of Shinobi. The Supreme Battle Against Hashirama Senju. Requesting monthly votes. Facing Pain's final trump card, the power of Chibaku Tensei, Chiba was completely unconcerned. Amidst the stunned gazes of everyone, he manipulated the complete Susanoo, and suddenly flapped the huge chakra wings on his back, instantly lifting off the ground and soaring into the sky. That is. The complete Susanoo, like a mountain, exudes an unparalleled sense of terrifying oppression once it takes flight. Chianyu faced the core of the planet Chibaku Tensei, which devoured and absorbed everything. It was just a fleeting thought. The fully formed Susanoo soared into the air, its chakra sword suddenly swung out with a deafening roar. The perfect Susanoo's chakra sword slashed down. The wolf slammed into the infinitely dense and compressed black sphere. Rumble. Rumble. Boom. In an instant, the true cataclysmic destruction was vividly displayed before everyone's eyes. The core black hole sphere of the planet Earth explosion suddenly exploded, as if the sky itself had shattered. Cracks spread rapidly, and the black hole shattered into countless white lights, tearing apart the entire firmament. The terrifying explosion spread in all directions, instantly blasting away the fragments of Earth, boulders, and trees that had just been swallowed and absorbed. Suddenly, explosions, shockwaves, and meteorite-like fragments of Earth crashed down, like a meteor shower capable of destroying the world, pouring down onto the battlefield. The battlefield was immediately filled with screams, cries of agony, and wails of agony. Onoki, Kyoto, and the others immediately used Earth Release ninjutsu to defend themselves. However, Pain's final trump card, the collision with Chiba's complete Susanoo, was something that ordinary Earth-style ninjutsu could not withstand. It was utterly destroyed and shattered in an instant. At this moment, Hashirama Senju finally couldn't hold back any longer and made his move. Snapped. He clapped his hands together and activated a ninjutsu. Wood Release, the advent of the tree world. Instantly, countless towering trees burst forth from the ground, rising up and changing the terrain in the blink of an eye, transforming this battlefield wasteland into a dense primeval forest. Countless enormous tree trunks, branches, and vines covered the sky and the earth, shielding and defending against the falling rubble and rocks as much as possible, saving many Iwagakure ninja soldiers. Onoki couldn't help but feel grateful. Thank you, First Hokage. The Iwagakure ninja army was completely dumbfounded. Is this the wood release technique of the god of shinobi? It was able to instantly alter the terrain, creating such a vast jungle that shielded the two from the impact of their clash, saving everyone, as expected of the most powerful ninja in legend. Thank you, First Hokage. Hashirama Senju, however, had a solemn expression as he watched the scene of manipulating the complete Susanoo to fly through the sky and blasting the Chibaku Tensai with a single sword strike. He felt a sense of unease. That man's strength is indeed beyond my estimation. He's probably already completely close to, no, even on par with, that guy Madara. If this continues. The most shocked and terrified person, of course, was Pain himself. He stared blankly as his Earth explosion star was instantly destroyed, seemingly casually and unconcerned, as if it were nothing more than taking candy from a baby. No, impossible. Planetary devastation is the technique the Sage of Six Paths used to create the moon. How could it be cracked so easily? Uchiha Chiba, who exactly are you? With a single sword strike, Chianyu shattered the planet Chibaku Tensai, and without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful chakra greatsword that slashed down. The target is none other than the final Pain. Boom. This violent power is not only enough to destroy Pain's Diva Path, but also the entire Earth, including the dense forest created by Hashirama Senju. Pain was completely bewildered. Behind him, not far away, Nagato, who was controlling the six paths of Pain, was drenched in sweat. That man's power has indeed far surpassed mine. He knew that even Pain's Diva Path couldn't withstand Chianyu's terrifying attack. Pain's six paths. Total annihilation is imminent. However, at this moment, Hashirama Senju finally made his move. Facing Chiyu's complete Susanoo Chakra Greatsword, he simply clasped his hands together. Snapped. Wood Release, Wood Human Technique. Suddenly, a giant wooden figure, almost comparable to a complete Susanoo, rose up from the ground and appeared abruptly on the battlefield, supporting Hashirama Senju on its back. Its hands were raised high, and it actually withstood Senbei's attack head-on. The god of ninjas has finally made his move. So, that's the legendary wood release technique. But this scale is just too outrageous. Wow, that's amazing. It actually withstood the attack of the complete Susanoo. As expected of the god of ninjas. For a moment, all the Iwagakure ninja on the battlefield were shocked, yet also cheered with joy. At least, at this moment, the god of ninjas is on their side. Onoki was also filled with emotion. No wonder even Madara Uchiha was no match for Hashirama Senju. This wood release technique, this terrifying amount of chakra, is truly astonishing. Although Pain remained silent, his brows furrowed, realizing that he was no longer qualified to participate in the war. Orochimaru, who was standing next to him, chuckled. Chief, it seems these two are the real gods. However, I am also very curious, between the god of shinobi of yesteryear and the strongest shinobi in the world today, who is truly superior. I can't wait to see this. Even Nagato, who was controlling Pain in the distance, couldn't help but raise his head, lost in thought. Senba looked at Hashirama Senju's wood release, wood human technique and nodded slightly. It is good. As expected of the god of shinobi, is this power comparable to the complete Susanoo? Of course, Chiyu knew. In the original work, even when Madara Uchiha activated the complete body Susanoo, he could still only contend with Hashirama Senju's wood release, wood human technique. The woodman technique not only allows one to catch a blade bare-handed, but also enables one to withstand the terrifying slashes of a fully formed Susanoo. Facing Madara Uchiha's imposing Susanoo, he he directly grabbed the nine-tailed beast ball with one hand and counterattacked it back to Madara Uchiha. The terrifying nature of this move is evident. In terms of scope and scale alone, the wood golem technique is smaller than the complete Susanoo. But its power is enough to contend with it. Hashirama Senju stood atop the wood dummy technique, now looking at Senba as if they were equals. He said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Chiyu, your choice is wrong. You are now the Hokage of Konoha. If you choose to stop, we don't have to fight at all. I won't hold your past actions against you. If you promise to become a good Hokage in the future, bringing peace and stability to the village and the ninja world." Chianyu gave a cold laugh. "Hashirama Senju, I've already said it, don't talk to me like you would to a junior. I don't care about your grudges, and I don't need your forgiveness. As for making any promises with you, that's equally meaningless. The ninja world order you created has been proven to be a complete failure, so you have no right to negotiate with me now. To me, you're nothing but a loser living in the past of the ninja world, a figure lost in the dust of history." Hashirama Senju's expression changed slightly, and he sighed. "So it doesn't make sense after all. I'm sorry, Uchiha Chiba, I cannot approve of your path. Since that's the case, we have no choice but to fight. I'm going to go." Ah! With a roar, Hashirama Senju unleashed his wood human technique, his towering body suddenly splitting his arms to cleave the chakra swords of the complete body Susanoo apart and slash them to the sides. Boom! Rumble! Chianyu's attack slammed into the ground, causing the earth to shake violently and the sky to collapse. But Hashirama Senju seized the opportunity to manipulate the wood human technique, transforming his hands into fists the size of small mountains, and fiercely attacked the complete Susanoo. Facing this undoubtedly strongest enemy, even Chianyu put aside all his underestimation and fought with all his might. He immediately manipulated the complete Susanoo, abandoned the twin swords in his hands, and raised his huge fist, as big as a small mountain, to defend. In an instant, his fists collided with Hashirama Senju's wood puppet technique. A terrifying shockwave rippled outwards. Rumble! Rumble! Boom! This seemingly ordinary clash of fists and four hands is devoid of any fancy moves or techniques, it is simply a straightforward and profound exchange of blows. However, yet it unleashed a terrifying power capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the entire earth shook. All the Iwagakure ninja soldiers could not stand still at all. They were shaken by the aftershocks and were swaying and staggering. Many ninjas were even blown away and collapsed to the ground. Onoki, Orochimaru, and Pain also sensed the terrifying power of this attack. Their expressions changed drastically. Hashirama Senju also frowned. This power. It's probably even more impressive than Madara's appearance during his prime. How could this be? However, he then realized something. In fact, Uchiha Chiba's current strength may not necessarily be above that of Uchiha Madara at his peak. It is because he is a reincarnated body, and ultimately he cannot unleash his full peak power. According to his estimation, although Orochimaru and Tobirama cooperated to greatly improve the accuracy of the impure world reincarnation, he could probably only exert less than 90% of his power at the moment. Of course, this power was enough to wipe out the entire ninja world. If it weren't for this man in front of me. But on the other hand, even Hashirama Senju couldn't be sure whether Madara Uchiha in his prime could truly rival the current Senba Uchiha. After all, no matter how powerful Madara was in his previous life, he ultimately did not possess the Rinnegan. At least, Hashirama Senju never saw or fought with the Rinnegan. Hashirama Senju didn't try to hide it. A slight smile appeared on his lips. Ha 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 ha. I never expected that I would be at a disadvantage in terms of strength, this is unprecedented. Uchiha Chiba, you're really amazing. Only then could everyone see clearly that in this terrifying clash between the two, Uchiha Senba had actually gained the upper hand. Onoki's face turned deathly pale. How could this be? Could it be that this man's strength is actually above that of the god of ninjas? Pain looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, the current first Hokage, how much of his prime power can he unleash? Orochimaru chuckled. About 90%. I see. Still unable to unleash your full potential. Onoki suddenly realized something. However, even if it were 90%, it would still be virtually impossible to suppress Hashirama Senju. It seems that times are indeed about to change. Chiba also sensed Hashirama Senju's terrifying strength. Although the power of the complete Susanoo allowed him to briefly suppress Hashirama Senju and gain a slight advantage, completely defeating him would be an extremely difficult task. The first person below the six paths. It's not just a name without substance. Certainly. Qianyu did not waver or hesitate in the slightest. Every ninjutsu has its weaknesses and flaws. Hashirama Senju, even you are no exception. In an instant, Chiba's left eye's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan power suddenly burst forth. It was precisely his unique pupil technique, Kuenbaiko. The crimson six-pointed star light instantly shone down, completely enveloping the entire massive and majestic wooden puppet formation, searching for its loopholes and weaknesses. In a mere instant, the crimson six-pointed star's light converged at one point. That is, the left ankle area of the wood release, wood human technique. Actually, this isn't really a loophole, it's just a relatively weak point in wood release chakra. However, these slight weaknesses are enough to become fatal flaws in the eyes of an enemy of Qianyu's caliber. In an instant, Chiyu manipulated the complete Susanoo, and a chakra greatsword appeared in his hand once again. A sword slashed fiercely at Hashirama Senju, who was standing atop the wood doll technique. Hashirama Senju immediately and subconsciously manipulated the wooden dummy to close its arms. Boom! He suddenly clamped the sword blade between his palms. However, this was merely a ploy by Chiyu to lure the enemy. The chakra sword in his other hand slashed down fiercely, instantly severing the ankle of the wood puppet technique's left leg. Even Hashirama Senju himself didn't know that the wood release technique had such a relatively weak point. For an instant. Thump. The wooden figure's huge, towering body suddenly swayed precariously, tilting to the left and collapsing involuntarily. Cold sweat also trickled down Hashirama Senju's forehead. I see. So that's the ultimate eye of insight that Orochimaru mentioned in his intelligence report, capable of seeing through all flaws and loopholes, Kuenbiko Yo. Truly impressive. But he was a veteran of countless battles, and his reaction was extremely fast. He immediately clasped his hands together again. Snapped. Wood release, wood dragon technique. In an instant, a huge wooden dragon burst forth from the ground, rising up and coiling around the towering body of the wood release, not only preventing him from falling but also merging with him, increasing its range and power. The wood dragon technique, with its massive wood-based attack resembling a soaring dragon, not only blocked Senbei's attack but also immediately launched a counterattack. Its gaping maw slashed down fiercely, and its massive, dragon-like body charged forward with ferocious force. Rumble. Even the complete Susanoo was shaken and forced to take a step back. This was an unprecedented experience in Chiyu's life. The art of the wooden dragon. Good. Qianyu suddenly manipulated the chakra greatsword, and the blade's sharpness burst forth, directly severing and shattering the wooden dragon's body that was binding him. Then, the huge wings on its back flapped through the void, propelling the towering body of the complete Susanoo into the air and soaring upwards. It's flying. Trying to use height to amplify power and create a sense of oppression. Qianyu flew high in the sky, his huge body like a demon god, and suddenly descended from the sky, his huge chakra twin sword slashing down fiercely once again. Hashirama Senju frowned, knowing he had no choice but to use the wood dragon technique against the odds. Rumble. With a single blow, the enormous wooden dragon was shattered into pieces, splinters flying everywhere. What terrifying power! If this continues, Qianyu gave him absolutely no chance to back down. The complete Susanoo, high in the sky, suddenly unleashed a violent chakra cannonball, the ultimate Yasaka Magatama, the highest level. Furthermore, Chiyu imbued it with his most proficient lightning attribute transformation. This is no longer a skill rewarded by any system. Instead, it was a secret technique that Qianyu developed by herself, integrating and applying what she learned to other situations, based on her own strengths. Its name is Yasaka Magatama Heavenly Thunder Cannon. In an instant, 13 chakra projectiles, each shimmering with dazzling lightning, coalesced into one and burst forth, slamming towards Hashirama Senju. That is, the Yasaka Magatama imbued with lightning release attribute transformation. Even Hashirama Senju's expression changed. They simultaneously unleashed the wood release, wood human technique and the wood dragon technique to meet the attack. However, the wooden figures and dragons, already severely damaged, were now struggling to withstand such a ferocious attack. In an instant, everything was destroyed. The dragon head and the wooden figure's arm shattered simultaneously, struck by the Yasaka Magatama thunder cannon. Then, the lightning exploded, blasting them into complete pulverization. But the Yasaka Magatama thunder cannon continues its unstoppable momentum. Continue bombarding Hashirama Senju. Hashirama Senju frowned and said, "There's no other way, wood release, ranking technique." Instantly, massive shields carved with fangs and demonic faces appeared around his body, overlapping and closing in, firmly protecting him within them. The Yusaka Magatama Heavenly Thunder Cannon blasted forth fiercely. It blasted out huge holes, and then the lightning exploded completely, shattering the absolute defense of the ranking technique. But Hashirama Senju himself did not suffer any real damage. But he was pale and breathing heavily. They actually managed to completely destroy my Wooden Dragon technique, Wooden Man technique, and even my ranking technique. Even if I'm not at my peak right now. But this is absolutely unprecedented, I'll admit it then. Uchiha Chiba, your strength surpasses even Madara's at his peak. Chianyu remained completely unmoved by his praise. But Onoki, Orochimaru, Pain, and the Iwagakure ninja were all dumbfounded and utterly shocked. Hashirama Senju smiled slightly. There's no other way, we have to fight with all our might to the death. Enter. Sage Mode. Greater than. Chapter 122 Sage Art. Wood Release. True Number Hand. Top Transformed Buddha. Requesting Monthly VOD. Chapter 122 Sage Art. Wood Release. True Several Thousand Hands. Top Transformed Buddha. Requesting Monthly Votes. Hashirama Senju instantly entered Sage Mode. Instantly, eyeshadow, patterns, and symbols representing the power of magic appeared on her face. More importantly, his already unimaginably vast chakra surged even more dramatically, merging with the natural energy from heaven and earth, what is known as Sage Chakra. At this moment, the true peak power of Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi, was fully displayed. Onoki, Pain, Orochimaru, and the Iwagakure ninja army, looking at Hashirama Senju at this moment, sensing his violent chakra and power, were all shocked and numb. Is this the full power of the god of shinobi? No wonder even Madara Uchiha was no match for him. This is Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, who single-handedly swept away the ninja world, quelled the chaos of the Warring States period, and established order in the ninja world. Chiba also sensed the rise in Hashirama Senju's power. He controlled the complete Susanoo, soaring proudly above the sky, looking down at Hashirama Senju who had entered Sage Mode, and also sighed in admiration. The power of magic. It's really good. So you're finally ready for one last desperate gamble, Hashirama Senju. Hashirama Senju laughed heartily. Fighting to the death is not quite accurate, since I was already dead. However, you're right, this is indeed my last bit of strength. I've given it my all right now. Chianyu thought to himself, the power of immortal techniques is indeed extraordinary. I currently do not possess any magical arts. It seems that after this battle, it's time to make a trip to the three holy sites. Of course, this is something. Although Hashirama Senju was laughing heartily, he did not hesitate at all when he made his move. He instantly entered immortal mode and immediately activated his powerful immortal techniques. Immortal techniques. The Bright God Gate. This is a sealing technique that Hashirama Senju originally used to suppress tailed beasts, but it is equally effective when used against enemies. The Sage Art. Maya-Yinman not only temporarily suppressed the resurrected 10 tails in the original work, but also once suppressed the reanimated Uchiha Madara. At this moment, facing Chianyu flying high in the sky, he immediately used this move as a countermeasure. Boom. Rumble. One after another, huge red torii gates appeared out of thin air and crashed down from the sky, pressing down on Chiba's complete Susanoo. Chiyu also knew the power of this move, which was not only its physical attack power, but more importantly, it contained the power of sealing techniques, making it not so easy to break free. He did not choose to fight head-on, but instead flapped the wings of his complete Susanoo violently, and his body immediately retreated rapidly. The massive red torii gate of the immortal Law Myojin Gate, when faced with the freely flying Chiba, indeed lacked maneuverability and flexibility. But Hashirama Senju's move was merely a test. He immediately clasped his hands together again. Sage Art. Wood Release. Both are techniques of using a cloth bag. Instantly, enormous wood-style palms burst forth from the ground, rising straight up and shooting into the sky like dragons, fiercely grabbing at the perfect Susanoo in the air. Chiyu frowned. The legs of the complete Susanoo were being grabbed by the giant hands of the Minabujutsu and pulled violently toward the ground with astonishing force. In the original work, the technique of using a cloth bag is fast and has a huge range, but it is limited to the ground. It seems that with the enhancement of the Sage Art, the range and power of the Bubujutsu have increased significantly. Chiba's complete Susanoo was also involuntarily pulled down. But he snorted coldly, and the Susanoo chakra sword slashed down fiercely. The Minabukuro technique, which was focused on pulling the legs, was unable to do two things at once and was immediately cut in two. However, more giant wood-style palms immediately reappeared and still pulled Chiba's complete Susanoo to the ground. Chiba understood Hashirama Senju's plan. In terms of strength, even if Hashirama Senju wasn't at his peak, he was still full of confidence. Attack, defense, vitality, chakra level. In most respects, Hashirama Senju was invincible and flawless. But Chiba's complete Susanoo possesses the ability to fly, giving it air superiority and making it more maneuverable than Chiba's own. Therefore, he used both Sage Art, Maya Yinman and Sage Art, would release, cloth bag technique to suppress and pull the complete Susanoo to the ground. As soon as Chianyu landed, she unleashed her strongest long-range attack once again. Yusaka Magatama Heavenly Thunder Cannon. Instantly, bolts of chakra in the shape of Tomo, crackling with lightning, were fired out with a frenzy. At this moment, Hashirama Senju, without the Wood Human technique and Wood Dragon technique, appeared alone and isolated, yet he still showed no fear or retreat. He smiled confidently and clasped his hands together. Snapped. Spiritual communication. Fivefold Rashomon. In an instant, rumble. Rumble. One after another, giant iron gates with demonic faces burst forth from the earth, rising up in 5 layers, blocking the path between Hashirama Senju and Senba. Although Chiyu's Yusaka Magatama Thunder Cannon was terrifying in terms of attack power and destructive force, when it struck, it only blasted open the 5 Rashomon gates. The power was dispersed to both sides, exploding and creating 2 huge ravines. 5 Rashomon gates. It is not only a defensive force, but also has multiple functions such as changing the trajectory of attacks, weakening the power of attacks, and dispersing the angle of attacks. Even the most powerful offensive, after being weakened, dispersed, and having its trajectory altered, would find it difficult to harm Hashirama Senju in the slightest. In the original work, Madara Uchiha fused the power of the Nine-Tails tailed beast ball with the power of his own Susanoo's chakra katana, achieving the ultimate in destructive power. However, its trajectory was still altered by Hashirama Senju's 5 Rashomon gates. It did not harm his body in the slightest. At this very moment, Hashirama Senju finally unleashed his ultimate technique, his final killing move, but then he slammed his hands together again. Snapped. Sage Art. Would release. True several thousand hands. Suddenly. Rumble. An unimaginable roar erupted, shaking the earth and causing the sky to collapse. A colossal, unbelievable wooden Buddha statue suddenly burst forth from the ground and rose into the sky. Its enormous size and astonishing height are simply terrifying. The previous wood release, wood golem technique was only slightly smaller than the complete Susanoo. However now, the wood release technique can only allow one to stand on the top of a wood release Buddha statue, which seems to be nothing special. The surrounding mountains, stretching into the distance, seemed to turn into small mounds and hills in front of the Sage Art wood release, thousands of hands. Not to mention, the towering Buddha statue was surrounded by thousands of huge wood release arms, densely packed and overlapping, ready to strike at any moment, destroying the heavens and the earth and shattering all things in the universe. The majesty and aura of this move were truly like those of a god or Buddha. It is awe-inspiring. It was so awe-inspiring that it moved heaven and earth to tears. At this moment, whether it's Pain, Onoki, Orochimaru, or the Iwagakure ninja army behind them, it was as if they had truly seen a ghost. Everyone was dumbfounded, utterly shocked. This is the full power of the god of ninjas. It surpasses all mountains, towering into the clouds, even true gods and Buddhas could hardly compare. Is this still ninjutsu? It's entirely the power of God. Only then did Onoki give a self-deprecating bitter laugh and shake his head. It turns out I've always been a frog in a well. They not only underestimated Madara Uchiha, but also greatly underestimated Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi. Orochimaru couldn't help but break out in a sweat. Hashirama Senju, did he reach such a level with only 90% of his power? No wonder he could break free from my grasp so easily. Fortunately, this time he chose to oppose Uchiha Chiba and stand on my side. Otherwise, Pain, or more accurately, Nagato behind him, let out a long sigh. He claims to be a god. I was so naive. Even with the Rinnegan, the divine eye of the Sage of Six Paths, compared to the true god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, I am but a small fry compared to a great wizard, utterly vulnerable. At this moment, in addition to being utterly shocked, everyone had the same thought at the same time. Such a ninja god. How could Uchiha Senba possibly defeat him? 1. If before, Chiba, who controlled the complete Susanoo and stood in the 5-ridged chakra space on his forehead, was looking down on everything. So now, facing Hashirama Senju's Sage Art, would release, true several thousand hands, Senba had to look up for the first time. See. In terms of scale, this move is indeed the ultimate pinnacle that a ninja can achieve. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you understand and perceive its awe-inspiring power. Chianyu couldn't help but nod in approval. It is good. As expected of the god of ninjas, that move is more like it. His complete Susanoo appeared somewhat weak and vulnerable in the face of the sage art, would release, true several thousand hands. However, in that instant. Instead, Chiba directly dispelled the complete Susanoo. Buzz. His body suddenly fell from the sky and landed lightly on the ground. In this way, what was already like a small fry facing a big fish is now like an ant facing a giant elephant. Onoki frowned deeply. Uchiha Chiba. Why did he? Orochimaru chuckled. I see. To avoid becoming a target, Pain nodded silently. Onoki suddenly realized. The advantage of the complete Susanoo lies in its massive chakra reserves and astonishing scale, with its main feature being a powerful, explosive attack. However, when faced with the much larger, more astonishing, and more powerful sage art, would release, true several thousand hands, it became nothing more than a huge target. Since that's the case, Uchiha Chiba simply released his complete Susanoo and used his own body to deal with it. Hashirama Senju burst into laughter. It seems you're not the same as that battle maniac, Madara. If it were him, even if he knew he was at a disadvantage against me, he would never disperse Susanoo and would definitely choose to fight me head-on. Chianyu thought to himself, that's why he has been defeated time and time again. This was true when facing Hashirama Senju, and it was also true when facing Might Guy with the 8 gates. But, Hashirama Senju added, by dispelling your complete Susanoo, you are indeed much smaller of a target, but you have also lost your most powerful absolute defense. Do you really think you can withstand my true thousand hands with your mere flesh and blood? Chianyu said calmly, I want to give it a try. This simple sentence sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Hashirama Senju's expression changed as well. You really are crazy. You are the strongest member of the Uchiha clan besides Madara. No, you might even surpass Madara, and you are a rare talent capable of becoming Hokage. The only difference between you and me is that we have different paths and choices. There is no deep-seated hatred between us. If you choose to give up now, we don't have to fight to the death. Chianyu said, without madness, there is no life. I'd rather die than give up. Not to mention. Hashirama Senju, do you really think you can kill me? Hashirama Senju took a deep breath. It is good. Then let's use this move to decide the outcome, to determine life and death. Chianyu said, okay. Then. Hashirama Senju unleashed all his remaining chakra and power to their absolute limit, elevating the power of his sage mode to its peak. With everything he had, he unleashed his final and most powerful attack. Sage Art. Would release. True several thousand hands. Top transformation Buddha. Suddenly. On that enormous wooden Buddha body, 1,000 massive wooden arms shot out simultaneously, raining down like a storm upon Chianyu's main body. This scene deeply moved everyone. However, Chiba remained calm and composed in the face of this attack. His eternal Mangekyo Sharingan instantly transformed into the Rinnegan. The power of the Rinnegan was also raised to its limit and burst forth. Overtake. Shinra Tensai. At that moment, Chianyu finally unleashed her ultimate power. At the same time, his shadow clones scattered across other battlefields also vanished in an instant because all their power was concentrated on his main body. Hashirama Senju noticed this. Huh, he was using shadow clones to fight me the whole time. What a terrifying guy. But. In an instant. Chianyu's Super Shinra Tensai has been unleashed. The violent super repulsive force blasted everything away, repelled the myriad phenomena, and shook the world. With an overwhelming and unstoppable momentum, it resolutely advanced towards the entire heaven and earth with itself as the core, and then scattered in all directions. Just for this one moment. Pain's expression changed drastically. The power of Shinra Tensai. Even if I exert all my strength and concentrate the power of all 6 paths of pain, it still cannot compare to this, that man. He hadn't been using his full strength all along. Orochimaru and Onoki also noticed this. It was a truly shocking moment. But there wasn't time for them to think too much. The Sage Art would release, true thousand hands, with the 1,000 arms of the transformed Buddha atop it, fiercely met the Super Shinra Tensai of the 1,000 Feather Rinnegan. One is the power of gods and Buddhas that can bombard and shatter all things. One is the Eye of Reincarnation, which rejects all phenomena and blasts away all things in the universe. In everyone's sight. With Chianyu's body at the core, it seemed to transform into a sun, with raging flames surging out in all directions. The huge sphere slowly and steadily advanced, like the most indestructible yet devastating spherical barrier, meeting the power of the Sage Art would release, true thousand hands top transformed Buddha. Rumble. Rumble, boom. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked, the sun and moon lost their light. Even Hashirama Senju's strongest attack, those giant wood-release arms that were the first to be hit, were instantly shattered by the power of the Super Shinra Tensei. In just a moment, over 100 Buddha's hand citrons were lost. However, although Chiba's Shinra Tensei is powerful, it is an instantaneous force and cannot be sustained. The wood-style arms that were blasted apart turned into wood chips flying everywhere. But then, even more wood-release Buddha hands continued to bombard down relentlessly. Chianyu's pupils changed instantly once again. It has reverted to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. His left eye even emitted a blood-red six-pointed star light. Kuinbaiko. The ultimate eye for insight. And his body was crackling with brilliant lightning. That's. With her exceptional insight and the fastest speed in the ninja world, Senba instantly crisscrossed and moved like a streak of light, weaving through the furious onslaught of wood release, Buddha hand. All the onlookers could see was the Buddha's hand striking and lightning shooting out. Although the earth shook and the sky cracked, they were still unable to stop that light. Hashirama Senju couldn't help but frown. It feels like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. But for an ordinary person, even if they were only slightly affected by their own attack, they would be instantly mangled and pulverized. Uchiha Chiba, in the end, cannot be judged by common sense. Boom. The relentless bombardment had completely reduced the land to ruins, with countless enormous craters merging together, gradually turning the plains into valleys. But Chianyu was still completely unharmed. Until the last remaining wooden Buddha hands formed a formation that enveloped an area of several thousand meters, leaving Chianyu with no way to avoid or escape. Chianyu sneered and decided to stop dodging, preparing to forcefully withstand the attack with his strongest lightning armor. This is a choice that even Madara Uchiha would never dare to make. Hashirama Senju knew that this was his last chance. He couldn't help but roar, "Ah!" The final madness. The wood release, Buddha hand technique, like a hail of bullets and a torrential downpour, completely obliterated Chianyu's figure. Even the bolt of lightning was shrouded, enveloped, and submerged by the dust. I don't know how much time has passed. The sage art, wood release, true thousand hands, transformed Buddha on top finally came to an end. Thousands of Buddha hands were unleashed. So, what will be the outcome? The smoke and dust have cleared, and the dust has settled. After the yellow sand swept across the sky, that bolt of lightning remained standing, dazzling. What? For a moment, even Hashirama Senju was dumbfounded. The other Pain, Orochimaru, Onoki, and Iwagakure ninja were completely dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the light emerging from the smoke. That's right. Uchiha Chiba. He smiled slightly, looking down upon all living beings. Hashirama Senju, it seems your sage art would release, true several thousand hands, top transformed Buddha, that's all there is to it. You lost. Chapter 123 Killing someone by destroying their spirit. Hashirama's Tao heart shattered. Pain D. Chapter 123 Killing someone by destroying their spirit. Hashirama's Tao heart shattered. Pain dies. Orochimaru dies. Requesting monthly votes. You lost. Chianyu's words were casual and unimportant. It was as if they had just defeated an ordinary enemy. However, standing opposite him was the strongest person in the history of the ninja world, the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. For a moment, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Hashirama Senju remained silent. Sage art, would release, true thousand hands, transformed Buddha on top. This is his ultimate secret. Once activated, even a body resurrected through the impure world reincarnation technique would find it difficult to continue fighting for an extended period. The chakra of the impure world reincarnation is infinite, but it is not truly endless. It's just that the recovery speed is extremely fast, but there is still an upper limit. In the original work, both Tobarama Senju and Minato Namikaze experienced situations where the reanimated bodies consumed too much energy, making it difficult for them to use ninjutsu such as the Flying Thunder God technique. The massive, broken Buddha statue collapsed to the ground with a crash. It collapsed like a mountain. Hashirama Senju landed back on the ground, his face showing a complex and weathered expression. But he also readily admitted it. You're right. I lost. Chiyu actually knew that the sage art would release, true several thousand hands, top transformed Buddha was indeed unimaginably terrifying and powerful. However, it is not invincible. In the original work, when it clashed with Madara Uchiha's armored Susanoo, it did shatter the Susanoo's chakra armor. However, the nine-tailed fox inside was not killed, and it did not even appear to have suffered serious damage. This is exactly what Chianyu said before. Some techniques are powerful in their destructive force, rather than their lethality. Whether it's the tailed beast ball or the Super Shinra Tensei, sage art, would release, True Thousand Hands, transformed Buddha on top, is also like this. Its destructive power is earth-shattering. The tailed beast ball destroyed a mountain in one strike, the Super Shinra Tensei wiped out a village in one strike, and the Sage Art, would release, True Thousand Hands with the Buddha on top directly changed the entire terrain. However, its lethality is not top tier when it comes to a single living being. Many ninjas survived the tailed beast ball. Under the power of Shinra Tensei, Tsunade's slugs were able to protect the lives of many ninjas. The same applies to Hashirama Senju's ultimate technique. What is the ultimate in lethality? Dust escapes. Divine power. In terms of large-scale destructive power, none of these can compare to the tailed beast ball or Shinra Tensei. However, its lethality against a single target far surpasses that of a single target. Knowing this, Chiba relied on his extremely powerful physical defense to withstand the final true several thousand hands. The strongest lightning armor. Apart from wind release ninjutsu, which can be effective, no other technique can break through the defense. Even with wind release, even the ultimate wind release, Rasengan, it couldn't seriously injure the third Raikage, it only had some effect. Not to mention, Senbei's strongest lightning release armor is now far superior to that of the third Raikage. At this point, Hashirama Senju was defeated and admitted defeat. This war is a foregone conclusion. Hashirama Senju remained silent for a moment. For him, this was the first time he had ever truly been defeated in battle. However, he was quite composed and sighed softly. Uchiha Chiba, I have lost. Since that's the case, I will no longer stop you from making your choice. Whether it's Konoha village or the ninja world, its future is in your hands, Chianyu chuckled. Hashirama Senju, it seems you have no right to say those words. Hashirama Senju burst into laughter. That's true. It's utterly humiliating for a loser to say something like that. But Madara, in his lifetime, also thought of unifying the ninja world, but he was defeated by me, so I chose to create the current ninja world order. It's the same now. Now that you've won, the order of the ninja world is yours to create. Chianyu gave a mocking smile. Hashirama Senju, didn't you notice the irony? Although you have always advocated love and peace and opposed Madara Uchiha's violence, however, he lost to you, so you can follow your own will. And now, you've lost to me, so you've easily accepted letting me decide everything. This only shows that deep down, you completely accept the principle that the strong are respected, the weak are preyed upon, and strength equals power. You just won't admit it. Hashirama Senju was also taken aback. He couldn't help but silently examine his own heart. Perhaps you have a point. To be precise, I believe that any policy always requires support. But strength is not everything. Chianyu gave a cold laugh. Such hypocritical words are meaningless. It is shameless to say that power is not everything when everything is clearly determined by strength. Hashirama Senju shook his head and said, power may be able to create a certain path, but how this path proceeds, how it is maintained, and how it moves towards a better future are not things that power alone can solve. Whether it's Ban or you, the choices you've made are too violent and extreme, and they absolutely cannot last. One person's will can never supersede that of everyone else. Chiyu said, if that's the case, why does your will, Hashirama Senju, supersede everyone else? Moreover, if you truly believed in the power of the masses, you wouldn't have tried to pacify the world by yourself. Letting the will of a mob run rampant will only bring war and chaos. You've chosen this path for decades, and the scale of the war has only continued to expand, with casualties becoming increasingly devastating. I never expected this. After being resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, you saw all of this and didn't reflect on it at all. You remained so stubbornly opinionated. They wouldn't even try to change their mindset or consider even the slightest alternative path. In that case, you're even more foolish than Madara Uchiha. Chianyu was speaking from the heart. Madara Uchiha knew at least that the previous approach was not feasible, so he prepared to execute the Eye of the Moon plan. Regardless of whether the Eye of the Moon plan is right or wrong, good or bad, or a scam, at least he knows how to be flexible. Hashirama Senju's face was pale. You call me stupid, and I can accept that. However, it's not that I haven't reflected on it. Chiyu asked, oh. So, seeing the scale of the three shinobi world wars grow larger and larger, what were your reflections and decisions? What thoughts and actions did you take? Hashirama Senju remained silent. Chianyu sneered, stop deceiving yourself. 7. What you think about and what you do are still unhesitatingly maintaining the ninja world order you created. Upon hearing that I am going to follow a new path, they immediately chose to stop me at all costs, even if it meant cooperating with Orochimaru and the Akatsuki, those rogue ninjas and terrorist organizations. Hashirama Senju, who do you think you are? You. They are nothing more than maintainers of a corrupt and decadent system. Hashirama Senju was shocked and speechless. My Dao heart is shattered. Because he found himself unable to refute it. Why did I stop Uchiha Chiba without hesitation? Even cooperating with Orochimaru, or even a terrorist organization like Akatsuki. Could it be that I am truly just a stubborn, extreme, outdated, conservative, inflexible, hypocritical, and degenerate ninja world protector? At this moment, Hashirama Senju was in turmoil, his mind was in disarray, and he was completely lost and bewildered. The entire battlefield was deathly silent. As everyone listened to the fierce battle and discussions between Senba and Hashirama Senju, they couldn't help but ponder deeply and feel a myriad of emotions. But in the eyes of Onoki, Orochimaru, and others, it felt as if one was killing someone not only, but also destroying their spirit. Uchiha Senba not only completely defeated Senju Hashirama, but also shattered and destroyed the ideals and will that he had always upheld. However, even Onoki and Pain couldn't bring themselves to refute Chiba's words. Onoki's core ideology is the same as Hashirama Senju's. It's just maintaining the status quo. As for how the entire ninja world is at war or in chaos, what does that have to do with me? What I need to do is to safeguard my power and position, and fight to the death to seize benefits for Iwagakure. That's enough. As for Pain, he naturally disagreed with Hashirama Senju's ideas. Although his path differed from Senbei's, hearing Senba refute Hashirama Senju still gave him a strange sense of exhilaration and satisfaction. Unfortunately, he also understood that his path was almost impossible to achieve. Both he and Hashirama Senju were losers, defeated opponents of Senba Uchiha. Much later, Hashirama Senju sighed in bewilderment. Uchiha Chiba, perhaps you are right. The ninja world deserves more experimentation, even if it means intense growing pains. In the future, there might be new changes, instead of being trapped in an endless vortex of war and hatred, just like now. I lost completely. Now, you can seal me away. Orochimaru's expression changed. The resurrected Hashirama Senju, this was his last trump card and killing move. If Senba sealed it away, how could he possibly survive in the future? He immediately clapped his hands, intending to temporarily retract the impure world reincarnation technique. However, Hashirama Senju smiled slightly and directly resisted his control. Orochimaru's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Really? Even at his last gasp, Hashirama Senju was still able to break free from my impure world reincarnation. Hateful. Hashirama Senju broke free from Orochimaru's control, strode forward, and offered his neck for execution, allowing Senba to seal his soul. Chianyu said indifferently, there's no need to make it sound so righteous. It's ridiculous for a loser to act like he's going to his death. Hashirama Senju wasn't angry, he continued to laugh heartily. Chianyu didn't hesitate at all. The 1000 binding sins was activated suddenly, instantly binding both Hashirama Senju's body and soul. Hashirama Senju did not resist at all, and his soul was quickly pulled out and sealed in a space called the Sin Domain. At the same time, his body was immediately mangled and weathered away, revealing the ninja corpse used as a sacrifice inside. Hashirama Senju. And so it vanished. Heaven and earth are silent. A moment later, Pain also stepped forward. Uchiha Chiba, I am also your defeated opponent. Do as you please. Chiyu sneered. I also have the Rinnegan, of course I know that the so-called 6 paths of pain are nothing but corpses and puppets, your true form is not here. Pain sighed, indeed, although I have lost, I have not completely surrendered. Uchiha Chiba, my plan will continue. I will never give up my mission. I will prove a different path, different from yours, different from Hashirama Senju's. Chianyu ignored his nonsense and slashed down with her sword, turning Pain's diva path into dust. At this point, all 6 paths of pain were also destroyed. Orochimaru, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. But he naturally has a trump card up his sleeve. Hey, Uchiha Chiba, I didn't expect you to still emerge victorious against the leader and the god of shinobi, it seems we've all miscalculated. Given your style, you'll never let me off the hook, will you? Chiyu coldly replied, Orochimaru, the sins you have committed are beyond redemption, and of course I will not let you live. I know you have a trump card, you won't die so easily. But that's pointless. No matter how many times you resurrect, I will still kill you. He manipulated Susanoo, and the 10 Tsuki sin-destroying sword and the 1000 binding sin locks worked together to directly bind Orochimaru's body, and the sword pierced Orochimaru's heart. Orochimaru did not resist because he knew it was pointless. A judgment like that of purgatory, coupled with the power to seal everything, it is indeed terrifying, but Uchiha Chiba, I will not die like this, no matter how much time passes, I will be resurrected in return. I will play this game with you forever. Thousand Feather Eye power shot out instantly. Orochimaru's body was reduced to a bloody, mangled fragment, which was then burned to ashes by the Crimson Lotus flame. His evil and filthy soul was also burned by the Red Lotus karmic fire and completely sealed in the Sin domain. However, just as that bastard Orochimaru said, he will not die easily. He knew his intelligence and had probably already made some kind of preparation. But at least, at this moment, Orochimaru is done with it, no trace of the body remains. You completely resolved Hashirama Senju's inner conflict through the beating therapy, allowing his soul to be reborn from the ashes, a truly meritorious act. Excellent. You have gained 10,000 merit points. You have successfully helped the corpses of the 6 paths of pain break free from control, attain liberation, and be laid to rest. Your merit is immeasurable. Great virtue. You have gained 3,000 merit points. You have successfully helped Orochimaru achieve liberation on both the physical and spiritual levels. Your merit is immeasurable. A great deed. You have gained 2,000 merit points. These 3 alone earned Chianyu a full 15,000 merit points. Including the previously killed Rasa, Niyugido, Karataki Yagura, Han, and others, they also have more than 10,000 merit points, adding up to almost 30,000 points. Onoki and the Iwagakure ninja army silently watched these scenes unfold. Hashirama Senju, Pain, 6 Paths of Pain, Orochimaru, one after another, earth-shaking figures and peerless powerhouses were all utterly defeated by Uchiha Chiba. Not to mention the so-called Four Shadows Alliance and the Anti-Thousand Feather Alliance. They're nothing but a rabble, mere ants. Of course, Chianyu would never let them go. Next, it's your turn. Chiba looked at Onoki and the entire Iwagakure ninja army. His imposing presence was almost tangible, cutting into everyone's flesh and soul. For a time, everyone retreated and cowered, unable to muster any fighting spirit. Even the third Raikage, back then, the Iwagakure ninja army knew that as long as the battle continued, he would eventually be worn down and killed. However, the man before her was simply impossible to defeat. Under such circumstances, how could there possibly be fighting spirit, morale, or will to fight? Of course, Onoki knew this better than anyone else. Then, just as Chiba was about to fight again, Onoki suddenly raised his hand. Uchiha Senba, no. Lord Hokage. In the name of the third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, on behalf of the entire village, I offer my submission to you. In an instant, the expressions of Hikari, Kari, and the others behind Onoki all changed drastically. The entire Iwagakure ninja army was dumbfounded and taken aback. However, they soon realized that this was the most helpless choice, and also the only choice. No one will blame Onoki, the Tsuchikage. Because Chianyu stopped in her tracks. He sneered, Onoki, you knew you were going to die, so you were forced to submit. Onoki gave a self-deprecating bitter laugh. That's right, but, since I have sworn allegiance, I will never go back on my word or betray my oath. Please rest assured, Lord Hokage. 6. Chianyu said, if you had submitted sooner, why would you have paid such a terrible price? Onoki looked around. What was once a boundless wasteland and plain has now been transformed into a maze of abysses and crisscrossing valleys. The terrain has been completely altered, leaving it dilapidated and in ruins. Leaving aside other factors, just considering Iwagakure, they also lost Han, the Five Tails Jinchuriki, and their ninja army also suffered significant casualties. Although these casualties were caused even by the aftershocks of the battle. However, it is still an unbearable loss. During the Third Shinobi World War, he had already paid a heavy price in order to besiege and annihilate the Third Raikage. In addition, this time Onoki could not allow himself to become a complete sinner of Iwagakure. Then, he knelt down decisively and lowered his head. Hokage-sama, in the name of the Tsuchikage, I offer my loyalty. The ninjas behind them, including Huang Tu, Sho, Wenya, and Yi Fan, exchanged glances and looked at each other in bewilderment. They all sighed and knelt down as well. There's not much to say about the other Iwagakure ninja. In an instant, on the battlefield engulfed in flames, a vast number of Iwagakure ninja knelt down. Instantly, a tragic and complex atmosphere permeated the entire battlefield. Strangely, they didn't feel much humiliation. After all, that was the man who defeated Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi. Is it shameful to submit to him? Chiba dispelled his Susanoo and glanced indifferently at Onoki. You're quite pragmatic, no wonder you're called a two-faced person. Onoki's two scales are not a surname, but a title. This stems from his skillful negotiation techniques, his expertise in dealing with other countries, and his ability to navigate complex situations with ease. In summary, he's a cunning old fox. Now that things had come to this, Onoki had lost all his reserve and pride. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. I simply made the only remaining choice. Chianyu ignored him. With this battlefield completely pacified, Chianyu immediately began to focus on the other battlefields. He had previously withdrawn his shadow clone and obtained some information about those battlefields. His own shadow clones also went on a killing spree, killing many high-ranking officials and elite ninjas from various ninja villages. Chianyu's methods have always been top-down from the very beginning. What he has always wanted is for the high-ranking officials of the major ninja villages to submit. He said it, and he did it. At the same time, he added all the merits he gained from this battle to his eye power. Then, current Rinnegan pupil power 80,500. Congratulations, host, your Rinnegan's pupil power has exceeded 80,000 points. Congratulations, host, your Rinnegan has broken through and advanced to the next level, 3 Tomo Rinnegan. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the unique and exclusive Rinnegan Eye technique. Open black lens bracket Takamagahara. Close black lens bracket. Greater than. Chapter 124 Takamagahara. The strongest Rinnegan Eye technique. Kumogakur submits. Requesting month. Chapter 124 Takamagahara. The strongest Rinnegan Eye technique. Kumogakur submits. Requesting monthly tickets. Chianyu's heart stirred. The exclusive eye technique of the Rinnegan. This is the power that everyone who truly awakens the Rinnegan will gain. Just as different people possess different eye techniques with the Mangekyo Sharingan. In Rinnegan's eyes, Nagato's 6 paths of pain were merely basic abilities. Because he did not truly awaken the Rinnegan on his own, he can only use these basic abilities and does not possess any new abilities unique to him. Madara Uchiha had Limbo, Border Jail. After obtaining the power of the 6 paths, Uchiha Sasuke acquired the exclusive eye technique, Amenetejikara. As for Chianyu himself, Takamagahara. I remember that was the highest place in the 3 realms, the abode of the gods, in mythology, also known as Divine Realm. I don't know what the specific ability is. Takamagahara. Centered on the user of the Rinnegan, an absolute domain within a certain range is generated, named, the Divine Kingdom. In this Divine Kingdom, you are the king of all gods. Possessing the power to control, dominate, annihilate, and create all the rules of heaven and earth. However, releasing Takamagahara consumes an excessive amount of chakra, and the duration of its effect is limited. The power of the rules one possesses expands as their eye power increases. Currently, their absolute rule of control is space. Chianyu's heart stirred. Gao Tianyuan. The realm of gods. The power to absolutely control all rules. This is tantamount to being completely invincible. However, it seems to have certain limitations, such as consuming a huge amount of chakra and having a limited duration. Moreover, with his current eye power, even when he releases Takamagahara and expands his divine realm, he can only fully control the spatial power within a certain range. But Chiyu was very clear that in the world of Naruto, spacetime abilities are like eternal gods. Even with the power of a Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan, he would still be a match for Kagaya Otsutsuki. Chiyu immediately began to try it herself. He suddenly opened his eyes again. At this moment, his pupils were no longer the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but they were not simply the Rinnegan either. Instead, 3 Tomo Sharingan. He possesses the dual abilities of both the Sharingan and the Rinnegan. In other words, he will no longer need to switch between different eye techniques when using them in the future. It can be activated instantly, without any delay. This alone caused his combat power to surge once again. Of course, this is just the basics. Chianyu silently recited it in her heart. Takamagahara. Divine Kingdom, expand. For an instant, a sonic wave that shook the void resounded, instantly transforming an area of 300 meters in radius into Chianyu's absolute domain. He could sense that within the scope of his Divine Kingdom, space was like a piece of paper, which he could knead and manipulate at will. Chiba was the first to try the most extreme power. Annihilation. Suddenly, within a spherical space with a radius of 300 meters, apart from Chianyu's main body, all space was annihilated and completely collapsed in that instant, turning into nothingness. That wasn't black, nor was it empty. It is absolute nothingness. What kind of power is this? Without a doubt, within this divine realm, even Kagaya Otsutsuki would have her body annihilated by the space and disappear without a trace. Of course, Kagaya Otsutsuki is virtually immortal, so she could probably be reborn. But apart from that, no other living being could possibly survive. Qianyu couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. With this ability, I am truly invincible in the world. In Onoki's view. As soon as Chiyu's Rinnegan power burst forth, the surrounding space instantly collapsed and vanished into nothingness. The hemispherical ground beneath his feet, and all the air and space within a 300-meter radius around him, completely vanished. Onoki was completely dumbfounded. Even his dust release technique can only break down tangible objects into atomic forms. But Qianyu's power is so great that it can even annihilate space itself. This is beyond the power of gods, it's the power of the creator. In that instant, Onoki was completely convinced. He may have originally harbored wishful thinking, and had the intention of feigning compliance and delaying tactics. However, he now understands that he is not facing an opponent who can be defeated through intrigue, trickery, or negotiation. No amount of scheming or plotting will have any meaning for a true god. Chiyu's lips curled up slightly, as if she had received a new and interesting toy. With another thought, his three moon-shaped eyes unleashed their power. The annihilated space was refilled and restored. Of course, the myriad phenomena that vanished along with it can never return. In an instant, his figure moved freely within his own divine kingdom's domain, almost without any restrictions, appearing out of thin air in any corner. The speed is unimaginable. Even the flying thunder god technique requires a mark to teleport. Moreover, without a mark, it can only be launched by shooting out a kunai using the flying thunder god technique, and then teleporting away. But Chiba's Takamagahara doesn't need any markings. Compared to Amaterasu, Chiba can also instantly shift the spatial position of two objects within a certain range. Of course, Chiba can only do this within the divine realm of Takamagahara. But the heavenly hand power also has a distance limitation, and it is even far less vast than the range of one's own divine kingdom. Same. Qianyu can turn a short distance into an insurmountable distance within the realm of the gods, making it impossible for enemies to ever reach her. Of course, it is also possible to turn the world into a stone's throw and shrink the distance to an inch. Last. With a thought, Qianyu created a spacetime portal within his own divine kingdom. As he stepped into it, the entire space-time of the ninja world unfolded before his eyes like a painting or a map. As long as you specify the exit of the spacetime portal, you can instantly traverse infinite distances and truly teleport to the farthest place. However, Qianyu tested it out and found that if it was a place she already knew, had seen, or had been to, she could arrive almost instantly. But if it was an unfamiliar place, it would take some time to select and specify it. Of course, this is still teleportation. After finishing the experiment, Qianyu couldn't help but take a deep breath. At this point, his power had almost reached its absolute peak. Unless they are experts at the Six Paths level, no one else is worthy of fighting him. Even against a Six Paths level expert, I possess the power to contend with or even suppress them. Moreover, this is only under the influence of the three Tomo Rinnegan. His Takamagahara has only awakened the power of spatial laws. Once more power is awakened, gravity, mass, time, and even life and death. Then his own Takamagahara will transform into a true divine kingdom. And when his divine kingdom spread and covered the entire ninja world, that will be the day when the world is completely at peace. I will become the true king of the gods. After testing his Rinnegan powers in Takamagahara, Chiba was quite satisfied. He glanced at Onoki, who was completely dumbfounded. Onoki, have these ninja soldiers clean up the battlefield and then retreat back to Iwagakure. Don't try anything funny, you know what the consequences will be. Onoki gave a wry smile and quickly replied solemnly, yes, Hokage-sama. I will do as instructed. No, you have to come with me. Leave these things to Wangtu. Yes, Hokage-sama. Onoki turned and glanced back at his son. The lowest soil naturally dared not have any dissenting thoughts. Father, I understand. Then the power of Senbei's three Tomo Rinnegan burst forth instantly. Gao Tianyuan. The realm of the gods unfolds. In the next instant, he and Onoki vanished from the spot. The Iwagakure ninja, including Huang Tu, Sho, Wenya, and Yifan, looked at each other in bewilderment. Then all he could do was sigh. Clean up the battlefield, and then, retreat. Yes. Using the power of Takamagahara, Chiba teleported to another battlefield. His first destination was the battlefield against Kumogakure. Here, Chiba dispatched in the name of the Hokage, a Konoha ninja army mainly composed of members of the Hyuga clan. However, because he arrived at the battlefield in Iwagakure first, the Inoshika Cho trio, who had been preparing to fight the Iwagakure ninja army, were also sent by Chiba to reinforce the Hyuga clan. The battlefield broke out almost simultaneously. This was precisely the so-called scheme against the Thousand Feather Alliance. The purpose, of course, was to keep Chiyu busy. However, before Chiba's shadow clones dissipated, he had already killed many high-ranking officials and elite ninjas from various ninja villages. Therefore, the so-called plans of the anti-Chiba alliance are naturally meaningless. Now, Chiba and Onoki instantly teleported to this battlefield. Onoki felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, and in the next instant, he saw Chiba beside him creating a divine realm with a radius of 300 meters around her, radiating a faint golden light that was dazzling yet not ostentatious. Then, they appeared on the battlefield between Konoha and Kumogakure. This is indeed it. Space-time ninjutsu. Similar to the Flying Thunder God technique's instantaneous teleportation, but it doesn't seem to require a marker. Onoki was drenched in sweat. With this ability, Uchiha Chiba completely controlled the entire ninja world. It's truly a case of turning one's hand to create clouds and rain. On the battlefield, the fierce fighting continues. With its military strength, Kumogakure was originally considered the strongest in the ninja world. Even after losing the fourth Raikage, Killer Bee, Mifune, and even the new Raikage, Yugito, the quantity and quality of its ninja army remained undisputed as the strongest. The task of having the Hyuga clan fight against a single ninja village was virtually impossible. This is also one of the signs that Konoha's overall strength is at its lowest point. However, Chiyu's shadow clones wreaked havoc, and with the Ino-Shika Cho trio quickly arriving as reinforcements, they gradually turned the tide of the battle. Nara Shikaku excels in strategy and command, while the Ino-Shika Cho trio works together seamlessly and is proficient in battle formations. Coupled with the Hyuga clan's strong insight and individual combat abilities, defeating this team would be extremely difficult. Boom! Upon arriving at the battlefield, Chianyu immediately unleashed the pinnacle of his chakra and ocular power. Suddenly, throughout the entire battlefield, both sides, friend and foe alike, sensed this terrifying and awe-inspiring aura. What is that? The Konoha ninja army turned around and were immediately overjoyed, cheering and jumping for joy. It's the Hokage. Very good. You're finished. Nara Shikaku, Hyuga Hiyashi, and the others, upon seeing Chiba's figure, couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in their hearts, knowing that the overall situation was settled. On the other hand, everyone in the hidden Cloud Village was terrified and filled with despair. The Cloud Village ninjas leading the group at this moment were Samui, Darui, Mabui, and Troy. Upon seeing Chianyu arrive, everyone's heart sank. They could hardly imagine what this meant. Chianyu descended upon the most intense core of the battlefield. Then, a divine heavenly strike suddenly and completely separated the entire battle group, with him at the core, and both sides were directly blasted away. Of course, he only used a fraction of his strength to separate them, he didn't actually intend to kill them. It's over. Chianyu declared indifferently, her tone resolute and brooking no argument. Darui stared in disbelief, asking in shock and fear. Where is the fifth Raikage? Chianyu said, he's dead. Instantly, the entire battlefield erupted in chaos. What? Darui, Mabui, and the others were immediately distraught and at a loss. Even the fifth Raikage. At this moment, Onoki knew it was his turn to speak. He sighed, soared into the air, and faced the soldiers of both armies, as if delivering a final verdict. The ninjas of Kumogakure. The Hokage is right, it's all over now. The so-called anti-Chiba alliance has been completely routed and utterly defeated. The Kazekage Rasa, the Mizukage Yagura, and even your new Raikage, Yugito, have all died at the hands of the Hokage. This sudden shock not only terrified everyone in Kumogakure, but also left the ninjas of Konoha village utterly astonished. What? He single-handedly killed 3 Kage from the 3 great ninja villages. What kind of terrifying existence is this? Not only did they kill the 3 Kage, but even the most powerful Tsuchikage, Onoki, completely submitted to Uchiha Chiba. Otherwise, they wouldn't have, as expected of the Hokage. Truly invincible. That's incredible. Is this the Hokage's power? Long live the Hokage. However, this is only the beginning. Onoki thought to himself, if this is enough to shock you, then what I'm about to say, how will you react? He shouted, that's not all. Lord Hokage, you also killed the leader of the Akatsuki, the man who possessed the Rinnegan, the divine eye of the Sage of Six Paths, Pain. Even Orochimaru resurrected the god of shinobi, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, using the impure world reincarnation technique, but still a crushing defeat at the hands of the Hokage. Instantly, the entire battlefield erupted in chaos. The Rinnegan. That's the legendary eye of the Sage of Six Paths. Even an enemy of that level. No, the Hokage himself has the Rinnegan, so it's not surprising at all, but even the first Hokage was defeated by the Hokage-sama. This only proves that the Hokage is truly the strongest person ever, unparalleled and unmatched. The ninjas of Kumogakure were completely dumbfounded, their faces filled with confusion, and their morale plummeted to rock bottom. A terrifyingly powerful individual possessing the Rinnegan, and the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, they were all defeated by that Uchiha Chiba. Could it be that he is truly invincible? This kind of enemy is comparable to a god or demon, how could we possibly defeat them? Let alone the god of shinobi, the fact that he could defeat Lord Raikage and Lord Killer Bee means that our hidden cloud village is no match for him. Even if we forcibly unite with the other 3 great shinobi villages, we will ultimately suffer a crushing defeat. It seems our chances of winning are slim. The reason Chiba brought Onoki along was not only to prevent him from causing trouble in the Iwagakure army, but more importantly, to completely demoralize the enemy. How could an old fox like Onoki not understand his intentions? Once they submit, they demonstrate their loyalty to the fullest extent. This pre-battle speech was incisive and highly effective. With just a few words, the morale of the people of Konoha village soared to its peak, while the people of Kumogakure village completely lost all fighting spirit and will to fight. As expected of Onoki, the 2-scaled master of negotiation, Chianyu couldn't help but nod slightly. Darui stared blankly at Onoki in the sky. Lord Tsuchikage, so. Has your Iwagakure village completely surrendered to the Hokage and Konoha? Onoki coldly replied, what else are you going to do? You think you can stand against the Hokage with your hidden cloud village? Rely on you, Darui. Or who else? Darui was speechless. With his strength, he couldn't even fight Uchiha Chiba, let alone be a match for the Raikage, much less Killer Bee, or even the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. This is a gap that has crossed countless dimensions. It's like an insurmountable abyss, impossible to bridge. Mabui, Samui, Troy, and the others looked at each other, completely at a loss for what to do. Even though they longed to submit and surrender, they knew it was the only option. However, the hatred between Kumogakure and Uchiha Senba runs deep, so how could they possibly swallow this humiliation? Onoki saw through their intentions. HMPH, aren't you Cloud Village and Iwa Village also sworn enemies? And what was the result? To fight against the Hokage, isn't forming an alliance the only option? In this ninja world, what is there to right or wrong, what is there to love or hate? It's nothing more than a game of power and profit. Can't you people in Kumogakure see through this? In an instant, Mabui, Samui, Troy, and the others all looked in the direction of Darui. Although Darui is young, he is the successor that the 4th Raikage is grooming to succeed him. They were all well aware of this. Although the 2 Yugido were chosen as the 5th Raikage because Darui was too young, she is now dead, and Darui is the core of Kumogakure. Darui has a lazy personality and a somewhat cynical temperament. However, at this moment, he felt an immense pressure, as heavy as a mountain, making it impossible for him to breathe. He finally sighed, shook his head, and dropped the broadsword in his hand. When? The crisp sound, however, was like a heavy boulder, striking the hearts of all the Iwagakure ninja soldiers. I give up. Mabui and the others exchanged bewildered glances, knowing that the situation was hopeless and there was no hope left. We also. For a moment, the clanging sound of weapons falling echoed throughout the battlefield. Hidden Cloud Village. Complete surrender. Chianyu remained calm and unconcerned, as this was simply a matter of course. Of course, if they choose not to submit, then I will also give them a choice. At his command, Nara Shikaku, Hyuga Hiyashi, and others stepped forward and subdued the elite ninjas and high-ranking figures of Kumogakure. Chiyu glanced at Darui. You, come with me. Clearly, he was heading to 2 other battlefields. The outcome was already predetermined. The submission of the 4 great ninja villages is a foregone conclusion. Chiba is only one step away from unifying the ninja world. Chapter 125, Unifying the Ninja World. The 4 great ninja villages submit. The ruler of all under. Chapter 125, Unifying the Ninja World. The 4 great ninja villages submit. Ruler of all under heaven. Requesting monthly tickets. Chiba activated the Rinnegan Eye technique with 3 Tomo once more. Gao Tianyuan. Instantly, the divine realm expanded once more, opening a spatial teleportation channel within it, instantly transporting Onoki and Darui through. They reappeared on the battlefield against Sunagakure. Those who faced the Sand Village ninja army were the Uchiha clan members led by Fugaku Uchiha, including the police force. The strength of Sunagakure has always been at the bottom of the 5 great ninja villages. Besides the inherent circumstances of Sunagakure itself, the Kazekage Rasa also deserves much credit. In Chiyu's eyes, Rasa was on the same level as Hiruzen Sarutobi. Indeed, after the disappearance of the Kazekage, it was Rasa who took up the mantle and resisted the invasion of Kumogakure, making him a true hero of the village. However, after becoming the Case Cage, his series of incomprehensible actions left people utterly baffled. In order to make peace with Kurigakure, they did not hesitate to use the village's heroes and powerful fighters, including Yekora, as bargaining chips, and directly handed them over to Kurigakure to be tortured and killed. It's one thing to make one's own son the Jinchuriki of Shukaku, but because the Jinchuriki is unstable, he repeatedly sent his subordinates to assassinate his son, ostensibly to control the risk and test the Jinchuriki's capacity. This is because they're afraid their son won't turn evil, and the tailed beast Jinchuriki won't go berserk. Not to mention, he conspired with Orochimaru to participate in the Konoha collapse plan. As a result, although both Konoha and Orochimaru suffered losses, Sunagakure lost everything. Not only was Rasa killed, but Sunagakure also squandered its already meager resources and became a puppet of Konoha. With a case cage like Rasa, how could Sunagakure possibly survive? On the battlefield at this moment, Rasa is not present, and even Granny Chiyo, the strongest fighter in Sunagakure, has not come out of seclusion. The one in charge of commanding the battle was only Maki. Mashiro only had Centipede, Yura, Sand Iron, and Sound Wind, all of whom were ordinary Jonin. With this level of combat power, they would be utterly helpless against the Uchiha clan. This front was actually the one that Chianyu felt most at ease with. The arrival of Onoki and Darui, who successively stated their positions, also indicated the complete defeat of the anti-Chiba alliance, the death of Case Cage Rasa, and the submission of the two great ninja villages. Maki was terrified and desperate, and surrendered without much hesitation. The village of Iwagakure possesses formidable high-end combat capabilities. The Hidden Cloud village possesses the strongest military force in the world and has a deep-seated blood feud with the Thousand Feathers, so they have every right to hesitate. And Sunagakure, lacking strength, combat power, and the will to fight to the death, they could only be opportunists, falling with the wind. When Fugaku Uchiha and the other members of his clan heard that Chiba had not only killed the Kage and Jinchuriki, but had even completely defeated and sealed the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, they were all both shocked and overjoyed. Shouts of, "Long live the Emperor!" resounded throughout the heavens and earth, shaking the surrounding fields. Fugaku Uchiha and his clansmen were filled with emotion. Who could have imagined that the Uchiha clan would have such glory and honor today? All of this was the result of the changes that Chiba brought to the Uchiha clan. This is the true savior. Then, following the same pattern, Chiyu teleported with Maki to the battlefield against Kurigakure. The fighters here are Kakashi Hatake and his Anbu squad. In addition, Matki and others have also come to provide reinforcements. Although Kurigakure is situated in the cruel and bloody land of the Blood Mist village, and its national strength is often listed alongside Sunagakure as one of the shameful 5 great ninja villages, it actually has quite a few talented people. For example, Mei Terumi, Mangetsu Hazuka, Ao, Ganbei, Nakayoshi, etc. However, Yuta, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki of Kurigakure, did not participate in the battle. In addition, the whereabouts of Suigetsu Hazuka and Kisame Hoshigaki are also unknown. Chianyu deduced that the scene had probably already unfolded. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Kisame Hoshigaki likely killed Suigetsu Hazuka and, carrying the Samahata sword, joined Madara Uchiha. Soon, Onoki and others declared the anti-Chiba alliance bankrupt, and the other major ninja villages had also pledged allegiance and submitted. Kurigakure, which was already leaderless and disorganized, surrendered with almost no resistance. At this point, Senba can be said to have truly unified the ninja world. The war ended abruptly. This is, of course, due to Chiba's overwhelming absolute power. On the other hand, it was also because Chiba implemented a top-down policy. What he always wanted was for the high-ranking officials of the major ninja villages to submit. Therefore, we can make an example of someone to deter others, while the overall casualties on the battlefield are not significant. At Chiyu's command, the ninja armies of the 4 major ninja villages all retreated. The high-ranking officials of the 4 great ninja villages who swore allegiance were left behind by Chiba, who convened a new round of the 5-Cage Conference. Besides Chiba, the heads of the various clans of Konoha village, as well as Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, and others, were also present. The other 4 major ninja villages only sent representatives to attend. The village of Iwagakure is naturally represented by Onoki, and standing behind him are the Tsuchikage's guards, namely Koto and Kari. The Sand village is represented by Maki, with Centipede and Yura behind him. Maid Terumi is in Kurigakure, with Hazuka Mangetsu and Ao behind her. Darui is in the hidden cloud village, and Mabui and Hii are behind him. As Chiyu sat in the chief's seat, his gaze swept down, and the representatives of the 4 great ninja villages involuntarily lowered their heads. Your so-called anti-Chiba alliance has gone bankrupt. Now that the 4 great ninja villages have all submitted to me, this is the only choice, and the right choice. What I want to create is a new ninja world that is reborn from the ashes and completely transformed. And you will all witness it with your own eyes, and you will all follow in my footsteps to welcome its arrival together. Onoki frowned and asked, Hokage-sama, what exactly are your ambitions? Everyone else also looked up and gazed in Chianyu's direction. Chianyu said calmly, it's very simple. Eliminate war and create peace. Eliminate conflict, create cooperation. Eliminate hatred, create friendship. Eliminate injustice and create justice. Eliminate darkness, create light. Onoki was taken aback, and exchanged glances with the representatives of the other major ninja villages, looking at each other in bewilderment. Clearly, they did not believe what Chianyu said. Who could believe that someone with such extreme methods would have such a goal and ambition, to create such a wonderful new world? Chianyu could naturally see through their thoughts. I don't blame you for not believing me. After all, that's all there is to your vision and mindset. The power of words is limited. Only strength and action can carry out one's will. Maid Terumi asked cautiously, what is the Hokage's plan? Chianyu glanced at her. Take your hidden mist village as an example. Do you really think that Yagura Karataki is still the 4th Mizukage? Maid Terumi and Hazuka Mangetsu behind her, ow, all couldn't help but change their expressions drastically. Hokage-sama, what do you mean by this? Chianyu gave a cold laugh. When Yagura Karataki first took office, he worked hard to end the bloody mist village that had been in place since the time of the 3rd Mizukage. No, even since the time of the 2nd Mizukage, Genjutsu Hazuka, Kurigakure's policies have tended to be closed and introverted, self-limiting, and resistant to communication with the outside world. The original Hidden Mist village flourished under his rule. In fact, he even reached a reconciliation and understanding with the 3-tailed beast within him, becoming the 2nd perfect Jinchuriki after Killer Bee, the 8 tails Jinchuriki. But after that, he suddenly seemed like a completely different person. Not only did he stop all his previous efforts, but he also made the Blood Mist village even worse. They slaughtered clans with bloodline limits, forced ninjas in the village to kill each other, and used a cold, cruel, bloody, and oppressive policy to oppress all the clans and ninjas in the village, resulting in corpses strewn across Kurigakure and rivers of blood. Those ninjas who once served him, some died, some fled, and some betrayed him. The Hidden Mist village of today has long since become a true hell on earth. You were right there in the middle of it, didn't you notice anything strange about it? Terumi Mei's heart skipped a beat. She exchanged a glance with Ching behind her, and said in a trembling voice, actually, we've also made some discoveries, and even conducted some covert investigations, but, under the Mizukage's oppressive policies, this is tantamount to courting death. Aoya said in a deep voice, I secretly observed the Mizukage with my Byakugan, and his chakra is indeed somewhat disordered and strange, but, I dare not say anything more. Hazuka Mangetsu also said, Master Genji also secretly gathered people to investigate the truth about the 4th Mizukage, but unfortunately, he was killed before he could act. Chiyu coldly said, Yagura's chakra disorder, drastically different governing strategies, and his change in temperament from shrewd and kind to cruel and tyrannical all point to a very simple truth, he has already been manipulated and controlled by illusion magic. Maid Terumi, Ao, Hazuka Mangetsu, and the elite ninjas from Konoha and other ninja villages were all stunned and shocked. Hokage-sama, how did you know? Chiyu did not answer the question. With his current power, status, and strength, he doesn't need to make any explanation at all. What he says is the truth. Chianyu coldly replied, you'll have to solve the blood mist problem yourselves. Who knows how long that will drag on. But now, with my power, it's effortless. This is the action I'm talking about. Everyone suddenly realized what was happening. He merely used the village of Blood Mist as an example to illustrate his omniscient insight and his ability to act decisively and change everything. However, what he said and did were indeed consistent and without any falsehood. Maid Terumi was still trembling slightly. After all, these truths were too horrifying and hard to accept. Hokage-sama, what should we do? Who exactly is the culprit who controlled the Mizukage behind the scenes, exacerbating the Blood Mist village's situation and plunging Kurigakure into such a desperate predicament? Everyone looked at Chianyu. Chiyu said calmly, it's the masked man who calls himself Uchiha Madara. Kakashi Hataki's expression changed drastically. It's him, it's him. Fugaku Uchiha exclaimed in shock, it's him again. That bastard who unleashed the Nine-Tails attack, attempting to annihilate the Uchiha clan. Mei Terumi, Mangetsu Hazuka, and Ao and the others only then understood the whole truth. Anger, grief, regret, and despair. Yet it also brought a sense of sudden enlightenment. Mei Terumi said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Hokage-sama, for revealing the truth. Otherwise, Kurigakure would probably remain in the dark forever, and the situation in the Blood Mist village would only worsen to an unknown degree, perhaps even leading to Kurigakure's complete collapse." Outside, so it seems that Momochi Zabuza, who attempted to assassinate the Mizukage back then, was actually the right one. Chiyu said, "It's not just Zabuza Momochi, there are quite a few people in Kurigakure who are also resisting. Besides, Kisame Hoshigaki, who killed Suigetsu Fuguki and defected from Kurigakure with the Samahata sword, was also instigated by that masked man." Mei Terumi and the others were even more shocked. The sudden death of Suigetsu Hazuka, and the disappearance of Kisame Hoshigaki and Samahata, were unexpected events just before the outbreak of the Great Battle, catching Kurigakure off guard and greatly reducing their fighting strength. Unexpectedly, this whole affair was also orchestrated by Uchiha Madara. Mei Terumi gritted her teeth, "Thank you for clearing up my doubts, Hokage-sama. It seems the culprit behind everything is that masked man." Onoki tentatively asked, "Hokage-sama, that masked man who calls himself Uchiha Madara seems to have some connection with the Akatsuki organization." Chianyu nodded. "Good. The so-called Akatsuki organization." He recounted the origins of the Akatsuki organization in detail, including Nagato and the Rinnegan, as well as the Akatsuki's various members. These include members of the Rogue Ninja class, as well as the collaboration between Uchiha Madara and the Akatsuki organization. Of course, this also includes the ultimate plan of Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Capture the tailed beasts, create tailed beast weapons, threaten the ninja world, and create intermittent peace. Everyone's expression changed. If the Akatsuki were to succeed, the consequences would be unimaginable. But then Chianyu changed the subject. While this is Akatsuki's goal, it is not Madara Uchiha's goal. His cooperation with the Akatsuki was merely a ploy to use them to help him capture the tailed beasts. His ultimate goal is Project Eye of the Moon. Everyone was shocked. Project Eye of the Moon. What is that? Chiba revealed Madara Uchiha's ultimate goal. For a moment, everyone at the Five Shadows conference was deeply moved. This is tantamount to the complete apocalypse. Is this Madara Uchiha's ultimate goal? To immerse everyone in the illusion of infinite Tsukuyomi. How naive. Whether Madara Uchiha was naive or whether the Eye of the Moon plan could be realized was none of Chiba's business. In short, this is not the ninja world and future he wanted. Therefore, that is wrong. Moreover, he certainly knew that the Eye of the Moon plan was nothing more than a hoax by Black Zetsu. Chiyu said, "In short, whether it's Madara Uchiha's Eye of the Moon plan or Akatsuki's tailed beast weapon plan, the first step is to capture the tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki." Onoki's heart sank. Our Iwagakure's Four Tails Jinchuriki, Roshi, because of our discord, has left the village and is now traveling the world. "I'm afraid he's all ready," Chiyu said. "It's not just the Four Tails, the Seven Tails of Takigakure is probably in great danger as well. Besides, I have killed the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails, 3 tails, 5 tails, and 8 tails. However, the tailed beasts do not truly die, they are resurrected at some time and place. However, all of this is random, and even I don't know when or where they will revive. Before that, protecting your village's Jinchuriki from Madara Uchiha and the Akatsuki is your top priority. Since the Hidden Stone Village and the Hidden Cloud Village no longer have any tailed beasts, your top priority is to search for and find any reborn tailed beasts. Gaara, the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast, lives in Sunagakure. Kurigakure also has the 6 tails Jinchuriki, Yuta. Han, the 5 tails Jinchuriki of Iwagakure, is dead, and Roshi has probably fallen into the hands of the Akatsuki. As for Kumogakure, the 2 tails Jinchuriki, Yugito Ni, and the 8 tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, were both killed by Chiba. Of course, Naruto Uzumaki, the 9 tails Jinchuriki, was in Konoha's own hands. Yes, Lord Hokage. At this moment, the representatives of the 4 great ninja villages all solemnly agreed, daring not to disobey in the slightest. Chianyu used 2 things to quickly win over the 4 major ninja villages. The truth behind the Blood Mist village of Kurigakure. The threat from the Akatsuki organization and Madara Uchiha. One is internal, and the other is external. In this way, the 4 great ninja villages, who had previously submitted only because of absolute power, gradually began to realize the only truth: they need Uchiha Chiba. The ninja world needs Uchiha Chiba. Nara Shikaku, Hitaki Kakashi, Hyuga Hiyashi, and the others exchanged glances, all seemingly lost in thought. They all understood that this was what the Hokage meant by winning hearts and minds. Power is certainly enough to suppress everything. But to truly convince and persuade someone willingly, you need to add a touch of cunning to your strength. The Hokage is equally skilled and has reached the pinnacle in this regard. With absolute power and near omniscience and omnipotence, Chiba completely suppressed and subjugated all 4 major ninja villages. He left Onoki to remain the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. Besides, he appointed Darui as the new Raikage, Meiturumi as the new Mizukage, and Maki as the new Kazekage, to act under his orders. He further extended the rules, regulations, laws, and ordinances established by Konoha village to all 5 great ninja villages, and even to the entire ninja world. This is his ultimate goal. To transform the entire ninja world and allow it to rise from the ashes. From this moment forward, the 5 great ninja villages will change their address for Senba from Hokage-sama to Lord of the Ninja World. A new era has begun in the ninja world. At the same time, the Akatsuki's secret base, a hidden underground stronghold. Black Zetsu separated from White Zetsu and came alone, gazing at that familiar yet unfamiliar place, the demonic statue of the heretic. That was the body of the 10 Tails, and also the body of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Looking at the hideous yet withered demonic statue, he despaired and couldn't help but reveal a look of utter grief. He called out softly, "My dear mother. My plan was going smoothly like never before, but suddenly I encountered unprecedented obstacles and enemies." Uchiha Chiba. Neither Nagato nor Obito Uchiha seemed capable of realizing their grand plan to revive their mother. It's time. Only by relying on that man's power can we contend with Uchiha Chiba and get the plan to revive mother back on track. Next, I'll begin my actions. The first thing I need to do is resurrect Uchiha Madara. Greater than. Chapter 126 Madara Uchiha resurrected. The strongest enemy. The Eye of the Moon plan launched. Rec. Chapter 126 Madara Uchiha resurrected. The strongest enemy. The Eye of the Moon plan launched. Requesting monthly tickets. Black Zetsu, the most filial son, the mastermind lurking in the shadows for 1,000 years, the overall director of the entire Naruto storyline. Although they possess little personal strength, they excel at manipulating people and instigating battles, employing any means necessary to achieve one purpose, resurrecting Mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki. However, for thousands of years, he has not even taken the first step. Indra must defeat Asura. Even in his previous reincarnation, Madara Uchiha was unable to defeat Hashirama Senju. He was in despair when he suddenly discovered that Madara Uchiha had obtained the power of Hashirama Senju, and even had the power to awaken the Rinnegan. Black Zetsu was overjoyed and immediately began to set out a series of grand plans. He disguised himself as Madara Uchiha's own will, seemingly obeying Madara's orders, but in reality, he was manipulating everything in the dark. From Obito Uchiha, his successor, to Nagato, the inheritor of the Rinnegan, and then to Pain and the Akatsuki's plan to capture the tailed beasts, Black Zetsu's shadow is behind everything. Everything was originally under control. However, Uchiha Senba has suddenly appeared. This sudden and terrifying presence instantly thwarted all of Black Zetsu's plans. Obito Uchiha was a piece of trash, he was nothing more than a defeated opponent. Nagato and the 6 Paths of Pain were utterly no match for him. Even Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi resurrected by Orochimaru through impure world reincarnation, was defeated by this man. If this continues, let alone resurrecting his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki, he couldn't even capture a tailed beast in the first step. Black Zetsu understood that with their current strength, relying solely on Obito Uchiha, Nagato, and the Akatsuki, they were far from being able to contend with Chiba Uchiha. His only hope was to revive that most important piece, Madara Uchiha. However, this is by no means an easy task. Because Obito Uchiha didn't actually want to follow Madara Uchiha's plan. Black Zetsu was unaware of the original timeline and did not know that Obito had indeed betrayed Madara Uchiha. After Nagato's death, he acquired the Rinnegan but did not revive Madara. Instead, he wanted to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, enter the 6 Paths realm, execute the Eye of the Moon plan, and become the sole manipulator behind the scenes of the ninja world. But he also clearly saw that once Obito Uchiha gained power, he would definitely betray Madara Uchiha. Calling it betrayal isn't entirely accurate, both of them were actually well aware that they were simply using each other. The only way to revive Madara Uchiha is with the Rinnegan, but that bastard Obito Uchiha refuses to do it, and I can't force Nagato to do it with my power. Perhaps, we can take a roundabout approach. First, use the impure world reincarnation technique to bring Madara Uchiha's soul back, and then, he can achieve his plan on his own. Black Zetsu quickly came up with a solution. And they also found that most crucial existence, Orochimaru. After Tobirama Senju's death, Orochimaru was the only one who mastered the impure world reincarnation technique. By guiding him to find Madara Uchiha's body, and then conducting a series of research operations, it is even possible to bring Madara Uchiha in his prime directly to the ninja world. As Black Zetsu thought of this, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Mother, there's no need to worry. You will be resurrected soon, wait for me. Soon, taking advantage of the time when Uchiha Chiba, the ruler of the ninja world, was unifying the ninja world, working diligently to transform all 5 great ninja villages and reborn from the ashes, Black Zetsu launched his own operation. At the same time, Obito Uchiha, Pain, or Nagato were all in a state of confusion and had no time to pay attention to Black Zetsu, giving him the best opportunity. Black Zetsu knew, of course, that Orochimaru wouldn't die so easily. Although he appeared to have been killed by Uchiha Chiba, this shameless snake would surely have left himself a way out. In terms of intelligence gathering, Black Zetsu is quite formidable. He quickly found the resurrected Orochimaru, but did not reveal himself directly. Instead, they subtly guided Orochimaru by influencing his other subordinates, allowing him to gradually uncover clues about Madara Uchiha. Black Zetsu, of course, was unaware that this was related to his plan in the original work to use Kabuto Yakushi to revive Madara Uchiha. Same. Kabuto, are you sure? Inside the gloomy cave, Orochimaru's expression was equally grim. In the darkness, the bespectacled young Yakushi Kabuto nodded faintly. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. I'm sure. This is a very reliable source of information. For Lord Orochimaru, this is probably an unexpected windfall, isn't it? After all, even the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, was defeated by Senna Chiba. This man will be the only one who can possibly rival him. Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru's pupils were as deep and cold as a serpent's. Can I trust you? You, Danzo's most capable spy, have moved among the 5 great nations without ever being exposed. Even within the Akatsuki organization, when I sent you to infiltrate Sasori's inner circle, he always assumed you were his spy and never suspected you. Kabuto Yakushi said in a deep voice, Lord Orochimaru, before you went to fight Uchiha Chiba, you personally left a cursed seal to revive yourself, and it was I who successfully revived you from the power of that cursed seal. Isn't this enough to prove my loyalty? Orochimaru chuckled coldly. That's not necessarily true, Kabuto Yakushi. I won't underestimate you. As for my plan to revive the cursed seal, my other subordinates could have completed it without you, so it proves nothing at all. You don't think I only had you as a backup plan, do you? Kabuto Yakushi calmly replied, I will prove myself. Orochimaru temporarily gave up on agonizing over this issue. Uchiha Madara. He will indeed be the most powerful piece, but the problem is, can I control and manipulate him? Kabuto Yakushi said, no matter what, it's worth a try. After all, the current Uchiha Chiba is your mortal enemy, Lord Orochimaru. And if Madara Uchiha were to be resurrected, he would certainly not be on the same side as him. Orochimaru nodded. Very well, let's begin then, resurrect Uchiha Madara. After that. Inside the Akatsuki organization's secret base. On the fingers of the demonic statue of the outer path, sinister figures once again appeared. However, this time, it was not the illusionary lamp technique. It is a physical entity. Although the 6 paths of pain were destroyed, those were merely corpses and puppets. Nagato's true form remained intact. Of course, due to the excessive consumption of chakra in the battle with Uchiha Chiba, he also suffered considerable injuries. He appeared on the finger of the Geto Mazo in a completely new form of pain. In addition, all members of the Akatsuki organization were present. Pain, Konan, Zetsu, Kakuzu, Sasori, Juzo, Orochimaru. There were even 2 completely new faces. The mysterious masked man, who calls himself Tobi, is none other than Uchiha Obito, who changed his appearance and voice to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization. The last person was a new member he recruited from Kurigakure Hidden Mist Village Kisame Hoshigaki. Although the morale of the Akatsuki organization has declined, its members are at their peak like never before. Pain led all Akatsuki members in unleashing the 9 seals of the illusionary dragon. This is a powerful sealing technique capable of separating the power of the tailed beasts from the Jinchuriki's body and sealing it into the body of the Geto Mazo. Even though the Akatsuki now has 9 members, it still took them 2 or 3 days to complete. Pain stared at the lifeless corpses of the 4 tails and 7 tails Jinchuriki lying on the ground, his face still cold. Although we successfully captured the 4 tails and the 7 tails, however, the remaining tailed beasts were either killed by Uchiha Chiba or were ordered by him to be well protected by the major ninja villages, making them extremely difficult to capture. The tailed beast weapon project. Who knows when it will be completed? Just then, a voice suddenly came from the darkness. Then let's stop. The so-called tailed beast weapon project. The members of Akatsuki were all taken aback, their expressions changing drastically. There are other people hiding in this underground secret base. Moreover, the terrifying chakra and aura were simply unimaginable, causing even the S-rank rogue ninjas from these major ninja villages to turn pale with horror. Pain was even more shocked, and his Rinnegan eyes quickly locked onto the person who had come. You could be. The figure strode out of the darkness. With long, flowing black hair, dressed in a black combat bodysuit covered by red layered plate armor, she crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and revealed her figure. Then, his eyes snapped open. An extremely violent surge of chakra, filled with an invincible and powerful aura, enveloped the entire Akatsuki organization, intimidating the souls of all these rogue ninja members. Of all those people, Pain was not the most shocked. Instead, Obito Uchiha, who goes by the alias Toby, he stared in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. How could you? Most people had never seen the man before them, yet his violent aura and overwhelming pressure made them vaguely guess his true identity. Of course, some people have seen his true face. Kakuzu's shocked voice trembled slightly. Who are you? Uchiha Madara. Kakuzu's words confirmed everyone's guesses, and for a moment even the Akatsuki organization was deathly silent. However, everyone soon realized that Madara Uchiha was clearly in the form of an Edo Tensei reanimation body. Immediately, all eyes fell on Orochimaru. Pain said coldly, Orochimaru, what have you done? Orochimaru chuckled. They were just some interesting experiments, what do you all think? This is a generous gift for the Akatsuki and the entire ninja world, the resurrected Uchiha Madara. Madara Uchiha glanced coldly at Orochimaru. He glanced at Obito Uchiha with even more disdain, and Obito lowered his head slightly with a complicated expression. Finally, his gaze fell on Pain. Nagato, you've really disappointed me. Pain was immediately shocked. How did Madara Uchiha know his true identity? Even members of the Akatsuki organization had no idea. Madara Uchiha looked at his expression and gave a mocking sneer. Shocked. He stood there casually with his arms crossed, yet he seemed as majestic and imposing as an insurmountable mountain. If I told you, your Rinnegan, it was originally a gift I bestowed upon you. Pain was deeply moved. What did you say? At this moment, in a tower within a steel jungle in a megacur, Nagato and Konan's expressions changed drastically at the same time. This sudden shock was too much for Nagato's already weak body to bear, and he involuntarily coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. Konan hurriedly said, Pain, no, Nagato, don't get too excited. He might just be talking nonsense. However, even they themselves don't believe that the legendary Uchiha Madara would talk nonsense. Madara Uchiha said with a playful tone, judging from your expression, although you find it hard to believe, you understand that what I said is true. Pain fell into complete silence. Madara Uchiha sneered. In this ninja world, besides the Sage of Six Paths, I, Uchiha Madara, am the first person to awaken the Rinnegan. As for you, Nagato, they were nothing more than puppets and tools I chose before I died. Of course, if you can capture the tailed beasts for me, that would be doing your best. It's just a pity that everything you're doing now is too disappointing. Pain was even more shocked. You mean, the plan to capture the tailed beasts was also your doing? Then, the other one. He glanced casually at the new member named, Ah Fei. Madara Uchiha also glanced at him. Another Madara Uchiha. He did indeed inherit my will, but the so-called tailed beast weapon project was just a smokescreen. Oh. I only have one real goal, Project Eye of the Moon. Pain frowned deeply. Project Eye of the Moon. What is that? Madara Uchiha did not hide anything and revealed his final grand plan in front of all the Akatsuki members. For a moment, even the members of the Akatsuki organization were shocked. Pain said in a deep voice, Madara Uchiha, if your Eye of the Moon plan really comes to fruition, how will that be any different from the destruction of the world? Is this what you call the path to peace? Madara Uchiha scoffed, Nagato, you have no right to discuss the meaning of peace with me. I have never needed anyone's so-called approval. There's only one thing you need to do, obey. Immediately, Pain and all the other Akatsuki members couldn't help but change their expressions once again. As for the others, it doesn't seem to make much difference whether they follow Pain or Madara Uchiha. But Pain himself, of course, found it hard to accept. Madara Uchiha saw his resistance and gave a mocking laugh. Nagato, you wouldn't be thinking of defying my will, would you? You're not qualified yet. No one except Hashirama is qualified. Orochimaru interjected with a laugh. Now there's someone else. Madara Uchiha's expression changed. He had clearly heard everything from Orochimaru, including the most crucial and terrifying being, Uchiha Chiba. That man named Uchiha Chiba. HMPH, he is indeed a bit troublesome, but he can't possibly hinder my grand plan. As for you, you have absolutely no right to bargain. Obey me, or die. The Akatsuki organization was deathly silent. A moment later, Kisame Hoshigaki gave a sinister smile. Project Eye of the Moon. I'm joining. He was the only member of Akatsuki who had actually heard about the plan. Although, the person who informed him was another Uchiha Madara. But for Kisame Hoshigaki, of course, there was no difference. Then, Sasori of the Red Sand said indifferently, I don't care either. Kakuzu said, disobeying Madara Uchiha was indeed an unwise choice. Pippa Juzo nodded silently. As for Zetsu, Orochimaru and the others certainly wouldn't object. Ah Fei remained silent. Soon, only Pain and Konan remained silent. Madara Uchiha coldly said, Nagato, I spared your life only because you are still useful to me. You really think you can defy me? In the Hidden Rain Village. Konan whispered, Nagato, it would be better to, for now, agree to Madara Uchiha's request, otherwise, our plan might not be impossible, on the contrary. If we can make Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Chiba both seriously injured, then we might have a better chance. Nagato coughed, his face deathly pale. But he also knew that Xiaonan was right. The image of Yahiko's face at the moment of his death flashed through his mind, but in the end, he sighed and nodded. Pain said in a deep voice, Madara Uchiha, I can obey your orders, and even temporarily hand over the Akatsuki organization to you. But if your Eye of the Moon project fails, and the path you've chosen proves blocked, I will still proceed with my own plan. Madara Uchiha smiled. Can. Unfortunately, that's simply impossible. The current Madara Uchiha is the strongest being created by Orochimaru under the painstaking efforts of Black Zetsu. Even more powerful and terrifying than he was in his prime. Madara Uchiha's peak condition during his lifetime was only at the moment of his death, during the battle at the Valley of the End. At that time, he possessed the strongest summoning beast, the nine-tailed fox, along with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. However, it did not fuse with Hashirama's cells, meaning it lacked the power of Wood Release, the power of Ashura and Indra's fusion, and the power of the Rinnegan. However now, although he is in the impure world reincarnation state, he simultaneously possesses the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan, the powerful strength of Hashirama cells, vitality, regenerative abilities, Wood Release techniques, and more. Any one of them is unbeatable. Now, however, they have all merged into one, becoming the Uchiha Madara we know today. If he wanted to be resurrected, he could certainly manipulate Nagato to use the Rinnegan to perform the Rinne rebirth technique. Madara Uchiha left countless methods of control on Obito Uchiha. Nature also exists within Nagato's body, who left behind his Rinnegan. However, he did not choose to do so. On one hand, he knew of Uchiha Chiba's power and, in order to counter him and his forces, which represented almost the entire ninja world, he served as a pawn for him in carrying out the Eye of the Moon plan in order to capture the tailed beasts. He needs manpower and manpower. On the other hand, he also believes that now is not the time for him to be fully resurrected. This body, reborn from the dead, may have other wonderful uses. Anyway, he wasn't afraid of being controlled. Orochimaru's so-called manipulation was meaningless to him. He had already broken free from the control of the impure world reincarnation and was free. Madara Uchiha loosened his arms slightly, which were crossed over his chest, and then suddenly leapt up, his burly body soaring above the Geto Mazo, standing tall above all the Akatsuki members. The Akatsuki member on his finger could only turn around and look up at Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha proudly declared, "A new era has begun. From now on, the Akatsuki organization will be led by me, Uchiha Madara. Project Eye of the Moon. Officially launched. Chapter 127 Terrifying 9 Lamas. Approaching the terror of a 6th rank immortal. Requesting month. Chapter 127 Terrifying Kurama. A terror approaching that of the Sage of 6 Paths. requesting monthly votes. Although Madara Uchiha announced to the Akatsuki organization that the Eye of the Moon project had officially begun. However, the first step, capturing the tailed beast, has already become an insurmountable obstacle. Among the 9 tailed beasts, the 2 tails, 3 tails, 5 tails, and 8 tails were all killed by Uchiha Chiba. The 4 tails and 7 tails were successfully sealed by the Akatsuki organization. All that remains are 1-tailed, 6-tailed, and 9-tailed creatures. Gaara, the 1-tailed Jinchuriki, was originally from Sunagaku, while Yuta, the 6-tailed Jinchuriki, was originally from Kurigaku. But now, they have all been transferred to Konoha village by Uchiha Chiba, the lord of the ninja world. In other words, aside from the tailed beasts that haven't yet been revived and refreshed, all the other Jinchuriki are under the personal suppression and protection of Uchiha Chiba. Even Madara Uchiha did not act rashly. He left Afei alone at the Akatsuki base. Of course, Ju was still by his side. You really disappoint me, Obito. Madara Uchiha had not revealed his identity before, but now that it was just the 2 of them, he had no more worries. Obito Uchiha remained silent for a moment. Uchiha Madara, why did you suddenly appear in an Edo Tensei body? This doesn't seem to align with our plans. Agree. Madara Uchiha scoffed, if I waited until you acted according to your plan, the entire ninja world would probably be under the control of Senba Uchiha. All these years, what have you done using my name, Uchiha Madara? During the 9 Tails rampage, you clearly had the opportunity to capture the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, but you only cared about venting your own anger, allowing the 9 Tails to destroy Konoha village, which resulted in the 9 Tails being sealed away again by Minato Namikaze. On the night of the massacre, I was humiliated and brutally beaten by Uchiha Chiba, which disgraced my name, Madara Uchiha. It was an utter disgrace. Not to mention, how much of the plan to capture the tailed beasts have you accomplished so far? Obito Uchiha said, things aren't as simple as you think. Uchiha Chiba, that man, is simply too powerful. In fact, they may have already surpassed you. Madara Uchiha sneered, just because he defeated the resurrected Hashirama. You should know that the impure world reincarnation technique cannot fully unleash the peak power one possesses before birth. Of course, except for the body I have now. Not to mention, having awakened the Rinnegan, fused with Hashirama's cells, and gained access to wood release techniques, I am now far beyond what Hashirama could ever be compared to. If it were me, I could easily defeat Hashirama resurrected using Edo Tensei. Obito Uchiha shook his head. Even so, you cannot guarantee that you can defeat Uchiha Chiba. Madara Uchiha gave a mocking smile. Obito, you're trying to provoke me into fighting Uchiha Senba so you can reap the benefits later. Indeed, your mind has matured a lot. But do you think I, Uchiha Madara, am a reckless and impulsive person? You should know better than anyone how long I've been secretly plotting and lying low for the Eye of the Moon project. Whether it's Nagato or you, the reason I'm keeping you around, and the reason I'm not manipulating him to activate the Samsara rebirth technique to revive me, is simply because you're still useful. He said in a deep voice, right now, I need more power. On the one hand, I need to become stronger, on the other hand, even with Uchiha Chiba's obstruction, I have other ways to accomplish the tailed beast capture plan. Obito Uchiha's heart stirred. What method? Madara Uchiha was unfathomable, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Ju watched this good show silently. The Akatsuki organization is now comprised of everyone it has ever seen. Nagato was manipulated by Obito, Obito was manipulated by Madara Uchiha, and Madara Uchiha was manipulated by Black Zetsu. Intrigue and scheming. It's just a matter of who has the last laugh. Senba unified the ninja world, forcibly bringing the 5 great ninja villages under his rule. Then, as he said at the first 5 Shadows conference of the new generation, I quickly did 2 things. The first item. Completely eliminate the Blood Mist village. For Kurigaku, this matter was extremely difficult, complex, and like a chronic illness that was hard to eradicate completely. However, for Chianyu, this was a piece of cake. He directly suppressed the radicals who remained loyal to Yagura Karataki. Then, he appointed Mei Terumi as the new Mizukage, and implemented sweeping reforms, abolishing all the cruel and bloody policies of the past in the Blood Mist village, restoring order and correcting past mistakes. The oppression and exclusion of bloodline limit families was lifted, allowing them to get back on track. Those so-called rebels and criminals imprisoned by Yagura Karataki were also released after a re-examination. Even Zabuza Momochi, the rogue ninja who was once considered to have assassinated the Mizukage and launched a coup, was rehabilitated as innocent and a notice was issued to recall him. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. The new Hidden Mist village has the veteran Genji in charge, along with established Jonin such as Chukachi, Ganbei, Ao, and Ao, as well as core members like Mei Terumi and Mangetsu Hazuka. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, whose signature strength was once defeated by Might Guy's 8 Gates formation during the Third Shinobi World War, resulting in 4 deaths and 3 injuries, leaving them virtually extinct. Now, the Executioner's Blade and Juzo Biwa, the Samahata Sword and Kisame Hoshigaki have all defected to the Akatsuki organization. Reitogi was also taken away by Kurosuke Reitogi. The other 4 swords, the twin blades Haramakare, the blunt blade Kabuto, the long blade Saijin, and the exploding blade Hibiki, were all in Hazuka Mangetsu's hands. Chiba ordered the retrieval of the other ninja swords and to find suitable ninjas to inherit the sword in Hazuka Mangetsu's possession, such as Ringo Amayuri and others. Chiba swiftly suppressed the radical faction, saved his clan from extermination due to its bloodline limit, vigorously promoted earth-shattering reforms, appointed a Mizukage, promoted the younger generation of ninjas, and resolved to rebuild the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. The series of policies and measures deeply impressed and moved the entire Misty village. This can be described as a true act of turning the tide and saving a collapsing edifice. For Kurigakure, Senba was truly a savior. He originally submitted only because of his absolute power, but now, the vast majority of ninjas in Kurigakure are completely convinced of his worth and are utterly loyal to him. The changes in Kurigakure were also noticed by the other major ninja villages, who realized that the Lord of the Ninja World was not just making empty promises. Whatever he says will definitely become a reality. In addition to his policies within Kurigakure, Chiba also implemented his strategy of opposing Akatsuki. The most pressing issue is the relationship between the tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki. He directly transferred the remaining Jinchuriki, Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, and Yuta, the 6-tailed Jinchuriki, to the interior of Konoha village, where they, along with Naruto, the 9-tailed Jinchuriki, were personally guarded and protected by him. As a result, the Akatsuki organization was also hesitant to act rashly and dared not make any moves. As for the other Jinchuriki who have died, it is unknown when the tailed beasts will be reborn. He has also dispatched elite ninjas from various ninja villages to form teams to patrol and check on them at any time. With this combination of power and skill, the entire ninja world, including the 5 great ninja villages, completely submitted to Chiba. The ninja world is now as solid as a rock, united as one. In addition, the laws and policies he established brought order to the ninja world. Evil people have nowhere to hide, while good people can sleep soundly without worry. This is precisely the original aspiration that Chianyu has upheld from the very beginning until now. Chiba made the 5-Cage Summit a regular event, albeit through remote video calls. In fact, there has always been a similar technology tree in the Naruto world. For example, ninja squads would use radios to maintain communication. There is video surveillance during the Chunin exams, allowing for constant monitoring of the exam venue. Before the Fourth Shinobi World War began, the daimyo of the 5 great nations communicated and discussed matters via video calls using a device similar to a television. What Chiyu is doing now is the same thing. The other major ninja villages reported on their respective current situations. After listening, Chianyu nodded calmly. At this moment, Kakashi Hatake, the captain of Konoha's Anbu, announced some earth-shattering news. 4-Cage, I have already informed the Hokage in advance, and I am informing you now as well, the real Madara Uchiha has appeared. In an instant, Onoki, Mei Terumi, Darui, and Maki all changed their expressions. The real Uchiha Madara. Kakashi, what does this mean? Wasn't that masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara? Onoki said in a deep voice, indeed, I've always suspected it too. The real Uchiha Madara wouldn't be so secretive. Given his personality, even if his strength had declined, he wouldn't be as furtive as the masked man. Kakashi Hatake nodded, and the thought of the masked man sent a jolt through him once more. He quickly calmed down. In short, Orochimaru used the impure world reincarnation technique to summon the real Uchiha Madara, and then Madara, with absolute pressure and power, directly took over and led the entire Akatsuki organization. Therefore, the enemy we are facing now is no longer the Akatsuki organization of the past. It's a terrorist organization personally led by Madara Uchiha. Mei Terumi frowned and said, this is indeed shocking news, but Captain Kakashi, how did you know? How could information of this caliber have been leaked from the Akatsuki organization? Kakashi Hatake replied, well, we naturally have our own channels. Mei Terumi knew this involved classified information and did not pursue the matter further. Darui said, I never expected that after the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha would also make an appearance. This guy is probably much more troublesome than Hashirama Senju, isn't he? Onoki snorted, of course. Hashirama Senju could at least communicate and negotiate, but that bastard Madara Uchiha was all talk and no action, completely arrogant. Maki, however, said, Madara Uchiha has been resurrected and is now in charge of the Akatsuki organization, but he hasn't taken any action. It seems that he is still wary of the Hokage, no, the lord of the shinobi world. Kakashi Hatake nodded. Madara Uchiha's ultimate plan, the Eye of the Moon, has already been told to everyone by the Hokage. In short, the first step is still to capture the tailed beasts. But Madara Uchiha has been hesitant to act, clearly because he is wary of the Hokage's power. Of course, it's also because the Hokage planned ahead and concentrated the remaining Jinchuriki in Konoha village, where the Hokage personally supervised and protected them. As for the other tailed beasts waiting to be revived, the various ninja villages need to intensify their patrols of the chakra. Everyone nodded. The vision of the Lord of the Ninja World truly foresaw everything, leaving even Madara Uchiha helpless. Indeed, even the god of shinobi has fallen. What can Madara Uchiha do? Chianyu shook her head. Don't underestimate Madara Uchiha. He is not just a reckless man, when scheming and cunning are needed, he is more capable of lying low and enduring than anyone else. Project Eye of the Moon is his lifelong pursuit, something he has been planning for decades, and he will never give up easily. In short, all ninja villages need to be vigilant and intensify their search for the reborn tailed beasts. Yes, Lord of the Ninja World. After ending the call, Chiyu glanced at Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi, a spy within the Akatsuki organization, is that Kabuto Yakushi? Kakashi Hatake was also taken aback, then a slight smile appeared on his face. As expected of the Hokage-sama, forgive me for still being used to calling him that, indeed, the source of the information was Kabuto Yakushi. He sighed. Kabuto Yakushi was originally an orphan from the battlefield. He was adopted by the orphanage director, Nono Yakushi, and only then did he have a period of peaceful life. However, his good fortune did not last long. He was quickly coerced and lured by Danzo Shimura into becoming a spy sent by route to various ninja villages, and later, by chance, he followed Orochimaru. If it weren't for the Hokage, he probably would have lived like this his whole life. However, the Hokage killed Danzo Shimura, completely destroyed the root organization, and freed Kabuto Yakushi from the source. The cursed seals that bound him also disappeared. In addition, the Hokage rescued the orphans who had been captured by Root, and also rescued the orphanage director, Yakushi no. This information quickly reached Yakushi Kabuto. Although he had never met the Hokage, he was already extremely grateful to you. He remains within Orochimaru and the Akatsuki organization, intending to repay the kindness of Yakushi no and the Hokage by transmitting intelligence as a spy for Konoha village. Chianyu nodded. This was an outcome that even he hadn't anticipated. However, it is also within reason. In the original work, Kabuto Yakushi completely turned to the dark side because he and Nono Yakushi killed each other. Not only did he personally kill the headmistress he respected most, who was like a mother to him, but Nono Yakushi didn't even recognize him before she died, causing him to completely lose himself. However, Chiba changed all of that. Kabuto Yakushi's destiny underwent a tremendous change as a result. How is Naruto Uzumaki? Kakashi Hatake said, he's fine. At the Ninja Academy, there was a teacher who treated him like his own son, and the two formed a deep bond. Of course, Chiyu knew who that teacher was. Yumi no Iruka. Of course, this is all thanks to the Hokage. You revealed Naruto's identity as the son of the Hokage and the son of a hero, which made the villagers and children look at him in a different light and become much more enthusiastic. He even has some admirers. However, on the other hand, not only Naruto, but also Gaara and the Six Tails Jinchuriki Yuta are in the village, so many people can't help but feel a little worried. Chianyu said calmly, I understand. Bring Naruto here. Yes, Lord Hokage. Naruto Uzumaki stood before Chiba. He was only 5 or 6 years old at the time, his curious big eyes looking up and down, left and right, filled with awe and admiration for the #1 ninja in the world. Hokage-sama, no, I should say Lord of the Ninja World. Did you know? Now my dream has changed from becoming Hokage to becoming someone like the Lord of the Ninja World. Although his childhood was difficult, he maintained an outward appearance of optimism. Moreover, this optimism is slowly becoming a reality. Chiyu asked calmly, how's life at the Ninja Academy? Naruto Uzumaki laughed, this is so much fun. Iruka-sensei is very kind to me, he often treats me to ramen, although he can be quite strict at times, and I had a lot of fun playing with other kids. Although, there are still some people who are afraid of me, Teacher Iruka said they weren't afraid of me, they were afraid of the monster inside me. Lord of the Ninja World, what kind of monster is that? Qianyu said, "Nine-tailed fox demon. However, you don't need to worry. I called you here today because I want to talk to him in person." Naruto Uzumaki didn't even have time to be surprised. The next instant, a blood-red light flashed, and his consciousness found itself in a deep, dark, and terrifying place. Where am I? Before him lay what appeared to be a water prison, with a shallow layer of water on the ground and a huge cell in front of him covered with incomprehensible talismans and incantations. Deep within the cell was a gigantic monster, its terrifying aura overwhelming him and making him feel suffocated. Fortunately, the Lord of the Ninja World was also by his side. Qianyu said calmly, "That is the nine-tailed fox." In the darkness deep within the prison, a huge, eerie, blood-red vertical pupil suddenly opened, radiating an extremely violent demonic aura and power. Naruto Uzumaki hurriedly covered it with his hands, but was still so frightened that his face turned pale. This is the monster hidden inside my body." Qianyu gave a slight, cold laugh. "Nine tails, you'd better behave yourself." In an instant, an aura many times more terrifying and powerful than the nine-tailed fox erupted, instantly creating towering waves on the water's surface. The violent chakra crushed the nine-tailed fox's aura into dust as easily as crushing an ant, completely suppressing it. That is. The nine-tailed fox couldn't help but let out a mournful cry, its whole body trembling instantly from the terrifying power of the eyes. Not only does he possess the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but he has also awakened the Rinnegan of the Six Paths. Moreover, the two types of eye power have begun to merge perfectly. Even Madara Uchiha back in the day couldn't compare. If this continues, his power will likely surpass that of the Six Paths Elder, and may even rival that of Kagaya Otsutsuki. How could such a terrifying existence exist in the world? Although the nine-tailed fox was timid and terrified, she still stubbornly maintained her will and said coldly, "Uchiha Chiba, what do you want?" Qianyu said indifferently, "You should know that." The nine-tailed fox roared, "Submit." Just like Madara Uchiha back then. Qianyu shook her head. "No, it's different. What I want is, you surrendered willingly." 9 llamas. In an instant, the appearance of Kurama's name shocked the soul of the nine-tailed fox, but Qianyu's terrifying aura exploded even more, and his pressure was already approaching that of the Sage of Six Paths. The nine-tailed fox was struck by a double blow, filled with terror and shock, and stammered. How do you know? Who exactly are you? Greater than. Chapter 128, Nine-Tailed Beast Jinchuriki. 3 Perfect Jinchuriki. Fugaku's Eternal Mangekyo. Chapter 128 The Nine-Tailed Beast Jinchuriki. The 3 Perfect Jinchuriki. Fugaku's Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Chiba is not Madara Uchiha. He doesn't need the power of the tailed beasts. For Madara Uchiha, collecting the tailed beasts was a necessary step, otherwise, he would not be able to revive the 10 tails, nor would he be able to carry out his Eye of the Moon plan. However, for Chiyu, the power of the tailed beasts is merely icing on the cake. Therefore, his attitude towards the tailed beasts was naturally different from that of Madara Uchiha. At this moment, Nine Lama was shocked and terrified when Qianyu called out his true name and was even more intimidated by the powerful and terrifying aura of the other party, which was like that of the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto Uzumaki watched this scene from the side and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. The nine-tailed fox inside him was considered a calamity by ninjas and villagers. That's why everyone hates and fears him so much. However, in front of the Lord of the Ninja World, the nine-tailed fox was practically like a little dog, they even looked a little pitiful. Who are you? At this moment, the nine-tailed fox was shocked as if she had seen a ghost. Chiyu said calmly, "Even though you're inside Naruto, you can still sense everything outside. You should understand that I am now the ruler of the ninja world, a realm that even the Sage of Six Paths has never reached. I know everything, including the legendary Sage of Six Paths, the 10 Tails, the Divine Tree, and even, Kagaya Otsutsuki." The nine-tailed fox was even more shocked. "How did you? No need for this boring nonsense. In short, I know your origins and the prophecy that the Sage of Six Paths separated you nine-tailed beasts from the 10 Tails chakra and promised that you would reunite one day. However, for thousands of years, there has never been a true understanding between you tailed beasts and humans. But now, I can give you a chance." The nine-tailed fox asked, "What opportunity?" "An opportunity for reconciliation with humanity." "HMPH, what do you want me to do?" "You want me to reconcile with this brat, help him become the perfect Jinchuriki, and continue fighting for your humans." Qianyu readily agreed, "That's right." Although the nine-tailed fox was afraid, she couldn't help but angrily retort, "Why did I do that?" "Because I will give you what you want most." "What?" "Free." The nine-tailed fox's vertical pupils widened in surprise, then it fell silent. Why should I believe you? You humans have sealed me away time and time again, claiming I am a natural disaster and a scourge, but in reality, you only want to use my power to fight for your own interests. Qianyu gave a disdainful sneer. 9 Ra, don't overestimate yourself. In my eyes, you're nothing more than a slightly larger beast. I could kill you so easily, even. It would only take me a moment to manipulate you and turn you into my puppet and summon beast. The 9-tailed fox shut up. Because he knew that what Uchiha Chiba said was true. Possessing eye power surpassing even Madara Uchiha, manipulating tailed beasts is a piece of cake for him. But he did not do that. Then why don't you do that? Because I don't want to do that. It's that simple. Killing is no big deal, I even enjoy it. But brainwashing, controlling, manipulating, and dominating other people's minds, wills, intellects, and souls has never been my style, and I abhor doing it. The 9-tailed fox knew he wasn't lying. Because he had no reason to lie. That's why I also despise the practices of the Jinchuriki, the beings of the tailed beasts. But you are already Jinchuriki. Forcibly separating you will only cause the Jinchuriki's death. Since that's the case, why not let you put your remaining energy to good use? If you do a good job, I will give you your freedom afterwards. It's not just you, it's the same with Shukaku, 1-tailed sword, and Seiken, 6-tailed sword. I know that you tailed beasts can communicate with each other using spiritual energy. You all heard it, right? Hearing Chiyu casually call out the names of these tailed beasts, Kurama was even more shocked. Then, the figures of Shukaku, 1-tailed sword, and Seiken, 6-tailed sword, actually appeared in the mental space. This was Kurama using his power to pull everyone into a deeper space for communication among the tailed beasts. Not just the other 2 tailed beasts. Even the other dead tailed beasts appeared here, forming a huge circle. Naruto Uzumaki was dumbfounded. This is. Qianyu looked around and said calmly, 1-tailed Shukaku, 2-tailed Matabi, 3-tailed Isobu, 4-tailed Son Goku, 5-tailed King Mu, 6-tailed Seiken, 7-tailed Chongming, 8-tailed Ushioni, and 9-tailed Kurama. You are all the same. Work for me, and then I will set you free. Otherwise. You should know what Madara Uchiha did. For a moment, the 9-tailed beasts looked at each other in bewilderment. The 9-tailed fox sighed. Indeed, Madara Uchiha will only become more ruthless towards us tailed beasts. The 2 tails, Matabi, coldly replied, Uchiha Chiba, you show no mercy to us tailed beasts, why should we work for you? Chiyu said, I killed a Jinchuriki. You just happened to be in it. It wasn't me who sealed you into the bodies of Jinchuriki. Even Matabi was speechless. King Goku said, but we still died. Chiyu sneered, killing the Jinchuriki, allowing you to be reborn, isn't that a kind of liberation? For you, this is nothing short of kindness and a blessing. Alright, I don't have the patience to waste time talking to you. You can choose for yourselves. Submit to me, do my work, and I will set you free afterwards. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The 4-tailed Son Goku said in a deep voice, he's right. Falling into Madara Uchiha's hands would only lead to a more tragic end. My original body has already disappeared, sealed inside the Geto Mazo by Madara Uchiha and the Akatsuki members. Unless Madara Uchiha is completely defeated and my chakra is extracted from the Geto Mazo, I will not even have a chance to be resurrected. So now, at least for me, Uchiha Chiba is the only hope. Shigeki Nanao nodded and said, that's right, me too. Rather than being completely sealed away by Madara Uchiha and dying completely, let the 10 tails be completely resurrected, it would be better to agree to the deal with Uchiha Chiba. These 2 naturally suffered the most tragic fates, as they had already been sealed away by the 9 seals of the illusionary dragon. The 8-tailed Gyuki sneered, I had already formed a bond with B, and yet you killed him. Qianyu ignored it. Isobu sighed, I also formed a bond with Yagura Karataki, but what was the result? I was still manipulated by that man who called himself Madara Uchiha for half my life using genjutsu. In the end, it was Uchiha Chiba who saved us. Yagura even thanked him before he died. Yuki, even if you and your Jinchuriki aren't killed by Uchiha Chiba, you'll only end up in Uchiha Madara's hands, and the outcome will only be more tragic. The 8-tailed Yuki remained silent. The 9-tailed beasts looked at each other, seemingly communicating secretly using some kind of spiritual power. Much later, Kurama said in a deep voice, Uchiha Chiba, we can agree to cooperate with you. We can lend you our power temporarily until we defeat Uchiha Madara. However, I hope you will keep your promise from now on, set us free. The 5-tailed King Kokuo said, the old man of the 6 paths once said that we would reunite 1,000 years from now. However, he also said that it would be a blonde-haired, blue-eyed young man. Many of the tailed beasts couldn't help but look in Naruto's direction. Obviously, Naruto Uzumaki is more likely to fit this description. Naruto Uzumaki was completely bewildered, having no idea what had happened. Chianyu said calmly, the significance of prophecy lies in its being broken. That's right, the being prophesied by the Sage of Six Paths is indeed Naruto. However, because of my existence, all destiny will be changed. The many-tailed beasts were terrified. Clearly, Chianyu could see everything in the prophecy clearly. They even possess the ability to shatter prophecies. This power clearly exceeded the predictions of the Sage of Six Paths. They could only feel even greater awe and respect for Chianyu. In that instant, although separated by thousands of miles, and even transcending the limitations of life and death and the seal, Uchiha Chiba began from this moment on. In a sense, he became the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed beasts. He did not seal any of the tailed beasts into his body. But it can mobilize the chakra and power of any tailed beast at any time. Of course, this power is not particularly strong, and it is also limited by the tailed beast state. For Chiba, this is what is called the icing on the cake. More importantly, Chiba directly created 3 new perfect tailed beast Jinchuriki. Naruto Uzumaki, the perfect 9 tails Jinchuriki. The perfect 6 tails Jinchuriki, Bubbles. Gaara, the perfect Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast. In this way, they are no longer just prey. Instead, it possesses immense power, enough to protect its own existence. Of course, Naruto and Gaara were still too young at this point. Even though they had reconciled with the tailed beasts inside them, their own power was limited, and they still couldn't fully unleash the power of a perfect Jinchuriki. But that's enough. When Chiyu opened her eyes again, with a thought, he can communicate with the 9-tailed beasts and even temporarily borrow their chakra and power. The magnet release of Shukaku, 1-tailed, the lava release of Son Goku, 4-tailed, and the boil release of Kokuo, 5-tailed, etc., etc. This power made Chianyu's invincible body even more perfect and flawless, reaching the pinnacle. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki sensed the change in his own power and couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Excellent, Lord of the Ninja World. From now on, I'm no longer afraid of the 9-tailed fox demon inside me, no, I mean Kurama. On the contrary, he will become my comrade, my partner, my friend, and fight alongside me. Thank you so much. Chianyu said, I've given you this power, but how much you can utilize it depends on your own efforts. To be honest, with your current strength, you can't even unleash 1% of its power. Your own self-cultivation is the key. Naruto clenched his fist. Don't worry, Lord of the Ninja World. I will train hard and become stronger. I'll definitely surpass that Uchiha Sasuke soon. Chianyu's heart stirred. Uchiha Sasuke. Since the incident involving Itachi Uchiha, Fugaku Uchiha followed his advice and sent him to the Ninja Academy ahead of schedule, indicating that the two have remained rivals. This is an unavoidable fate. For Sasuke, having Naruto's bond and competition can actually help him mitigate some of the damage and impact of Itachi Uchiha, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Gaara is the same. Chiba persuaded Shukaku, the one-tailed beast, so Gaara could also stabilize and be sent to the Ninja Academy to join Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and the other children whose fates had been changed by Chiba. Neji Hyuga, Hinata Hyuga, the Inoshika Cho trio, Sai and Nobu who were rescued from Root and the other children from the orphanage, etc. Growing together. Kindness and nurturing towards children are a unique glimmer of light amidst Chianyu's extreme methods. The light from Senbei's 3-tomo Rinnegan flickered. In the blink of an eye, Takamagahara was activated, the divine realm unfolded, a spatial portal was opened, and they were instantly transported to a certain wasteland. With a thought, he suddenly poured the chakra of the 4-tailed Son Goku and the power of the lava release Kekkei Genkei into the Susanoo's artifact, turning it into scorching hot magma that shone with dazzling flames. The Tenshu Sin extinction sword already contained the power of the Crimson Lotus karmic fire, and now, with the fusion of the lava release bloodline limit, its power is even more unparalleled. A sword slashed down. The earth was instantly blasted into a huge crater, and ravines stretched out straight out, turning into a huge valley abyss. On both sides of the abyss, lava melted the earth, and the valley floor was filled with rising flames and flowing lava. With just one sword strike, the terrain was completely altered. It transformed from a wasteland into a volcanic lava world. Chianyu's lips curled up slightly. He released Susanoo and infused himself with the chakra and power of the 5 tails, Kokuo. In an instant, the chakra within his body surged and exploded wildly, pushing his power to its limit. Boom! The katana slashed down, and with one strike, lightning exploded and chakra boiled. The power that was already at its peak was now increased by a full 50%. Boil release, as expected, is one of the two powerful secret techniques that enhance strength, alongside the monstrous strength of the Senju clan. Qianyu tested the waters, but only showed some interest. Qianyu is now invincible. What he did was to comprehensively enhance the combat power of the entire ninja world, and most importantly, to empower those who were loyal to him. His conversation with the nine-tailed beasts granted him the ability to borrow their chakra and powers. Not to mention, it directly created 3 new perfect Jinchuriki. But this is just the beginning. Chiba quickly found Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku seemed to understand his purpose. Hokage-sama, no, Lord of the Ninja World, you've come to me this time because of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, haven't you? Qianyu nodded. I know you just awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and aren't very skilled yet, so you didn't directly transplant and fuse Itachi Uchiha's eyes, but now, they should be ready by now, right? Fugaku Uchiha sighed, perhaps. However, the thought of that beast Itachi Uchiha still stirs up strong emotions within me. Of course, it's not just Itachi Uchiha, but also those bastards like Hiruzen Sarutobi who brainwashed him behind his back, Chiyu said. That's the nature of Itachi Uchiha's will. Although it was partly due to Hiruzen Sarutobi's brainwashing, it ultimately stemmed from his own thinking. Clan Chief Fugaku, this has nothing to do with you. You don't need to blame yourself. Even so, I'm still a failure as a father to raise such a little beast. Every time I think about it, I feel ashamed of my clan and my ancestors. Qianyu said calmly, even if it's just to atone for your sins, you still need this power. I see. Then, under Chiba's arrangement, the best medical ninja was quickly assigned to take charge of the task. Of course, the most powerful medical ninja in the ninja world is Tsunade. However, there are also many other excellent medical ninjas in the 5 great ninja villages. In Konoha village, there are Sukui, Yakushi no, Hikui, Tozen, Takemaru, and others. Transplanting eyes is not considered a particularly complex ninjutsu in the ninja world. The most crucial aspect of fusing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan lies in the rejection reaction. Unless they are blood relatives, there is almost no chance of success. Even with blood relatives, it can only be said that the chances of success are higher, but it cannot be completely guaranteed. Fortunately, Fugaku Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha were, after all, biological father and son, connected by blood, and their bond even surpassed that of brothers. This transplantation and fusion went very smoothly. After a period of rest and adjustment, Fugaku Uchiha opened his eyes once more. The Mangekyo Sharingan has been completely fused and evolved. The 3rd pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in the ninja world, and so it was born. Fugaku Uchiha's strength also surged instantly. Not only could he use the Mangekyo Sharingan's eye techniques without restraint, but he also directly activated the 3rd form of Susanoo. As for higher forms, it's only a matter of time. At this time, the Uchiha clan, with Chiba, the ruler of the ninja world, and Fugaku Uchiha, a user of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, their power has reached its zenith. Both Konoha village and the entire 5 great ninja villages alliance have become increasingly peaceful and stable under Chiba's diligent governance, and their power has also increased by leaps and bounds. At the same time, the 3 sacred sites are located in Mount Myoboku. Jiraiya was immersed in despair and frustration. Despite the daily advice from Fukusaku and Shima, Jiraiya was still unable to return to normal. Little Jiraiya, you've done everything you could, there's nothing to regret. In the end, Hiruzen Sarutobi's death was entirely his own fault. As for Uchiha Senba, she is indeed beyond your ability to contend with. Jiraiya gave a wry smile. My whole life has been a series of failures. I can't save my teacher, nor can I save my disciples. The 3 disciples I once devoted all my efforts to nurturing are now either dead or have gone astray and become members of the Akatsuki organization. Not to mention, my own comrades, Orochimaru, defected and I was powerless to stop him, and Tsunade also wandered the world, detached from worldly affairs. I don't know what I'm living for anymore. Just then, suddenly, Master Shima said, Little Jiraiya, the great toad sage summons you. They say they had a new dream, which is probably a prophecy related to you. Jiraiya's heart stirred. His entire life had been spent running around trying to keep up with the prophecy of the great toad sage. Now, in his despair, a new prophecy seemed to offer him a glimmer of hope. A new prophecy. I'll go right away. Chapter 129, Destroying the 3 Holy Lands. A bunch of reckless beasts. Requesting monthly tickets. Chapter 129, Destroying the 3 Holy Lands. A bunch of reckless beasts. Requesting monthly votes. The Great Toad Sage, whose real name is Gamamaru, is a terrifying being who has lived since the Kagaya era. Not only does he possess the power of sage arts to control natural energy, but he also possesses a prophetic ability that is unique in the entire Naruto series. He had previously predicted that Jiraiya would also take on a disciple who would become the key to changing the entire ninja world. This prophecy influenced half of Jiraiya's life. Now, he has a new prophecy, which naturally shocked Jiraiya. Great Toad Sage, you were looking for me. Jiraiya gazed at the enormous yet aged Toad Sage before him, abandoned his usual unruly demeanor, and respectfully knelt down, sincerely asking the question. The giant Toad Immortal seemed to be neither asleep nor awake. Oh, who are you again? Shima Fukasaku. Ahem, old man, it's Jiraiya. Didn't you say there was a prophecy about him? Oh, it's little Jiraiya. I remember now, I just had a dream. I dreamt that because of Jiraiya, the three holy lands were destroyed, and the mastermind behind it was a being with powerful eye abilities. Upon hearing this, not only Jiraiya but also Fukasaku Shima were greatly shocked. Sir, what did you say? The destruction of the three holy lands. This isn't just about Jiraiya, is it? Jiraiya's heart sank. Was it because of me that the three holy lands were destroyed? Furthermore, the killer is someone with powerful eye abilities, could it be that? Uchiha Chiba. Fukasaku and Shima's expressions also changed. It's perfectly reasonable for Jiraiya to think that way. Back then, in order to protect his teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi, he did not hesitate to summon two great Toad Sages to fight alongside him against Uchiha Chiba. However, now, Uchiha Senba is the ruler of the ninja world. Given his ruthless style of eradicating evil completely and his decisive and ruthless approach, it was almost a certainty that he would completely eliminate his former enemies. Both Jiraiya and Mount Myoboku were already mentally prepared. But why are the other two great holy sites also? The sage, Shenzuo, hurriedly said, "Old man, please explain more clearly. Who is the mastermind behind this? And why did he want to destroy the three holy lands?" The giant Toad Immortal seemed to have fallen asleep again. He only woke up again when Shima screamed. Ah. These are the only things I dream about, I can't see the future clearly at all, however. It seems that all the prophecies I made before have been disrupted and broken, and the one who broke them was also someone with powerful eye abilities. Jiraiya was startled. Has the decision to accept the prophesied child as my disciple also been changed? So, the person with such powerful eyesight really is Uchiha Chiyu. I once thought Nagato was the child of prophecy, but now it seems he has become the leader of the terrorist organization Akatsuki, and his Rinnegan was not awakened on his own, but was given to him by Madara Uchiha. I once believed that Minato would become the child of prophecy, but he died young during the Nine Tails rampage. Now, because of Uchiha Chiyu's existence, I have even given up on the path of finding the child of prophecy. Without a doubt, he is the one who disrupted and shattered the great Toad Sage's prophecy, so, he'll also become the culprit behind the destruction of the three holy lands. Fukasaku and Shima both broke out in a cold sweat. If it's that man. He truly possesses such power. They had all fought against Uchiha Chiba, so they naturally understood how terrifying he was. Moreover, he is probably 100 times stronger now than he was back then. Grandpa, what should we do? This is a matter of life and death. The great Toad Sage has lived for 1,000 years. Although he is still powerful, his mind has occasionally started to become less sharp. He squinted and pondered for a moment. I'll try to contact the White Snake Sage and the Slug Sage, however, those two also possess the ability to see into the ninja world, so they should have already realized it by now. The great Toad Sage used his telescope technique to contact the leaders of the other two holy lands. The three holy sites were not on good terms. They even had a fight. However, at this moment, the great Toad Sage also realized that they had to unite against a common enemy. Soon, the figures of the White Snake Sage and the Slug Sage appeared in the crystal ball. The White Snake Sage lay coiled on the massive stone bed, his narrow, sinister eyes fixed coldly on the great Toad Sage. Gamamaru, is that you? You old geezer, what do you want by bothering me like this? The Slug Immortal seemed to have anticipated this. Great Toad Sage, it seems you had some premonition, didn't you? That aura of destruction. The White Snake Immortal's expression also changed. HMPH, so it seems you two did sense it after all. Even during the Keigaya Otsutsuki incident, the three holy lands were able to weather the storm unscathed, so what about this time? Speaking of which, Gamamaru, it's all thanks to you who instigated Keigaya Otsutsuki's two sons to turn against their mother and successfully sealed her away. Otherwise, the three holy lands would probably have been implicated. Keigaya Otsutsuki and the Divine Tree have been constantly absorbing the natural energy of the ninja world. If this continues, the three sacred lands will likely wither and be destroyed. The Slug Immortal sighed. In the end, the three Holy Lands also monopolized the cultivation methods of natural energy and sage techniques. We still feel guilty about it, which is why we have been choosing suitable candidates to inherit and pass on our sage techniques. It can be considered as giving back to the ninja world. Guilt. The White Snake Immortal sneered. Don't joke around. We occupied the Holy Land first, so it's ours. Why should we give it to other races? As for the inherited immortal techniques, hey, I don't care if those reckless humans come to Ruchi Cave. It's just a pity that so far, no one has been able to withstand the power of my immortal techniques. Without exception, all of these people became food that I devoured. The Slug Sage sighed, what you've done is far too cruel. The White Snake Immortal sneered, me, cruel. Slug, do you really think Mount Myoboku is some kind of holy land? Go and see those stone frogs on Mount Myoboku, piled up like mountains. Where do you think those things came from? Aren't they all just transformed living people? Jiraiya listened intently to the secrets of the three holy lands, utterly shocked. The earth-shattering truths revealed sent chills down his spine. In his mind, Mount Myoboku was a true sacred place of immortals. However, it now seems. I'm afraid the secrets of the three holy lands are definitely not as simple as I imagined. In this ninja world, even before ninjutsu existed, there were already their own training methods. That is magic. However, it now seems that the three holy lands with the most abundant natural energy in the ninja world, which are probably also the only ones that have mastered the inheritance of sage techniques, have all been occupied and monopolized by the Great Toad Sage, the Slug Sage, and the White Snake Sage. In fact, since then, it has become almost impossible for humans to cultivate immortal arts. No one has ever succeeded in finding Yongji Cave. Shikulen himself wasn't quite sure. But Mount Myoboku, it seems, also received the inheritance, but it is indeed as the White Snake Sage said, those piles of stone frogs also tell a chilling and tragic story of the past. To maintain the continuity of the three holy lands, the Great Toad Sage instigated Kagaya Otsutsuki's two sons to rebel against their mother. For many years, he has also concealed his existence to continue monopolizing the resources and sage mode abilities of the Holy Lands. For a moment, Jiraiya was in utter turmoil. Many of these things were unknown even to Shima Fukusaku. The two had lived for approximately 800 years, yet they still remained unaware of the mysteries surrounding Kagaya, the Sage of Six Paths, the Ten Tails, and the Divine Tree. The giant toad immortal seemed to be neither asleep nor awake. Hearing the White Snake Immortal's sarcastic remarks, he was not moved much. He only spoke after the Slug Fairy called out to him. The White Snake Immortal, his past spanning thousands of years, is ultimately meaningless. Now, the very survival of our three holy lands hinges on an unprecedented alliance. The White Snake Immortal sneered, why should I join forces with you? The Slug Sage hurriedly said, you should also be able to hear all the information about the ninja world, right? Even the three great holy lands are no match for Uchiha Senba. The White Snake Immortal roared, don't underestimate my power. The giant toad immortal suddenly burst into laughter. White Snake Immortal, you're still as arrogant and overconfident as ever. Since you've put it that way, why don't you go and fight Uchiha Chiba? The White Snake Immortal's expression changed. HMPH, you old fox, you want to persuade me to fight for you so that your Mount Myoboku can reap the benefits. Pa, I'm not falling for that. The Slug Fairy smoothed things over. Alright, now we have a common enemy, and we must find a way to deal with it together. Let's put aside our past grievances for now. Great Toad Sage, do you have any ideas? The giant toad squinted for a moment. In terms of absolute strength, I'm afraid even the three of us combined wouldn't be a match for Uchiha Chiba. However, in terms of the strength of their subordinates, Konoha village is not that terrifying. We can handle the toad army of Mount Myoboku alone, not to mention the snakes and their offspring in Ruchi Cave, which are almost endless and countless. Although you are the only one in Shikatsu Forest, you can transform into thousands upon thousands of people and are not afraid of Konoha village. Therefore, the only threat is actually just Uchiha Chiba. The Slug Sage sighed, that one person is more terrifying than the entire ninja world. The giant toad immortal nodded. Therefore, we cannot fight them by force, we can only outsmart them. How can we outsmart them? The current Uchiha Chiba is not only the Hokage of Konoha village, but also the so-called Lord of the Ninja World. If we were to negotiate with him using the safety of the entire ninja world as leverage, Jiraiya heard it clearly, and his face turned pale instantly. Is the Great Toad Sage trying to threaten and force Uchiha Chiba to compromise by threatening to destroy the entire ninja world? This was completely different from the old, senile, and muddled Toad Immortal he had imagined. The White Snake Immortal and the Slug Immortal were both startled. You mean? Activate that sealing barrier. Shima Fukusaku couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, what kind of sealing barrier is this?" The Great Toad Sage said, "The three sacred lands are located at the three extreme points of the entire ninja world, gathering the most concentrated and enormous natural energy. They are the hubs for the transformation and circulation of all natural energy, including air, land, and water. In order to ensure that the three holy lands can always maintain their original sacredness, we joined forces in ancient times to form a sealing barrier, trapping the purest natural energy within the three holy lands and preventing it from leaking out. This power has been accumulating for over 1,000 years. If it were to be unleashed from its seal and become a destructive force, the entire ninja world would likely be unable to withstand it. That's truly a world-destroying power." Jiraiya exclaimed urgently, "Great Toad Sage, isn't this a bit inappropriate? If things get out of control, wouldn't the entire ninja world be doomed?" The giant toad immortal smiled. "Little Jiraiya, the fate of the ninja world rests in the hands of Uchiha Chiba, not in ours. We were just giving him a choice." The white snake immortal chuckled coldly, "Fine. Toad Pill, you really are still that old fox. Everyone says I'm sinister and terrifying, but when it comes to cunning and scheming, even the slug and I combined can't compare to you in the slightest. Let's do it that way then." The slug fairy hesitated, but finally sighed. "I just hope that Uchiha Chiba won't really force us to take that step." The white snake immortal sneered, "Then let's give them a little appetizer first." Jiraiya was immediately unsettled and felt an unprecedented sense of panic. Several days later, at the Five Shadows Conference, Onoki reported a horrific tragedy. "Lord of the Ninja World, a few days ago, a violent explosion suddenly occurred in a remote place outside the land of Earth. The earth shook, the sky collapsed, and even the entire land of Earth was shaken. My dispatched agents reported that the place was completely reduced to ruins, as if it had been struck by a meteorite. An entire village and a whole family that lived there were all reduced to dust, with no trace of their remains. According to intelligence, the family in that village possesses a unique ability to absorb natural energy, but this causes them to go berserk, their power surging and their temperament becoming violent and cruel. Therefore, other villages and families stay away from them. However, such a force vanished overnight, and even the surrounding villages were affected, suffering countless deaths and heavy casualties." Chianyu's heart stirred. It absorbs and devours natural energy, but will enter a berserk state. Without a doubt, this is a characteristic of Jugo's curse seal transformation. In other words, that village and family is where Shigeo was born. It is located near one of the three sacred sites, Ruchi-dong. He immediately asked, "Is it related to Ruchi Cave?" Onoki was taken aback, and couldn't help but admire him immensely. As expected of the Lord of the Ninja World, he truly knows everything. The Secret Service received intelligence that a scroll was found in the center of the destroyed village, in a giant crater that has now turned into an abyss. The contents of the scroll are, "This is a warning from the three holy lands to human ninjas. These powers are just the tip of the iceberg of what we possess. Once war breaks out, we will utterly destroy the entire ninja world." The cage of each of the major ninja villages couldn't help but change their expressions drastically. Ryuji Cave. The three holy sites. How could they actually provoke us? Chianyu had already vaguely guessed it. This was clearly directed at him. He sneered, "What a bunch of ignorant beasts." Kakashi Hatake said, "Lord of the Ninja World, could this be?" Chianyu said calmly, "The three holy lands are afraid of my power, so they struck first and tried to threaten me by destroying the entire ninja world." Everyone's expression changed. Materumi frowned and asked, "Do the three holy lands really possess such power?" Nara Shikaku said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid there really is. Legend has it that the three sacred lands existed even in the time of the Sage of Six Paths, with a history spanning over 1,000 years. They possess unique sage techniques capable of devouring and absorbing natural energy. If they were to join forces, they could truly destroy the entire ninja world, or at the very least, inflict a terrible price on humanity. Lord of the Ninja World, how should we respond?" Chianyu stood up gently. "It's very simple. I will destroy the three holy lands directly." Everyone was immediately stunned and shocked. "Lord of the Ninja World, even for you, facing the three great holy lands alone is far too much. What if they threaten to destroy the ninja world?" Chiyu said calmly, "If we kill them all, we naturally won't be able to destroy the ninja world. You may continue your discussion. I'll be right back." Before he could finish speaking, Chiyu's eyes shone with the light of her three-tomo Sharingan, and in an instant, Takamagahara was activated once more, her divine domain unfolded, and a spacetime portal immediately appeared, his figure vanished instantly. The Konoha leadership, along with the four kage from the four major ninja villages, looked at each other in astonishment and shock. Kakashi Hatake smiled slightly. It seems the matter is resolved. Fugaku Uchiha also gave a cold laugh. The three holy lands brought about their own destruction. Everyone nodded silently. In the blink of an eye, Chiyu had already teleported to the destroyed village mentioned by Onoki. The place had indeed been turned upside down, a scene of utter devastation, a complete wasteland. With his unparalleled insight, he quickly detected the aura of Ruchi Cave. What he needs to do is destroy the three holy sites. Yongji Dong is the first one. Qianyu strode forward and soon arrived at the entrance of Ruchi Cave, a huge and deep cave that seemed to lead to the bottomless depths of the earth. The entrance to the cave resembled the gaping maw of a giant serpent, seemingly possessing the power to devour everything. Without hesitation, Qianyu unleashed her attack. Yasaka Magatama Thunder Cannon. In an instant, one after another, cannonballs filled with violent chakra and the explosive power of lightning burst out, destroying everything in their path and causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Rumble. Boom. Suddenly, the entire entrance to Ruchi Cave and the cave itself were shaken violently, with rocks tumbling down, bringing about a true catastrophe. The white snake sage deep within Ruchi Cave was shocked, but then immediately understood what had happened. His body suddenly soared into the sky, unleashing a burst of violent sage chakra that pierced through the earth, flying like a dragon. Uchiha Senba, how dare you destroy the gate of Ruchi Cave? You're asking for it. Qianyu stared at him indifferently, as if she were looking at a mudfish or an earthworm. Ruchi Cave, the first to die. Greater than. Chapter 130, The White Snake Immortal Dies. Dragon Land Cave Destroyed. The Three Great Holy Lands B. Chapter 130 The White Snake Immortal is dead. Dragon Land Cave is destroyed. The Three Holy Lands become history. Requesting monthly votes. Qianyu's attack blasted open the gate of Longdi Cave. The White Snake Immortal was furious and immediately transformed into a white dragon, soaring out to fight Qianyu to the death. At the same time, countless snakes of all sizes burst forth from the ground like a raging tidal wave, emerging densely in layer upon layer, like an ocean of snakes. It's important to know that Orochimaru can summon tens of thousands of snakes with a single Manda Rasengan. Not to mention the entire Ruchi-dong area. In terms of sheer numbers, Ruchi Cave undoubtedly boasts the largest number of inhabitants among the three sacred sites. Although the vast majority were just ordinary snakes without any intelligence. However, among them are many incredibly powerful beings. For example, Orochimaru's strongest summoning beast, 10,000 snakes. This is a powerful being whose strength is enough to suppress Gamabunta. There are also giant pythons, venomous snakes, green snakes, three-headed snakes, and so on, which, although not as powerful as the Wanshi, are equally large in size. Of course, these are still only the core force. The truly top-tier beings are the three high-ranking elders under the White Snake Immortal. Takoshi Haim, Aikikishima Haim, Takatsu Haim. These three elders all possess terrifyingly powerful immortal techniques. In terms of status, he is just like the hermit Fukusaku Shima on Mount Myoboku. In addition, there is a rebellious serpent like Shinya, whose strength is no less than that of the three elders. It can be said that Ruchi Cave itself is an enormous force, and in terms of power, it is by no means inferior to any ninja village. At this moment, with the destruction of the Ruchi Cave gate, the white snake sage burst out in a rage, and the other snakes and their offspring also poured out recklessly, turning the entire area around Ruchi Cave into a sea of snakes. Qianyu stood alone, facing the entire sea of snakes. The white snake sage was furious. Uchiha Senba, you're asking for death. Qianyu said calmly, they really are a bunch of beasts, oblivious to their own mortality. The white snake sage roared, are you really not afraid that our three holy lands will break the seal and completely destroy the entire ninja world? Qianyu smiled. So what if it's destroyed? The white snake immortal was immediately dumbfounded. You now unify the 5 great ninja villages and are called the ruler of the ninja world. Do you really not care at all about the life and death of the entire ninja world? Qianyu remained indifferent as always. Only then did the white snake immortal understand, the man in front of me is the real madman. He didn't care at all whether the ninja world was destroyed or not. In fact, they might even secretly hope to see such an ending. Who on earth is this person? At that moment, the white snake immortal himself felt a chill run down his spine. He thought he was crazy. I never imagined that compared to the man in front of me, it's nothing at all. The white snake immortal has lived for over 1,000 years, however, the longer one lives, the more one fears death. However, he also understood that things had come to this point, and there was no other chance of survival except to fight to the death. He roared to bolster his courage, and then unleashed an incredibly powerful sage chakra. Rumble. In an instant, the entire Ruchi Cave was shaken. Celestial technique. Inorganic rebirth. The terrifying power of the immortal magic that the White Snake Immortal suddenly unleashed made the entire Dragon Land cave seem to come alive. That was a terrifying magical technique that could imbue inorganic matter with life. In an instant, giant pythons formed from stone appeared on the entire earth, crushing towards Qianyu like azure dragons. Qianyu nodded and gave a slight sigh of approval. After all, he was the master of Dragon Land Cave, one of the three holy lands, an ancient monster who had lived for over 1,000 years. There's definitely something to it. He knew that after Kabuto Yakushi acquired the Ruchi Cave Sage technique, he too could use this technique to transform the cave into living beings. However, compared to the White Snake Sage, in terms of scale, scope, and power itself, they are worlds apart. Rumble. In an instant, a violent force swept in, and countless dragons and snakes formed from boulders and clods of earth suddenly pressed down from all directions, completely surrounding Qianyu. However, Qianyu sneered and activated Susanoo in an instant. The giant war god giant immediately defended him firmly within it. All the giant stone dragons and snakes that bombarded it could not break through the defense at all, let alone harm Qianyu in the slightest. That's Susanoo. The defense is indeed impressive, but unfortunately, the White Snake Sage was well aware of the power of Susanoo, and he didn't expect to kill Chiba with just one move. Next moment, the White Snake Immortal unleashed an even more powerful and terrifying immortal technique, a move known as Celestial Art. White Rush Technique. A massive red chakra dragon spewed from his mouth, swirling and coiling around the entire sky. He gripped a black dragon ball tightly in his hand, and finally, the giant chakra dragon burrowed into the dragon ball and exploded completely. Suddenly, buzz. The entire world trembled, the air itself exploded, and terrifying noise, vibration, and white light erupted simultaneously, turning the entire Ruchi cave into a blurry world. This move is a powerful sage art that caused both Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha great suffering. Vibration can rub against everything, even making the bones and internal organs inside the body seem to be crushing and grinding each other. The noise can even penetrate Susanoo and pierce the eardrums directly, completely ignoring Susanoo's defenses. The dazzling white light was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes at all, and could only fall into darkness, becoming prey for the enemy. The immortal technique of white intent simultaneously deprives the enemy of their sight, hearing, and touch. Not to mention, the terrifying tremor was enough to crush flesh and blood to pieces. Qianyu couldn't help but frown slightly. Susanoo's defenses were indeed unable to withstand the sound, white light, and vibrations. Even though he was in the midst of it, it was of no use, and he was still attacked by the white vibration technique. Chiba simply released Susanoo. But he is neither Itachi Uchiha nor Sasuke Uchiha. In an instant, Chiba unleashed his lightning release chakra mode, and even, the strongest shield, the strongest lightning armor. As soon as this move was unleashed, lightning surrounded him, infusing and enhancing his power. The lightning exploded, making Qianyu's body seem to transform into a steel tank or a metal castle. White light, noise, and vibration could not harm Qianyu in the slightest. Instead, because of the White Serpent Immortal's white stimulation technique, the other snakes and their offspring were unable to withstand it, and they all twisted their bodies wildly. Countless snake groups were directly shaken into bloody and mangled corpses. Kabuto Yakushi is immune to this attack because he combines multiple abilities into one. The snake's cornea can shield and block strong light, and the transplanted Hazuka Suigetsu's water transformation technique can keep the body liquefied to resist noise and vibration. However, these snakes in Ruchi Cave do not possess the abilities of Yakushi Kabuto. Even the generals, like the 10,000 snakes, the green snake, and the three-headed snake were tortured to the point of ecstasy, writhing and thrashing in agony. Only the three high-ranking elders who also possessed immortal techniques were able to somewhat withstand this attack. Princess Ikikishima, Princess Tashin, Princess Suritsu. The White Snake Immortal was greatly surprised. It can completely resist my white blood cell technique. Even though it pierced through Susanoo, it still couldn't harm his main body. That body surrounded by lightning, is that the so-called strongest lightning armor? HMPH, then let's see if you can withstand this move. Sage Art. Great Serpent Thunder. Suddenly, countless streams of sage chakra appeared around the White Snake Sage, forming a giant chakra snake entwined with countless bolts of lightning. It bared its fangs and roared, ready to devour anyone at any moment. With a roar from the White Snake Sage, countless enormous chakra lightning snakes shot out from his body, transforming into bolts of lightning chakra cannonballs that slammed into Chiyu. This terrifying power is enough to destroy everything in its path and shatter the earth with a single blow. What's more, all the attacks are being launched at Qianyu alone. However, Qianyu scoffed dismissively. It didn't move at all. He still managed to withstand all of Orochi's lightning by relying solely on his strongest lightning armor. The ground around him was instantly blasted apart, the sky and earth shook violently, and terrifying explosions resounded throughout the heavens and earth, with flames shooting into the sky. However, he himself remained unmoved and completely unharmed. Even the White Snake Immortal was dumbfounded. Then, what's going on with that guy? Such terrifying physical defense, is this even human? Seeing that the White Snake Immortal was unable to break through, the snakes and their offspring from Dragon Earth Cave became agitated and launched a full-scale attack on Qian Yu with eerie, low roars. Celestial Magic. Transformation of Objects. Tianxin Shenji, a high-ranking elder of Longdi Cave, directly activated her unique immortal technique. Instantly, the land surrounding Qian Yu transformed into a colossal castle, magnificent and towering, complete with fine wines, delicacies, and rare seafood, tempting the hearts of the enemy. This is an illusion-type magic. It's not that easy to break free. However, use illusion magic on Chiyu. This is tantamount to showing off one's limited skills to a master. His three Tomo eyes slightly turned, and the dazzling blood-red six-pointed star instantly shot out a violent eye power, breaking the illusion-type immortal technique in an instant. The castle collapsed with a crash, revealing its true form. With her magic broken, Tianxin Shenji suffered a backlash, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Princess Aikikishima activated her own Sage Technique at the same time Princess Tashin Shinki made her move. Sage Technique. Absorption. In an instant, peculiar crystals appeared on the ground beneath Qianyu's feet. These crystals possess the ability to devour and absorb all chakra and power, and even, this is a terrifying immortal technique that can melt and devour even the flesh and blood of enemies. However, Chiba merely released the power of her three Tomo Rinnegan slightly outwards. Rumble. Boom. All the crystals and magical techniques were blasted away. Princess Suritsu then activated her celestial technique. Celestial Art. Binding. Suddenly, her body shot out, her long neck lunging fiercely at Qianyu. Once bitten, one can activate their Sage Art Binding, which not only restricts the enemy's movements and chakra flow, but also causes the enemy's body to heat up and experience various hallucinations that are difficult to break free from. However, Qianyu sneered and unleashed a fierce slash with his lightning release, Pseudo-Dark Blade. He directly severed Princess Suritsu's head, cut it down. It rolled onto the ground. Immediately, the White Serpent Immortal, along with the other two high-ranking elders, the core forces including the myriad serpents, and countless other large and small snake groups, were all horrified and shocked. What kind of power is that? This man is ruthless. Even the White Snake Immortal and the three elders were no match for him. Lady Takatsuhime. Fight him. Avenge the elders. Suddenly, countless snakes of all sizes swarmed in, like an ocean of snakes, one after another, endless and surging, which was terrifying. Qianyu calmly extended her hands. Shinra Tensai. Rumble. Rumble. Boom. The ferocious attack blew up half of Ruchi Cave. Countless snakes died instantly, without even being able to utter a scream. Even giant pythons like the 10,000 snakes, the green snake, and the three-headed snake were blasted away by the power of Shinra Tensai, crashing heavily onto rocks, cave walls, and the ground. They were all dizzy and unable to fight anymore. Qianyu, from beginning to end, didn't even move a single step. In front of Ruchi Cave, Qianyu stood motionless. He had already killed one of the high-ranking elders of Ruchi Cave, severely injured two others, and rendered all the generals, including Wanshi, powerless. Not to mention the snake swarms, tens of thousands were killed instantly, countless in number. The White Snake Immortal was so angry at the scene that he was fuming and his whole body was trembling violently. Uchiha Chiba, I will tear you to pieces. In that instant, the White Snake Sage unleashed his full power, not only pushing his Sage Chakra to its limit, but also utilizing the array barrier in Ruchi Cave to extract a portion of the natural energy accumulated over the past 1,000 years and infuse it into himself. Suddenly, boom. The violent natural energy completely changed the White Snake Immortal's physical form. His entire body instantly swelled, lengthened, and expanded, becoming more than 10 times thicker than before. Not to mention, the white scales on its body also grew, shining with a dazzling and pure holy light, as if it had transformed from snake scales into dragon scales. On his head, a pair of dragon horns grew, and even under his body, something resembling dragon claws grew out. That is, Chiyu was somewhat surprised, as this was a sage technique that even Yakushi Kabuto would never possess, something she had never seen before. It seems to be the White Snake Immortal's ultimate move, his final trump card. In other words, this will be his final blow. The White Snake Immortal roared, his voice sounding like a dragon's cry. Prepare to die, Uchiha Senba. Celestial Art. Dragon Transformation Technique. Suddenly, from the white snake sage's enormous body, which seemed to have ascended to immortality and transformed into a dragon, spewed out the strongest attack from his gaping maw, a mixture of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth, and even the chakra of the Ruchi Cave Sage technique. It shot out like the breath of a dragon. It was as if a meteorite had fallen, a wildfire had erupted, and artillery shells had been fired. This power is indeed devastating and earth-shattering. Even Qianyu estimated that this attack was definitely stronger than a typical tailed beast ball. Rumble. Boom. It will arrive in an instant. Qianyu, however, neither dodged nor avoided. The Raging Dragon Breath Cannonball, a powerful and ultimate attack combining the 5 elemental ninjutsu and sage chakra, slammed into his body. The White Snake Immortal sneered madly. Even if you possess the strongest lightning release armor, you absolutely cannot withstand my final strike, which combines the chakra of all 5 elements with sage mode energy. Die. However, after the cataclysmic upheaval, the dust gradually settled. Qianyu's body still stood proudly. And still. Unharmed. What? This is impossible. Even if it's a tailed beast, even if it's Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha, it's impossible for them to withstand this attack head-on and emerge unscathed. You, who exactly are you? A sacred light emanated from Senbei's 3-tomo Sharingan. Just now, he used Takamagahara's eye technique to completely control the space within a 300-meter radius around him, directly turning all attacks that entered into the space into nothingness along with the distortion, transfer, and annihilation of space. Having mastered the power of space, it is not just the strongest offensive ninjutsu. It is also the most powerful absolute defense. The White Snake Sage was panting heavily, not only using his own sage chakra, but also drawing upon the vast natural energy accumulated in Ruchi Cave within the ceiling barrier. Even so, it still couldn't harm Qianyu in the slightest. Is this even human? Qianyu said indifferently, is that enough? You little snake, you really think you can transform into a dragon? How ridiculous. I've given you every chance to attack, just to see how many tricks you have up your sleeve, but it seems you're nothing special after all. How boring and disappointing. In the blink of an eye, Qianyu activated Takamagahara again. A golden light flashed and disappeared, and his figure vanished from the spot. That's space-time ninjutsu. The White Snake Immortal didn't even have time to be shocked. The next instant, Qianyu's voice came from behind. That was the sound of death. Die. Qianyu's words seemed to be the call of death, the rule of heaven and earth. Instantly, the White Snake Sage felt as if he had stepped into a sacred domain belonging only to Chiyu. All his power, chakra, and sage techniques were completely unusable, and he was reduced to the weakest and most powerless ant. This is. Wait, Uchiha Chiba, no, Lord of the Shinobi world. Spare my life. Qianyu ignored it and completely annihilated the space within the Divine Kingdom. Buzz. The White Snake Immortal's body vanished along with the surrounding space, disappearing without a trace, leaving no trace of his remains. It was as if they had never existed. Having existed since the Kagaya era, possessing a lifespan and cultivation spanning over 1,000 years, the White Serpent Sage is the ruler of Ruchi Cave, one of the 3 great holy lands. He died there, utterly destroyed. The remaining snakes trembled with fear, their souls nearly extinguished. The White Snake Sage. What kind of power is that? Even the White Snake Sage was completely killed by him. It's over, Ruchi Dong is completely finished. Qianyu turned around and coldly stared at the remaining snakes. From today onwards, Ruchi Dong no longer exists. Chapter 131 Jiraiya is dead. The Great Toad Sage is dead. Mount Myoboku is destroyed. All the Sage Tea. Chapter 131 Jiraiya is dead. The Great Toad Sage is dead. Mount Myoboku is destroyed. All the sage techniques of the 3 great holy lands are in our hands. The White Snake Immortal is dead. Yongji Dong is now defunct in name only. The 3 holy sites have since become nothing more than dust in the past. Qianyu looked at the remaining snakes and was about to wipe them all out. At this moment, Princess Aikikishima and Princess Takoshi immediately knelt down, hastily bowing and begging for mercy. Lord of the Ninja World, spare my life. We are willing to surrender completely and convert entirely. If you don't trust our loyalty, you can sign a one-sided summoning beast contract with us, making us your summoning beasts completely, with our lives and deaths entirely in your hands. The other snakes also lay prostrate on the ground, their heads bowed. After a moment's thought, Qianyu agreed that it was not impossible. It seems that in order to survive, they no longer care about having complete control over their own lives and deaths. He nodded and quickly signed a contract with the remaining snakes of Ruchi Cave. From then on, these snakes not only became loyal summoning beasts, summoned to fight at any time, but their lives were also in their own hands. Princess Tianxin hurriedly said, "Master, this is the sealing barrier that stores and accumulates natural energy in Ruchi Cave. From now on, it will be entirely under your control." Chiyu knew that this meant the plan for the three Holy Lands to join forces to destroy the ninja world and threaten him had completely failed. And Qianyu was determined to completely release the sealing barrier of the three Holy Lands after all the plans were completed and all potential enemies were eliminated. Let all the natural energy accumulated over thousands of years flow into the entire ninja world, so that all humans can also perceive the power of natural energy and cultivate sage techniques. Actually, before the arrival of the Divine Tree, Sage Mode was probably the mainstream training path in this ninja world. At the same time, congratulations, host, for accumulating over 100,000 points. Congratulations, host, on acquiring all the sage techniques from the three sacred lands, Mount Myoboku, Shikatsu Forest, and Ruchi Cave. Qianyu's heart stirred slightly. All the immortal techniques of the three great holy lands. A slight smile appeared on his lips. That's fine, it saves me the trouble of practicing cultivation again. Now, with his already invincible fighting power in the ninja world, plus the sage techniques of all three great holy lands, he can completely suppress even enemies above the six paths. Chapter 132 The Final Battle Against Uchiha Madara. The Ultimate Showdown Between the Strongest and Chapter 132 The Final Battle Against Uchiha Madara. The Ultimate Showdown Between the Strongest and the Last. Requesting monthly tickets. All the immortal techniques from the three holy lands were instantly obtained. Chiba immediately sensed the incredibly dense natural energy surrounding Mount Myoboku, which seemed inexhaustible and immeasurable. He instantly entered Sage Mode, frantically devouring and absorbing all this natural energy, transforming it into his own Sage Chakra. Sage Art. Lightning Release. Pseudo-Dark Blade. Qianyu tested his skills by infusing the Pseudo-Dark Blade with Sage Chakra and casually swung it, boom. Even without touching any physical objects, the boulders, rocks, and earth in front of it were instantly and neatly cut in two, with cracks spreading wildly for hundreds of meters away. Is this the power of magic? This is actually quite interesting. The power of the immortal arts not only enhanced Qianyu's strength in every aspect, but also improved his perception, attack range, and so on. Moreover, Qianyu didn't just obtain the immortal techniques of a single holy land, but all the immortal techniques of all three great holy lands. In other words, he can use the immortal technique of inorganic rebirth, the immortal technique of tongue and teeth sticky acid, and the immortal technique of magical toad singing. Of course, in addition to that, his own pupil power also exceeded 100,000 points. The power of the Rinnegan is unparalleled, reaching its pinnacle. The area of Takamagahara has increased dramatically from 300 meters to 1,000 meters. Furthermore, the power of rules that one can control has expanded from a single space to include mass. In other words, beneath his own Takamagahara, within the realm of his divine kingdom, he could now completely control the power of the rules of quality. Qianyu smiled slightly. He gripped the katana tightly in his hand instantly. Subsequently, under the cover of Takamagahara's divine realm, the samurai sword suddenly transformed into a length of several hundred meters. Rumble. Boom. 1,000 feathers slashed down instantly, a ferocious strike with a mass increased thousands of times, directly cutting a huge abyssal rift in front of Mount Myoboku. However, then, with another thought, Qianyu's katana shrunk to the size of an embroidery needle. Light as a feather. Size and weight as you wish. Of course, what's even more terrifying is, within the divine realm of Takamagahara, Chiba can still create or annihilate mass at will. In other words, created out of thin air. It can also annihilate everything in a single thought. Having reached this level, he was no different from a true god. Unless one possesses an absolutely immortal body like Kagaya Otsutsuki, even a Six Paths expert would find it extremely difficult to contend with Senbei's power. Certainly. Every technique has its flaws and costs. The same applies to Takamagahara. Although one can freely control space and mass within the divine realm, this comes at the cost of a frenzied consumption of chakra. Once used, even if one's chakra surpasses that of a tailed beast, it will soon be completely exhausted. It can only last for about a minute at most. But, let alone a minute, even a few seconds, this power that surpasses everything is more than enough to annihilate any being. Qianyu destroyed the three holy lands, killed the white snake sage, the great toad sage, and Jiraiya, subdued the slug sage and the remaining swarm of snakes from Ruchi Cave, and gained an unimaginable surge in power. But this only took half a day. He then used the Takamagahara teleportation technique to return to Konoha village. He informed the entire ninja world about the 3 sacred lands through the 5-cage summit. For a moment, everyone was naturally shocked and deeply moved. 3 sacred sites. That's a place with a 1,000-year-old heritage that transcends the ninja world. They were so easily and effortlessly destroyed by Chianyu. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. At this moment, the 4-cage of the 4 great ninja villages, as well as other high-ranking figures from Konoha, exchanged glances, looking at each other in shock. Chiyu also told everyone about her plan. Once the ninja world is at peace and everything is stable, I will release the natural energy accumulated by the 3 holy lands and return it to the ninja world. I will also spread the secrets of Sage Mode training so that everyone in the ninja world will have the opportunity to learn Sage Mode. For a moment, everyone was even more excited. After the destruction of the 3 holy lands, the ninja world entered a brief period of peace. Furthermore, the Akatsuki organization has not taken any action. Chiba certainly didn't believe that Uchiha Madara would give up halfway. His silence and dormancy could only have one reason: he's trying to pull off a big one. If I were Madara Uchiha. First, the enemy, Uchiha Senba, is already too powerful. Unless one enters the Six Paths realm, it is impossible to be his opponent. Secondly, to enter the Six Paths realm, one needs to collect the tailed beasts, but most of the tailed beasts have not yet been reborn. Even if he were reborn, it would be extremely difficult to snatch it from Uchiha Chiba. Third, is there any other way to bypass Uchiha Chiba, obtain the power of the tailed beast, revive the 10 tails, become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, enter the Six Paths realm, and launch the Eye of the Moon plan? Madara Uchiha's combat power had its limits. But Chianyu knew that there was also a black Zetsu beside him. Having mastered the art of black magic for over 1,000 years, experiencing countless reincarnations as Ashura and Indra, and possessing complete knowledge of all the secrets of the ninja world, he might be able to think of other methods. Therefore, even though Chianyu has absolute confidence in himself, he will never underestimate his enemies. Especially enemies of the caliber of Madara Uchiha and Black Zetsu. This day. Suddenly, Chiba sensed a summons from the tailed beast. At this moment, he is equivalent to the Jinchuriki of the 9 tailed beasts. Although this power is not complete, and he can only borrow their chakra and abilities, it is only a small part of it, which is an added bonus. But at least, he gained the ability to communicate with the 9 tailed beasts. Soon, Chiyu entered the spiritual space between herself and the tailed beast. What is it? The tailed beast said in deep voices, our bodies are constantly being reformed, and the day of our rebirth should not be far off. However, we are different from humans. We were originally created by the Six Paths Sage using the 10 tails chakra. In essence, we are chakra. So although we are immortal, we cannot fully control the location and time of our rebirth. We can only vaguely sense it. Chiba knew that this was the moment of decisive battle. Madara Uchiha must have been waiting for this day all along. Kurama said, Uchiha Chiyu, although you are essentially the Jinchuriki of the 9 tailed beasts, and they can inform you in advance when you might be reborn, they cannot know the exact time. On the contrary, Madara Uchiha might not be entirely unaware of all this. He seems to possess many secrets that even we tailed beasts don't know. Chianyu nodded calmly. I understand. There is a truly omniscient being by Madara Uchiha's side. The 8 tails, Yuki, said, in short, once we are reborn, Madara Uchiha will definitely try every means to seize and capture us. At that time, we will have to rely on your power. Can. The other side. The Akatsuki organization, at its headquarters. Madara Uchiha walked in indifferently. During this time, Madara Uchiha had been lying low, but of course, he wasn't just waiting to be killed. Instead, they conducted unimaginable experiments and preparations. Orochimaru, how are your experiments going? Uchiha Madara said in a deep voice. Orochimaru chuckled. Lord Madara, don't be impatient. Experiments aren't something that can be done overnight. However, I've recently acquired a rather formidable assistant. Let me introduce myself to Lord Madara and all the members of Akatsuki. This is my friend, Hiriko. A man with long white hair gave a cold snort. Orochimaru, you've got it wrong, I'm not your friend. The only reason I agreed to cooperate with you is because the Akatsuki organization can provide various experimental materials and resources. Conan frowned and said, Hiruzen. I remember you were a Konoha ninja of the same era as the Sannin, but you were later hunted down by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, for researching forbidden techniques, and you defected from the village and your whereabouts are unknown. It seems you and Orochimaru are indeed birds of a feather. Hiriko was about to lash out, but Orochimaru stopped her. This guy doesn't get along with anyone, but when it comes to research abilities, he does have some merit. His demon sprout technique confuse almost any ninjutsu, even bloodline limits. In addition to my research on Sakin and Ukin's bloodline limits, the dual magic attack, I have also found a way to transplant and fuse any bloodline limit ability. If the two of us work together, one day we will create ultimate power that surpasses even bloodline limits and bloodline tota. Everyone's expression changed. Bloodline limit is the fusion of two chakra natures. Bloodline limit is the fusion of 3 types of chakra. After that, 4 attributes, 5 attributes, and even, the power of combining all 7 attributes. How powerful and terrifying would it be? Does it really exist in this world? Madara Uchiha saw through their doubts. He said calmly, the fusion of all 7 chakra natures is called bloodline limit, and it is indeed the ultimate power. It is the power of creation and annihilation possessed only by the legendary progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki. The Akatsuki members listened to Madara Uchiha's words as if they were hearing some kind of myth or legend. But Orochimaru, and what about Hiriko? Can the two of you really create the power of Keke Shrine? I don't believe it. Orochimaru wasn't annoyed and still smiled. Lord Madara, as I've already said, this will require a considerable amount of time for research, and of course, a large number of bloodline limit ninjas will be needed as materials. After all, Lord Madara wanted us to create it. The ultimate power that can crush Uchiha Senpa and surpass this ninja world. Madara Uchiha asked, what about the other experiment? Orochimaru asked, an experiment involving bloodline fusion. I do have a rather interesting experimental subject. That guy's name is Shin, and he calls himself Uchiha Shin, but he is not a member of the Uchiha clan. His special physique possesses the power to accommodate all bloodline powers without generating any rejection. The arm we made for Shimura Danzo, which combined Hashirama's cells and the Sharingan, was created using this person's abilities. I cloned this guy's body many times, and then tried to fuse all the family bloodlines into one. The Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, the Uzumaki clan, the Hyuga clan, the Kagaya clan, the Hagoromo clan. Perhaps, one day, by fusing the power of all bloodlines, I will obtain power that truly rivals that of the Sage of Six Paths, or even the progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki, as Madara spoke of. The other members of Akatsuki were hearing about the experiment in which Madara Uchiha and Orochimaru were working together for the first time. These horrific contents were utterly unbelievable and shocked the hearts of these traitorous ninjas. Madara Uchiha simply asked coldly, how's the progress? Orochimaru shrugged. The same as the experiment involving the fusion of bloodline limits. It requires materials and time. Madara Uchiha coldly replied, I don't have time to wait. It seems that we have no other choice but to use that method. Absolutely brilliant. I understand, Lord Madara. At last. Matabi Nibi was the first to be reborn. The place of rebirth is located in a remote mountain and valley in Union Village. He informed Chianyu immediately. Then, in an instant, Chiba activated Takamagahara and teleported to the location of the two-tailed Matabi. However, at the same time, the void twisted into a vortex, and another figure appeared simultaneously. It was the masked man, Uchiha Obito. Chianyu glanced at him indifferently. A defeated opponent. You wouldn't dare to challenge me alone. Come out. Uchiha Madara. Although Obito Uchiha was furious, he knew that what Chiba said was true. He activated Kamui once again, releasing the reanimated Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Uchiha Chiba and Uchiha Madara finally met in a complete confrontation. Madara, you deal with Uchiha Chiba. As for the two tails, leave it to me. Madara Uchiha remained noncommittal, standing with his arms crossed, coldly staring at Chiba opposite him. You are Uchiha Chiyu. Those eyes. They really are Rinnegan, and they've already surpassed the ordinary Rinnegan. His brows furrowed slightly. Chiyu said calmly, Uchiha Madara, what are your trump cards? Just show them to me. Otherwise, you are no match for me in your current state. Madara Uchiha narrowed his eyes, suppressing the anger within him. Don't get too arrogant, kid. The power I possess now far surpasses that of my prime in life. Within my body lies not only my own power, but also the power fused with Hashirama's. At this point, Madara Uchiha immediately unleashed a torrent of chakra, using Hashirama Senju's wood release technique. Wood release, the advent of the tree world. Suddenly, Throughout the valley, countless enormous tree trunks, vines, and branches burst forth from the earth, instantly transforming into a vast forest of trees, with ancient trees reaching for the sky and blocking out the sun. Those enormous vines, like pythons and dragons, frantically pressed and grabbed at Qianyu. Wood release techniques can not only attack, defend, bind, and seal, but also have the power to absorb chakra. The god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, used his wood release technique to sweep away the chaos of war, pacify the turbulent world, and establish the current order of the shinobi world. However, in Qianyu's eyes at this moment, this level of technique was utterly insignificant. He sneered and activated the power of the Dragon Cave Immortal technique that he had just acquired. Celestial technique, inorganic rebirth. Suddenly. Rumble. Rumble. The entire mountain range and deep valley seemed to come alive instantly. The cliffs transformed into azure dragons and ferocious beasts, and the deep valleys into gaping maws, all turning around and launching a fierce attack on the wood release, advent of the tree world. The vast, dense forest seemed insignificant compared to the overwhelming force that directly altered the entire terrain, it even appeared somewhat pitiful. The deep valley swallowed countless towering trees, and the surrounding cliffs pressed down, transforming into primordial beasts and azure dragons in the sky, burying and annihilating all these so-called seas of trees. This power is not limited to Madara Uchiha. On the other side, Obito Uchiha and Matabi of the Two Tails were both dumbfounded and extremely shocked. That is the power of magic. Madara Uchiha was equally shocked as he watched this terrifying power that could change the world with a mere gesture, bringing the entire land, mountains, and valleys to life and obeying his commands. The immortal techniques of Ruchi Cave, one of the three holy sites. However, even the White Snake Sage himself could not possibly possess such power. He didn't have time to be shocked for long. With the manipulation of the immortal technique inorganic reincarnation, Qianyu suddenly transformed the mountains and valleys into a gaping maw, fiercely devouring Uchiha Madara's true form. Madara Uchiha's face was pale, but he still let out a cold snort. Don't underestimate me, Uchiha Madara. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Instantly, a raging inferno, comparable to a lake or ocean, spewed from Madara Uchiha's mouth, covering the sky and blotting out the sun. A sea of fire filled the sky, turning the entire valley a fiery red, with flames raging both above and below. Even Matabi, who was skilled in fire-style techniques, was shocked by this scene. The power of the immortal technique's inorganic rebirth seemed to indeed fear fire release, and was thus halted. Chiyu remembered that in the original work, Itachi Uchiha did indeed use Amaterasu's indestructible black flames to force the cave of the inorganic reincarnation to retreat and hide. Perhaps this is the innate fear of fire that living beings possess after gaining vitality. Madara Uchiha forced back the sage art, inorganic reincarnation, and while still in midair, he immediately unleashed another powerful fire release ninjutsu. Fire release, Dragon Flame Song Technique. Instantly, flames transformed into enormous dragon heads, bombarding Qianyu from all directions, locking down all possible escape routes and leaving him with nowhere to hide or retreat. Qianyu gave a cold laugh. Stop playing these pointless tricks, Uchiha Madara. He gently raised his hand to probe. The Rinnegan's Preta Path ability was activated instantly, sealing technique absorption seal. In an instant, all the flames were swallowed up and absorbed, disappearing without a trace. Madara Uchiha actually smiled slightly. As expected, with the Rinnegan, ordinary ninjutsu is completely meaningless. If that's the case, let's give this a try. He suddenly unleashed the power of Susanoo. His massive body had two faces, facing each other, and four arms that could mimic Madara Uchiha's movements, assisting in hand seals and unleashing a terrifying, earth-shattering power, Heavenly Obstruction Star. Greater than. Chapter 133 6 Madara Uchiha Paths. Still utterly vulnerable. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 133 6 Paths Uchiha Madara. Still utterly vulnerable. Requesting monthly votes. Madara Uchiha, resurrected through Edo Tensei, suddenly activated the power of his Rinnegan. Suddenly. Along with Susanoo, they formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of chakra that swept across the land. What followed was arguably the most breathtaking scene in Naruto. A colossal meteorite suddenly plummeted from the clouds, the sky, and the high heavens, hurtling towards the earth as it crashed down. This meteorite is probably several hundred meters in diameter. Such a massive meteorite, coupled with its terrifying speed as it fell from the sky, would generate a truly devastating explosive force if it were to crash onto the earth. In the original work, Madara Uchiha's heavenly meteor wiped out one of the allied shinobi Fasa's units, a true total annihilation. And now, The meteor summoned by Madara Uchiha was even larger than in the original work. Chianyu was naturally not afraid of this move. However, he did become somewhat interested in the size and power of the meteorite. That Uchiha Madara guy, his original power shouldn't have been as great as it is now. It seems he received some kind of enhancement. This is only natural. If Madara Uchiha hadn't come fully prepared, given his strength in the original story, he wouldn't have been a match for me at all. Obito Uchiha and Matabi, the two tails, were also deeply shocked at this moment. What is that? A meteorite. Moreover, the size and scope are simply too exaggerated. Obito Uchiha was also sweating profusely, but he wasn't afraid of the heavenly meteor. After all, he still had the ability of Kamui to become intangible, which allowed him to hide in the space-time dimension and wait for the explosion and shockwave to pass. However, Matabi was not so lucky. Obito Uchiha frowned. It would be easy for me to hide in the Kamui dimension, but if I leave the two tails alone, it will definitely die from this attack. In that case, the plan to capture the tailed beast will have to be postponed again. No, we must seize this opportunity to capture the two tails and send it into my Kamui dimension. Obito Uchiha made his decision and immediately flew forward. If you can touch the two tails' body before the meteorite from the heavenly meteor falls, you'll win. However, in that very instant, Chianyu finally moved. His three-tomo Sharingan suddenly burst forth with dazzling golden light, and his violent eye power seemed to materialize, gushing out from his pupils and shocking everyone's soul. That is. Chiyu calmly replied, Takamagahara. Divine Realm. Expand. Suddenly. With a soft hum, an area spanning over 1,000 meters was directly incorporated into Chianyu's Divine Kingdom domain, completely enveloping Takamagahara's dominion space. At that moment, both Madara Uchiha and Obito Uchiha felt an extremely terrifying sense of foreboding and warning. That is. In that instant. The meteorite from the heavenly meteor also fell within a kilometer radius of Takamagahara. In that split second, Chianyu did three things at the same time. Dominate quality. In an instant, the massive meteorite, which spanned hundreds of meters and was capable of destroying the world, was shrunk drastically into a small stone the size of a fist, and fell from the sky. Boom. The little stone continued to move at the same speed, but Chianyu easily caught it with one hand and held it in his palm. What kind of ability is that? They actually shrunk a cataclysmic meteorite so small that it could be held in the palm of your hand. Madara Uchiha, Obito Uchiha, and Matabi, the two tails, were all dumbfounded and utterly shocked. But at the same time, Chianyu even activated her second ability directly. Space relocation. He directly twisted and moved the space-time where the two tails Matabi was about to touch, instantly teleporting it to his side. With a soft hum, Obito Uchiha's plan instantly failed, and the two tails Matabi had fallen into Chiba's control. Obito Uchiha's expression changed drastically. The third thing. Chiyu activated her third ability. Annihilation Space. Directly to the space where Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito were located, utterly annihilated and shattered. Boom. With a deafening roar, everything within 1,000 meters radius except for Chiba and Matabi collapsed, crumbled, shattered, and annihilated. It turned into absolute nothingness. That's neither black nor white. Instead, it is utter emptiness, utter nothingness. Madara Uchiha and Obito Uchiha vanished completely in an instant. Nibi Matabi was deeply shocked. What kind of power is this? They eliminated the meteorite at the same time, transferred my body, and completely annihilated those two men's space-time. Even the Six Paths Elder probably doesn't have such power. Chianyu frowned slightly. It seems it really isn't that simple after all. Two-tailed traveler, what do you mean? The next moment, Obito Uchiha's figure reappeared like a phantom outside the divine realm of Takamagahara. As for Uchiha Madara, it was formed from dust and ash that gradually reformed and took shape, giving birth to a completely new body. Chiyu could see it very clearly. In that instant, Obito Uchiha wanted to dodge with Kamui, but with the current speed of his single-eye Kamui, it wasn't fast enough to make himself intangible, and he simply didn't have time. In the face of crisis, he had no choice but to sacrifice one of his Sharingan eyes and activate Izanagi in order to escape the calamity. As for Madara Uchiha, he did not dodge. Because he was, after all, a body reborn from the filth of the earth. Physical annihilation cannot completely destroy his soul. Certainly. This was because Chiba made three moves at the same time, which gave Obito Uchiha a slight chance to react. As for Uchiha Madara, it seems that your reanimated body is no ordinary version either, having undergone many fusions and enhancements. Otherwise, even an immortal body, if its body is completely destroyed, could never be restored to its original state so quickly. Although Madara Uchiha had recovered, the confident smile on his face was gone. Uchiha Chiba, you're right. My reanimated body is the most special existence. Not only has it retained its peak power and full combat strength from its previous life, but it has also fused with power you can't even imagine. But you are indeed more powerful than I imagined. No wonder, even Hashirama was no match for you. That move you just used, was it a unique ability exclusive to your Rinnegan? Chianyu did not hide anything. Takamagahara. Absolute dominion within the realm of the gods. Madara Uchiha and Obito Uchiha couldn't help but change their expressions. Takamagahara. Absolute dominance within the domain. Such an ability is simply terrifying. Madara Uchiha retorted, but it seems your so-called absolute dominance isn't entirely complete, otherwise, neither of us would still be alive. Chianyu said calmly, that's enough to deal with the two of you. Madara Uchiha, on the contrary, revealed a slight smile. Very good. Only an unprecedentedly powerful enemy like you can truly give me, Uchiha Madara, a thoroughly enjoyable battle. Otherwise, even Hashirama would have been my defeated opponent long ago. In this ninja world, how lonely it would be to have no rivals. Chianyu said, then you are not lonely. I'm the one who's lonely. Madara Uchiha laughed heartily, good. You are indeed more arrogant than I, Madara Uchiha. Well then, I'll show you what I'm capable of. The true limit of power. In that instant, Madara Uchiha suddenly unleashed power far exceeding his original level. That violent chakra and majestic aura were not something a so-called ninja could emit, rather, they surpassed and transcended it, as if they came from another dimension or another dimension. Chianyu's expression changed slightly. That is, the power of the six paths. Although Chiba knew that Madara Uchiha must have come prepared, but they actually obtained the supreme power of the six paths in this world ahead of schedule. This was indeed somewhat unexpected. And within Madara Uchiha, one seemed to sense a soul that did not belong to him. In fact, not just one, but two. Could it be that? Madara Uchiha laughed heartily, and his reanimated body unleashed unimaginable and terrifying power, even its form began to change. His hair turned long and white, and he wore a white robe with 6 verses, the collar of which displayed 6 Tomo Magatama shapes. And behind him, furthermore, countless seeking the Tao Jade appeared. But it's not 9, but only 6. A black 6-path staff also appeared in Madara Uchiha's hand. Uchiha Chiba, you have no idea what true power is. This is the supreme being in the entire ninja world. In the name of the Sage of 6 Paths, it can be named the ultimate power of the 6 Paths. Of course, Chiyu knew what the power of the 6 Paths was. Only, it appears that Madara Uchiha's 6 Paths power was not complete. Although black seeking the Tao spheres appeared behind him, they were not the 9 spheres of the complete 6 Paths power, but only 6. Chiba's insight is unparalleled, and his understanding of the entire ninja world's worldview and secrets is equally unmatched. Uchiha Madara, your 6 Paths power seems incomplete. There are only 6 seeking the Tao Jade on the back. In my opinion, this is nothing more than a half-baked 6 Paths power. Madara Uchiha was terrified. How do you know all this? Even if you possess the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan, and saw the secrets left behind by the Sage of 6 Paths in the underground stone tablets of the Uchiha clan's Naka Shrine, it's impossible for you to know so much. These secrets, I discovered little by little over the long years. Chianyu said calmly, I've said this many times before. I know everything. Not only that, Madara Uchiha, your 6 Paths power did not come from the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts. It was done according to the original plan, using the Geto Mazo as the body of the 10 tails and the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts as the chakra of the 10 tails. After successfully reviving him, you activated the 6 Paths 10 tails seal, making yourself the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails and completely stepping into the true 6 Paths realm. You are now merely a fusion of the powers of those two people. The son of the Sage of 6 Paths. Asuras and Indra. Madara Uchiha and Obito Uchiha couldn't help but change their expressions. How did this man know these most secret truths? Even they only had some vague information. At the same time, hidden in the shadows, Zetsu observed everything like a war correspondent, and even Black Zetsu couldn't help but feel endless shock. That man, Uchiha Chiba. How do you know so much? Logically speaking, apart from the truth I deliberately revealed to Madara Uchiha, there shouldn't be anyone else in the ninja world who knows these things. Could it be that he really is omniscient? Although Uchiha Madara was shocked, he quickly calmed down. Uchiha Chiba, so you knew the secret of the 6 Paths all along. I've always underestimated you. That's right. After I was resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, I have been researching methods to evolve and awaken the power of the six paths. For this, they even went so far as to use countless materials and conduct countless trials. However, those experiments were all too protracted, and there was simply no time left for our final battle. Therefore, I had no choice but to choose this path. The power of Ashura and Indra is directly integrated into my body, and the two bloodlines left by the Sage of Six Paths, the Sage's body and the Sage's eyes, are completely fused into one. Including the power of the six paths that the Sage of Six Paths bestowed upon Ashura, all of it is combined into my body. Now, I have finally obtained the true power of the six paths. Although, as you say, this is indeed an incomplete power of the six paths, but the power of the six paths is the power of the six paths. It is a power that can utterly crush any being below the six paths, even the god of shinobi, Hashirama, who once stood at the pinnacle of the shinobi world, and including you now. Chianyu said, I guess you found the corpses of Asura and Indra. Uchiha Dazzle nodded. To be precise, it was absolutely found. Chianyu's heart stirred. Without a doubt, this was Black Zetsu's desperate gamble. He fused the corpses of Ashura and Indra with those of Madara Uchiha. What a plan this is. However, in Black Zetsu's eyes, this should also be an extremely dangerous move. After all, if the plan to collect the nine-tailed beasts, revive the ten-tailed beast, and become its Jinchuriki is carried out step by step, even if it fails, the nine-tailed beasts will not die and can be revived, allowing him to continue causing trouble in the next generation of Ashura and Indra reincarnations. But once the corpses of Ashura and Indra are merged with Madara Uchiha, it means that this path must be followed to the bitter end, because it is impossible for a second corpse of Ashura and Indra to exist. Throughout the long span of 1,000 years, Black Zetsu never dared to do this, for fear of completely cutting off his escape route. And now, he has placed all his bets on Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Madara Uchiha in his six paths form suddenly soared straight up, hovering in midair and standing proudly high in the sky. The six-stranded staff in his hand exuded a cold, hard, and invincible aura. The six truth-seeking balls on its back also rose into the air, containing the power of yin-yang release, which can nullify all ninjutsu and chakra. Boom! Madara Uchiha, the six paths, suddenly waved his hand. The six truth-seeking balls on his back instantly transformed into a series of terrifying yin-yang release projectiles, which shot fiercely towards Chiyu. Chianyu gave a cold laugh. In an instant, he entered Sage mode and even incorporated Sage Chakra into the Yusaka Magatama Heavenly Thunder Cannon he had created, launching a fierce attack on Uchiha Madara. Yusaka Magatama Thunder Cannon. This is the strongest long-range attack ninjutsu created by combining the power of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan with his own most powerful and skilled lightning release. Now, Chiyu has integrated the Sage Art power of the three holy lands into it, and the natural energy has been transformed into Sage Art Chakra, which has greatly increased its power, making it comparable to the tailed beast ball. In an instant, the two long-range attacks collided violently. Suddenly, rumble, rumble, boom. The entire mountain range and deep valley were suddenly engulfed in a catastrophe. In an instant, the world was turned upside down, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The continuous mountain range was blasted apart, and countless rocks rolled down. The valley beneath their feet was also affected by the aftershocks of the explosion, cracking open huge fissures that were bottomless, only to be quickly buried and filled by the rolling rocks. In an instant, the earth shook and mountains trembled, and sand and stones flew everywhere. Fortunately, the place where the Two Tails Matabi was reborn was a desolate mountain valley far from human habitation. Otherwise, the battle between these two could have easily destroyed the entire ninja village and caused countless lives to die instantly. Obito Uchiha had to activate his Kamui intangibility power to escape the aftershocks of the terrifying explosion. As for Matabi, if it weren't for Chiba protecting him, he wouldn't have been able to survive such a fierce battle. Madara Uchiha was taken aback. It actually withstood the yin-yang release technique. My truth-seeking ball didn't work. That's the power of magic. Chiba knew, of course, that sage techniques were powerful enough to counter yin-yang release techniques. Although yin-yang release techniques could nullify all ninjutsu, they could not nullify sage techniques in the same way. In this attack, Chiba was actually superior. The power of sage art, Yusaka Magatama Heavenly Thunder Cannon even overwhelmed the truth-seeking balls, and the aftershocks of the explosion were all directed towards Madara Uchiha's side. He then, without hesitation, pushed the power of his sage art to its limit, unleashing the sage technique of Mount Myoboku, the strongest attack ever unleashed by the Great Toad Sage, its name being, Sage Art. Myoboku Sage Beam Cannon. This is the ultimate strike that unleashes after fully integrating all the energy of immortal arts, combining one's own spiritual and physical energy in an absolute ratio of 1-to-1 with the immortal arts, and transforming it into the ultimate destructive, lethal, and devastating power. Suddenly, from the palms of Qianyu's hands, a dazzling pure white light burst forth, containing boundless immortal power, natural energy, and a fusion of his own chakra and eye power, all converging and exploding forth. Madara Uchiha was shocked. His truth-seeking balls had not yet returned, so he could only do his best to transform the six-path staff in his hand into a huge black shield in an attempt to block the attack. However, rumble. Boom. The raging sage light cannon still blasted Madara Uchiha's body away, crashing heavily into a distant mountain cliff. In an instant, the entire mountain collapsed, rocks rolled, and the earth shook violently. Even though Madara Uchiha was a reanimated body and had reached the Six Paths realm, he still couldn't help but spit out mouthfuls of blood, his face turning deathly pale. Obito Uchiha was terrified. Even Uchiha Madara, who has reached the Six Paths realm, he was actually beaten so badly by Uchiha Chiba. That man, could he already be a true god? Chapter 134, Crushing and Beating Six Madara. What is true invincibility? Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 134, Crushing and Beating Madara. What is true invincibility? Requesting monthly votes. Even Madara Uchiha, who is currently only at the Six Paths realm, is only half at the Six Paths realm. He is worlds apart from all other ninjas, as if separated by an insurmountable chasm. Just like in the original work, after Obito Uchiha entered the Six Paths realm, he could instantly tear apart the Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama brothers. Even more powerfully, it could directly destroy the four red yang formation in the immortal art Bright God Gate, which was powerful enough to suppress the ten-tailed fox. He made Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi, admit that his power far surpassed his own. This is the realm of the Six Paths. It is a true crossing of dimensions, a level that cannot be reached simply through cultivation. The same applies to Madara Uchiha in his current Six Paths form. He did not enter the Six Paths realm in the usual way, but rather he merged the power of Asura and Indra, forcibly making up for his deficiencies and forcibly reaching the Six Paths realm. Madara Uchiha awakened the Rinnegan, which was the fusion of the reincarnation powers of Ashura and Indra. But that can only be considered a preliminary understanding. The Rinnegan can only be considered a manifestation of the power of the Six Paths, not the true realm of the Six Paths. Otherwise, Nagato would have entered the Six Paths of Hell long ago. Madara Uchiha's approach was continue to integrate the powers of Asura and Indra. He himself was the reincarnation of Indra, and he fused with the power of the reincarnation of Ashura from Hashirama Senju. In addition, he found and secretly kept the corpses of Ashura and Indra, which Black Zetsu had found and kept hidden. This was equivalent to merging the spiritual energy and physical energy of Ashura and Indra into one, and integrating their chakra and bodies into himself, forcibly replenishing himself to a level close to that of the Sage of Six Paths. Of course, even if Asura and Indra were combined, they would still not be the Sage of Six Paths. Ashura possesses the body of a sage, plus a portion of the power of the Six Paths bestowed upon him by the Sage of Six Paths after he inherited the ninjutsu sect, which of course also includes the power of the Nine Tails. Because Ashura did indeed demonstrate a Nine Tails mode similar to Naruto Uzumaki. Ashura was very likely the first Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Indra, on the other hand, was born with the sage's eyes and was the first to uncover the secrets of chakra and ninjutsu, making him the first person in the true sense to use ninjutsu. The combined power of the two individuals is equivalent to the sage's eye and sage's body, enough to awaken the Rinnegan, along with a portion of the Six Paths power and the Nine Tails power. However, this is still far from the peak state of the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths was not at his most powerful when he fought against his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, alongside his younger brother, Hamura Otsutsuki. But it was after that, when he became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. At this point, the Sage of Six Paths, in terms of power alone, was probably no less powerful than Kagaya Otsutsuki. After all, he and his brother were able to seal Kagaya Otsutsuki together, and afterwards they sealed the Ten Tails chakra into their own bodies. Their power was unimaginable, but he is not immortal. Ultimately, he could never compare to his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki. The same applies to Six Spotted Freckles nowadays. It is the power of Asura, plus the power of Indra, the Rinnegan, plus a portion of the power of the Six Paths, and even the power of the Nine Tails within its body. To be honest, such power is already considered superhuman in the ninja world. But unfortunately, he met Qianyu. The two clashed fiercely, and Qianyu's sage art completely suppressed Six Paths Uchiha Madara. With a single strike of the mystic wood light cannon, Madara Uchiha was blasted into the mountains, causing the earth to collapse and the sky to shake violently. Madara Uchiha, the Six Paths cultivator, was both shocked and furious. However, given his immortality due to the impure world reincarnation, coupled with the presence of Hashirama cells and the power of the Six Paths, it would be virtually impossible to completely destroy him. Uchiha Chiba. I don't believe it. I, Uchiha Madara, who has reached the Six Paths realm, will be defeated by you. Apart from Hashirama, there is no one who can be my match. He roared, and Lu Dao's body suddenly soared into the air. Although he looked somewhat disheveled, he was not actually seriously injured. In that instant, Madara Uchiha suddenly unleashed the power of Ashura and Indra simultaneously, merging them into one and pushing his chakra to its limit. Suddenly, the enormous, fully formed nine tails and the complete Susanoo simultaneously descended upon this battlefield. It enveloped Madara Uchiha's body. Subsequently, these two powers merged and transformed into the complete nine tails form, clad in Susanoo armor. That's right. Mighty Susanoo. However, the power of Madara Uchiha's Susanoo at this moment has far surpassed that of his battle with Hashirama Senju at the Valley of the End. In terms of scale, scope, power, and chakra quantity, it is probably more than 10 times or even 100 times greater. After all, he himself is now equivalent to a perfect nine-tails Jinchuriki in some respects. He also possessed the power of the Rinnegan far exceeding his peak state in life, and the power of Indra made his Susanoo far superior to what it was in life. With the combined power of the two forces, this majestic Susanoo was like a god or demon standing proudly between heaven and earth, merging the power of Ashura, Indra, the Nine Tails, and the power of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama into one. It can be called Six Paths, the mighty Susanoo. Madara Uchiha manipulated the power of the Six Paths Susanoo, standing proudly and resolutely in this high mountain valley, connecting heaven and earth, his violent and majestic aura shaking all directions. Six Paths. Susanoo's great sword, tailed beast ball. This is the terrifying attack that Madara Uchiha unleashed by inserting the chakra katana of his perfect Susanoo into the nine tails tailed beast ball and incorporating the power of the Six Paths. He once used this move against Hashirama Senju at the Valley of the End. However, its power now is 10 or even 100 times greater than it was back then. Suddenly, the enormous, jet-black sphere, exuding an aura capable of annihilating all things in the universe, suddenly shot out and surged fiercely towards Qianyu. Obito Uchiha and Matabi, the two tails, were horrified and deeply moved by what they saw. In terms of power, this is almost the ultimate. It's not something that can be defended against or blocked by conventional ninjutsu. However, Qianyu remained completely calm and simply nodded slightly. Then, by fusing his Yusaka Magatama Heavenly Thunder Cannon with the Sage Art Myoboku Sage Light Cannon, he essentially integrated the ultimate power of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the power of the complete body Susanoo, the ultimate power of lightning release, and the Sage Chakra of the three great holy lands, thus reaching the pinnacle of power. But that's still not the end of it. Chiyu even unleashed Takamagahara's ultimate eye technique at the same time, instantly expanding his divine realm within a radius of 1,000 meters, dominating and controlling all laws of space and mass. Using these two laws, Qianyu amplified the power of his attack, not only distorting space to increase speed to the extreme, but also increasing mass to the extreme, allowing his power to reach its limit as well. This strike. It can be said that he has mastered all of Qianyu's power. It can be named Celestial Light and Divine Thunder Cannon. In an instant. Rumble. Rumble. The attack of the 1,000 feathers collided violently with the Six Paths Susanoo's tailed beast ball, and instantly, an unimaginable explosion resounded throughout the entire sky. The dazzling light was as if a second sun had risen in the sky. The entire mountain range seemed to be crushed in an instant. The mountain peaks were directly pulverized and crushed down, collapsing and rolling wildly. Rampages of violent lightning crashed down, pounding the earth, mountains, and valleys as if divine tribulation had descended upon the ninja world. Obito Uchiha was terrified and immediately hid in the Kamui dimension, not daring to stay for even a moment. Although the two-tailed Matabi was protected by Chiba within the divine realm of Takamagahara. But witnessing this scene still left me utterly shocked. What level of battle is this? It's probably already approaching the level of the legendary Six Paths Master from back then, however. Even though Madara Uchiha had mastered all the power, he was still completely suppressed by Chiba in this attack. A violent explosion, raging and pouring towards him, shot straight at him. Madara Uchiha, in his Six Paths form, roared and transformed the truth-seeking balls into a massive barrier, even completely enveloping his body in a sphere. However, the boundless immortal power and natural energy contained within the three sacred lands still possess the power to resist and destroy the yin-yang escape technique. Rumble. Rumble. Boom. Qianyu's Divine Thunder Immortal Light Cannon still slammed fiercely into the Seeking the Tao Jade Sphere barrier. In an instant, the entire truth-seeking ball sphere was blasted apart, and the powerful blow struck Madara Uchiha's main body. Boom. Six Paths Uchiha Madara was instantly blasted away. His godlike body was severely injured by the force, and a huge hole immediately appeared in his body. That was the breach created by the bombardment of Divine Thunder and Divine Light Cannons. Then, the violent Sage Chakra and Lightning Release power exploded violently, blasting a huge blood hole straight into Six Paths Uchiha Madara's body. His entire upper and lower body almost broke off. In an instant, it was a terrible sight, a complete mess. Six Paths Uchiha Madara slammed into the rocks, shattering the small mountain into dust. Even with his terrifying recovery ability, it would be difficult for him to fully recover in a short time. Uchiha, Senba. Even Madara Uchiha, in his Six Paths form, could hardly believe that his current power was still being steadily outmatched by his opponent, with an overwhelming gap between them. How is this possible? Obito Uchiha reappeared, his face pale as he stared at the scene unfolding before him. Why? Why is Uchiha Senba so powerful? Even Uchiha Madara, who absorbed and fused the power of Ashura and Indra, was no match for him. If this continues, he couldn't help but feel extremely worried. However, what worried him even more was Black Zetsu, who had been watching from the shadows all along. How could this happen? Even with the combined power of Ashura and Indra, Madara Uchiha is still no match for Chiba Uchiha. How can we capture the tailed beasts, revive the 10 tails, and revive Mother? There's only one corpse left of Asura and Indra, it can't be used again. If even the 10 tails can't be revived, then there's really no way, unless... At this moment, Madara Uchiha in Six Paths was even more furious. Although his body, which had been blasted apart, was rapidly healing and recovering, it was not able to fully recover quickly. Uchiha Chiba. I will never be defeated by you. Project Eye of the Moon is destined to succeed, no one can stop me. Even under heavy damage, Six Paths Uchiha Madara still unleashed a barrage of truth-seeking balls, blocking Chiba's advance. He then formed hand seals and unleashed his ninjutsu. Fire Release, Dust Concealment Technique. This move caused dust to fill the sky, and the heat was intense. It swept across the land, blotting out the sun, and the dust that landed on the ground, on the mountains, and in the deep valleys would instantly ignite or even explode. Of course, this move is not only for attacking, but also for obscuring the enemy's vision and concealing one's own figure. Beneath Takamagahara, Chiba waved his hand, turning the truth-seeking balls into tiny specks of dust, slowing their advance. He then violently distorted space, amplifying their power and transforming them into enormous black spheres, each as large as a small mountain, which then shot back towards Uchiha Madara. As for the technique of concealing dust, it might be considered a divine skill when dealing with other people. But in Qianyu's eyes, it was utterly vulnerable. Not only could he not harm himself, but his so-called closed field of vision was completely meaningless in the face of his unparalleled insight. With the dual enhancement of space and mass in Takamagahara, the 6 enormous truth-seeking balls reached their maximum speed and power. Rumble. Rumble. It blasted back towards Six Paths Uchiha Madara with a deafening roar. Be careful. Obito Uchiha couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Black Zetsu, standing in the distance, broke out in a cold sweat. Six Paths Uchiha Madara was suddenly suppressed and hit, the mountains behind him exploded again, turning into a pile of collapsed ruins, with rocks rolling and the earth shaking. His body also completely vanished and disappeared within it. That guy, Madara, wouldn't he? Obito Uchiha knew that the reanimated body was immortal. However, true truth-seeking balls can render all ninjutsu immune, nullifying them, which means, even a body resurrected through the impure world reincarnation technique cannot be restored. But soon, Madara Uchiha's battered body managed to crawl out of the ruins in a sorry state. At this moment, he was barely recognizable as human, yet he was still alive. Obito Uchiha and Black Zetsu breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seems that Madara Uchiha's Six Paths power was not complete, and the power of his truth-seeking balls had not reached its limit, which is why he was not annihilated and his body could not be restored. In other words, his half-baked Six Paths power actually saved his life. Even so, Madara Uchiha in Six Paths form had already reached his limit. The speed at which the body recovers is nowhere near the speed at which Qianyu attacks. At this moment, Qianyu strode forward. This was the first time that Madara Uchiha, the Six Paths, had felt a deep sense of awe and fear. Even Hashirama Senju had never given him such a feeling. Uchiha Chiba, who exactly are you? At that moment, Obito Uchiha appeared beside Madara Uchiha in an instant, clearly ready to escape with him. However, escaping from Chianyu is still an incredibly difficult task. Ban, as long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Right now, neither of us is a match for Uchiha Chiba. It would be best to leave this place first, and then find a way to increase our strength so we can fight him again. Although Madara Uchiha was indignant and furious, he knew that Obito Uchiha was telling the truth. For an instant, the void swirled and twisted like a vortex, and the figures of Obito Uchiha and Madara Uchiha immediately began to subtly slip into the space-time continuum. However, the divine domain of Takamagahara, belonging to Chiyu, suddenly covered and enveloped everything. Buzz. The violent power directly dominated space, actually smoothing out the spacetime that Kamui had distorted. It's like instantly smoothing out crumpled paper. Rumble. With Kamui broken, Obito Uchiha and Madara Uchiha were simultaneously forced out of the hole and reappeared. What? Obito Uchiha was horrified. Madara Uchiha finally couldn't help but show a hint of panic. Even Kamui's power can be distorted and broken. Uchiha Chiyu, it seems your Rinnegan truly possesses the most powerful ocular power, Chiyu said calmly. Uchiha Madara, it seems you're nothing special after all. 7. Let's end it all here. He reached out his hand to Madara Uchiha. In that very instant, suddenly, a terrifying power suddenly erupted from within Madara Uchiha's own body. However, this was not initiated by Madara Uchiha himself, but seems to be forced to launch. Chianyu couldn't help but frown. That is, the Asuras and Indras. Madara Uchiha instantly realized what had happened. Asuras and Indra's chakra merged into his body, and then he further merged with their corpses, meaning that their flesh and blood also existed within him. Now, the two of them are close to being resurrected and awakened. When he was at the peak of his power, he could forcefully suppress the two of them with his own will, but now that he has been severely injured by Chianyu, he can hardly have the remaining power to fight against them. This is similar to Shimura Danzo's Hashirama cells. Normally, they can be suppressed and become a powerful force, but once Danzo is seriously injured and on the verge of death, the power of the Hashirama cells will backfire and become a death warrant. Whether it's Hashirama's cells or Ashura and Indra at this moment, they are both double-edged swords. Then, Ashura and Indra are about to break free of the body, and even within Madara Uchiha's body, they begin to fight and kill each other endlessly and without ceasing. This is precisely the endless cause and effect and grudge between the two. Obito Uchiha and Black Zetsu also guessed the truth. They were all shocked. Chianyu couldn't help but feel a stirring in her heart, as if she had thought of something. That was a greater plan, greater than. Chapter 135 Resurrecting Kagaya Otsutsuki. Use Ultimate Pig Raising Plan. Requesting Monthly Tea. Chapter 135 Resurrecting Kagaya Otsutsuki. Chiba's Ultimate Pig Raising Plan. Requesting monthly votes. Chiba saw the two brothers still fighting and battling within Madara Uchiha's body. Suddenly I realized something. Even if Madara Uchiha were killed here, it wouldn't solve everything once and for all. The long-standing feud between Asuras and Indras will continue. In other words, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha of this generation will continue to fight and battle. Of course, not to mention the endless karma and destiny entangled with beings like the Sage of Six Paths and Kagaya Otsutsuki. Since that's the case, it would be better to go against the grain. From this moment on, Chiyu resolved to truly kill the source of all destiny. The Sage of Six Paths. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki. If this plan is to be carried out, then not only do I not need to kill Uchiha Madara, but I should also lend him a hand. A cold smile appeared on Shoyu's lips. That's interesting. That's a pretty good way to play. He pondered for a moment, realizing that what he wanted was to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki and then kill her completely. If planned properly, this process will not harm any other innocent people. Tailed beasts may be sealed away, but they are also immortal beings. They can be resurrected as long as Kagaya Otsutsuki is killed. As for casting Infinite Tsukuyomi, it only involves passing through the world of illusion, it doesn't actually kill these ninjas. Besides, this ninja world does indeed need its own training and development. Chianyu herself is already invincible. However, it's ultimately impossible to do everything yourself. The world he wants to create is not only one that follows his own will, where everyone is rewarded for good and punished for evil, but also one where everyone has unlimited potential and can fully realize it. In this way, he could turn the entire grand plan into a true self-directed and self-acted performance. On one hand, he ostensibly stopped Madara Uchiha, but in reality, he secretly facilitated the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki. On the other hand, I will do my best to have other ninjas step forward to train and cultivate new combat power, new strongmen, and new inheritors and successors of my will. To put it bluntly, resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki and then completely kill her. This is what's known as the pig farming plan. At that time, not only will I be able to sever all ties and kill Kagaya Otsutsuki, but I will also be able to obtain truly invincible power. These thoughts flashed by in the blink of an eye. But Qianyu had already planned the entire route, and countless possibilities were instantly conceived in her mind. Then, in that very instant, Chiyu's Takamagahara Divine Kingdom suddenly vanished. He pretended to furrow his brow slightly. Madara Uchiha and Obito Uchiha were shocked. This can truly be described as turning adversity into opportunity. I narrowly escaped death. His Rinnegan power really does have a time limit, now's the time. Obito Uchiha immediately activated Kamui, engulfing himself and Madara Uchiha simultaneously. A vortex-like ripple appeared in the void, and soon both of them disappeared from their original positions. Soon, the entire battlefield fell completely silent. Although the mountains have long since turned into ruins and the valleys have been filled into wastelands. The terrain has been changed countless times. Only then did the two-tailed Matabi behind Chiba finally breathe a sigh of relief. But she still couldn't help but sigh, what a pity. Those two still managed to escape. Qianyu naturally wouldn't explain anything to him. Without comment, he calmly said, let's go. He gently reached out his hand, and the divine realm of Takamagahara reopened, opening a spacetime portal that brought him and Matabi, the two tails, back to Konoha village. Neo Matabi was taken aback. Does the power of Takamagahara still exist? Then why? He dared not ask any more questions and could only ponder silently. Konoha village, the 5-cage summit online. Qianyu briefly recounted what had happened. The 4-cage from the other major ninja villages were also shocked. The power of the 6 paths, is it the legendary power of the Sage of 6 Paths? Onoki frowned deeply. I never imagined that Madara Uchiha would obtain such incredible power, however, he is still no match for the Lord of the Ninja World. Just how powerful are you right now? Meiturumi said, it's a pity they still got away. Now that the other tailed beasts are resurrected, there's no guarantee they won't cause trouble again. Darui shook his head. Even if they have the slightest chance of capturing other resurrected tailed beasts, the 1-tail, 6-tail, and 9-tail are all with the Lord of the Ninja World, who is an invincible being. Even Madara Uchiha could not take the power of these tailed beasts from him. Then, it would be impossible for them to capture all 9-tailed beasts, and the so-called resurrection of the 10-tailed beast in the Eye of the Moon plan would be impossible to achieve. Maki, however, said pessimistically, that's not how it works. Given Madara Uchiha's years of planning, he might have other ways to execute the Eye of the Moon plan. Just like this time, even the Lord of the Ninja World didn't expect that he would draw upon the power of Ashura and Indra to merge with himself, thereby forcibly stepping into the 6 Paths realm. Darui nodded and said, that's certainly quite possible. So, what are the plans of the Lord of the Ninja World? Qianyu said calmly, the plan is very simple. When soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. The other 4 figures were taken aback for a moment, then they all laughed. Indeed, with the Lord of the Ninja World here, even if the enemy is a terrifying guy like Uchiha Madara, we can definitely fight against him. There is nothing to fear. While Qianyu was discussing things with the others. In the spiritual space, the 9-tailed beasts were also communicating with Chiyu. Lord of the Ninja World, I can sense that my true form is about to awaken and be reborn. The one speaking was Isobu Mio. As for the location, it should still be in the sea area near Kurigakure, but the exact location is unknown. Besides, 5-tails Kokuo said, I'm almost there too. The location should still be near Iwagakure, but I can't confirm the exact location either. The 8-tailed Gyuki said, me too, all I can confirm is that it should be near Kumogakure. Understood. Qianyu responded calmly. Neo Matabi couldn't help but ask anyway. Lord of the Ninja World, in today's battle against Madara Uchiha, you clearly had the upper hand, and the final power of your Rinnegan didn't actually fail. Why then did you deliberately let Madara Uchiha go? The other tailed beasts were also taken aback. Why did this? Chiba knew that while she could keep her plans from others, she still needed to inform the tailed beasts. He frankly admitted, that's right, I did deliberately let Uchiha Madara go. Why? Many of the tailed beasts were deeply moved. Qianyu then revealed her ultimate plan one by one. The tailed beasts' expressions changed upon hearing this. Lord of the Ninja World, even you cannot guarantee that this entire plan will be implemented smoothly. If there's even the slightest oversight, the entire ninja world could be destroyed. Are we really going to take such an incredibly dangerous risk? Qianyu said, nothing ventured, nothing gained. The origin and cause of everything in this ninja world comes from Kagaya Otsutsuki. If the problem isn't addressed at its root, it will only continue and spread indefinitely. Don't worry, even if you are sealed away and the Ten Tails and Kagaya Otsutsuki are resurrected, I will defeat them completely, release you again, and give you your freedom. The nine-tailed beasts exchanged glances and looked at each other in bewilderment. But they actually had no choice at all. If Uchiha Chiba didn't want to protect them, with their current strength, it would be a matter of minutes for Uchiha Madara to capture them. Kurama said in a deep voice, Lord of the Ninja World, your power is indeed terrifyingly strong, and your will is above the entire ninja world. Since you have devised such a plan, we, as tailed beasts, can also support you. However, I still have to remind you of something. Whether it's the Ten Tails or Kagaya Otsutsuki, they both possess unimaginable ultimate power. Your idea of reviving them and then killing them completely seems like a radical and permanent solution to the problem, but never underestimate them. To complete your plan, you need even greater power. Chiyu understood what he meant. You can rest assured about that. The nine-tailed beasts all nodded. They also did not understand the source of Qianyu's power. However, they all knew one fact. The man before me was constantly increasing in strength, every second, every moment. The nine-tailed beast said in a deep voice, since that's the case, then we will absolutely trust you. Even with all his might, old Master Lu Dao could only seal away his own mother, leaving behind this greatest calamity. Moreover, even though he is known as the founder of the ninja clan and a creator-like being, he did not manage his family history well, causing his two sons, Indra and Ashura, to be reincarnated continuously, fighting and killing each other endlessly. Lord of the ninja world, these two eternally intertwined destinies and causes. I'll leave it to you to cut it off. Qianyu calmly replied, okay. Subsequently, his spirit returned to the present world. The Five Shadows Conference continues. Chiyu then said, apart from the fact that the two tails has been successfully retrieved, the 3 tails, 5 tails, and 8 tails are all about to be revived. The locations are situated in the sea near Omegakure, and in the surrounding areas of Iwagakure and Kumogakure, but their exact locations are unknown. When they are truly reborn, I will immediately obtain their precise location. Onoki laughed, no problem, when the Lord of the Ninja World intervenes, it will be a piece of cake. Qianyu glanced at him and shook her head. No, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to make a move. I have a more important matter to attend to, and I cannot be distracted by the tailed beasts for the time being. So, protecting the tailed beasts is something you'll have to do yourselves. 97. Everyone's expression changed slightly. As the ruler of the ninja world, protecting the tailed beasts is of course his duty. However, if our opponent is Madara Uchiha, I'm afraid we. Chiyu said, don't worry, if Madara Uchiha makes a move, I will personally take action as well. But apart from that, you cannot rely entirely on my power. This ninja world is ultimately not just my ninja world. Onoki couldn't help but blush. The other 3 figures also felt ashamed in their hearts. Indeed, without even realizing it, these people had come to regard Qianyu as their savior, and their complete reliance on his power from beginning to end had become a habit. Onoki sighed, the Lord of the Ninja World is right, it's time for us to fight on our own. How can we rely solely on the Lord of the Ninja World for everything? Maid Terumi nodded as well. The Lord of the Ninja World ended the Blood Mist Village, and now Kurigakure is thriving, getting better every day. Leave the task of protecting the 3 tails to us, Kurigakure. This is simply our duty. Onoki said, that's right, we'll leave the 5 tails to Iwagakure. Darui added, then, the 8 tails is naturally the task of our hidden cloud village. Qianyu nodded. Very good. I will deliberately spread the news to prevent Madara Uchiha from making a move. Of course, he will also be unable to make a move for the time being due to his severe injuries. Then, the plan to capture the tailed beasts can only be left to the Akatsuki. Your enemy is them. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Although they weren't Madara Uchiha, none of these S-rank rogue ninjas from the Akatsuki organization were ordinary. Qianyu added, to ensure everything goes perfectly, I will send more people. Sunagakure village. Maki quickly replied, yes. You will go to reinforce Iwagakure and be responsible for the mission of retrieving the 5 tails. Yes. Kakashi. Exist. You will lead the elite Anbu to reinforce Kurigakure's mission to retrieve the 3 tails. Yes. Chiyu deduced that it was highly likely Obito Uchiha would be the one to retrieve the 3 tails, because of Rin Nohara. Sending Kakashi Hatake there was also to give him a chance to settle his karmic debts. As for the mission to retrieve the hidden Cloud Village and the Eight Tails, chief of the Fugaku clan, exist. I'm leaving it to you to lead the troops to provide reinforcements. Yes, Lord of the Ninja World. The Eight Tails is the most powerful and crucial existence besides the Nine Tails, and the Akatsuki will definitely send more people to seize it. The current hidden Cloud Village may not be able to resist it. Clan Chief Fugaku, this is a perfect opportunity to test out what I've just activated. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku Uchiha smiled slightly. Alright, let's use these Akatsuki bastards as a starting point. After assigning tasks, Chiba immediately dispatched the 4 major ninja villages, Kakashi Hatake and the Anbu, Fugaku Uchiha and the police force to prepare for the emergency. As for Chianyu himself, he began his rare period of secluded cultivation. By now, he had acquired far too much power, even to the point of being somewhat disorganized. Taking advantage of Madara Uchiha's severe injury in the Akatsuki's operation, he also distributed tasks, even allowing himself to let missions fail, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chianyu is determined to fully integrate all her abilities, create her own unique power without relying on the system. He immediately took action. At the same time, Akatsuki headquarters, in front of the Ghetto Mazo. Buzz. As Kamui descended, the figures of Madara Uchiha and Obito Uchiha reappeared. However, at this moment, Madara Uchiha was in a more disheveled state than ever before. His body was still not fully recovered, covered in wounds and a terrible sight. However, it's a stroke of luck that he didn't die at the hands of Uchiha Chiba. Obito Uchiha was also drenched in sweat, his face was pale, and he was panting heavily. That was truly a close call. If Uchiha Chiba hadn't exhausted the power of his Rinnegan at the last moment, we would probably both be completely defeated by him today. Madara Uchiha remained silent. Even when facing Hashirama Senju, he had never been beaten so badly, it was an utter disgrace. Although Obito Uchiha understood his temper and knew his anger at this moment, he still spoke in a deep voice. Uchiha Madara, now is not the time to act rashly. The Eye of the Moon plan is doomed. If you and I really die at the hands of Uchiha Chiba, then everything is over. Don't even mention that you're no match for him right now, even if there were the slightest chance, your current condition is simply not suitable for fighting. Moreover, the wills of Asura and Indra fused within you are still locked in a fierce battle, striving to seize your body and will. You're no longer fit to fight until all these problems are resolved. Although Madara Uchiha was furious, he knew that what Obito Uchiha said was true. Hateful. That bastard Uchiha Chiba, even without the power of the 6 paths, still managed to crush me, Uchiha Madara. This is simply unbelievable. Obito Uchiha sighed. He also awakened the Rinnegan, and it's a double Tomo Rinnegan that surpasses yours. He also awakened the unique eye technique Takamagahara, making his absolute power of control virtually invincible. Not to mention, he seems to have obtained all the immortal techniques from the 3 holy lands. Even without the power of the 6 paths, sage techniques can completely withstand and even harm your 6 paths body. You are indeed no match for him right now. Madara Uchiha coldly replied, no need for further nonsense. I can sense that the other beasts are about to revive as well. Since I can't go myself, I'll have to leave it to you, Nagato, and those Akatsuki guys. However, if Uchiha Chiyu doesn't make a move, everything is fine, but if he does, with all of you. Snort. Obito Uchiha was speechless. In any case, we must be prepared. He immediately summoned all members of the Akatsuki organization. Madara Uchiha, however, did not show up. He naturally didn't want to expose his humiliating and pathetic state to the Akatsuki members. Then, Obito Uchiha said, the plan to capture the 2 tails has failed. However, the 3 tails, 5 tails, and 8 tails are also about to be resurrected. Madara Uchiha is temporarily unable to take action himself and must leave it to us. Upon hearing this, the members of the Akatsuki organization immediately guessed what had happened. Even Madara Uchiha was defeated by Chiba Uchiha. If that's the case, then wouldn't our trip there just be a complete defeat for us? Obito Uchiha was well aware of their thoughts. He said coldly, even Uchiha Chiyu couldn't possibly take care of everything by himself. Moreover, Zetsu just received intelligence that he seems to be preoccupied with other matters and is also unable to take action personally for the time being, unless Madara Uchiha appears. In other words, this battle will be the decisive one between our Akatsuki organization and the 5 great ninja villages. Everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief. The Akatsuki members still didn't know Obito Uchiha's true identity, but everyone could see that he was Madara Uchiha's true confidant. Otherwise, why would they let him command them? Obito Uchiha said, Orochimaru and Hirako, you two will remain at the Akatsuki base to continue your experiments. 0. Besides, Kisame Hoshigaki, Juzo Biwa, you two will accompany me to Kurigakure to capture the reborn Three Tails. You are all rogue ninja from Kurigakure, and no one is more suitable for this mission than you. The two nodded and said, okay. Kakuzu and Sasori, you two will be responsible for the 5 tails of Iwagakure. Pain and Konan, you two will be responsible for the 8 tails of Kumogakure. Remember, the 8 tails is the most crucial being besides the 9 tails. That's why I'm sending Pain, your strongest fighter, to capture it personally. It must not fail. Pain was silent for a moment, then nodded. Obito Uchiha coldly replied, then let's get ready to depart. Without Madara Uchiha and Senba Uchiha participating in the battle, this will be the final battle between our Akatsuki organization and the 5 great ninja villages. Greater than. Chapter 136 Obito. The Shattered Mask. Kakashi's Fated Battle. Requesting monthly tick. Chapter 136 Obito. The Shattered Mask. Kakashi's Fated Battle. Requesting monthly tickets. Hidden Mist Village, in the surrounding sea area. Maid Terumi stood at the bow of the ship, straining to see into the distance through the thick fog. Beside her stood Chukachi, a powerful sensory ninja from Kurigakure. He gently closed his eyes, sensing every subtle chakra fluctuation around him. Zongji, is there any movement? Zongji shook his head. Although the Lord of the Ninja World said that the 3 tails would be reborn in the surrounding sea, the exact location is completely uncertain. However, if we just sit and wait, it would be terrible if the Akatsuki targeted the 3 tails first. Rest assured, Lord Mizukage, I will do my best to sense it. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Besides Maid Terumi, others such as Ao, Ganbei, and Hazuka Mangetsu are also searching on their own. Of course, this also includes reinforcements from Konoha village, the Anbu forces led by Kakashi Hatake. Chunji has powerful sensory abilities, Ao has the Byakugan, and Kakashi Hatake has the Sharingan, plus their ninja dog's powerful sense of smell and search capabilities, etc. Although I know it's like finding a needle in a haystack, at least there's some guarantee. Of course, the greatest guarantee is still the Lord of the Ninja World. He is now equivalent to a Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed beasts, and can even communicate with the dead 3 tails. Once he is resurrected, he can immediately inform the Lord of the Shinobi World of his location. At that time, the Lord of the Ninja World can tell his group. Even though the ruler of the Ninja World unifies the world, the 5 great ninja villages still need to govern themselves. Maid Terumi became the Mizukage at a young age, especially during a chaotic era when Kurigakure was facing another calamity and was at its lowest point. It can be said that she bore a heavy responsibility and immense pressure. Fortunately, the Lord of the Ninja World intervened and directly pacified the village of Blood Mist. He also vigorously reformed the policies of the entire Hidden Mist village, giving it a renewed sense of hope for a comeback. Other villages, such as Kumogakure, may still harbor some resentment towards the ruler of the Ninja World, perhaps because of the deaths of the Raikage and the Jinchuriki. However, for Kurigakure, the Lord of the Ninja World is a true savior. After all, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatake, had been manipulated by Madara Uchiha's genjutsu, which exacerbated the Blood Mist village and brought Kurigakure to the brink of destruction. The one who saved all of this was none other than the ruler of the Ninja World, Uchiha Chiba. Even Yagura himself, on his deathbed, harbored no resentment whatsoever. On the contrary, he was deeply grateful to Lord Uchiha Chiba. Neither the previous Mizukage nor the entire Hidden Mist village had any reason to disobey the ruler of the Ninja World. On the contrary, they should be grateful. That's why Terumi May became even more diligent and serious, never daring to slack off in the slightest. She absolutely dared not, and absolutely did not want to, disappoint the Lord of the Ninja World. May Terumi knew that once the 3 tails was resurrected, the Akatsuki members would inevitably appear immediately. It will naturally be a tough battle. Just as she was filled with emotion. Lord Mizukage, the Lord of the Shinobi World, has sent word that the 3 tails, Isobu, has been reborn on Shirooshi Island. Whitestone Island. It's not far from here. Walk. Yes. Immediately upon receiving the intelligence, everyone steered their ships and sped towards Whitestone Island. Kurigakure, the land of water, is, after all, a country and village surrounded by the sea and mainly composed of islands. Their ship handling skills are unparalleled. Even in the thick fog, they quickly discerned their direction and increased their speed to the maximum. Soon. Before even reaching the shore, the enormous body of the 3-tailed beast could already be vaguely seen on Whitestone Island. It resembled a turtle covered in huge scales, with 3 tails as hard as iron on its back. It really is the three tails. Mei Terumi immediately gave the order, and the ninja behind her used ninjutsu to disperse the mist, revealing the true face of Shirooshi Island. This is just a deserted island, barren and desolate, with only the constant waves crashing against the reefs on the shore, washing over it again and again, endlessly. Isobu Mitsuha, come with us. Terumi Mei shouted loudly. However, in that instant, swirling ripples appeared faintly in the dissipating mist, the void twisting and rotating gently like a black hole. Following them were three men dressed in Akatsuki uniform robes. A black cloak and red auspicious clouds filled the air with a dangerous aura. That is the Akatsuki. Nakaji frowned and said, the Samahata sword. And the decapitation sword. Those two really are Kisame Hoshigaki and Juzo Biwa. Damn it, the Akatsuki deliberately sent these two rogue ninjas to capture the three tails. Mei Terumi, however, did not get angry, which was to be expected. Moreover, the more terrifying enemy is not these two, but the man who still wears the mask, a being who calls himself Uchiha Madara. That kind of space-time ninjutsu ability, capable of teleportation and even becoming intangible, is arguably the most troublesome power, be careful. Mitsuha Isobu immediately sensed the danger. Facing the three rogue ninjas of Akatsuki, he roared, and his berserk-tailed beast chakra surged into the sky, while the waves behind him surged and roared toward the enemy, covering the sky and the sun. Rumble. The power of the tailed beasts is, of course, unimaginably strong. The three-tailed Isobu is skilled in water-style techniques, and on this deserted island surrounded by the sea, he has a significant advantage. In an instant, endless waves surged in, overwhelming everything. Obito Uchiha used the power of Kamui intangibility to dodge it. Pippa Shizong frowned slightly. But Kisame Hoshigaki just gave a sinister laugh. Water release. Big explosive water wave. It turned out that it had also activated its own chakra, comparable to that of a tailed beast, and released a water-style ninjutsu of the same terrifying scale and range, which collided with the waves unleashed by the three tails Isobu. The entire island seemed to tremble instantly, and a massive amount of seawater poured down, as if a torrential rain comparable to a flood or tsunami had struck. Mitsuha Isobu was also taken aback. What's with that guy's chakra? It's comparable to a tailed beast. Mei Terumi and the others also rushed onto the island at this moment. It really was you. Kisame Hoshigaki, known as the tailless tailed beast. Kisame Hoshigaki chuckled and said, Mei Terumi, I never expected you to become the Mizukage. Congratulations. However, the so-called Mizukage is nothing more than a puppet of Uchiha Chiba. Terumi Mei also sneered. You used to be loyal to the fourth Mizukage, but he was manipulated and controlled by the masked man behind you. In the end, you were just a puppet of a puppet. Now that you've joined Akatsuki, aren't you still taking orders from others? Kisame Hoshigaki wasn't angry, and still smiled. That makes some sense. Juzo Biwa said, Mei Terumi, what's the point of becoming the Mizukage of a village as utterly rotten as Kurigakure? It's better to be a traitor and enjoy the freedom and pleasure. Zongji scoffed, do you think you're as free as someone ordering you to capture tailed beasts? Pippa Juzo smiled. Zongji, I will use this guillotine to cut open your mouth first, and then torture you to death. At this moment, Obito Uchiha reappeared. Let's end this reminiscing with old friends here. Although I'd like to take the three tails away directly, its enormous size and its antics make it a bit difficult. You two are in charge of dealing with those people. Leave this beast to me. Kisame Hoshigaki drew his greatsword Samahata from behind and pointed it at Mei Terumi with a sinister smile. Then, I will deal with Lord Mizukage. The rest is up to you. Pippa Juzo nodded. Very good. In an instant. Pippa Juzo was the first to make a move, wielding his executioner's blade and slashing at Nakayoshi. Zongji immediately used a kunai to fight back, but he was no match for the opponent's strength and was suddenly knocked away. With a strange laugh, Juzo Biwa unleashed his executioner's blade, slicing through the other hidden mist ninja like chopping vegetables. At the same time, Kisame Hoshigaki also swung his greatsword Samahata at Mei Terumi. Mei Terumi wasn't the type to fight in close combat, so she immediately chose to dodge away. But Kisame Hoshigaki's greatsword Samahata showed no mercy and quickly pursued, slashing down fiercely. Boom! Terumi Mei was immediately slashed by the large sword Samahata. However, the next moment, it turned into a puddle of water. Kisame Hoshigaki scoffed, a water clone, perhaps. How boring. At this moment, Mei Terumi, who had temporarily retreated to the rear, had already activated her bloodline limit. Boiling release. Skillful mist technique. With the help of the faint mist on the sea, Mei Terumi's boil release Kekkei Genkai also had the advantage of terrain. The intensely corrosive acid mist instantly merged with the sea fog, spreading out and turning the entire battlefield into its own domain. Kisame Hoshigaki frowned as his arm, which had come into contact with the acid mist, began to corrode immediately, even emitting a terrifying sizzling sound. He immediately retreated, and his greatsword Samahata was swung fiercely, cutting and devouring the nearby chakra, but it could not completely devour the ninjutsu. But he was extremely decisive and jumped into the sea with a splash. Maid Terumi frowned. So you're hiding in the water to avoid my corrosive acid fumes. Although the acid mist is potent, it is completely diluted even when it is dissolved in seawater. Kisame Hoshigaki chuckled coldly. My turn, Mizukage-sama. Water release, Rain of Four Sharks technique. Suddenly, he formed a hand seal and slammed it onto the sea surface. In an instant, 4 enormous water sharks burst out of the sea and bombarded Maid Terumi like giant water bombs. Maid Terumi was not to be outdone. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet technique. The enormous water column transformed into a water dragon, fiercely counter-attacking the 4 water sharks. The two forces collided and exploded, turning into a torrential downpour. Although Kisame Hoshigaki is known as the tailless-tailed beast and possesses an astonishing amount of chakra, however, Maid Terumi is also an often underestimated character. Her water release, Water Pillar is a fire release, great fire annihilation technique capable of directly annihilating Madara Uchiha. Her water release, Water Dragon Bullet directly tore and devoured Uchiha Madara along with his Susanoo, sending them flying into the air. In terms of chakra reserves, Maid Terumi's is also quite enormous. Kisame Hoshigaki couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As expected of the new Mizukage, his strength is indeed remarkable. It seems I have to give it my all. Just as the 2 rogue ninjas from Kurigakure were locked in a fierce battle with Maid Terumi and the rest of Kurigakure, Obito Uchiha also set his sights on his next prey. Three-tailed Gifu. For the 3 tails, Obito Uchiha used genjutsu to manipulate his longtime nemesis. Moreover, Yagura Karataki had already reconciled with Isobu of the 3 tails, becoming a perfect Jinchuriki, and was also poised to attack Kurigakure. With the reforms and updates underway, everything is thriving. But all of this was ruined by the man in front of her. The 3 tails Isobu naturally harbored deep hatred for Obito Uchiha. Obito Uchiha sneered, judging from your eyes, you seem quite angry. He's just a beast, so don't try to act like a ninja and play those empty words about feelings and bonds. You are nothing more than a part of the 10 tails, a creation of chakra. Your destiny is sealed, to become material for the Eye of the Moon project, to exchange your death for a brand new world. With a roar, the 3 tails Isobu unleashed its tailed beast chakra. Water release, Water Gun technique. This technique isn't anything new, many ninjas skilled in water release techniques know it. However, compared to the range of the 3-tailed Isobu's ninjutsu, it is utterly insignificant. The overwhelming seawater instantly condensed, transforming into a giant chakra water cannon, which bombarded Uchiha Obito relentlessly, pouring down. Unfortunately, Obito Uchiha didn't dodge or evade at all. His body suddenly became ethereal, and he remained unharmed amidst the raging water cannons, standing there with an air of indifference. The 3-tailed Isobu was even more enraged. It suddenly arched its massive, armored castle-like body, its thick, hard shell encasing its entire body, and rolled down like a giant wheel. This power is enough to blast a small mountain to its ground. However, Obito Uchiha completely evaded the attack by relying solely on Kamui's intangibility. For ordinary ninjas, even a terrifying being like a tailed beast is meaningless if they cannot counter Obito Uchiha's Kamui power. Obito Uchiha seized the opportunity to appear before the 3 tails, his Mangekyo Sharingan already fixed on its pupils. Not good. Mitsuha Isobu knew what was about to happen and was immediately jolted, but it was already too late. Go to sleep peacefully. Brute. Buzz. The Mangekyo Sharingan flashed, and the 3 tails Isobu was instantly caught in a genjutsu, its massive body freezing in place, unable to move. Although the Sharingan is the nemesis of tailed beasts. However, not all Sharingan users possess the ability to truly control tailed beasts. The reason why Obito Uchiha was so skilled was, of course, because of the teaching and instruction he received from Madara Uchiha. Whether it's manipulating the 9 tails to unleash its fury, or using genjutsu to control the perfect Jinchuriki, Yagura Karataki, this is all the case. The 3 tails Isobu was hit again instantly, and Obito Uchiha had already reached out his hand towards him. Once contact is made, the 3 tails, which is under the influence of the illusion, can be taken into the Kamui dimension. Once the tailed beast is captured, the mission is considered successful. Maid Terumi and the others also noticed this scene and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Oh no. Obito Uchiha gave a cold laugh. It's over. He immediately activated Kamui, and even the massive body of the three-tailed beast was instantly devoured and absorbed by the distorted space-time ninjutsu, gradually disappearing from its original location. However, at that very moment, Kami might. Obito Uchiha was shocked. That voice was both so familiar and so strange. That's right. Kakashi Hatake. He finally arrived in time and saw the masked man trying to take away the three tails by using a space-time ninjutsu. He immediately used the Kamui of his left eye to deal with it. Buzz. The powerful pupil force was activated instantly through the field of vision. The space-time that had begun to distort and deform was suddenly reversed and restored in an instant. With a loud bang, it actually returned to calm. Obito Uchiha's expression changed. Kakashi Hatake, however, seemed completely unsurprised. He had already discovered this when he fought the masked man on the night of the massacre. The two people's space-time ninjutsu seemed to be connected. They restrain each other, and also check each other. Materumi and the other Kurigakure ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Kakashi. Obito Uchiha said coldly, "It's you again, Kakashi Hatake." Kakashi Hatake, however, remained remarkably calm at this moment. "Yes, it's me again. The Lord of the Ninja World sent me to reinforce Kurigakure for a reason. It seems he already knew you would be here, which is why he sent me to stop you. Because only my Kamui can break your space-time ninjutsu." Obito Uchiha coldly replied, "Uchiha Senba. Do you really think he's omniscient and omnipotent? How could he possibly guess I'd be here?" Kakashi Hatake let out a long sigh, his expression filled with sorrow and grief. "Perhaps it's because the three tails is here. What do you think?" Obito Uchiha's face beneath the mask turned deathly pale instantly. Three tails. Rin Nohara. Those most painful memories of the past, but how could Uchiha Chiba possibly know all this? Kakashi Hatake has decided to stop running away. This was arranged by the Lord of the Ninja World. It was an arrangement made to settle karmic grievances for himself. He understood that all of this was so that he could end it all himself. Since that's the case, it really is time. Therefore, Kakashi Hatake frankly stated, to be precise, it's because of the former Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. No, it's not the fourth Mizukage, but that name. Nohara Rin. Upon hearing the name uttered by Kakashi Hatake, the masked man couldn't help but tremble slightly. Despite his best efforts to conceal it, he couldn't escape Kakashi's notice. Kakashi Hatake sighed. Although he had already guessed everything, he still couldn't help but feel a chill run through his body. Although you call yourself Uchiha Madara, the real Uchiha Madara has now appeared, and those previous false identities have naturally disappeared. The space-time ninjutsu activated by your eyes is connected to my Kamui. Your inexplicable hatred and anger towards me, an inexplicable karmic grudge, plus the Lord of the Ninja World's repeated deliberate arrangements. All of this connects together, and setting aside my own denials, rejections, inability to accept, and unwillingness to believe those meaningless things, there can only be one conclusion and one answer. I guessed right, didn't I? Quote. Uchiha. Obito. In an instant. The two men's Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly spun, and their sides seemed to intertwine and merge into one in an instant. Destiny, cause and effect, grudges, entanglements. Completely released in that instant. Chapter 137 Eternal Eye Fugaku vs Rinnegan Pain. The complete Susanoo descends. Chapter 137 Eternal Eye Fugaku vs Rinnegan Pain. The complete Susanoo descends. Uchiha Obito. The name that Kakashi Hatake uttered caused the face behind the mask to change color slightly. The gale whipped up the waves, crashing against the rocks on the deserted island. The mist spread, soaking the two of them. Kakashi Hatake's expression was more resolute than ever before. If he were to suddenly learn the truth, he would probably completely collapse, becoming dazed and confused, like a walking corpse. But not. Thanks to Chiyu. He had been thinking about it for far too long. It's impossible not to guess this one and only answer. He is now fully prepared. The masked man quickly regained his composure. He said indifferently, Kakashi Hatake, it doesn't matter who you think I am. In the new world after the Eye of the Moon project is completed, there was never any distinction between you and me, and there was no such thing as any bond between us. Past, present, and future, all cause and effect will be severed. As for a name, that's the most insignificant thing of all, Kakashi Hatake replied, is that so? Does the name Rin Nohara mean the same to you? The masked man persisted, saying, that's right, it means nothing to me either. Kakashi Hatake frowned. You've really changed, Obito. I can guess that you fell into darkness because of Lin's death, so it doesn't matter how much you hate or resent me. But, you've completely abandoned even the bond you once had with Rin. The masked man said coldly, I've already said it, so-called bonds are meaningless. What I want to achieve is a perfect world without regret, without pain, and without remorse. In that world, there is only beauty, happiness, and peace, a perfect dream. Kakashi Hatake, you're the same. I know your life has also been filled with pain. The death of your father, Hatake Sakumo, the death of your comrades, the death of your master and mistress, but if you stand on my side and create a new world with me, all of this will vanish. Moreover, you can also experience the wonderful feeling of still having everything. Kakashi Hatake shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't agree. What I need to do now is to follow in the footsteps of the Lord of the Ninja World and create a better world through practical actions. Instead of doing what you and Madara Uchiha did, pulling everyone into an illusion to indulge in unrealistic dreams. Obito, we are on different paths and cannot work together. Moreover, the new world that the Lord of the Ninja World is going to create is the perfect world that you once imagined. Therefore, even if it means fighting to the death with you now, I will defend my will, and I will also be protecting the will of Obito Uchiha. The masked man said coldly, what a load of nonsense. Since you're blocking my path and preventing everyone from achieving happiness, then I might as well just eliminate you. That's all for this. Obito Uchiha instantly unleashed his ultimate chakra and power. Fire release, explosive wind dance. He immediately unleashed his powerful ninjutsu. Using Kamui to distort space, he created a powerful vortex storm, greatly increasing the power of his fire release technique. It transformed into a blazing tornado-like hurricane of flames and shot towards Kakashi Hatake. In terms of power, Kakashi Hatake had no ninjutsu that could counter or negate this attack. But Kakashi Hatake had already witnessed this move on the night of the massacre of his clan. He certainly wouldn't be unprepared. Water release, great waterfall technique. Kakashi Hatake immediately activated a water release ninjutsu that countered fire release, and on this island, he made the most of the terrain. In an instant, a massive amount of seawater surged down, engulfing the flames of the fire release, explosion wind. However, even so, many of the wildly spinning fire dragons still broke through the waves and continued to roar and howl at Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi Hatake frowned and slammed his hand on the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. Suddenly, the earthen wall carved with a dog's head burst forth from the ground, rising up to block his way. Rumble. Boom. Even so, the earth wall shattered instantly, and Kakashi Hatake could only leap up to finally avoid the residual power of the fire release, explosion. It's just one ninjutsu, and I can't even counter it with two. Even with the advantage of terrain, ninjutsu that counters fire release is ineffective. That Obito guy, it seems he really gained unimaginable power by following Uchiha Madara. However, I follow the Lord of the Ninja World. How could I possibly lose to you? Lightning release, lightning beast tracking fang technique. Suddenly, a violent burst of lightning was released from Kakashi Hatake's palm, transforming into a roaring thunder wolf as it hurtled towards Obito Uchiha. Obito Uchiha sneered. You should know that this level of ninjutsu is meaningless to me, right? His body instantly became ethereal, passing through the attack without him having to dodge at all. Kakashi Hatake calmly replied, of course I understand. But Kamui. His true killing move, however, lies in the eye techniques of the Mangekyo Sharingan. It is the Kamui power that is connected to Obito Uchiha. Buzz. Space-time distortions immediately appeared around Obito Uchiha's body. Like ripples in a whirlpool, it was about to twist his head off. Using this trick on me. How naive, Kakashi Hatake. Obito Uchiha immediately activated Kamui, directly smoothing out the distorted space around him. With a loud bang, Kakashi Hatake couldn't help but cover his left eye and gasp for breath. It seems that for someone who isn't a member of the Uchiha clan, using the Mangekyo Sharingan's power really does consume a lot of energy. Kakashi Hatake, how long can you hold on like this? Kakashi Hatake said in a deep voice, even if I die, I must settle things with you here with my own hands. Water release, great waterfall technique. Lightning release, double lightning shock technique, composite ninja technique. Waterfall electric network. In an instant, a torrent of water poured down, infused with the power of lightning. Electric currents surged and exploded within the water, pushing the nature transformations of the two chakra natures to their extreme. Obito Uchiha sneered. Did you think that combining two different attributes in a ninjutsu would work? So this is all the genius ninja is capable of. His entire body instantly entered a state of ethereal transformation. Although he looks down on Kakashi Hatake's ninjutsu, he will not use his flesh and blood to withstand the double damage of water release and lightning release. However, The instant Obito Uchiha entered the Kamui dimension, but suddenly he saw that a figure was already waiting for him. You are. That figure was none other than Kakashi Hatake. Reikiri. Without hesitation, Kakashi Hatake unleashed a lightning blade that struck Obito Uchiha's mask squarely. Click. Despite his best efforts to dodge, Obito Uchiha was still hit by the lightning blade, and his mask shattered instantly, finally revealing his true face. Half of his face still bore the marks of the severe injury he suffered years ago. Although it had been healed by the white Zetsu's body, the scars were still clearly visible. His expression showed some panic, but he quickly regained his composure. Looking at that face that was both the most familiar and the most unfamiliar, Kakashi Hatake couldn't help but take a deep breath. Uchiha Obito. Sure enough, it was him. Obito. It really was you. Obito Uchiha remained indifferent. So that's how it is. The previous Kamui wasn't meant to attack me, it was just a feint. The real purpose was to transfer your shadow clone into the Kamui dimension. Or is the one outside actually a shadow clone? Kakashi Hatake said, that's right, I am the original form. Obito Uchiha snorted, as expected of a genius ninja, you've already seen through the true power of my Kamui intangibility. You even went so far as to deceive me, making me believe you knew nothing, so I could confidently continue using intangibility for defense, all for this final blow. Amazing. As expected of Kakashi, the Sharingan master who is renowned throughout the ninja world, although his words were complimentary, his tone was full of sarcasm. Kakashi Hatake was not angry, and he had already prepared himself mentally. He just wanted to know one thing. Why, Obito? Obito Uchiha coldly replied, there's no why, Kakashi. You probably think that I resent you because of Lin's death, and that's why I've become the way I am now, but unfortunately, that's not the case. Because I know that Lin died willingly, even voluntarily, at your hands. Kakashi Hatake was startled. This was indeed his standard answer, but it was overturned by Obito Uchiha himself. If that's the case, then why? Obito Uchiha coldly replied, because what I hate has never been you, but this dark and filthy ninja world. As long as the ninja system exists, as long as this ninja world exists, all of this will never end. Therefore, I will bury this world completely. Then, let's create a new world where everyone can experience dreamlike happiness. This is Project Eye of the Moon. Kakashi Hatake shook his head and said, you can dream anytime you want, but forcing everyone to dream together is naive and childish. You may not believe it, but I also hate this dark ninja world. I also want to create a new world. But your approach is wrong. Only the Lord of the Ninja World can truly change all of this. He has unified the ninja world, ended the Blood Mist Village, and also ended the war between the 5 great ninja villages. If it weren't for your Akatsuki organization, the entire ninja world would already be enjoying true peace. Obito Uchiha sneered, Uchiha Senba. He is indeed powerful and ruthless, but his methods cannot truly solve all the problems. Only the Eye of the Moon is the perfect world. Kakashi Hatake sighed. It seems that even if you reveal your true colors, we are still on different paths. Since that's the case, we have no choice but to fight to the death, Obito Uchiha coldly replied, then you can die. In an instant. Within the Divine Might space. 2 figures who once called each other companions, they charged towards each other with a sudden burst of energy. At the same time. The other side. Outside of Kumogakure, in a canyon in the Land of Lightning. The 8-tailed Gyuki has also been resurrected. The Akatsuki organization even dispatched its original leader and strongest fighter, Pain, to personally capture him. His partner was naturally Xiaonan. However, the 8-tailed Gyuki is not so easy to capture. Possessing the strongest chakra and power second only to the 9 tails, even if Pain were to take action himself, it would not be an easy task. Although a wild 8-tailed beast can never match the power of a perfect Jinchuriki. That's something where 1 plus 1 is far greater than 2. Pain looked at the roaring 8 tails and felt a mix of emotions. He certainly wanted to capture the tailed beast. However, the so-called tailed beast weapon plan has been proven to be a trick by Uchiha Madara to deceive himself. However, it was ultimately a plan that he approved of. As for the Eye of the Moon project, Pain, or rather Nagato, was not enthusiastic about it. But now, he can only feign compliance with the real Madara Uchiha. 8 tails, give up struggling, your destiny is already sealed. The 8-tailed ox demon roared, don't even think about it. He unleashed the power of a raging tailed beast, causing a surge of energy that transformed into a gale that swept across the entire canyon, hurtling towards Pain and Konan. Pain's Diva Path, which was originally Yahiko's corpse, has been destroyed by Chiba, and now only new corpses are being used. Although there was no change in strength. Shinra Tensai. Boom. The fierce attack not only blasted all the storm away, but also slammed into the body of the eight-tailed Gyuki, causing his massive body to be knocked back and a look of pain on his face. However, the eight-tailed Gyuki still refused to submit. Pain, it seems we have to defeat him first before we can successfully capture him. Conan and Pain launched a fierce attack simultaneously. Pain's Asura path immediately unleashed countless chakra missiles and laser cannons, bombarding the massive body of the Eight Tails. Xiaonan's body also transformed into an origami-like shape, with huge white wings appearing on her back. Suddenly, she transformed into countless paper airplanes and shot out. Once they got close to the 8 demons, they exploded even more violently. Those paper airplanes were all made from explosive tags. Rumble. Boom. The 8-tailed ox demon was instantly engulfed by the explosion's flames and dust, letting out a furious and painful roar. At the same time, the animal realm once again summoned countless enormous spirit beasts. Taking advantage of the opportunity, it frantically tore at the 8-tailed Gyuki. With a sudden flick of its giant octopus tentacles, the 8-tailed Gyuki blasted away the amplified hellhound that was tearing at it. But then, the Yatagarasu flew overhead, dropping chakra bombs one after another. Giant bulls, rhinoceroses, hell crabs, and other creatures came crashing down from all directions at the same time. Even the 8-tailed Gyuki would find it difficult to endure such pain. He roared and finally unleashed his ultimate killing move, Tailed Beast Ball. However, Pain was prepared and immediately raised his right hand sharply. Universal guidance. Suddenly, a boulder even larger than the 9-tailed Gyuki was forcibly ripped off the cliff of the canyon, pulled and dragged down from the sky, and crashed heavily onto the body of the 8-tailed Gyuki. The 8 tails was gathering and compressing its chakra, and its tailed beast ball was not yet fully formed when it was directly suppressed by this attack. The incomplete tailed beast ball exploded, leaving the attacker covered in wounds. HMPH, in the end, he's just a beast. Pain said coldly, and was about to take the opportunity to capture and seal the 8-tailed Gyuki. However, at that very moment, Yusaka no Magatama. Rumble. A barrage of violent chakra projectiles in the form of Tomo suddenly shot towards Pain and Conan. This is Shinra Tensai. Pain immediately raised his hand and unleashed the power of Shinra Tensai, blasting all the Yusaka Magatama away. In an instant, violent explosions resounded throughout the canyon, flames shot into the sky, and rocks tumbled down. When Pain looked back, he saw a pair of blood-red eyes. That is the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The person who came was none other than Uchiha Fugaku. Behind him were elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan and top members of the police force. In addition, the Hidden Cloud Village's own ninja army also arrived, led by the new Raikage, Darui. Darui frowned. Those eyes, the Rinnegan. Is that guy the former leader of Akatsuki, the one named Pain the Six Paths? But Pain ignored him and focused all his attention on Fugaku Uchiha. He could certainly sense who the most powerful enemy was and who the most terrifying threat was. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. That was a power of sight that only Madara Uchiha originally possessed. Although Uchiha Senba has emerged in the ninja world today, breaking this legend, such powerful eye power is still unimaginable. Now, even Fugaku Uchiha has awakened his Sharingan. Fugaku Uchiha has activated the third form of Susanoo. At this moment, he was not afraid at all when facing the 6 paths of pain. Uchiha clan members, police force, you will go with the Raikage to deal with that woman and assist the 8 tails. I'll deal with the man named Pain. Yes, chieftain. Darui also said, Hope, go and check on the 8 tails injuries. I'll deal with that Akatsuki woman. Yes, Lord Raikage. Pain coldly replied, Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan. I never expected that you would also awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It's truly unbelievable. Is this also one of Uchiha Chiyu's methods? Fugaku Uchiha said, that's right. I am able to possess this legendary eye power all thanks to the Lord of the Ninja world. Pain, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you possess the Rinnegan, the divine eye of the Sage of 6 Paths. Let me show you, the ultimate power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Perfect Susanoo. Greater than. Chapter 138, Resurrection at the End. Devastation. The final battle erupts. Chapter 138 The 10 Tails resurrects. Destroying heaven and earth. The final battle erupts. Fugaku Uchiha has actually activated the complete body Susanoo. Even Pain was utterly shocked at that moment. That is. Perfect Susanoo. Fugaku's complete Susanoo is as large as a mountain, towering and majestic. It holds a huge samurai sword tightly in its hand, and its wings on its back seem to be ready to spread out and take flight at any moment. This terrifying sense of oppression shocked not only Pain, but also the Uchiha clan, the ninjas of Kumogakure, and even the Eight-Tails Gyuki. Aoki and Yamakaze exchanged a glance. That's the same as the captain, no, the lord of the ninja world, a perfect Susanoo. I didn't expect that the clan leader could also unlock it. Pain frowned deeply, his face turning quite grim. Uchiha Fugaku, I never expected you could also awaken the complete Susanoo, as expected of the Uchiha clan leader. 7. Fugaku Uchiha said in a deep voice, let me see just how powerful the Sage of Six Paths, Rinnegan really is. The Lord of the Ninja World once said that even if they are the same eyes, one must see who is using them. Pain, in his eyes, your Rinnegan is far inferior to his, let alone even to Madara Uchiha's. Pain did not deny it, after all, he already knew that his Rinnegan was originally given to him by Madara Uchiha. You're right, but I can completely refute that same statement. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan depends on who is using it. Your Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is still worlds apart from Uchiha Senbei's. Fugaku smiled. Okay, let's do it. He manipulated the complete Susanoo, and the chakra sword in his hand slashed down fiercely. This single strike alone is powerful enough to split mountains and sever rivers. Rumble. The violent power was overwhelming, and even Pain's expression changed. Shinra Tensei. Pain's Diva Path was the first to activate, unleashing the Shinra Tensei with almost all his might, pushing the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei to its limit. However, it still couldn't completely withstand the chakra sword of the complete Susanoo. Pain frowned. The Asura Path unleashed a barrage of attacks in an instant, while the Animal Path simultaneously manipulated its summoned beasts to defend against them. However, it only weakened the Chakra Greatsword's offensive power. In the end, the Hungry Ghost Path used all its strength to unleash the Corpse Demon Sealing technique, barely managing to withstand the attack. Fugaku Uchiha frowned and said, it seems your power is much stronger than when you fought the Lord of the Shinobi World last time. Was it Madara Uchiha's support? Pain remained noncommittal. Fugaku Uchiha sneered. Even so, your Rinnegan is no match for my complete Susanoo. Bring it on. Pain also unleashed his power to the extreme, and suddenly all six paths charged forward at the same time. At the same time. On the Iwagakure side, the resurrected Five Tails, Kokuo, quickly fell into the battle for control. One side is the alliance between Iwagakure and Sunagakure, which includes Tsuchikage Onoki, the new Case Maki, and others. On the other side are Kakuzu and Sasori of the Akatsuki organization. Upon seeing Sasori of the Red Sand, the ninjas of Sunagakure were naturally shocked, but when he took out the puppet of the third case, their shock naturally turned into fury. A fierce battle was inevitable. Unfortunately, the sand village of today was already weak and feeble, and after one catastrophe after another, its talent pool was depleted and its power had declined to the bottom. It had no strong forces at all. Despite giving it its all, it defeated Hiriko and forced Sasori of the Red Sand to reveal his true form, but was quickly defeated by the third Cage's puppet. Sasori of the Red Sand didn't even use his Crimson Secret technique, 100 machine manipulation. On the other hand, Kakuzu was not so lucky when facing the Iwagakure ninja army. Although he lived for nearly 100 years and was known as immortal, he was not truly immortal in the absolute sense. Five Hearts or the Earth Grudge secret technique are not truly invincible. As the strongest of the five Kage, Onoki has also lived since the time of the first Hokage. In terms of age, seniority, combat experience, and fighting spirit, he is no less than Kakuzu. Moreover, he possesses the bloodline limit of elimination, which is virtually invincible below the six paths of paths. Dust Escape. Dust release is naturally meaningless against gods of the caliber of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Senba. But against other ninjas, they were utterly crushed and unstoppable. Fortunately, Kakuzu also had information about Onoki, so from the beginning he brought out 4 masked monsters, making a total of 5 bodies fighting the enemy at the same time, in order to increase the margin for error. Even so, the 2 elemental masked monsters were quickly reduced to dust by Dust Escape. The remaining ones are also difficult to deal with, as they can fly like Onoki. Kakuzu quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Not to mention, there's also the power of the Five Tails, Kokuo. On the battlefield of the Three Kingdoms, the fierce battle is in full swing. While Qianyu was integrating all his abilities, he was also keeping an eye on the battlefield, ready to intervene at any moment should there be any oversight. However, he had even prepared for the possibility of losing the tailed beast. He is not prepared to take action unless it will result in death. His first step was It combines the immortal techniques of the three sacred lands. Although they are all in the immortal mode, the three holy lands each have their own strengths. The magic of Shikatsu Forest focuses more on enhancing one's own vitality and recovery ability, which is also the strength of the Slug Immortal. The Sage mode of Mount Myoboku is quite orthodox, capable of comprehensively enhancing the power of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. It is essentially using Sage Chakra, which is natural energy, to boost all aspects of one's attributes. The magical arts of Ruchi Cave are even more bizarre and unique. For example, the magical art of inorganic rebirth can give life to inorganic matter, and the magical art of white radiance can emit noise, vibration and white light at the same time, depriving people of their sight, hearing and touch, etc. Qianyu secluded himself to cultivate, taking the best of the immortal techniques from the three holy lands and integrating them to create his own unique immortal mode. He named it Holy Immortal Technique. From then on, he could use the Holy Immortal Technique to perform various immortal arts without having to distinguish any holy land. He could simply use his unique immortal mode to perform them at will. For example, when he uses the Sage art, Inorganic Reincarnation, he can not only unleash the strange and twisted power of the Ruchi Cave Sage mode, but also the orthodox power of the Mount Myoboku Sage art that enhances the power of ninjutsu. At the same time, it also enhances vitality and recovery, and can even make the vitality of inorganic rebirth stronger, with its range, scale, size and power greatly increased. In short, it can be summarized as follows. The three sacred lands immortal techniques merged into one, transforming into a powerful sacred immortal technique unique to Qianyu. No matter what kind of magic it is, it can unleash unimaginable power in his hands. As for the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Chiba also mastered it. When using the complete body Susanoo, you can simultaneously use Kunenbaiko and Matsuhiko. You can also infuse the power of the two unique spiritual weapons, Tentasuki Sin Extinguishing Sword, and Thousand Pulse Sin Binding Chains, into the Chakra Greatsword of the complete body Susanoo. Now, his complete Susanoo seems to have merged with himself. He is the complete Susanoo. He is the complete Susanoo. His left eye possesses the power of Hizanbaiko, and his right eye possesses the power of Masatsuhiko. He can also freely change the spiritual weapon in his hand, switching freely between the 10-band Sin Extinguishing Sword, the 1000 Binding Sin Binding Chains, and the Chakra Greatsword. As for the power of the Rinnegan, in addition to the basic abilities such as the power of the Six Paths, the power of Takamagahara has also increased significantly, with both its range and power greatly increased. Qianyu's abilities can be divided into four major systems to date. Rinnegan. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The three sacred lands immortal techniques. Other basic ninjutsu, taijutsu, swordsmanship, etc. Now that he has awakened the three-tomo Rinnegan, he has essentially merged the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the Rinnegan into one. The sacred immortal technique integrates the immortal techniques of the three sacred lands into one. In other words, three-tomo Ring Eye, Sage Technique, and other basic ninjutsu. These are Qianyu's three major ability systems. Of course, during battle, Qiyu can also enhance and merge them together. For example, on the basis of the complete Susanoo, he could add the power of the Sage Technique and his own most proficient lightning release power, etc. Create something unique. Terrifying powers such as the complete form of the sacred immortal technique, Susanoo. This one move alone is comparable to, or even surpasses, that of an ordinary Six Paths realm expert. To Chiba's surprise, even though she had given her subordinates free rein to retrieve the tailed beasts and was prepared for failure, the final outcome was still perfect. The combined forces of Iwagakure and Sunagakure, led by Onoki, defeated Kakuzu and Sasori, and successfully retrieved the five tails, Kokuo. With his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and complete Susanoo, plus the immense power of the eight tails Gyuki, Fugaku Uchiha was able to defeat Pain and Konan, even losing three more Pain's paths and being forced to retreat. As for Kakashi Hatake and the Hidden Mist Village side, Kakashi Hatake ultimately failed to defeat Obito Uchiha. After all, even within the Divine Might space, it was as if neither of them possessed the most powerful Divine Might I power. But Obito Uchiha also possessed the life force and regenerative ability granted by White Zetsu, the powerful strength of Hashirama cells, would release techniques, and almost all the inheritance he received from Madara Uchiha. Kakashi Hatake was ultimately defeated. But he forcibly trapped Obito Uchiha in the Kamui dimension, which also gave the Hidden Mist Village ninja army the opportunity to transfer the Three Tails Isobu. Kisame Hoshigaki and Mei Terumi engaged in a fierce battle, with neither side gaining a decisive advantage. However, on the other side, Juzo Biwa was defeated by Mangetsu Hazuka, who came as reinforcements later. Not only did he die on the spot, but the decapitation sword also returned to the hands of Kurigakure. Although Obito Uchiha won the battle against Kakashi Hatake, he was also injured. After they emerged from the Kamui dimension, they chose to cease fighting. Kakashi Hatake was rescued by Mei Terumi. Seeing that the Three Tails Isobu had been moved away, and that reinforcements such as Hazuka Mangetsu from Kurigakure had arrived, Obito Uchiha could only leave in resentment. At this point, one-tailed Shukaku Gaara, two-tailed Matabi, three-tailed Isobu, five-tailed Kokuo, six-tailed Seiken Uzumaki, eight-tailed Gyuki, nine-tailed Kurama Naruto Uzumaki, of the nine-tailed beasts, 7 have fallen into the hands of Chiyu. Madara Uchiha and the Akatsuki organization only obtained the 4 tails and 7 tails that had been sealed away previously. Within the Akatsuki organization, Madara Uchiha was furious. Even without Uchiha Chiyu making a move, all 3 battlefields were still completely wiped out, with no results achieved. All 3 reborn tailed beasts were retrieved by Uchiha Senba. However, although he publicly berated them, he really didn't have much confidence. After all, he himself was completely defeated by Uchiha Chiba in the battle against the 2 tails. Madara Uchiha could only suppress his anger. Orochimaru, Hirako, how's your experiment going? The two exchanged a glance and could only honestly reply. It will take more time. Although Madara Uchiha understood that those 2 experiments were not something that could be accomplished overnight, the current situation still made him extremely irritable. Where do we find the time? If this continues, not only will the Eye of the Moon plan be lost, but I'm afraid my entire so-called Akatsuki organization and I will die at the hands of Uchiha Chiba. At this moment, Ju finally spoke. Lord Madara, things have come to this point, there's no use in being anxious. It seems that in order to launch the Eye of the Moon plan, and also to completely defeat Uchiha Chiba, we have no choice but to revive the 10 tails ahead of schedule. Madara Uchiha was startled. Ju, are you out of your mind? How can the 10 tails be revived if all the tailed beasts cannot be retrieved? In Madara Uchiha's mind, both White Zetsu and Black Zetsu were essentially his own will, so he would never doubt them. Black Zetsu said in a deep voice, Lord Madara, don't forget. Indeed, under perfect circumstances, the 10 tails needs the Geto Mazo to seal the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts in order to revive in its best condition. However, that is not an absolutely necessary condition. In other words, actually, with just a portion of the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, the 10 tails could be revived. Although its power cannot reach its peak, the 10 tails is still the 10 tails, and it still possesses world-destroying power. Madara Uchiha was startled and understood his meaning. You mean, instead of forcibly capturing the tailed beasts, we can obtain a portion of their power through other means to replenish the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts. But even so, where can we obtain the power of the tailed beasts? Black Zetsu smiled. It's actually very simple. Besides the actual tailed beasts in Jinchuriki, there are actually many other beings who also possess the power of the tailed beasts. Take the 9 tails as an example. The former rogue ninjas Kinkaku and Ginkaku from Kumogakure ate flesh and blood raw inside the 9 tails belly, gaining powerful 9 tails chakra and even being able to enter their tailed beast form. If we can find the corpses of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, have Orochimaru resurrect them using the impure world reincarnation technique, and then seal them inside the Geto Mazo, we can obtain the power of the 9 tails. Madara Uchiha and many Akatsuki members immediately understood his meaning. Orochimaru chuckled. I see. I happen to know something good about the power of the 8 tails, the previous 8 tails Jinchuriki, Baruhi. I once manipulated Bruby into going berserk during an experiment, causing widespread destruction in Kumogakure. We've also obtained his physical information, so we can resurrect him using the impure world reincarnation technique and seal him away with the power of the 8 tails. Madara Uchiha nodded as well. That's the only way. In this way, we will have the complete power of the 4 tails and 7 tails, and we can also obtain the power of the 8 tails and 9 tails. What about the power of the other tailed beasts? Black Zetsu was clearly prepared. With the power of the 1-tailed beast, one can infiltrate Sunagakure and obtain the corpse of the previous 1-tailed Jinchuriki, the old monk Bunpuku. Actually, I also collected quite a few fragments of flesh and blood from the other Jinchuriki who died at the hands of Uchiha Chiba beforehand, including the 2 tails Jinchuriki, Yugito Ni, the 3 tails Jinchuriki, Yagura Karataki, the 5 tails Jinchuriki, Han, and even the 8 tails, Killer Bee. Madara Uchiha couldn't help but praise him. Well done, Black Zetsu. Then let's get started immediately. Orochimaru, Zetsu, Hirako, all of you move together. Let me know if you need anything. Yes, Lord Madara. Soon, the Akatsuki's final secret operation began. Although things were progressing smoothly, Madara Uchiha always felt frustrated. For him, being unable to capture the tailed beast successfully and having to rely on such a relentless tactic to complete his plan was an utter disgrace. Even if the 10 tails were to be resurrected, it would never be able to possess the power of its prime. However, he was helpless. Before that, he was indeed no match for Uchiha Chiba. Soon after, Black Zetsu and the others reported on all the progress. One-tailed beast is Bunpuku, the former Jinchuriki resurrected through Edo Tensei. Two tails, using fragments of flesh and blood secretly hidden by Black Zetsu, also summoned to Yugito. The three tails, in the same way, was resurrected as Yagura Karataki through Edo Tensei. The fourth tail represents the complete power of the tailed beasts. Five tails, a Jinchuriki resurrected through Edo Tensei. The six tails, the previous Jinchuriki resurrected through the Impure World reincarnation technique. The seven tails, the complete power of a tailed beast. And the most important and most powerful are the 8 tails and the 9 tails. The 8 tails was resurrected using the Impure World reincarnation technique, resulting in 2 generations of Jinchuriki, Killer Bee and Broob. In addition to Kinkaku and Ginkaku, Madara Uchiha also decided to infuse the 9 tails with the power of Ashura. Ashura was the first 9 tails Jinchuriki. In this way, the power of the 8 tails and the 9 tails also became quite formidable. Everything is ready. Madara Uchiha summoned all Akatsuki members and began the final 9 seals of the illusionary dragon. Madara Uchiha sealed the power of the 9-tailed beasts, and even the power of Indra, not only Ashura, into the Geto Mazo, thus enhancing the power of the resurrected 10 tails. In any case, he is going to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, and this power will eventually be under his control. As the power of the tailed beasts continued to pour in, the hideous and terrifying eyes of the Geto Mazo gradually opened one by one, unleashing an increasingly terrifying power. A power capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Madara Uchiha stood proudly atop the Geto Mazo, gazing at the gradually reviving ancient ultimate power, and couldn't help but reveal the same insane and twisted smile on his face. Finally this moment has come. Revive, God of Tianmu. Ta-da, Great Master. Rise, progenitor of chakra, creator of heaven and earth, God. Wake up. 10 tails. In that instant, all of the eyes of the demonic statue of the outer path finally opened, and its entire form began to undergo a tremendous change. The power it already possessed, which was so vast and unimaginable, now surged wildly to an inconceivable, astonishing, and awe-inspiring degree that even the gods and ghosts wept. Roar. With a roar, the entire Akatsuki base instantly collapsed and caved in. The sky and earth split apart, sand and stones flew, the ground shook, and the sky trembled. They all had no choice but to rush out onto the ground. Beneath the blood-red full moon, a monster possessing a Rinne Sharingan and 10 tails finally descended upon the ninja world. 10-tailed fox. Resurrected. Chapter 139 Tsunade appears. The legendary Big Boss's decision. Chapter 139 Tsunade appears. The legendary Big Boss's decision. Although it wasn't the strongest and most complete form of resurrection, however, the 10 tails is still the 10 tails. He is hailed as the progenitor of chakra, the god who created heaven and earth, and the beginning and origin of everything. Similarly, it also represents the end and the end of the world, utter destruction. At this moment, the 10 tails was enormous, with only one blood-red Rinne Sharingan on its head, radiating a power that was devoid of emotion yet could awe all things in the universe. The 10 enormous tails on its body could cause the earth to shake and the sky to collapse with the slightest sway. He roared, and in an instant, an earthquake erupted, rocks tumbled down, and huge cracks spread wildly. This is the ultimate being, possessing the strongest chakra, 10-tailed. In ancient times, the god Tianmu, whom humans revered and feared, was also known by titles such as Ta and Datai Fashi, which symbolized the power of creation and destruction. Even the members of the Akatsuki organization were stunned and deeply shocked when they saw such a being. Orochimaru, however, had a fierce flame burning in his eyes. So that's the origin of Kiri chakra, huh? What a beautiful existence. Hiriko couldn't help but glare at him. Orochimaru, you really are twisted, you can actually see beauty in something so terrifying. Kakuzu, Sasori of the Red Sand, Kisame Hoshigaki, and the others all had their expressions change drastically, finding it hard to believe that such a terrifying existence existed in this world. Obito Uchiha remained expressionless, but inwardly he was equally shocked. This is the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. Should I strike first? However, he knew it was impossible. Not to mention that he knew he had a talisman set up by Madara Uchiha on him that could control him at any time. Even if he didn't, with his current power, trying to compete with Madara Uchiha would be tantamount to suicide. Black Zetsu stared at the resurrected and roaring 10 tails with a complex expression. He knew that this was part of his mother. Mother, after waiting for 1,000 years, it has all been worth it. The final moment is approaching, please wait patiently for a little longer. Conan glanced at Pain. Pain, that is. Pain, or rather Nagato, was also experiencing extremely complex emotions. If the tailed beast capture plan succeeds, the ultimate tailed beast weapon that I can create will probably be the 10 tails in front of me. However, now, it's all for someone else's benefit. Madara Uchiha would never act according to his own plan. At this time, under the blood-red full moon, Madara Uchiha suddenly leapt up, stood on the head of the roaring 10 tails, raised his arms, and laughed wildly to the sky. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Finally this day has come. We're finally going to obtain the power of the 10 tails. Project Eye of the Moon is just around the corner. The other Akatsuki members also had shocked and complex expressions. For them, the Eye of the Moon project didn't resonate with them. It was just a matter of defecting from the village, joining the Akatsuki organization, and then being forced into it by Madara Uchiha. Of course, even if the Eye of the Moon project succeeds and they enter the dream world, they don't resist much. After all, those who can join Akatsuki are all somewhat abnormal. For example, Kisame Hoshigaki knew about the Eye of the Moon project long ago and fully supported it. For others like Kakuzu and Sasori of the Red Sand, it doesn't matter whether they succeed or not. Of course, the happiest one was Black Zetsu. He forced himself to suppress his overwhelming excitement. Madara-sama. The 10 tails has been revived, it's time to become its Jinchuriki. Otherwise, it won't be easy to control it. Uchiha Madara nodded. I know. He looked in Pain's direction. Pain was startled, but he also knew what was about to happen. Xiaonan's expression changed drastically. Uchiha Madara, what are you doing? Madara Uchiha smiled slightly. Nagato, you've used my Rinnegan for so long, it's time you paid the price. I bestowed the Rinnegan upon you precisely for this day, resurrect me. Let's begin. Not far away, in another secret base. Nagato suddenly opened his eyes. His emaciated body looked as if he were about to die at any moment, and his pale face was completely devoid of color. Although Nagato can control the 6 paths of pain, he cannot be too far away, so his true body must be nearby. Of course, Madara Uchiha already had this information. In terms of intelligence gathering ability, Zetsu is indeed the pinnacle of the ninja world. In that instant, the forbidden spell at Nagato's heart suddenly activated. He suddenly found it impossible to mobilize any chakra or power. They could barely move. At the same time, Black Zetsu's figure had already quietly crept in from underground and suddenly possessed Nagato's immobile body. Hey, Nagato, your mission is about to be completed. The Akatsuki organization will also become nothing more than dust in history. No. Nagato fought with all his might and managed to resist Madara Uchiha's forbidden spell and Black Zetsu's mental control, but it only lasted for a moment. Black Zetsu immediately seized the opportunity to manipulate his body and initiate the hand seals of the outer path. Heretical. The art of reincarnation and rebirth. Snapped. Nagato formed hand seals, and his Rinnegan emitted its final, brilliant light. His immense eye power surged forth, summoning Hell King Yama, who opened his blood-red maw and shot out a beam of green chakra towards Madara Uchiha, who was not far away. In an instant, the green light struck Madara Uchiha violently, and his body under the blood-red full moon began to undergo a dramatic transformation. The walking corpses made of dust began to come alive, and the cracks and textures disappeared. Their faces, which had looked like zombies, regained their fleshy color. Hiss hiss hiss. With bursts of steam, Madara Uchiha's physical body was completely restored. Then, he suddenly stood up and opened his eyes. At this moment, Madara Uchiha has been completely resurrected. No. Xiaonan let out a hysterical scream and a scream. However, in the secret base not far away, Nagato's body still slumped down, powerless. His tragic life thus came to an end. At the same time, under the moonlight, the 6 paths of pain immediately lost their support and control, and their corpses turned back into corpses, silently collapsing to the ground. Xiaonan was heartbroken upon witnessing this scene. Years ago, she watched helplessly as Yahiko died before her eyes. And now, Nagato has also left her. She collapsed to her knees, utterly overwhelmed by pain and despair. However, nobody cared. At this moment, Madara Uchiha laughed wildly, even deliberately cutting his own arm to feel the pleasure of the blood and the real pain, which made him inexplicably excited. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. This is my body. I've really been resurrected. This is the body truly suited for battle. However, the next moment, Madara Uchiha's eyes suddenly peeled off, leaving empty sockets and causing him to lose all sight. The Rinnegan can be maintained while in the impure world reincarnation state. However, after his resurrection, it was impossible for both of his Rinnegan to exist in the ninja world at the same time. Fortunately, at that moment, Black Zetsu had already taken the pair of Rinnegan from Nagato's corpse, and quickly used the Mayflight technique to sneak back from underground and hand them over to Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha took the pair of Rinnegan and installed them into his empty eye sockets. With the power of Hashirama's cells, and having already become half of the 6 paths, this level of healing was nothing to him. In an instant, the Rinnegan in both eyes was completely restored, unleashing unprecedented true ocular power. Black Zetsu hurriedly said, "Lord Madara, quickly become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki." The Ten Tails could go berserk at any moment. The resurrected Madara Uchiha was domineering, arrogant, and fierce, intimidating everyone. He suddenly stepped back onto the Ten Tails body, his hands forming hand seals as he unleashed the final ninjutsu. 6 paths. Ten-tailed coffin seal. Suddenly. Rumble, boom. The entire Ten Tails' enormous body and its world-destroying aura were actually suppressed by Madara Uchiha's power. Although it roared and howled wildly, it still could not withstand Madara Uchiha's majesty and aura. The double Rinnegan, the peak power of Madara Uchiha in his lifetime, fused with Hashirama Senju's Hashirama cells, the power of wood release, plus the power of Ashura and Indra fused within his body, not to mention the 6 paths Ten Tails seal, a technique specifically used to suppress and seal the Ten Tails. In an instant, the Ten Tails' body was frantically devoured and absorbed by Madara Uchiha. Despite its desperate struggles, it was all in vain. The Ten Tails, which had just been resurrected, immediately became the source of power for Madara Uchiha. With the Ten Tails completely absorbed and sealed by Madara Uchiha, his body underwent a complete and drastic change. His long hair turned completely white, and he appeared in a white robe like that of a sage, surrounded by 9 Magatama. Magatama shapes appeared on his sleeves, collar, and hem. His entire body was black, but his robe and hair were snow white. The Seeking Truth jewels on its back have completely transformed, now displaying 9 perfect forms. The 6-stranded staff in his hand also transformed into its complete form, which he held tightly in his palm. Rumble. Boom. The true Ten Tails Jinchuriki, 6 paths Uchiha Madara, descending upon the ninja world. At this moment, his power was more than 10 times stronger than when he fought Uchiha Chiba. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. 6 paths Uchiha Madara laughed loudly, sensing the unparalleled terrifying power at this moment, his eyes revealing endless fervor and fanaticism. Uchiha Chiba, now I'd like to know, what do you have to fight me with? Black Zetsu was immediately shocked. He guessed what Madara Uchiha was thinking, he probably still wanted to fight Uchiha Chiba to avenge the humiliation and hatred of his previous crushing defeat. However, none of that mattered to him. Activate Infinite Tsukuyomi immediately, complete the Eye of the Moon plan, and resurrect your mother, that's the only important thing. Lord Madara, Uchiha Senba is nothing to fear. We must begin Project Eye of the Moon immediately. Madara Uchiha always believed that Black Zetsu was his will, so he never doubted him. But he still scoffed, Infinite Tsukuyomi isn't that easy to activate. Although I have now become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and can release the Divine Tree to make it bloom at any time, the resurrected Ten Tails is not in its complete state. It will take a considerable amount of time to prepare before I can activate the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Black Zetsu sighed, knowing that Madara Uchiha was telling the truth. In the original work, the 10 tails combines the power of all the tailed beasts from the 1 to the 7 tails, while the 8 tails and 9 tails are only a part of it. It would take a very long time to activate the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Not to mention, the tailed beast powers that Madara and Black Zetsu are using now are even more damaged, so it would take them a very long time to fully activate Infinite Tsukuyomi. Lord Madara, how long will it take? Madara Uchiha, the 6 paths, remained silent for a moment. About 10 days. 10 days. Black Zetsu was startled. In that case, it's hard to guarantee that Uchiha Chiba won't find out, and she will definitely do everything in her power to stop us. In other words, this is the final war. Madara Uchiha, in his 6 paths form, coldly replied, HMPH, that's for the best. This is a perfect opportunity to settle things once and for all with Uchiha Chiba. Black Zetsu wasn't as confident as him. It didn't matter to him who won between Madara Uchiha and Chiba Uchiha, but if it delayed his mother's resurrection, then everything would be over. So he hurriedly said, Lord Madara, that's true, but Uchiha Chiba is now the ruler of the ninja world. If he were to mobilize the entire ninja world to fight, we must be prepared. It's time to launch those 2 plans. 10,000 White Zetsu. The army of resurrected beings. Madara Uchiha pondered for a moment and nodded, all right, just in case, I'll leave these 2 tasks to you. Yes, Lord Madara. Then, Madara Uchiha, in his 6 paths form hand seals and separates a portion of the 10 tails body from his own, transforming it into a colossal divine tree that reaches the heavens and the earth. As soon as it landed, it took root, sprouted, broke through the soil, and rose up. Soon, it transformed into a pillar supporting the sky. However, it is smaller in scale than in the original work. The flower buds at the top of the tree are also slow to bloom. 6 paths Uchiha Madara leaned against the divine tree and reached out to touch its trunk. Instantly, countless white Zetsu were created from it and surged forth, transforming into an overwhelming army of white Zetsu. This also includes the even more powerful 10 tails split form. As for the army of reanimated beings, that task was left to Orochimaru and Black Zetsu to create. Madara Uchiha of the 6 paths and the divine tree seemed to be two sides of the same coin. Looking at this army of impure earth reincarnations and sensing the vast and boundless power within his own body, he couldn't help but feel smug and revealed a wild laugh. Uchiha Senba. I'm waiting for you to come and fight. Soon after. Konoha village. You are. Yakushi no stared blankly at the boy in front of her, utterly shocked. Dean, I'm back. The person who came was none other than Kabuto the pharmacist. At this time, Kabuto Yakushi was only a teenager, but his face was already full of vicissitudes, as if he had experienced endless hardships. In his eyes, Yakushi no was his savior, his mentor, and even mother. Yakushi no was also in tears. That's great, that's great. Ever since you were taken away by Danzo Shimura, I've been worried about you. Thank goodness you're alright. Kabuto Yakushi also smiled slightly. Thanks to the Lord of the Ninja World, who killed Shimura Danzo and destroyed the root organization, the curse marks on my body have also disappeared. Moreover, after I learned that he had saved the headmaster and those orphan children, I had already decided to give everything for him. I wanted to come back, but the ninja world needed an undercover agent to stay in the Akatsuki and provide intelligence, so I chose to stay there. But now, it's come to the final moment. Yakushi no's expression changed. What happened? No, I'll take you to see the Lord of the Ninja World right now. Soon. Kabuto Yakushi revealed everything at the 5-cage summit, and everyone was immediately shocked. Onoki sighed. As expected, Madara Uchiha won't give up so easily. He actually managed to revive the 10 tails. In this way, not only the Eye of the Moon project, but his own power has probably reached its peak, beyond imagination. Furthermore, they created an army of white Zetsu, the 10 tails clones, and those Edo Tensei armies. Lord of the Ninja World, what should we do? Chianyu said calmly, if he wants war, then let's start the war. This will be the final battle. The allied shinobi forces are established today. Throughout the ninja world, the 5 great ninja villages were also roused, united in their hatred of the enemy, and prepared to face the final foe. This is the 5th Shinobi World War. Just as the ninja world was about to face its final, fateful battle, 2 figures silently passed through the defensive barrier of Konoha village and stood on the high wall, gazing at the entire village from afar. Lady Tsunade, are you truly determined? The woman in front of him, with a heart as vast as the ocean, gazed at Yan Yan, the Hokage of Konoha, in the distance, overwhelmed with emotion and her mind in turmoil. She was none other than the legendary, Big Fat Sheep, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi, and the greatest healer in the ninja world, a renowned healer, known as the Slug Princess. Tsunade. Upon hearing Shizun's question, Tsunade fell silent for a moment. A moment later, she opened her luscious, full, and rosy lips, still as beautiful as a young girl's. Even if I could keep running away, there's nowhere left to run now. What that bastard Madara Uchiha wants to do is destroy the entire ninja world. Shizun nodded and said, that's right, but Lady Tsunade, what exactly is your attitude towards the Lord of the Shinobi world? I mean, that Uchiha Chiba. He is the one who killed the 3rd Hokage, killed Jiraiya, and destroyed the 3 great holy lands. But at the same time, he was also the one who saved Konoha village, even unified the ninja world, and eliminated war and hatred between them. If you were to go to him now, how would you approach him? Tsunade remained silent for a moment. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi is my teacher, what he did to the Senju clan is utterly unforgivable. Although I couldn't lay a hand on him or kill him, but Uchiha Chiba did this, which in a sense actually helped me. As for Jiraiya, he simply chose his own path. I know that man, even if he dies, he will never regret it. That guy is such a fool. Furthermore, I've also spoken with the Slug Sage, and she believes that while Uchiha Chiba's methods are incredibly extreme, they may be the only chance for the ninja world to achieve true peace. She also believes that I should pledge allegiance to Uchiha Chiba. Silent nodded, but still looked worried. Lady Tsunade, even if that's what you think, it's still uncertain how Uchiha Chiba will treat you. While I admire his determination and methods in changing the ninja world, he is by no means a kind person. What if he were to attack you, Lady Tsunade? Tsunade smiled sweetly instead. Then let him kill me. Silent was taken aback. Tsunade revealed a long-lost boldness and carefree spirit, suddenly leaping down from the wall and landing with a thud on the land of Konoha village. Let's go. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Greater than. Chapter 140 Tsunade's Submission and Loyalty. The fusion of all six Madara. Chapter 140 Tsunade's Submission and Loyalty. Madara of Six Paths, who merged with everything. Tsunade has been away from Konoha for many years. So long ago, even my memory of it has become somewhat hazy. But she saw that although Konoha village was in a tense state before the great battle, everyone was at ease and living in an orderly manner. It was even more prosperous, lively, and peaceful than she remembered. Jingyan, having left home at a young age and returning home for the first time, couldn't help but look around curiously, glancing left and right. Lady Tsunade, it seems that Uchiha Chiba has indeed governed Konoha village quite well. The Hidden Leaf village I remember wasn't nearly as lively and peaceful as it is now. Tsunade nodded silently. Not to mention the prosperous and lively atmosphere, in Tsunade's memory, Konoha village was not a peaceful place. After all, it's a place where ninjas and villagers live together, so conflicts are bound to occur. And the villagers of Konoha, although she didn't want to say it, she did sound a bit like a troublemaker. These people are not afraid of any ninjas. In addition, the village has unclear laws and chaotic management, so there is always chaos and all sorts of messy things happening all the time. However now, it was peaceful and stable, all the evil people had disappeared, and even those hooligans and petty thugs were nowhere to be seen. It's easy to imagine how ruthless Uchiha Chiba's methods were. Tsunade made no attempt to conceal her appearance or whereabouts, and was quickly discovered by the ninjas of Konoha. Some of the veteran ninjas had seen her before and were immediately taken aback. You are Lady Tsunade. Immediately, the surrounding ninjas and villagers also looked over with great curiosity. Is that Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin? Why is she still so young and beautiful? Shish, that's the #1 medical expert in the ninja world. Maintaining a youthful appearance is nothing to her, but, after being away from the village for so long, why come back at a time like this? She's Hiruzen Sarutobi's disciple, she wouldn't be planning anything against the Hokage, no, the lord of the shinobi world, would she? As the conversation progressed, everyone couldn't help but feel a growing sense of wariness and hostility. Shizune also quickly became more vigilant, whispering, Lady Tsunade, it seems that these villagers and ninjas have almost worshipped and idolized the Uchiha Chiba. It's too dangerous here. Tsunade, however, didn't seem to care. At this moment, a member of the Secret Service arrived nearby. Is that Lady Tsunade? Now that you've returned to the village, please come with me to see the Lord of the Ninja World. His words were neither humble nor arrogant, although his tone was respectful, there was an air of unavoidable refusal. Tsunade did not refuse and nodded calmly. Soon. In the Hokage's office. Chiba had already sensed the newcomer's chakra and aura. With his current eye power and perception, he can see not only the entire Hidden Leaf village but also a much wider area. Lord of the Shinobi World, Lady Tsunade has returned. Let her in. Yes. Sigrun has taught at the Iceland University of the Arts as a part-time lecturer since and was dean of the Department of Fine Art from. She held a research position at Reykjavik Art Museum focusing on the role of women in Icelandic art. She studied fine art at the Icelandic College of Arts and Crafts and at Pratt Institute, New York, and holds BA and MA degrees in art history and philosophy from the University of Iceland. Sigrun lives and works in Iceland. Soon, the door opened, and Tsunade and Shizune walked in, led by several Anbu members. Chianyu calmly looked up at her. Just as I remembered, she was even younger than the Tsunade I remembered. But for Chiba at this moment, Tsunade was no match for him at all, and he didn't even care about her. He quickly lowered his head and continued handling his official duties without looking up. What's up? Tsunade stepped forward. Immediately, even the secret agents became alert. At this moment, Kakashi Hatake also arrived upon hearing the news, and his expression changed slightly upon seeing Tsunade. Lord of the Ninja World. Chiyu did not respond. Tsunade said calmly, you don't need to do this. I'm not here for revenge. Kakashi Hatake finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew, of course, that even 10 or 100 Tsunades wouldn't be a match for Lady Senba. However, this is one of the legendary Sannin, and should not be underestimated. I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade, but… After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Jiraiya both died at the hands of the Lord of the Shinobi world, so it's only natural that they would be so wary. Tsunade shook her head. There's not much to say. I also know about everything Hiruzen Sarutobi did. I know perfectly well what he did to the Senju clan before, but there's nothing I can do about it, and I'm powerless to do anything about it. In fact, I should thank you for killing him. As for Jiraiya, I also know that he actively sought death, to live and die with Mount Myoboku, pursuing the path he believed in. That's the kind of person he was. Qianyu was somewhat surprised. He looked up and said, I didn't expect you to be so open-minded. Tsunade said, I have been traveling the world for many years and I am no longer the Tsunade I used to be. Then why did you return to Konoha? Tsunade remained silent for a moment. Even if I could abandon my background, my past, and all my ties, but in the end, I am still alone. That bastard Madara Uchiha wants to destroy the world, I can't just sit idly by and do nothing. Qianyu nodded. He certainly didn't care about Tsunade. However, having another such combatant, especially the most powerful medical expert in the ninja world, is ultimately a good thing. Very good. The allied ninja forces of the 5 great ninja villages are gathering. Since you are willing, you can certainly contribute as well. Tsunade had clearly thought it through long ago. I want to form a medical ninja team, partly to treat the wounded, and partly, I also want to pass on my medical ninjutsu. Before Chiyu could speak, Kakashi Hatake and the others were already intrigued. That's wonderful. This is an act of immeasurable merit. Moreover, no one in the ninja world can do it better than Lady Tsunade. Qianyu nodded as well. I will arrange for medical ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages to join. Tsunade said, thank you. She was about to leave when she suddenly hesitated for a moment, as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. She even blushed slightly, revealing a hint of embarrassment, which was quite different from her original persona. Qianyu also frowned slightly. What's wrong? Tsunade blushed slightly and said, I know you conquered the 3 holy lands, including Shikatsu Forest, and even the Slug Sage has declared his allegiance to you. However, whether it's my medical ninjutsu or passing it on to other medical ninjas, I might need to summon slugs and borrow the power of the Slug Sage, so, Qianyu understood what she meant. No need to say anything more, that's fine. Tsunade paused for a moment, then nodded. Thank you. Although Tsunade's summoning beast has always been a slug, and she had long ago signed a summoning contract with Shikatsu Forest, now, even the Slug Sage has completely submitted to Chiba. In other words, if Chiba disagrees, no matter how Tsunade tries to summon, she will not be able to summon even the slightest bit of the Slug Sage's split body. Qianyu possesses absolute and supreme authority over the Shikatsu Forest. What Tsunade wants now is permission for some of these parts. After receiving the reward, she breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that she had just lost her composure, and hurriedly left. Shizune followed behind her, also sensing that Lady Tsunade seemed a little different today. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi Hatake watched Tsunade's departing figure and smiled slightly. Lord of the Shinobi world, with Lady Tsunade's help, it seems we have a much better chance of winning this final battle. Qianyu shook her head. In fact, Qianyu alone can summon the entire Slug Immortal, ready to serve at any time. Even on the battlefield, once the Slug Sage's complete form appears, it transforms into a vast, overwhelming mass, enough to cover the entire battlefield, ensuring that his own people can receive treatment anytime, anywhere, making him virtually invincible. In the original work, Tsunade and Sakura Haruno, master and apprentice, combined their powers and activated the 100 Healings technique. Even with their best efforts, they could only summon 1,000th of the Slug Sage's true form, but it was enough to transform into a carpet-like mass to replenish and heal the allied shinobi forces. Not to mention that Qianyu is now able to directly summon the entire body of the Slug Immortal. Of course. Chiba still doesn't understand medical ninjutsu, it's essentially just a summoning jutsu. Therefore, what he wanted Tsunade to pass on was the technique of medical ninjutsu. As for healing her comrades on the battlefield, Tsunade's role was merely icing on the cake. Kakashi Hatake sighed. The legendary 3 ninja of yesteryear are now scattered to the 4 winds, their fates so drastically different. It truly evokes a myriad of emotions. Jiraiya died alongside Mount Myoboku, while Orochimaru, that bastard, was determined to follow the Akatsuki and continue his inhuman forbidden jutsu experiments, but unexpectedly, Lady Tsunade, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage and a disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, has actually taken the initiative to pledge allegiance to the Lord of the Shinobi world. As expected, life is unpredictable. Chiyu said calmly, "All right, Kakashi, let's talk about these sentimental things after the war is over. The allied shinobi forces of Konoha still need your strength. Yes, Lord of the Ninja World." With the final battle about to break out, at Chiyu's command, all 5 great ninja villages immediately assembled, creating an unprecedented ninja alliance. The various regiments of the allied shinobi forces were not organized according to villages, but rather arranged according to the ninjas' strengths, allowing each to utilize their expertise. Among them, Tsunade, who had just joined, naturally became the commander of the medical ninja unit. Chiba has already notified all 5 major ninja villages that the best medical ninjas have been incorporated into Tsunade's team. The medical ninjas of Konoha village include Shizune, Nono Yakushi, Kabuto Yakushi, Skull, and others. Others include Amai from Kumogakure and Yashimaru from Sunagakure, who is Gaara's uncle. Because Chiba killed Rasa, ending his twisted policies, Yashimaru did not die because of his assassination attempt on Gaara, and Gaara was therefore not completely plunged into darkness. This is known as the butterfly effect. Of course, in addition to these, it also includes outstanding medical ninjas from other major ninja villages. With Tsunade in command, the medical ninja alliance truly had a backbone. Tsunade also passed on her medical skills to others without reservation. They also discovered Yakushi Kabuto and others who possessed exceptional talent in this area. Kabuto Yakushi is also a huge beneficiary of the thousand-feather butterfly effect. Chiba killed Shimura Danzo, freeing him from the curse and constraints of the root organization and preventing the tragedy that would have occurred between him and Yakushi no. That was also the starting point from which Yakushi Kabuto completely fell into darkness. Just like the tragedy of Yashimaru and Gaara, it was all successfully prevented by Chiba. Because Chiba saved Yakushi no and the children at the orphanage, Yakushi Kabuto was even more grateful to Chiba, and for this, he abandoned and betrayed Orochimaru, becoming Chiba's undercover agent in the Akatsuki organization. The current Yakushi Kabuto is only a teenager. He had Yakushi no, whom he regarded as a mother, and another legendary Sannin, Tsunade, as his teacher. He can be said to be a model of a destiny that has been completely changed. Of the entire allied shinobi forces, Senba, as the ruler of the ninja world, was naturally the commander-in-chief. In addition, it is divided into 5 large teams. However, the allied shinobi forces assigned by Chiba were completely different from those in the original work. The original work involved assigning ninjas with the same or similar abilities to the same team to play a certain role. For example, close range, medium range, and long range attacks. However, this makes it difficult to cope with more complex battlefield situations. For example, White Zetsu's clones are indistinguishable, they have difficulty dealing with enemies beyond their abilities, and they lack various support ninjas, sensory abilities, medical skills, sealing abilities, and so on. Chianyu's strategy is to give all 5 teams comprehensive capabilities so that they can deal with any unexpected situation. For example, the first great squadron is led by the Tsuchikage Onoki, who possesses the ability to fly, as well as the powerful defensive capabilities of Earth Release and the formidable offensive capabilities of Dust Release. In addition, Iwagakure also has powerful strength-type ninjas like Kyoto and strong Jonin like Carry with Explosion Release, making it absolutely top tier in both attack and defense. However, Iwagakure lacks talent in areas such as perception, medicine, and sealing. Chiba then assigned the Inu clan, who were skilled in olfactory perception, to the first great regiment to serve as a perception team. He also assigned medical ninjas like Shizune, along with sealing teams borrowed from other ninja villages, thus completing the structure of the entire great regiment. The same applies to other major teams. The leaders are, the second largest team, Reikage Darui. The third major joint team, Mizukage Shimi Mei. The fourth major unit, Keizukage Maki. The fifth great army, Uchiha Fugaku. In addition, under the command of Kakashi Hatake, a surprise attack and reinforcement team is formed, consisting of the Anbu of various ninja villages and the most powerful fresh troops such as Might Guy, who can reinforce various battlefields at any time. Equivalent to the central nervous system is the team led by Chiba, whose advisors include Nara Shikaku, Mabui, and Yamanaka Inoichi, Ao, and others responsible for sharing information and communication. As for the daimyo's guard team composed of Meitarumi in the original work, Chianyu completely disregarded it. Whether the so-called 5 great nations daimyo lived or died was meaningless to him. Once the allied shinobi forces were assembled, they immediately headed towards the location of the Divine Tree, which was also the final battlefield. However, Madara Uchiha immediately ordered the 100,000-strong White Zetsu army, along with the 10 tails split bodies, to disperse in all directions, their target being the undefended rear of the 5 great nations. His goal was certainly not just the rear area where only the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled remained. Instead, it forced the allied shinobi forces to disperse and fight against the White Zetsu army in order to prevent them from reaching the Divine Tree. His team was also divided into 5 parts, including about 20,000 White Zetsu, hundreds of Ten Tails clones, members of Akatsuki, and powerful ninja resurrected through Edo Tensei. For example, the battle against the First Shinobi Alliance's Grand Fleet. This includes Kakuzu and Konan, as well as those resurrected through Edo Tensei, the second Tsuchikage, none. That is, Onoki's teacher, someone with even greater strength. Not only does he possess Earth Release and Dust Release, but he also has 3 special abilities: Perception, Invisibility, and Splitting. It can be said that he has everything that Onoki has, and he also has things that Onoki doesn't have. In addition, it also includes the reanimated 4 Tails Jinchuriki Roshi, the 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han, and other powerful figures who died, both big and small. It's terrifying. Even Onoki, after encountering such a team, quickly found himself in a tough battle. But Chiba summoned the Slug Sage, which split into 5, each aiding and healing a ninja team, thus putting him in an invincible position from the start. Furthermore, Konan, a member of the Akatsuki organization, suddenly betrayed them and left the battlefield. Clearly, with Yahiko and Nagato leaving one after another, she had long lost any sense of purpose in staying in the Akatsuki organization. She secretly stole the mangled corpses of Yahiko and Nagato, intending to take them back to Omegakure and live in seclusion thereafter, no longer concerning herself with worldly affairs. At the same time, battles broke out on all sides, plunging the entire ninja world into a state of constant warfare. As for the tailed beasts and Jinchuriki, Chiba did not allow them to participate in the battle. On the one hand, it is unnecessary; on the other hand, the Divine Tree has already descended, and the appearance of tailed beasts and Jinchuriki would easily lead to their being devoured and sealed, thus becoming resources for the enemy. As for Chianyu himself, in an instant, they appeared at the final destination, in front of the Divine Tree. Here, someone is waiting for you. Of course it is, Six Paths Uchiha Madara. Upon seeing Chiyu arrive, a fierce and fanatical glint flashed in Six Paths Uchiha Madara's eyes. You've finally arrived. Uchiha Chiba. I will avenge my crushing defeat at your hands today. Chianyu, however, was not very interested. Of course he knew that Madara Uchiha was now a completely different person, more than 10 times stronger than before. Originally, he was only half of the Six Paths realm, a pseudo-Six Paths realm. Now, he is the true Ten Tails Jinchuriki, a true Six Paths realm powerhouse. Although not all 9-tailed beasts were captured, and even the resurrected 10 Tails was not as powerful as in the original work, the Six Paths Uchiha Madara now possessed the bodies, spirits, chakra, and power of Ashura and Indra. Not only that, Chianyu even sensed the bloodline power of various families and countless bloodline limits from his body. Without a doubt, although Orochimaru and Hiriko's experiment was not completely successful, Six Paths Uchiha Madara still managed to integrate all those clan bloodlines and bloodline limits and add them to his own body. After such a frenzied absorption and fusion of power, the current Six Paths Madara Uchiha is no less powerful than in the original work, and perhaps even worse. Within him resided the power of Ashura and Indra, the power of the Geto Mazo, the power of the 9-tailed beasts, the power of the Rinnegan, the power of himself and Hashirama Senju, and even, it possesses the power of almost all clans, including the Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, Uzumaki, Kagaya, and Hagoromo clans. It also includes many bloodline limits such as Magnet Release, Lava Release, Melt Release, Boil Release, Wood Release, and even the bloodline elimination power of Dust Release. The current Six Paths Madara Uchiha can be considered the pinnacle of power in the history of the ninja world. No wonder he remained so confident even when facing Chianyu. Six Paths Uchiha Madara suddenly stood up from beside the Divine Tree, holding a huge flame fan in one hand and the Six Paths staff tightly in the other, and shouted loudly at Senba. Let's fight. Greater than. Chapter 141 Naruto's Llama Mode explodes. Kill Obito. Avenge his father. Chapter 141 Naruto's Kurama Mode explodes. Kill Obito. Avenge his father. Although Six Paths Uchiha Madara fused almost all the power in the ninja world. But in Chianyu's eyes, it still meant nothing. Now he only has one enemy he's looking forward to, her name is Kagaya Otsutsuki. Besides, no matter how powerful Madara Uchiha was, he could never compare to himself. Even Chiyu also needs to help Kagaya Otsutsuki revive to some extent, otherwise her pig-raising plan will fail. Therefore, this battle was naturally not very interesting. It's nothing but pretense and deception. Therefore, while Chiba was fighting against Madara Uchiha, he was also constantly monitoring the battlefields of other parties using shadow clones. At the same time, Konoha village. Naruto Uzumaki and the other tailed beasts and Jinchuriki were all placed in a specially made sealing barrier by Chiba. That was the 4 red sun formation unleashed by him alone. Let alone ordinary tailed beasts and Jinchuriki, even the 10 tails would have difficulty destroying it. However, knowing that there was a war going on outside, yet they could only be protected here by the barrier, these tailed beasts and Jinchuriki had mixed feelings. Naruto Uzumaki kept pacing back and forth, muttering to himself. Gaara stood with his arms crossed, unable to help but sigh and rub his forehead. Naruto, can you please be quiet? Without the oppression of his father Rasa, and with Yashimaru not assassinating him but dying by his own hand, Gaara did not fall into depravity and become evil at this moment. Moreover, because of Chiba, not only did he come to Konoha village, but he was also sent to the ninja academy to study and train with Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and others. Although Gaara's personality is still somewhat gloomy and sullen, it is much better than in the original work. Because of their similar experiences, the two naturally became good friends. Naruto Uzumaki turned around and moved closer to Gaara, their eyes almost meeting. Gaara, there's a war going on outside, and it's for us. Don't you have any thoughts about this? At that time, the two were only 6 or 7 years old, still very young. Gaara said calmly, I am no longer the person I used to be. The same goes for Shukaku inside me. Now I can get a good night's sleep and don't have to worry about Shukaku causing trouble inside me. I'm already very content. All of this is thanks to the Lord of the Shinobi world, so, I did whatever he told me to do. A sharp, high-pitched voice came from Shukaku. Gaara, although I can understand you, but the thought that a portion of my chakra and the power of the tailed beast were devoured and forcibly used by that bastard Madara Uchiha still fills me with immense rage. I really want to tear that guy to shreds with my own hands. Nine-tailed Nine Llama sneered. Shukaku, you think you can take me on? Even I was no match for Madara Uchiha, let alone you with only one tail. Although these tailed beasts were all subdued by Chiba and even lived in harmony with the Jinchuriki, they still couldn't avoid fighting. In particular, Shukaku, One-Tailed Sword, and Kurama, Nine-Tailed Sword, have disliked each other since the beginning of their lives. Shukaku, the one-tailed beast, roared in fury, Kurama, how dare you look down on me? Should we fight right now? Yuta, the six-tails Jinchuriki, was a calm person. He shook his head and sighed. Alright, we're all inside the barrier, so let's stop arguing. If this gets out of hand and ruins the Lord of the Ninja World's grand plan, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Upon hearing the title of the Lord of the Ninja World, Kurama and Shukaku finally snorted and fell silent. Gaara, Usagi, and Naruto Uzumaki are the only 3 Jinchuriki remaining in the ninja world today, and they were forcibly elevated to the status of perfect Jinchuriki by Chiba. In addition, the 2-tailed Matabi, the 3-tailed Isobu, the 5-tailed Kokuo, and the 8-tailed Gyuki are also within the barrier. Only the 4-tailed Son Goku and the 7-tailed Chomei not only lost their Jinchuriki, but their tailed beast powers were also completely sealed by Madara Uchiha, so they no longer had any physical form. Although their souls can still communicate with other tailed beast Jinchuriki in a deeper spiritual space. However, at that moment, suddenly, buzz. Suddenly, ripples like vortexes appeared in the void. Then, a figure suddenly appeared directly inside the sealing barrier. That's right. Uchiha Obito. Naruto and the others were all taken aback. Since his mask was broken, Obito Uchiha has stopped pretending and is now showing his true face. Although the 4 red yang formation is incredibly powerful and almost impossible to break with force, it remains completely ineffective against space-time ninjutsu. Obito Uchiha sneered. As expected, the tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki are all here. Once I successfully capture you all, both Madara Uchiha and Chiba Uchiha will fall into my hands. The 6 tails Jinchuriki, Urabozu, immediately shielded Gaara and Naruto Uzumaki behind him. Obito Uchiha, don't even think about it. Do you think you can fight against so many tailed beasts and Jinchuriki all by yourself? Obito Uchiha scoffed. Indeed, so many tailed beasts and Jinchuriki gathered together are quite difficult to deal with. However, 6-tailed Bubbles, why are you so sure I came here alone? He instantly released another figure from the Divine Might space, which was none other than Orochimaru. Everyone was immediately taken aback. Orochimaru. 6-tailed Foam frowned deeply. Obito Uchiha, judging from what you just said, you and Madara Uchiha are merely using each other. Your current actions certainly weren't approved by Madara Uchiha, which means, you betrayed Madara Uchiha. Since that's the case, Orochimaru, will you choose the same path? Orochimaru chuckled. Whether it's Madara Uchiha or Obito Uchiha, it makes no difference to me. All I want is more experimental materials. But Madara Uchiha can't give me any more, so, Bubble understood what he meant. HMPH, even with Orochimaru added to the mix, they still can't defeat us. Obito Uchiha glanced at Orochimaru. Orochimaru immediately understood, and suddenly formed hand seals and slapped the object together forcefully. Snapped. Summoning Jutsu. Impure world reincarnation. The being summoned from the defiled earth by his hand, who had been resurrected from the dead, was none other than Nagato. In addition, there were even those Jinchuriki who had already died. One-tailed Jinchuriki, Bunpuku, two-tailed Jinchuriki, Niyugido, three-tailed Jinchuriki, Yagura Karataki, four-tailed Jinchuriki, Lousy, five-tailed Jinchuriki, Han, six-tailed Jinchuriki, the previous generation, seven-tailed Jinchuriki, Fu, eight-tailed Jinchuriki, Barubi. Of course, the power of the tailed beasts in these Jinchuriki's bodies is only a remnant, and their strength is completely incomparable to that of their former selves. However, they are numerous enough. Fortunately, the four red yang formations set up by Qian Yu had a large enough range, otherwise, so many tailed beast Jinchuriki wouldn't even have room to stand. Since we can't go out anyway, fighting freely here won't affect the outside world either. The four red sun formation has now become an unprecedented and unparalleled arena. Six Tails Bubble knew that although Gaara and Naruto were also perfect Jinchuriki, they were too young to contain such powerful tailed beast power, so he would have to take the lead in attacking. They are still children, after all. He stood guard in front of the two, and said in a deep voice, Obito Uchiha, Orochimaru, with the Lord of the Ninja World here, your conspiracy will never succeed. Obito Uchiha sneered, unfortunately, he's currently engaged in a decisive battle with Madara Uchiha and has no time to spare for anything else. When the two of them fight to the death, the entire ninja world will fall into my hands. Bubble roared, daydreaming. He instantly entered his full-tailed beast form. Now, he is in perfect harmony with the six-tailed rhinoceros dog inside him, fighting side by side, and his power has increased many times over. Water release, bubble technique. In an instant, countless bubbles suddenly burst forth from the fully transformed tailed beast body, rapidly spreading towards Obito Uchiha, Orochimaru, the reanimated Nagato, and the Jinchuriki. In an instant. Rumble. Boom. The seemingly light and powerless bubbles suddenly burst into a spectacular explosion. The entire interior of the four red sun formation was instantly filled with a deafening roar, flames soared into the sky, and the earth shook violently. However, an explosion of this magnitude is utterly incapable of breaking the four red sun formation's barrier. When the smoke and dust cleared and the dust settled, Obito Uchiha remained completely unharmed. His Kamui intangibility technique is considered one of the most powerful defenses in the ninja world. As for Orochimaru, such physical attacks are also unlikely to be effective against him. Those who were resurrected through the primordial chaos recovered quickly even after being injured in the explosion. Foam immediately frowned deeply. If this continues. Although it seems that their own forces are no weaker than the enemy's. However, Naruto and Gaara are still just children, while the others are in their tailed beast forms, making it difficult for them to unleash the absolute power of a perfect Jinchuriki. As for the enemy, neither Obito Uchiha nor Orochimaru were adversaries that could be defeated by brute force alone. He was trying to find a way to contact the Lord of the Ninja World, suddenly. Naruto Uzumaki resolutely stepped forward. He walked ahead of him. Bubbles was horrified. Naruto. What are you doing? Now is not the time for you to be willful. Naruto's expression was more ferocious and terrifying than ever before. Uchiha Obito. You are the murderer who killed my parents. Bubble felt a jolt. I see. He almost forgot that Naruto Uzumaki's biological parents, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze and the previous nine-tails Jinchuriki Kushina Uzumaki, died at the hands of this, Uchiha Madara. No wonder, Naruto would. It can be said that the enemy in front of him is the culprit who caused the tragedy of Naruto Uzumaki's life. Indeed, no one can tolerate this. Obito Uchiha remained indifferent. Naruto. That's right, both Minato-sensei and Kushina-sensei died at my hands. Do you want to avenge them? Unfortunately, your power is too weak. Upon hearing this, Naruto was enraged and roared, his body undergoing a dramatic transformation. Although he has now achieved mutual recognition and cooperation with the nine-tailed fox within him with the help of Lord Qianyu, in his rage, the terrifying nine-tailed chakra within him still immediately surged out, enveloping his entire body. Kurama, being of one mind with him, immediately sensed his boundless hatred and anger, and quickly restrained his chakra and malicious aura to reduce the harm to Naruto Uzumaki. Half-tailed beast form. Naruto Uzumaki instantly transformed into a form completely red, enveloped in the Nine Tails chakra cloak, with 4 demon fox tails appearing directly behind him. Because the man and the fox had never truly fought together, and because Naruto had almost lost his mind in his rage, it was difficult for them to fully unleash the power of a perfect Jinchuriki. But even so. 9 tails, that's right. In an instant, boom. Rumble. A violent force surged into the sky, and everyone in the tailed beasts within the 4 red sun formation sensed this terrifying and unimaginable pressure. In the original work, once Naruto enters full tailed beast transformation, half of the 9 tails inside him can contend with 6 tailed beasts. The power of the 9 tails is simply overwhelming compared to the other tailed beasts. Obito Uchiha and Orochimaru couldn't help but slightly change their expressions. Orochimaru chuckled and said, as expected of the 9 tails Jinchuriki, his power is indeed unmatched by any other Jinchuriki. Obito Uchiha, he's yours. As for the other tailed beasts and Jinchuriki, leave them to me. Before he finished speaking, Orochimaru had already formed hand seals and was manipulating the reanimated Nagato and the Jinchuriki to charge towards Yuta, Gaara, and the other tailed beasts. Obito Uchiha also sensed Naruto Uzumaki's killing intent and the terrifying power of a perfect 9 tails Jinchuriki. Before this, whether facing Kushina Uzumaki or the unleashed 9-tailed fox, their power was completely incomparable to their current strength. Naruto Uzumaki, in his half-tailed beast form, roared and unleashed a 9 tails chakra hand that slammed down towards Obito Uchiha. Obito Uchiha also sneered, his body suddenly becoming intangible, letting the attack crash down onto the ground, causing the earth to shake and sand and stones to fly. But he himself was completely unharmed. Don't underestimate me, I'm just a kid. I can kill the yellow flash, and I can kill you and the 9 tails too. Obito Uchiha clapped his hands together instantly, unleashing a wood release technique that counters the power of the tailed beasts. Wood release, entanglement. Instantly, huge wood release vines shot out from his arms, wrapping around and binding Naruto in his half-tailed beast form. Kurama immediately warned, watch out for Naruto. That's a wood release technique that counters the power of tailed beasts. Make sure you don't get touched by it. Although Naruto was furious, he nodded and immediately dodged. In his half-tailed beast form, his speed and power are beyond the imagination of ordinary ninjas. Even in his unconscious rampage, 4 tails Naruto could hold his own against Orochimaru, let alone now in 9 tails mode with the 2 of them working together. Obito Uchiha's expression also changed. He never expected that Naruto Uzumaki would possess such power. But he snorted coldly and suddenly unleashed another of his most powerful killing moves. Fire release, explosive wind dance. Suddenly, a raging storm of flames swept in, like a fiercely swirling fire dragon or serpent, hurtling fiercely towards Naruto Uzumaki. Even in its half-tailed beast form, it was difficult to withstand such an attack. Kurama immediately made a decisive statement, Naruto, I know you hate this guy, and so do I. However, Lord Chiyu asked us to coexist peacefully and fight side by side, not so that you would go berserk. Now, remember your daily practice and training, and enter a state where you are in harmony with my will. Thinking of his parents' blood feud, Naruto Uzumaki gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Good. Attack together, Kurama. Oh. The human and the fox roared simultaneously, unleashing a burst of violent chakra and power, transforming from a half-tailed beast form into a true, fully-fledged tailed beast form. However, the complete tailed beast transformation of the perfect 9 tails Jinchuriki is different from that of other tailed beast Jinchuriki. It is not a complete transformation into the tailed beast's true form, but a chakra form that is somewhere between reality and illusion. It's more like a state similar to Susanoo. However, its power is far beyond that of an ordinary Susanoo. A burst of dazzling, golden chakra erupted, transforming into the perfect 9 tails form, a perfect blend of offense and defense, capable of intimidating all. Naruto Uzumaki, within it, became one with the 9-tailed fox Kurama, finally reaching that legendary ultimate state, perfect 9 tails chakra mode. That is to say, 9 llama mode. Rumble. Boom. 9 enormous golden chakra fox tails swung violently, instantly causing the earth to collapse and mountains to crumble, directly blasting away the power of the fire release, explosion wind dance, completely obliterating it. Obito Uchiha was utterly shocked. That is the perfect 9 tails Jinchuriki. How is that possible? Even if Uchiha Chiba forced the 9-tailed fox to submit, that kid was only 6 or 7 years old. How could he possibly withstand the power of a fully transformed tailed beast? At this moment, Orochimaru was also taken aback, and Yuta, Gaara, and the other tailed beasts were even more dumbfounded. So, is that Naruto now? His power has actually reached such a terrifying level. At the same time, in the void, a figure was silently observing all of this. Of course it is Thousand Feathers himself. A rare smile appeared on his lips. Naruto, as expected of the original Chosen One, Chiba knew, of course, that nothing was surprising about what happened to Naruto Uzumaki. He is indeed still very young, but let's not forget. He not only possessed the bloodline power of the Uzumaki clan, but also the power inherited from Minato Namikaze, and more importantly, he is the reincarnation of Asura. No one is better at wielding the power of the nine-tailed fox than him. Chiyu had been watching all of this the whole time. How could he allow these tailed beasts and Jinchuriki to fall into the hands of the enemy? Moreover, this scene before him was one that he was also very pleased to see. He wanted to see it with his own eyes. Naruto Uzumaki kills Obito Uchiha to avenge his parents. In that instant, Naruto Uzumaki has truly entered Kurama mode. The human and the fox roared simultaneously, their gaping maws surging with frenzied chakra and power, instantly coalescing into a sphere of extreme compression, designed to destroy everything in its path. That is. Obito Uchiha couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The nine-tailed beast ball. Before the words had even finished, boom. A massive nine-tailed beast ball shot towards Obito Uchiha in an instant. Chapter 142 Minato Namikaze appears. Kushina appears. The perfect nine-layman mode erupts. Chapter 142 Minato Namikaze appears. Kushina appears. The perfect Kurama mode erupts. Naruto Uzumaki successfully entered the perfect nine-tails chakra mode, also known as Kurama mode, and instantly transformed into a nine-tails form similar to Susanoo. Then, he further concentrated and compressed the tailed beast's chakra to create the ultimate killing move, Nine-Tailed Beast Ball. Suddenly, a massive tailed beast chakra projectile burst forth, hurtling towards Obito Uchiha. Although Obito Uchiha was not afraid, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Naruto Uzumaki's unimaginable power. Rumble. The violent explosion shook the entire Four Red Sun formation. The land was instantly devastated, reduced to ruins and scorched earth, with the earth shaking and the sky cracking. Everyone within the Four Red Sun formation was inevitably affected by this shockwave, and they were all jolted and staggered, unable to stand steadily. But the Four Red Yang formation remains intact. Let alone the Nine-Tailed Beast Ball, even the Ten-Tailed Beast Ball unleashed after its resurrection cannot break the barrier seal of the Four Red Sun formation. It's fortunate that this happened, otherwise, just that one attack would have likely destroyed the entire Hidden Leaf village. Although Obito Uchiha managed to dodge the tailed beast ball explosion by using his intangibility ability. But he had already put away his contempt for Naruto Uzumaki. How can that guy have such power? He's clearly just a callow youth. Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help but breathe slightly heavily. Forcing himself into the Nine Lama mode was indeed a heavy burden on his young body. Naruto, this form can't last. It will probably be deactivated in about 3 minutes at most. We have to take care of that guy during this time. Naruto Uzumaki nodded. However, he was also helpless against Obito Uchiha's Kamui intangibility power. Kurama, that's true, but no matter how powerful our attacks are, it's meaningless if we can't hit that guy, Nine Lama also sighed. The fourth Hokage at the time used his Flying Thunder God technique to counterattack, and was able to defeat him by striking back the moment the guy launched his attack and his body materialized. However, we are unable to unleash a speed comparable to the fourth Hokage. In fact, Naruto Uzumaki in Nine Tails mode was already incredibly fast. In the original work, Naruto Uzumaki, even in his normal Nine Tails chakra mode, which wasn't even a perfect Kurama mode, was able to dodge the fourth Raikage's attack. At that time, the fourth Raikage was already the fastest ninja in the world after Minato Namikaze's death. In other words, Naruto Uzumaki's speed at that time was already among the best in the ninja world. Not to mention, once he enters Kurama mode, his speed increases even further, making him a match even for the fourth Raikage. But the problem is, although he's in Kurama mode now, Naruto's actual strength is too weak. He knew this himself, of course, and couldn't help but lower his head. Kurama, I understand, it's because I'm too weak. Otherwise, a perfect Nine Tails Jinchuriki would definitely be faster than that guy. Hateful. However, just then, suddenly, two figures appeared abruptly in Naruto and Kurama's mental space. It turned out to be exactly Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto was immediately shocked. You are. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki exchanged a glance, both revealing gentle yet sorrowful smiles. Naruto. I am your father, this is yours, it's mom, Naruto. Kushina Uzumaki rushed over and hugged Naruto Uzumaki tightly. Dad, mom. Naruto was completely stunned. Why is that? Minato Namikaze laughed, this is the chakra I left in your 8 trigram seal beforehand. It was originally intended to help you master the Nine Tails power. Kushina and I would appear one after the other, both to lend you a hand and to let you see the grown-up you, however, it seems you have now completely mastered the Nine Tails power. Naruto Uzumaki hesitated for a moment, then reached out and hugged his mother, Kushina Uzumaki. 2 lines of tears slid down without hesitation. Dad, mom. Kushina Uzumaki was also in tears, trembling as she held Naruto's body. Minato Namikaze, on the other hand, smiled through his tears, his eyes glistening with tears yet still bearing a gentle smile. Yes, Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki cried out, I've been living alone all these years, I'm all alone, no one's with me, and those people ignore me and ostracize me because of the Nine Tails incident. I miss you all so much. Minato Namikaze sighed. I know, I'm sorry, Naruto, for not being there for you as you grew up, I really am a bad father. Naruto Uzumaki hugged his mother and looked at his father, tears still streaming down his face, but finally revealed a genuine smile of happiness he had never shown before. No, I know that mom and dad had no choice. It was those bad people who caused our family to be destroyed. I will definitely avenge my parents. Moreover, I've already gotten through the most difficult days. The Lord of the Ninja World told me the whole truth, and everyone else started to look at me differently. I also went to the Ninja Academy and made a lot of friends. Gaara, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Sasuke, well, he's a friend too, I guess. And there's teacher Iruka, he's always taken good care of me, even though he can be quite strict at times. Minato Namikaze smiled. Actually, we saw all of this inside your body, Lord of the Ninja World, we haven't even had a chance to properly thank him yet, Kushina Uzumaki snorted coldly. That old bastard Hiruzen Sarutobi. Minato sacrificed himself to protect the village, and we entrusted him with taking good care of our children, yet he let Naruto live such a miserable life. I really want to tear him to pieces. Minato Namikaze also sighed. Naruto Uzumaki said, fortunately, we have Lady Chiba and Iruka-sensei here, I'm doing really well right now. Dad, mom, don't worry about me, Kushina Uzumaki punched Naruto with a loud bang. How could I not be worried? You bastard. Naruto Uzumaki was also taken aback. Was this the fist of a mother's love? Minato Namikaze scratched his head and smiled. Naruto, your mother has this fiery personality, but she loves you the most. Kushina Uzumaki sneered, that beast Obito still wants to harm Naruto. Minato, they're all good disciples you've taken on. Minato Namikaze couldn't help but have a complicated expression. Sigh, Obito back then may not have been particularly talented, but he was always hardworking and eager to improve, and he loved helping others. He was a really good kid. I never imagined he would do something like this. Kushina, you're right. It's my fault for misjudging people and for failing to teach them properly. Kushina Uzumaki was even more furious. You really do like to take all the blame upon yourself. No matter how many reasons that little beast has, he knows better than anyone how we've treated him. Yet he still tried to kill us, and even repeatedly tried to kill Naruto. That kind of person is worse than an animal. What's your relationship with Minato? Minato Namikaze knew his wife's temper, so he didn't argue with her, but just sighed softly. He said seriously, Naruto, although you have reconciled with Kurama thanks to Lord Chiba, you are still too young. Defeating Obito will not be an easy task. However, it's not like there's no chance at all. Naruto Uzumaki hurriedly asked, Dad, what should I do? I must kill him to avenge you and mom. Minato Namikaze said, Kurama is right. The only way to defeat Obito, apart from Kakashi who has a space-time ninjutsu connected to him, is to use speed to launch a counterattack. But, I'm afraid I can't do it. Minato Namikaze patted him on the shoulder. No, Naruto, if it were you, you could definitely do it. Because you are my and Kushina's child. As your parents, mom and dad will always believe in you. Kushina Uzumaki nodded in agreement, that's right, Naruto. Although we have stored chakra in your Bagua seal, which allows us to appear briefly, it cannot be done for long, and we cannot be of any help to you. In the end, you can only rely on yourself. The couple looked in the direction of the nine-tailed fox. 9 tails, no, Kurama. We do have a lot in the past, and our relationship hasn't been very pleasant, but Naruto is different. You and he are now on the same side, and he is willing to be your ally, coexist peacefully, and fight side by side. Lord Chiba said that he would set the tailed beasts free later, and I believe he will keep his word. But before that, for your own sake and for Naruto's, lend him a hand. Nine Lama remained silent for a moment, then smiled slightly. Hey, Minato, Kushina, you don't need to say these things. Of course I know what those bastards, Obito Uchiha and Madara Uchiha, want to do to us tailed beasts. I will fight him with all my might. However, this isn't for Naruto, it's just for myself. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki exchanged a glance and couldn't help but smile secretly. Alright, Naruto, our time is almost up. Go, fight alongside Kurama, do what you want to do, and fulfill the dreams you want to achieve. Your mom and dad will always be watching over you, blessing you, and believing in you. Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help but burst into tears again. Dad, Mom. Don't worry, I'll be fine. With the strength you've given me, I can defeat any enemy. Minato Namikaze smiled and said, this is our child. Kushina Uzumaki also cried out, you must be happy, Naruto. Naruto nodded heavily, watching the two figures gradually disappear from sight. The mental space fell silent once again. Just as Kurama was about to say something, Naruto Uzumaki swiftly wiped away his tears. Let's go, Kurama. Has your strength returned? Naruto Uzumaki laughed, with my parents as my two sons, I can defeat any enemy. Nine Lama also raised the corners of his mouth. That's good. If you can handle it, I'm going to drastically increase your chakra and power. Only in this way can we gain the speed to retaliate against that bastard. Naruto Uzumaki nodded and said, okay. Let's go, Kurama. The conversations that take place in these mental spaces are but a fleeting moment in the real world. However, Obito Uchiha clearly saw that Naruto Uzumaki, who had just been exhausted, had regained all his strength, and even, take it to the next level. What happened? That guy actually withstood the nine-tailed fox's chakra and power. And the nine-tails mode even surged in power instantly. How could a 6 or 7-year-old child possibly do that? Naruto Uzumaki stood with his arms crossed, a confident smile on his face. Obito Uchiha, I'm 10 times stronger than I was before. I will kill you with my own hands to avenge my parents. Obito Uchiha kept sneering. How arrogant. He clapped his hands together and activated his wood release technique once again. Wood release, Hellfire Chaos. This is one of the most powerful killing moves among Obito Uchiha's wood release techniques. Having witnessed Rin Nohara's death and gone berserk, he used the wood release, Hellfire technique to wipe out and slaughter dozens of elite Anbu members from Kurigakure. In an instant, blood flowed like rivers and corpses littered the ground, resembling a scene from hell on earth. This is precisely where the name of this move comes from. At this moment, he was 10 or 100 times stronger than before. His chakra exploded instantly, and huge thorny vines rose from the ground and broke through the soil, instantly wrapping and binding Naruto Uzumaki, who had completely transformed into a tailed beast. The power of wood release naturally suppresses the chakra of tailed beasts. Immediately, even in their perfect nine tails form, Naruto and Kurama were caught in a fierce battle, struggling desperately. Damn it! Not only is my power suppressed, but it feels like my chakra is being absorbed too, Naruto Uzumaki roared. Kurama said, that's why I said wood release is a power that counters tailed beasts. Having just received power from his parents, Naruto was instantly suppressed by Obito Uchiha, leaving him both angry and anxious. However, at that very moment, wind release. Practice air bullet. Bang, 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 a deafening explosion. A violent wind-style attack shot out, instantly blasting away and severing countless thorny vines, thus freeing Naruto Uzumaki. Gaara. Naruto was overjoyed to see Gaara also enter his full-tailed beast form, cooperating with Shukaku to fight alongside him and save him. Gaara said calmly, don't forget, you still have me as a friend. Obito Uchiha sneered. Another brat courting death, in an instant. He unleashed countless gigantic kunai and giant shuriken from his Kamui dimension, which shot towards Naruto and Gaara. However, Kurama roared and swung its tail, sending the kunai and shuriken flying. Shukaku, on the other hand, easily withstood all attacks thanks to its absolute defense. However, this was just a feint by Obito Uchiha. His real offensive was, bang bang bang. One after another, enormous black rods, several meters long, shot out from the Kamui space, and while Shukaku and Kurama were resisting the kunai shuriken, they descended from the sky and suppressed them. This is not Obito Uchiha's own power. Instead, he manipulates Nagato and uses the power of the Rinnegan to create a special black rod, which also has the ability to seal and suppress the power of the tailed beasts. In the original work, this move was so powerful that even Killer Bee, the perfect 8 Tails Jinchuriki, was unable to move. In an instant, Shukaku's massive body was pierced by black rods, causing not only intense pain but also disrupting the tailed beast's chakra and restricting its movements. Gaara. Naruto was taken aback, but fortunately Kurama reacted quickly and dodged all the giant black rods. This is where the extraordinary nature of the 9 Tails Jinchuriki becomes apparent. Its body is not in its normal, fully tailed beast form, it is not as large and bulky. When facing ninja tools with their own sealing power, it can dodge more flexibly. Gaara, unable to break free, couldn't help but change his expression. Hateful. Naruto, it's all up to you now. In an instant, Kurama's mind stirred, and he transformed his fully tailed beast body into the human form of a Jinchuriki. The enormous body shrank instantly, leaving only Naruto Uzumaki's own body. However, at this moment, Naruto Uzumaki was like a fire, with golden-tailed beast chakra turning into a golden coat that covered his entire body. There were also black vortex-shaped patterns on his body, with black and gold lines running through it and blending perfectly. His eyes had also turned into crimson fox-like vertical pupils. That's right, the perfect 9 Tails Jinchuriki, Kurama mode. Obito Uchiha frowned. Shrunk into human form, is it trying to avoid being sealed away by the black rods created by the Rinnegan? Looks like he's not just a simple fool after all. Naruto Uzumaki also realized what was going on. Well done, Kurama. 9 Lama scoffed, don't be too happy yet. Now is the moment to decide the outcome. In human form, unleash your speed to the fullest and launch a counterattack the instant your opponent attacks, only then can you truly injure him. This is the only way. Naruto Uzumaki shouted, I understand. 9-tailed Rabjam snorted, don't be so confident, kid. It's not that simple. It requires perfect coordination between you and me, complete understanding between our minds, and absolute trust in each other. In the mental space, Naruto Uzumaki suddenly turned around and revealed a bright smile. He raised his arm and extended his fist toward the 9 Lamas. 9 Lamas was taken aback. Let's bump fists, Kurama. Just like back then, witnessed by Lord Chiyu. 9 Lama chuckled, closed his eyes, then opened them again, and extended his fist. Bo. With a soft sound, the human and the fox completely merged their souls in that instant, trusting each other completely. This is the true, perfect 9 rat mode. Naruto Uzumaki, confident and composed, put his hands together and said with utmost self-assurance. Let's go, Kurama. This is the final blow. Oh. Chapter 143 The Death of Obito Uchiha. Naruto avenges his blood feud with his own hands. Please vote. Chapter 143 The Death of Obito Uchiha. Naruto avenges his blood feud with his own hands. Please vote with monthly tickets. Naruto and Kurama were completely in sync and entered the perfect Kurama mode. Instantly, with their tacit cooperation, even though Naruto Uzumaki was still young, Kurama's tailed beast chakra could perfectly adapt to his power, and they brought the power of the man and the fox to its extreme. In an instant. Boom. In Kurama mode, Naruto Uzumaki, radiating brilliant golden light, suddenly leapt out and charged towards Obito Uchiha. 9 Tails chakra hand. Boom. A massive 9-tailed arm suddenly shot out. Obito Uchiha, however, did not take it seriously. After transforming into human form, it is indeed easier to dodge the Rinnegan's black rods. However, it became even easier for me to devour and absorb you using Kamui. With this one strike, we successfully captured the 9-tailed fox. He instantly partially entered Kamui holofication form, dodging the attack of the 9 Tails chakra hand. Then, his body detached and turned to grab at Naruto. Once you touch Naruto's body, you can throw him into the Kamui dimension. Even if Kurama mode were incredibly powerful, it would be impossible for it to escape from that space on its own. This means that the 9 Tails has been successfully captured. The two figures flew past each other in an instant. Just like the battle against Minato Namikaze back then, whoever is faster will ultimately win. With a whoosh, Naruto Uzumaki unleashed a barrage of 9 Tails chakra hands, enveloping Obito Uchiha's body from all directions. However, Obito Uchiha's combat experience far surpassed that of Naruto Uzumaki. He quickly weaved and intertwined with the attacks, and when he couldn't dodge them, he used Kamui to intensify and penetrate them. All of Naruto's attacks missed completely. At this moment, Obito Uchiha was already close to Naruto Uzumaki's true form. I won. Obito Uchiha reached out to touch the golden, radiant chakra. But in that very instant, suddenly, another figure, radiating golden light, abruptly appeared above the 4 Crimson Sun formation, from the sky. 9 Tails chakra hand. That is, shadow clones. Oh no. Obito Uchiha's expression changed immediately. He never expected that Naruto Uzumaki had mastered the shadow clone technique. This is a clone that no eye power can see through. He had no idea that Naruto had already secretly used the shadow clone technique while they were locked in fierce combat. When Naruto Uzumaki didn't give him a chance, the shadow clone in the air suddenly shot out the Nine Tails chakra hand and suppressed it. Rumble. Boom. Obito Uchiha's body was hit squarely by the impact, letting out a scream. The surrounding earth and rocks were shattered, creating a huge crater. Naruto. Did you really do it? Gaara, Hobo, and the others were all stunned and shocked. Chianyu, who had been quietly observing from the shadows, also revealed a rare smile. Well done, Naruto. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki's Kurama mode finally reached its limit. Even after he grew up in the original work, his first Kurama mode could only last for about 5 minutes. Now, the fact that he can maintain this for 2 or 3 minutes is already considered a miracle. Obito Uchiha, who had been slammed into a deep crater by the Nine Tails chakra hand, was mangled and bloodied, with a sticky, white, peculiar substance constantly falling from his body. That was the power of the white Zetsu that was possessing his body. Even with the white Zetsu's possession and the support of Hashirama's cells, Obito Uchiha would not have fared well after taking a direct hit from the Nine Tails chakra hand. At this moment, he barely managed to stand up, half of his body seemed to be damaged, and he looked messy and miserable. He was panting heavily, as if recalling the night of the Nine Tails rampage and the battle with Minato Namikaze. This moment feels just like that moment. I underestimated you, Naruto Uzumaki. Speaking of which, you are, after all, the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, and, under Uchiha Chiyu's tutelage, not only did he become a perfect Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but his own cultivation also greatly improved, and he even mastered the shadow clone technique. Naruto Uzumaki also reached his limit. After Kurama mode disappeared, he was barely able to stand. He looked at Obito Uchiha, and couldn't help but feel both shocked and angry. He's still alive. That bastard. Kurama is also recondensing his chakra. Naruto, that guy has unusual vitality and regenerative abilities. It seems that one strike can only seriously injure him, but it won't kill him. However, it will take some time before you can re-enter that previous form, but your current condition. Naruto Uzumaki also understood that he couldn't hold out until the next time. But he still had no intention of giving up. Father, Mother, Lady Chiba, Teacher Iruka, and Sasuke, Gaara, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, I am no longer alone. Therefore, I will never lose to you. Obito Uchiha sneered. For you to be able to hurt me is already a miracle among miracles. Unfortunately, you've reached your limit now too. I will still successfully capture the Nine Tails. He forced himself to stay upright despite his broken body and charged at Naruto Uzumaki once again. Kurama couldn't help but exclaim urgently, Naruto, be careful. Gaara and the others couldn't help but gasp in surprise. It seemed that Naruto was about to fall into Obito Uchiha's hands. Suddenly. Buzzing. Within the entire Four Red Sun formation, time and space seemed to suddenly freeze, the void solidified, and everyone stopped fighting, unable to move. This is. In a world where time seemed to stand still, Chianyu's figure slowly emerged. He looked at Naruto Uzumaki and praised him. Well done, Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki was taken aback, then overjoyed. Lord Chiba. The other Jinchuriki and tailed beasts all breathed a sigh of relief. Saved. Obito Uchiha and Orochimaru's expressions changed instantly. Uchiha Chiba. Why are you here, over with Uchiha Madara? Chianyu said calmly, a mere Uchiha Madara is not someone I need to deal with at full strength. Obito Uchiha's face turned deathly pale. Seeing Uchiha Senba at this moment is tantamount to seeing the Grim Reaper. He immediately exerted all his strength, trying to use his divine power to escape. However, no matter how hard he tried, the entire space-time seemed to be completely frozen and welded shut, and he was completely unable to activate his divine power. What kind of power is this? At this moment, Obito Uchiha deeply felt what true despair meant. His most prized space-time ninjutsu was utterly worthless and easily defeated in the hands of the man before him. Chianyu glanced at him. There's no need to struggle anymore. Originally, I wanted you to die at Kakashi's hands, but now it seems you won't live to see that day, and thinking about it carefully, dying at Naruto's hands would be the most reasonable choice for you. If that's the case, then die. Chiyu broke Naruto's spatial freeze, restoring his freedom. Naruto Uzumaki felt a sudden thought. He nodded to Chianyu. Thank you, Lord Chianyu. The next moment, a kunai appeared in his hand, and he approached Uchiha Obito step by step. At this moment, Obito Uchiha was completely powerless to resist and could only be slaughtered at will. Cold sweat immediately streamed down his forehead. Is everything I've experienced and encountered in the past going to vanish into nothingness here? Is my ultimate fate to die at the hands of such a child? Infinite Tsukuyomi, Project Eye of the Moon, besides. Lin. Before Obito Uchiha's eyes once again appeared the bright and beautiful smiling face of that girl, however, that was a very, very long time ago. Naruto Uzumaki closed in on Obito Uchiha. A hint of hesitation appeared on his face. The sharp edge was close to his throat, but he couldn't quite bring himself to strike. Bubble frowned and said, Lord of the Ninja World, although it is a blood feud, Naruto is only 6 or 7 years old after all. Chiba understood his meaning and also understood Naruto's hesitation. However, the hatred between parents and children is irreconcilable. He simply said it calmly. Upon hearing these words, Naruto was filled with boundless hatred and anger. He gritted his teeth and gripped the kunai in his hand even tighter. Lord Senba is right. That bastard killed my parents, who were also his mentor and mistress. He's worse than an animal. No one deserved to kill him more than I did. An expression of utter despair appeared on Obito Uchiha's face. Naruto, even if you kill me, the spiral of hatred will not be broken. This world is filled with endless suffering, only the world of infinite Tsukuyomi is a perfect existence. Naruto Uzumaki coldly replied, whether it's the painful real world or the perfect illusory world you believe in, you will no longer exist, because you don't deserve it. PFF'd. Naruto Uzumaki roared and slashed with his kunai. Blood gushed out, and Obito Uchiha's throat was almost pierced, his head nearly falling off. However, Naruto Uzumaki wasn't strong enough, and Obito Uchiha's neck wasn't completely severed, it was still connected by a layer of skin. However, this would only make Obito Uchiha's death even more painful. Naruto Uzumaki watched this scene, panting heavily, but then, instead, they calmed down. Father, mother, I've avenged you. As Obito Uchiha gazed at Naruto Uzumaki one last time, his vision blurred, as if he were gradually merging with his younger self. Next came Rin Nohara, Kakashi, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki. In the very end, everything disappeared. Obito Uchiha died. Within the four Red Yang formation, there was utter silence. Naruto, are you alright? Gaara asked in a deep voice. Naruto Uzumaki smiled slightly. It couldn't be better. He turned and looked at Chianyu. Thank you, Lady Chiyu. I feel like I've been brought back to life. Chianyu nodded calmly. He not only wanted to kill Obito Uchiha, but also wanted Naruto Uzumaki to kill him with his own hands. Because this is the most reasonable choice. Chiba didn't really like Minato Namikaze, and even thought he was sometimes naive and childish. However, this is not a reason for a beast like Obito to kill his master. The revenge for one's parents should naturally be left to the children. Naruto's personality began to change from this moment on. Although he possesses the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, Naruto Uzumaki is no longer the same Naruto Uzumaki. You have successfully helped Naruto Uzumaki avenge himself, upholding justice and performing immeasurable merit. A great deed. You have gained 5,000 merit points. Chianyu casually added merit points to her pupil power. Then, he looked in Orochimaru's direction. Orochimaru chuckled. I didn't expect that even 6 paths Uchiha Madara wouldn't be a match for you, Lord Chiba. There's even a clone of its power here. It seems that Obito Uchiha, myself, and Madara Uchiha all underestimated you after all. But the game isn't over yet. Before he could finish speaking, his entire body began to slump down, transforming into a blackish-purple form, rotting and falling away like decaying wood, a horrifying and gruesome sight. Even Chianyu couldn't help but frown slightly. Snake venom. They'd rather commit suicide than fall into my hands. It seems they don't want me to undo the impure world reincarnation. Although Orochimaru is a bastard who is destined to die, he does have quite a bit of courage. Chiba knew that Orochimaru made this choice because if it falls into my hands, I only need one illusion technique to control Orochimaru's will and make him undo the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation. However, once he dies, the impure world reincarnation will never be lifted. That bastard is cruel not only to others but also to himself. Of course, this is because he will not actually die. There must be a backup plan that allows them to revive somewhere. And even though he had frozen his own space, he still managed to think of using the snake venom in his body to kill himself. Although Orochimaru was a ruthless scientist, he did have his own methods. With Orochimaru's suicide, the resurrected dead lost control, but they did not disappear. Instead, they began to regain their will. Nagato, and all the Jinchuriki, are the same. Uchiha Senba. It seems that after I was killed by Madara Uchiha, they turned me into a puppet and weapon to continue fighting you. What a tragic life. The other Jinchuriki also understood the truth and nodded in agreement. If that's the case, let's be free from all constraints. Nagato also said, my path has completely failed. 3. I hope you can create a truly peaceful ninja world, Uchiha Senba, please. Chianyu nodded calmly. Without wasting words with them, he directly summoned the Crimson Lotus karmic fire, burning and purifying their souls, sending them all back to the pure land of the underworld. The corpse, resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, was transformed back into a living sacrifice. Calmness returned to the four red yang formation once again. Bubble finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Lord of the Ninja World. If it weren't for you, those bastards Obito and Orochimaru would probably have succeeded. Naruto Uzumaki laughed, holding the back of his head with both hands. How could that be? With me here, we will never lose to these bastards. Gaara shook his head. Don't brag, Naruto. If the Lord of the Ninja World hadn't arrived in time, Naruto Uzumaki scratched his head as well. That's true. The other tailed beasts and Jinchuriki also laughed. Naruto Uzumaki, still unwilling to give up, looked up and asked. Lord of the Ninja World, are we really not allowed to go to the battlefield and fight? Chianyu shook her head calmly. The reason I allowed you to fight is because the enemy came to us. Moreover, you do indeed have a blood feud that is irreconcilable. But apart from that, I don't have the perverse idea of sending 6 or 7-year-old children to the battlefield. Naruto lowered his head. Oh. Chianyu patted his head. I'm gone. The next moment, he collected the corpses of Obito Uchiha and Orochimaru, and then his figure disappeared instantly. At the same time, on the battlefield of the 5th Shinobi World War, Kakashi Hatake, leading the surprise attack and reinforcements, is fighting alongside his old partner Might Guy. Their enemies are powerful figures from previous generations, resurrected through the impure world reincarnation. This includes Hanzo the Salamander, the former 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and others, as well as the White Zetsu army, the 10 tails split forms, and so on. Suddenly, Kakashi Hatake felt a sudden pain in his left Mangekyo Sharingan, as if sensing something and seeing a hazy, indistinct scene. What's wrong, Kakashi? Might Guy sensed something was wrong and immediately stood in front of Kakashi Hatake. I don't know, but I seem to see some distant scene. This is Naruto and Lord Chiba. Kakashi Hatake and Obito Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan are connected. It's not just the Kamui space. When you encounter extreme emotional fluctuations or stimuli, your vision will also be connected simultaneously. For example, when Rin Nohara died, or in the original work, Kakashi Hatake was able to see Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha fighting against Obito Uchiha in the Kamui dimension, etc. The same applies now. But then he saw Naruto raise his kunai and slash down fiercely, his vision instantly turning completely blank. Obito. He has already. Might Guy, knowing about Kakashi and Obito's affair, couldn't help but change his expression. What's wrong, Kakashi? Obito. Kakashi Hatake was still not convinced of any of this. However, at that moment, Chianyu's figure had already appeared before the two of them. He's dead. He declared calmly. Kakashi Hatake was immediately shocked. Lord Senba, what happened? Chiyu calmly revealed the truth, and both Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy were deeply moved. But Obito did indeed commit many evil deeds, so dying at Naruto's hands is perhaps the best possible ending for him. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Chianyu. Chiba didn't take it seriously, but instead took out Obito Uchiha's eyes and handed them to Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi Hatake was terrified. This is Obito's other one, the Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 144 Infinite Tsukuyomi released. Madara Uchiha's final moment. Chapter 144 Infinite Tsukuyomi released. Madara Uchiha's final moment. Chiyu casually handed Obito Uchiha's other Mangekyo Sharingan to Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi Hatake accepted it, and was both shocked and moved. Obito. Although he knew that Obito Uchiha deserved to die, Kakashi Hatake still couldn't help but feel a little sad. Chianyu didn't say anything more. You can do whatever you want with this eye. At the same time, the White Zetsu army, the 10 tails split bodies, and the Edo Tensei forces all approached them once again. Without saying much, Chianyu activated Takamagahara and unleashed his divine domain, directly annihilating space and turning all enemies within 1,000 meters into nothingness. Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy were utterly shocked by what they saw, speechless. What difference is there between such power and that of a god? At the same time, another figure stepped forward. It was Tsunade. She stared at what she had just witnessed, equally shocked. As expected, you have gained dreamlike power, but shouldn't you be fighting Madara Uchiha right now? Chianyu calmly replied, yes. Tsunade was startled again. How can he fight a decisive battle against an enemy like Madara Uchiha while also keeping an eye on the surrounding area and protecting the safety of the entire battlefield? What kind of power is this? Chianyu did not dwell on the issue. These are the corpses of Obito Uchiha and Orochimaru. I'm leaving them to you. If Kakashi wants to use that power, Tsunade, you should lend him a hand. Orochimaru. Tsunade stared at Orochimaru's corpse, but it seemed somewhat different from the Orochimaru she remembered. Chianyu said, he won't die completely so easily. This is just one of his corpses. Tsunade nodded. Chianyu's figure disappeared again. Tsunade and Might Guy looked at Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi, what are you planning to do? Kakashi Hatake gave a wry smile. Even if I wanted to use this power to do more for the Lord of the Shinobi World and for this Shinobi World, I am not a member of the Uchiha clan after all. One Mangekyo Sharingan has already consumed a lot of my chakra and energy. If I had two, I'm afraid I simply couldn't handle it. Might Guy nodded, no one knew Kakashi better than him. Tsunade suddenly said, that's not necessarily true. Obito Uchiha himself has always used the Mangekyo Sharingan without ever going blind. The fundamental reason for this is probably his grandfather's cells. Kakashi Hatake's heart skipped a beat. You mean, the first Hokage? Good. Tsunade said, back then, that bastard Orochimaru wanted to use my grandfather's cells for experiments, which killed countless innocent test subjects, but Obito Uchiha was an exception. Not only that, that bastard Orochimaru also seems to have my grandfather's cells in him. The reason why the two of them were able to successfully merge with this power and were not harmed by their grandfather's life force is probably the same. What's the reason? White Zetsu. Might Guy looked at the White Zetsu army still fighting in the distance. Those weird guys. Tsunade nodded. Although I don't know their origins, they do contain my grandfather's cells, and they haven't suffered any backlash from them. Obito Uchiha also had a White Zetsu body fused within him, and Orochimaru, if I'm not mistaken, also used a White Zetsu fused with his grandfather's cells when he was reincarnated. In other words, both of them indirectly obtained their grandfather's power through the White Zetsu's body. Kakashi, you can do it too. Even Kai, or anyone else, could do it. Kakashi Hatake was startled. If this could truly be achieved, the power of the entire ninja world would increase dramatically, and the allied shinobi forces would gain unimaginable strength. Tsunade nodded and said, that's true, but this requires testing and time. Kakashi, you can be the first one. Kakashi Hatake remained silent for a moment, gazing at Obito Uchiha's other eye in his hand. It is good. He made up his mind. At the same time, Chiyu's true form was still engaged in fierce battle with Six Paths Uchiha Madara in front of the divine tree. Although it was just a pretense, Chiba really wanted to know how much fighting power Six Paths Uchiha Madara actually had. However, the result was only disappointment. Perhaps. It cannot be said that the current Six Paths Madara Uchiha is not powerful enough. It's just that I'm too powerful. The current Six Paths Madara Uchiha, while much weaker than the original in terms of the resurrected Ten Tails, has fused almost all the power of Ashura and Indra. With this shift in power, his strength is by no means inferior to that of the original Madara Uchiha, and may even surpass it. However, facing Chianyu, he was still completely at a disadvantage. Because of Chiba's strategy, the battlefield of the so-called Fifth Shinobi World War was scattered throughout the Shinobi world, while the main battlefield on the Divine Tree side consisted only of himself and Six Paths Uchiha Madara. Madara Uchiha, in his Six Paths form, was naturally fighting with all his might. Limbo, Border Jail. He had now gathered the Rinnegan from both eyes and created 4 clones of Limbo, Border Jail, which charged toward Chiyu. However, this tactic might be extremely effective against other enemies. For example, in the original work, Madara Uchiha, in his single Rinnegan state, used Limbo, Border Jail to instantly kill the 9-tailed beasts. Unfortunately, Chiba also possesses the Rinnegan, and it is even more powerful than Madara Uchiha's double Tomo Rinnegan. In Chianyu's eyes, this round of Tomb Prison was nothing more than a few shadow clones. It's not worth mentioning at all. Chianyu created several shadow clones, which fought the Limbo, Border Jail clone to a standstill, and even gained the upper hand in some aspects. Of course, Madara Uchiha, the Six Paths, also understood that Limbo, Border Jail was ineffective against enemies with the Rinnegan. This move was merely to restrain Chianyu's offensive. Taking advantage of Chiba releasing shadow clones to disperse the power of his main body, Six Paths Uchiha Madara finally launched a fierce attack. Sage Art. Storm Release. Light Fang. This is the true Six Paths Immortal technique. This is the ultimate power that the pseudo Six Paths Uchiha Madara could not unleash. Now, having devoured and sealed the 10 tails, becoming its Jinchuriki, Six Paths Uchiha Madara has truly awakened his full power. In an instant, a beam of light, as sharp as a laser cannon, shot out instantly and swept across the area. Wherever it goes, everything in its path is directly cut off and severed, nothing can resist it. In the original work, this move even severed the black rods that Naruto Uzumaki transformed into using truth-seeking balls in Six Paths Sage mode. In other words, even the truth-seeking ball, even the creations of yin-yang escape technique, cannot withstand this attack. What's even more terrifying about this move is its speed. With the power of the Six Paths, a beam of light at the speed of light is released, sweeping away and cutting everything. In the blink of an eye, the laser beam swept towards Chianyu at such a speed that it was impossible for anyone to dodge it. However, Chianyu did not dodge at all. With a mere thought, the power of the 3 Tomo Rinnegan erupted, and the power of Takamagahara enveloped the entire battlefield. Divine Kingdom Domain. Expand. Instantly, the so-called speed of light and laser beams were distorted by the warped space, turning into scattered beams of light that couldn't harm Chianyu in the slightest. He manipulated the spatial power within the Takamagahara Divine Kingdom, directly reversing the power of Sage Art, Storm Release, Light Fang, and instead shooting it towards Six Paths Uchiha Madara. Madara Uchiha was taken aback. He hadn't expected that his fastest attack would still be unable to get close to Senba Uchiha, and instead be countered. However, he reacted quickly and dodged the attack, but the divine tree behind him was cleaved through by the blow, leaving a fine hole. Madara Uchiha, the Six Paths, glanced back and couldn't help but turn pale. His Rinnegan Eye technique is indeed incredibly powerful, it's practically flawless. In comparison, my Limbo, Border Jail is completely powerless. But every technique has its weaknesses. Even his terrifying Rinnegan Eye technique, named Takamagahara, is the same. Madara Uchiha's strength lay not only in his physical power, but also in his battle intelligence and fighting spirit. He had already fought with Chiba, so he naturally had some understanding of Takamagahara. That kind of absolute dominance within a domain is indeed impossible to resist. However, the greater the power, the more chakra it will consume, and its duration will inevitably be limited. Judging from the last battle, his Takamagahara duration was probably less than a minute. Of course, last time, Chiba deliberately let Uchiha Madara go, which led to the premature end of Takamagahara, causing him to make the wrong judgment. However, Madara Uchiha's conclusion remains the same. His brows furrowed. If that's the case, why doesn't he take advantage of this less than 1 minute of invincibility to launch a fierce attack immediately? Instead, it's just used to constantly defend against my attacks. This was one of the things that puzzled Madara Uchiha the most. He certainly didn't expect that Chianyu was just putting on an act with him, and even trying to make the Eye of the Moon plan succeed. HMPH, Uchiha Chiba, are you underestimating me? Why don't you unleash your full power and fight me? In Madara Uchiha's mind, this was the only possibility he could deduce. For a battle maniac like him, this was the most humiliating thing imaginable. Even when facing Hashirama Senju, the two fought with all their might. Although he was defeated many times, Hashirama Senju's victories were by no means easy. Chianyu naturally saw no need to explain to him. If you're qualified enough to force me to use my full power, I will naturally do my best. Otherwise, he didn't continue. Madara Uchiha was furious. Uchiha Chiba, don't be so arrogant. Do you really think I'm helpless against you? Chianyu said calmly, you can give it a try. Madara Uchiha was taken aback for a moment, then took a deep breath. Very good. Looks like you really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Since that's the case, then let me show you. The moment my Eye of the Moon plan comes true. Chianyu's heart stirred. Madara Uchiha's expression seemed extremely fanatical, as if he had made some extraordinary decision. He sneered, Uchiha Chiba, I originally planned to wait until the 10 days were up and the divine tree blossomed on its own before releasing Infinite Tsukuyomi, but now I've changed my mind, I'm going to activate Infinite Tsukuyomi immediately. Chianyu also frowned slightly. The chakra of the 10 tails within the divine tree, which is essentially the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, is insufficient. It would take a very long time for it to fully bloom, making it impossible to immediately unleash infinite Tsukuyomi, unless, Uchiha Madara, do you intend to sacrifice your own power? Even if it means risking my own death, I'd still be willing to do it. Madara Uchiha laughed heartily. Uchiha Chiba, you truly are my strongest enemy. It seems you really do understand me well. Excellent. I will completely merge my body with the divine tree. In this way, the power of the 6 paths within me, the power of Ashura and Indra, the power of the Rinnegan, and the power of the 9 tails will all be completely integrated with the divine tree. 4 days have passed. With my sacrifice of my own power, the divine tree will immediately bloom and unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi spell. As for myself, there is indeed a possibility that I could completely lose my will, but not necessarily. Of course, my strength and vitality will inevitably be greatly damaged, but I don't care about any of that. Once the infinite Tsukuyomi is activated, you and the entire ninja world will be completely trapped in a world of illusions. Even if I lose my power, it won't matter at all. In that instant, 6 paths Uchiha Madara leaned his back against the divine tree, and all the power in his body began to be continuously devoured by the divine tree. This is completely opposite to his actions in the original work. In the original work, he devoured and absorbed everything, allowing the Rinne Sharingan to activate on his body, thus unleashing the infinite Tsukuyomi. Now, he has sacrificed all the power within his body and merged it into the divine tree, causing the divine tree to bloom in order to release the infinite Tsukuyomi. The biggest difference between the two is that the former is completely under its own control. The latter, however, will face enormous risks. However, even the current 6 paths Uchiha Madara realized that he was still no match for Chiba. Enraged and even desperate, he had no choice but to make this decision. In an instant, the divine tree frantically devoured the power within Madara Uchiha's body. Its already enormous and towering trunk continued to extend and grow, soon reaching a height beyond sight. Madara Uchiha's face grew increasingly pale. However, his eyes grew increasingly fervent and intense. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Let's embrace a whole new world. This is the ultimate revolution that I, Uchiha Madara, have brought to this ninja world, and it is truly the final piece. Chiyu did not stop her. He could have stopped it, but he didn't. I just silently watched these scenes unfold. Of course, besides all that, something else was quietly watching all of this. That's right, Black Zetsu. At this moment, Black Zetsu was overjoyed. Madara Uchiha's actions were even more wonderful than he had imagined. They're actually willing to risk having their will devoured by the divine tree to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi at any cost. In this way, I won't need to risk anything, Mother's will soon be fully revived within him. Uchiha Chiba, I really should thank you properly. If it weren't for you, how could Madara Uchiha have gone so insane? Finally, the divine tree's growth reached its peak, and atop its towering treetop, a gigantic flower bud emerged, immense and unparalleled, facing the approaching twilight in the sky. It was not a full moon season at this time. However, as the divine tree descended completely, the entire ninja world began to fall into darkness. In the night sky, the moon, which should not have been full, revealed its full shape, crimson as blood, illuminating the world. In an instant, the entire ninja world was plunged into complete chaos and confusion. Every country, village, and town was terrified by this sudden mutation. On the battlefields of the ninja world, an apocalyptic atmosphere was sensed everywhere. That is. Could it be that Madara Uchiha's Eye of the Moon plan is about to succeed? No, impossible. The Lord of the ninja world will never fail. At this moment, Madara Uchiha's body seemed to have completely merged into the trunk of the divine tree, yet his eyes held an even more crazed look. Intense and fierce. Ha 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 ha, Uchiha Chiba, prepare for your final moment, Project Eye of the Moon is now completely complete. Light up the world. Infinite Tsukuyomi. For an instant, Madara Uchiha's body seemed to have been completely devoured by the divine tree, and he couldn't help but let out a heart-wrenching scream, yet the expression on his face remained ferocious and fanatical. Ah! The divine tree absorbed his last bit of power, and the flower bud at the top of the tree finally bloomed fully, revealing a huge, blood-red pupil, the unique Rinne Sharingan form. Buzz. The Rinne Sharingan is awakened. The full moon, reflecting a blood-red hue. Instantly, all living beings in every corner of the ninja world looked up and saw the patterns and light of the Rinne Sharingan appearing in the blood-red full moon. The Rinnegan in its vortex form merged with the Sharingan with 9 tomo, becoming the first and last eye power, the origin of everything and the end of everything. Amidst the stunned and terrified gazes of all living beings in the entire ninja world, the next moment, the light of infinite Tsukuyomi finally burst forth completely. Buzzing. The dazzling light instantly turned the ninja world from night back into day. No matter where you hide, whether you are human or animal, whether you have chakra or not, you will be enveloped, penetrated, and illuminated by the light of infinite Tsukuyomi. Suddenly, the pupils of all living beings transformed into the form of the Rinnegan, instantly falling victim to the illusionary world of infinite Tsukuyomi. Then, Madara Uchiha used his last bit of strength, clasped his hands together, and activated his final technique. God, the Tree Kingdom has been born. Then, all living beings in the entire ninja world were trapped in the illusion of the infinite Tsukuyomi, bound and entangled by the vines of the divine tree, and suspended from its enormous branches. The world fell into a deathly silence. Everything has come to an end. However, to the utter astonishment of Madara Uchiha and Black Zetsu, the two were horrified to discover, Uchiha Senpa still stands proudly in his own Takamagahara divine realm. The light of infinite Tsukuyomi was completely unable to penetrate it. Chapter 145 Kagaya Otsutsuki is resurrected. The final battle against the strongest enemy. The final. Chapter 145 Kagaya Otsutsuki is resurrected. The final battle against the strongest enemy. The final battle. Please vote with monthly tickets. What? Madara Uchiha and Black Zetsu were both utterly shocked. Even the light of infinite Tsukuyomi can't penetrate it. Uchiha Chiba, his Rinnegan's power, the divine realm, surpasses even the infinite Tsukuyomi. How is this possible? Chianyu calmly watched these scenes unfold. The sky suddenly turned into night, a full moon illuminated the world, and then the light of the Rinne Sharingan descended, finally releasing the infinite Tsukuyomi, plunging all living beings in the ninja world into a dreamlike illusion. Finally, the divine tree realm was born. This is indeed the craziest and most absurd scene. However, he remained calm. Because all of this was part of his plan. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Although it can penetrate everything, it only lasts for a short period of time. As time passed, the dazzling white light disappeared. At this moment, very few people in the entire ninja world still retain their will. Besides Chiba, Madara Uchiha, and Black Zetsu, there were only the reanimated ninjas. Infinite Tsukuyomi has no effect on the dead. Madara Uchiha felt that his own will was slowly fading. However, this feeling is not death. He had experienced death and knew what it felt like. This is not the case. It was as if a gigantic black hole was devouring, pulling, and tearing at his will. Is that the power of the divine tree? As expected, I merged myself into the divine tree. Although I successfully activated the infinite Tsukuyomi and realized the Eye of the Moon plan, my own will is about to be devoured and assimilated by it. However, this is for the best. Now that I've merged with the divine tree, my power is many times greater than before. In this way, even Uchiha Chiba can't stop it. At this moment, Black Zetsu finally appeared. He knew that his plan had finally been completed. He looked up at the towering divine tree that reached into the clouds, and as the entire ninja world fell silent, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Finally this moment has arrived. It's been over 1,000 years, Mother, I can finally bring you back to life. Chianyu remained silent, calmly observing everything. Madara Uchiha's expression suddenly changed. Black Zetsu, what nonsense are you spouting? Black Ju let out a cold laugh. Madara Uchiha, do you really believe the Eye of the Moon plan is the path to peace? How naive. Madara Uchiha was dumbfounded and utterly shocked. What are you saying? You are my creation, representing the will of Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu laughed heartily. You're wrong, Madara Uchiha. The will I represent has always been only one, and that is my mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Kagaya Otsutsuki, the mother of the Sage of Six Paths. Heiju said, now you have merged everything into one, and your mother's will has been revived in your body in the divine tree. Then, she will devour the power of the entire ninja world, reclaim the scattered chakra, and once again become the progenitor of chakra, an omnipotent god. As he spoke, sure enough, the chakra and power of all the ninjas who were affected by the infinite Tsukuyomi were frantically devoured by the branches and vines that descended from the divine tree realm, and all of them converged into the divine tree. It also converged into Madara Uchiha's body. Such terrifying chakra was unbearable even for Madara Uchiha, who couldn't help but let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! This is... Black Zetsu burst into loud laughter. Wake up! The progenitor of chakra, the goddess of the earth, the creator and end of all things, an omnipotent deity. Wake up, mother! Instantly. Buzz! The trunk of the divine tree, after its explosive growth, began to shrink again, slowly taking shape along with the fused body of Uchiha Madara, vaguely revealing the figure of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Madara Uchiha screamed in despair, only now realizing that he had been deceived and manipulated by Black Zetsu all along. How could this be? Black Zetsu laughed loudly. The so-called Eye of the Moon Plan, Infinite Tsukuyomi, and the advent of the Divine Tree World, the so-called capture of the tailed beasts, are nothing more than a part of resurrecting Mother. Uchiha Madara, you are nothing more than a pawn in my game. Just as you manipulated Nagato and Obito, you have always been manipulated by me, Black Zetsu. Everything you've done is nothing but a mirage, utterly meaningless. Madara Uchiha was filled with despair. I, Uchiha Madara, have actually been used by someone. Hashirama, have I been doing something wrong all along? His will gradually became blurred, and it was on the verge of disappearing completely. However, Madara Uchiha suddenly realized something. Uchiha Chiyu, could it be that you anticipated all of this? Chianyu looked at the two of them indifferently, but still nodded slightly. Madara Uchiha was shocked, but then suddenly realized what was going on. I see. Black Zetsu retorted angrily, nonsense. No one knew about my plan, so how could you possibly have foreseen it? Besides, if you are really as omniscient and omnipotent as you say, why did my plan still succeed? Chianyu said calmly, that's because I allow you to succeed. What a blabbering idiot. Black Zetsu quickly calmed down. However, it's pointless for you to say anything now. My mother is about to be resurrected, so it doesn't matter whether what you say is true or false, no one can stand up to Mother. Even you are the same. Chianyu remained indifferent. Madara Uchiha suddenly understood everything completely. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. I understand, Uchiha Chiba. You knew about Black Zetsu's plan, but you still let it happen because you originally wanted to revive Kagaya Otsutsuki, didn't you? Then, I'll defeat her myself. Chiyu remained noncommittal. Madara Uchiha was on the verge of death, but he remained incredibly fanatical. So that's how it is. No wonder you didn't go all out even though you could have stopped me. I thought you were underestimating me, but it turns out you were just putting on an act. Ha 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 ha. Good, very good. Black Zetsu, you schemed against me your whole life, yet you were also schemed against by others. Even if you defeat me, you and your mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, will ultimately be defeated by Chiba Uchiha. Black Zetsu sneered, Uchiha Madara, don't be so naive. Mother will never lose to anyone. You actually believe Uchiha Chiba's nonsense. How could he possibly see through everything? Madara Uchiha laughed heartily. You're truly naive, Black Zetsu. I noticed Uchiha Chiba's strange behavior a long time ago. On the contrary, you've been kept in the dark the whole time. That's fine too. Uchiha Chiba, I lost, but Black Zetsu and Kagaya Otsutsuki are yours to deal with. After saying this, his body and will were completely devoured by the Divine Tree, and he had become entirely a part of the Divine Tree, or rather, a part of Kagaya Otsutsuki. As the chakra of the ninjas who were affected by the infinite Tsukuyomi was gathered on the Divine Tree, Kagaya Otsutsuki's figure was fully revealed. At the same time, Black Zetsu also touched the Divine Tree and merged with it. Rumble. Rumble. All things in the universe return to their origin at this moment. All chakra is collected here. The Divine Tree has disappeared. And Kagaya Otsutsuki was finally fully resurrected and descended upon this ninja world. She was tall and imposing, with long white hair that cascaded down like a waterfall, trailing to the ground. She had 2 horns on her head, and her eyes were Byakugan. The blood-red Rinne Sharingan on her forehead was the source of all eye power in the ninja world. Her skin was pale to white, and she wore a simple, huge white robe covered with Magatama shapes. The wide sleeves were pitch black, as if they were their own space, and Black Zetsu temporarily resided in the darkness of the sleeves. However, Kagaya Otsutsuki, even in this state, remained delicate and beautiful, but she was cold and devoid of any emotional fluctuations, as if she were not a living being, but rather some kind of creation of nature. Her aura of majesty was innate, as if she were one with the entire world. Sensing her power is like sensing the power of the entire ninja world. Magnificent, vast, boundless, unimaginable. As Chiyu gazed at Kagaya Otsutsuki, a ripple of emotion stirred within her. This is the final battle. It's also the only existence that allows him to fight to his heart's content. Kagaya Otsutsuki. Mother, after thousands of years, you have finally been resurrected and returned. Kagaya Otsutsuki sensed her own power, yet still frowned slightly. No. This is not all of me. That man still possesses terrifying chakra. I'm taking them all back. Black Zetsu chuckled. Not bad, mother. That man is the last and only obstacle to your regaining your rule. Kill him, and the entire ninja world will be your nursery. His name is Uchiha Chiba. Kagaya Otsutsuki sensed the power contained within Chiba and couldn't help but frown slightly. The bloodline concentration is not high, nor is it pure. It seems they are merely a branch of Indra's descendants, but why is his chakra and power so strong? Heiju's expression changed slightly. Mother, that guy really can't be judged by common sense. The way he gained power is incomprehensible, and the speed at which he grows is unimaginable. Indeed, he is the most terrifying enemy. But no matter how strong I am, I can never be a match for Mother. Kagaya Otsutsuki sneered. That's natural. The time for everything to end has come. I will reclaim the chakra and power within you and once again rule the world. But not here. The next moment. With a whoosh, Kagaya Otsutsuki's Rinne Sharingan on her forehead suddenly unleashed an unimaginable and terrifying power. In an instant, the world before Chianyu's eyes changed completely. Heaven's Royal Center. This is precisely the bloodline limit power unique to Kagaya Otsutsuki. It is also one of the most powerful space-time ninjutsu. In the blink of an eye, time and space shift, and the world is transformed. This is the desert space within the domain of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Vast and boundless, all that could be seen was endless yellow sand, with no end in sight. This was the world that Kagaya Otsutsuki threw into in the original work. Chianyu looked around and nodded. Here it comes. His last battle, and the one in which he could unleash his full power to the extreme. This is the battle that Chiba has been looking forward to for a long time. He had been invincible for far too long before this. Even if he wanted to give it his all, there was simply no opponent who could match him. Until this moment. Kagaya Otsutsuki roared instantly, and suddenly the desert world seemed to change. Endless yellow sand surged up wildly, roaring out and transforming into a huge storm of sand that filled the entire space-time, pouring down on Chiba and suppressing him. Chianyu frowned slightly, then revealed a smile. It is good. This is real, respectable power. This is a real, respectable enemy. He knew this was one of Kagaya Otsutsuki's abilities. Nature in harmony. Directly integrate yourself with the entire universe, manipulate everything in space and time, and let the universe naturally become a part of your body, which you can control at will and operate freely. This power is similar to the inorganic rebirth technique of Ruchi Cave. However, scale, size, power, scope, they are completely incomparable. Compared to Kagaya Otsutsuki, the White Snake Sage's inorganic reincarnation was like an eel rolling around in the mud. As for Kabuto Yakushi, they were like ants. In that instant, Kagaya Otsutsuki created a massive sandstorm that spanned the entire world. Before Chianyu was a terrifying being that filled the entire desert world, like a giant demon. His abilities in Takamagahara had not yet recovered at this moment. In the blink of an eye, he had already activated his complete Susanoo, which was enough to withstand the sandstorm's onslaught. But all I could hear was the frantic pounding of sand and the howling of the wind, as if I had been completely swallowed up by a demon. However, Chianyu gave a cold laugh. Surrounded by the defenses of the complete Susanoo, he slightly raised his right hand and temporarily borrowed the power of the one-tailed Shukaku, turning the desert world into his own domain. Sacred Immortal Technique. Wind Release. Great breakthrough of Infinite Sandstorm. Based on Shukaku's wind release sand control technique, Senba fused his own Sacred Immortal Technique, which combined the power of his three sacred lands, to an unimaginable degree. Suddenly. Rumble, rumble. The violent sand and storm suddenly swirled back and launched a counterattack, instead spreading and erupting towards Kagaya Otsutsuki. That's the power of magic. How could its power be so great? Kagaya Otsutsuki knew about Sage Mode. The Sage of Six Paths had learned native Sage Mode from Gamamaru and then turned against him. However, even the Sage of Six Paths, immortal techniques are no match for the person before him. In an instant, the two violent forces collided, and the entire desert world was suddenly turned upside down. A huge chasm was torn open in the endless sea of sand, as deep as an abyss. It can actually counteract Mother's natural unity. Uchiha Chiba, how can that bastard's power be so terrifying? Even Black Zetsu was dumbfounded. Kagaya Otsutsuki's expression changed slightly. No wonder, this man is indeed extraordinary, capable of withstanding the power of infinite Tsukuyomi. At this moment, amidst the swirling sand and dust, Kagaya Otsutsuki and Chiba Uchiha were completely unaffected, and instead immediately charged towards each other once more. Chiyu wielded the perfect Susanoo Chakra greatsword and fiercely slashed down at Kagaya Otsutsuki. His complete Susanoo incorporates the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan, and even the power of the Sage Technique, which is a fusion of the three great holy lands. Its power is simply unimaginable. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki dared not be the slightest bit negligent or underestimate her. She immediately unleashed her ultimate physical technique, 80 God's Air Strike. Suddenly, rumble. Countless enormous chakra fists thundered and transformed into real matter, resembling small mountains, unleashing a power powerful enough to shake the heavens and earth. This is a truly flawless and ultimate martial art that combines offense and defense. In terms of physical skills, he has truly reached the pinnacle. His destructive power, lethality, and annihilation have all reached their zenith, even surpassing human limits. Above the Eight Gates Night Might. Keigaya Otsutsuki's 80 Gods Vacuum Strike clashed violently with the perfect Susanoo's Chakra Greatsword, enhanced by the Senjutsu of the Thousand Feathers. For a moment, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, the sun and moon lost their light. The violent clash filled Black Zetsu with terror. The space-time, which was already filled with sand and dust, seemed to have been pierced through, leaving it riddled with holes and devastated. The earth was instantly devastated. The aftershocks of the battle overturned the entire desert world, with endless sand and dust scattering in all directions, creating an apocalyptic scene. The outcome of this frenzied exchange of fire was. The two were almost evenly matched. Despite the blessing of the sage technique, Chiba's perfect Susanoo was forced back by the 80 Gods Void Strike and was sent flying more than 1,000 meters away. However, Keigaya Otsutsuki was also knocked back by his chakra sword, and her body was involuntarily blasted away, letting out a muffled groan. Keigaya Otsutsuki's expression changed drastically. It can actually withstand my 80 Gods airstrike. His power is simply unbelievable. But at this moment, although Qianyu was blasted away, his face showed a bit of fanaticism and fervor, his fighting spirit was boiling and his fighting will was high. Good. For the first time in so long, Chiba truly felt the thrill and joy of battle again. Hearty. Come on, Keigaya Otsutsuki. Holy, Celestial Light Thunder Cannon. This is the strongest long-range attack that is formed by fusing Senbei's sacred immortal technique, the complete Susanoo Yasaka Magatama, and the most powerful and ultimate lightning release. In an instant. A laser cannonball, dazzling enough to blind anyone, exploded in an instant, shooting towards Keigaya Otsutsuki, thousands of meters away. This moment. Even Keigaya Otsutsuki couldn't help but feel fear. That is. What kind of power? Greater than. Chapter 146 Crushing and Devastating Keigaya. My power surpasses yours. Chapter 146 Crushing and Devastating Keigaya. My power surpasses yours. Faced with Chiyu's power, even Keigaya Otsutsuki couldn't help but feel fear for the first time. What kind of power is that? It wasn't just the technique itself that was terrifying, more importantly, the power of Chiba's chakra far exceeded Keigaya Otsutsuki's imagination. Even his two sons, Hagoromo and Hamura, didn't have such powerful chakra. This is actually quite natural. The original chakra of this world was born from the fruit of the divine tree. Keigaya Otsutsuki ate the fruit of the god tree and became the first being to generate chakra, also known as the progenitor of chakra. As for Hagoromo and Hamura, their chakra originated from her body. Now, Keigaya Otsutsuki has essentially recovered most of the scattered chakra. But Chiyu is different. His chakra did not originally come from Keigaya Otsutsuki. Rather, it's equivalent to creating something from nothing, appearing out of thin air, and it doesn't originate from this world at all. Therefore, there will naturally be no restrictions. In the original ninja world, no one could possibly surpass Keigaya Otsutsuki's chakra reserves. Because she is both the beginning and the end of everything. However, Chiba can completely ignore this restriction. This is also the biggest reason why Keigaya Otsutsuki felt something was strange and was terrified. In that instant, Keigaya Otsutsuki roared and finally unleashed her ultimate power. 80 Gods Air Strike. She unleashed what was still an extraordinary, ultimate taijutsu technique. Yagagami Air Attack. However, its power is 10 times greater than before. In an instant, a violent chakra fist surged forth and shot down, colliding violently with the Sage Light Divine Thunder Cannon enhanced by Senyu's sacred sage technique. Suddenly, the entire desert world was in complete uproar. The endless sea of sand was like a pot of boiling oil, turning upside down, with waves surging and towering into the sky. Rumble. Rumble, boom. Even Black Zetsu was dumbfounded. What kind of power is that? He can actually sit on equal footing with Mother. This is impossible. However, despite what he said, the truth is that Keigaya Otsutsuki had to unleash several 80 Divine Void Strike attacks to neutralize and defend against Senyu's Holy Immortal Light Divine Thunder Cannon. In other words, in terms of sheer power, the opponent has already surpassed the 80 Gods Vacuum Strike. At this moment, Qianyu also had a more basic understanding of the so-called Six Paths realm. It may seem like a complete leap forward, but in essence, it's just a few differences. First of all, the amount of chakra is unimaginably huge. In the original work, after obtaining the power of the Six Paths, Naruto Uzumaki kicked away the truth-seeking ball. According to the official guidebook, Naruto's chakra reserves at this moment far exceed those of Kurama mode or even Sage mode, which is why he is able to unleash such astonishing power. Whether it was 6 Paths Uchiha Obito, 6 Paths Uchiha Madara, or Otsutsuki Kagaya, they all demonstrated chakra quantities that exceeded the limit. Secondly, there is the so-called qualitative change. For example, starting with Obito in 6 Paths, Yin-Yang release could nullify all ninjutsu, which alone left almost all ninjas in the entire ninja world helpless. Ninjutsu, after all, is the skill that ninjas rely on for their livelihood. Once completely neutralized, there is no way to fight the enemy. That is why, even if Tobirama Senju, Minato Namikaze, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha joined forces, they still couldn't defeat Obito, who had just entered the 6 Paths stage. He could even instantly kill Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju, who were resurrected using Edo Tensei. However, this is not too outrageous. Because, in the end, there are still the powers of immortal techniques and physical techniques that can harm the 6 Paths experts. For example, after Might Guy opened the Gate of Death, he almost killed Madara Uchiha in his 6th path. Not to mention, once the Sage mode is found to be effective, Naruto's power will be able to completely rival Obito's 6 paths. At that time, Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi who was even stronger than Naruto Uzumaki, could probably have defeated Obito in the 6 paths with his enormous chakra reserves and Sage mode power. Finally, there are the various strange techniques that can be used in the 6 paths realm. For example, 6 Paths Obito's Truth-Seeking Balls, 6 Paths Madara Uchiha's 6 Paths Sage Mode, and so on. Of course, the most extreme example is Kagaya Otsutsuki's Kekkei Kyukai. However, whether it's quantity, quality, or technique, none of these are problems for Qianyu. His chakra reserves were already on par with any of the 6 Paths experts. As for the quality, his own sacred immortal technique is enough to contend with any 6 Paths expert. Yin-Yang escape technique and immunity to ninjutsu are meaningless to him. The final technique involves possessing the same Takamagahara, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan, and the intertwined and fused 3-Tomo Rinnegan, which allows him to control space and mass beyond everyone's imagination. So, even when facing Kagaya Otsutsuki, he had nothing to fear. Kagaya Otsutsuki also frowned. This man is truly unprecedentedly powerful. In fact, he might even be on par with Ashiki Otsutsuki. Black Zetsu was also shocked. He knew that Otsutsuki Ashiki was someone who came to Earth with his mother. In fact, his mother was originally his subordinate, destined to be sacrificed to the 10 tails so that the divine tree could bloom and bear fruit. However, the mother was unwilling to accept this fate, so she ambushed Ashiki Otsutsuki and fed his body to the 10 tails, causing the divine tree to bloom and bear fruit, while she herself ate the fruit of the divine tree. After that, fearing that the Otsutsuki clan would come to punish her, the mother had no choice but to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi and the divine tree world advent to create her own army of white Zetsu to resist the enemies of the Otsutsuki clan. Unfortunately, her good intentions were ruined by her 2 sons, who instead sealed and suppressed their mother. But now, even Black Zetsu never imagined that someone like Uchiha Senba would be born on Earth's own soil. Even his mother described him as, its power is almost on par with that of Ikishiki Otsutsuki. Although Black Zetsu was very clear about Chiba's information, however, the opponent's power was increasing wildly every moment, every second. In his mind, Qianyu's ability was indeed like that, but it was impossible for her to have such great power. Mother, this man is indeed very troublesome. However, Mother has consumed the fruit of the divine tree, granting her absolute immortality. She is indestructible, and apart from the 6 Paths planetary devastation, there is absolutely no attack that can defeat her. And no matter how powerful that guy is, he's still just an ordinary person. If we can kill him just once, we can completely destroy him. Therefore, the advantage still lies with us. Kagaya Otsutsuki nodded, feeling relieved. Although she was incredibly powerful, her combat experience and fighting spirit were far lacking. Let alone comparing her to figures like Chiba or Madara Uchiha, she's probably not even as good as an ordinary jonin in the ninja world. Therefore, Black Zetsu became her strategist, advisor, and strategist. His 3-Tomo Rinnegan I power is called Takamagahara. It's a domain that can control all space and mass. Once trapped within it, even Mother would find it difficult to deal with, but that range should only be about 1 kilometer, and he just used it against Madara Uchiha, so it seems he hasn't recovered yet and can't use it for the time being. Hey, no matter how powerful he is, I know all the information about him, but he knows nothing about Mother's abilities, so the advantage is still with us. Mother, use your awe-inspiring power to completely dazzle him. This is the best way to defeat him. Keigaya Otsutsuki raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a sinister smile. It is good. Chiyu nodded in agreement. Black Zetsu's tactics were quite accurate. However, he overlooked one point. That means he knows Keigaya Otsutsuki's abilities inside and out. In that instant, Keigaya Otsutsuki suddenly activated the power of her Rinne Sharingan on her forehead once more. A burst of violent chakra erupted once more, and the power of the bloodline limit was activated with a roar. Tien Zongchu. This time, the time and space she switched to was exactly the one that first appeared in the original work, Lava World. Qianyu's eyes lit up. The whole world had changed from endless yellow sand to blazing red magma. Here, too, stretches endlessly, with only surging, flowing lava and equally red-hot, continuous mountain ranges, cliffs, and deep valleys. The intense heat hit me, making even breathing incredibly difficult. Black Zetsu sneered, "Hey, Uchiha Chiba, endure the scorching heat of the magma." However, Qianyu scoffed and shook her head. "Magma. You don't actually think this is your territory, do you?" In that instant, Chiyu took the initiative and temporarily borrowed the chakra and power of the Four-Tails Son Goku, unleashing the incredibly powerful Lava Release Kekkei Genkei. Lava Release. Scorching River Rock Technique. In an instant, massive magma fireballs erupted, their power amplified by the terrain advantage of the magma world, and they shot towards Keigaya Otsutsuki. That's the four-tailed one. Keigaya Otsutsuki and Black Zetsu were both taken aback. However, Keigaya Otsutsuki was Keigaya Otsutsuki after all, and she reacted immediately. She also raised her hands, activating the power of nature as one, and endless magma surged up, forming a huge barrier that blocked Chiyu's attack. Even so, the entire magma world was turned upside down, with magma bubbling and boiling like oil in a pot, creating towering waves. Molten Release. Flower Fruit Mountain. With a sudden slam, Chiyu created a raging sea of magma that swept across the sky, threatening to engulf Keigaya Otsutsuki. His chakra and power surpassed those of the Four-Tails Son Goku by countless times. Although it only borrowed his bloodline limit ability, the technique released was far more powerful than his original self. Keigaya Otsutsuki snorted coldly, and similarly manipulated the power of nature to transform magma into an ocean, which she then used to launch a fierce attack on Chiba. The two forces clashed violently, and endless magma collided wildly, scattering in all directions, creating an extremely dangerous yet magnificent scene. Black Zetsu was also dumbfounded. Did the world of lava actually give him a geographical advantage? That man seems to be able to utilize the chakra and abilities of the nine-tailed beasts, if this continues. Chiyu didn't give him a chance to think and immediately unleashed an even more powerful lava release Kekkei Genkei. Molten Release. Scorching River Eruption. This is the ultimate killing move, the final trump card, and the trump card ninjutsu of the Four-Tails Son Goku and his Jinchuriki Roshi, besides the tailed beast ball. In an instant, the entire earth transformed into a volcano about to erupt, its dark opening resembling a giant cannon barrel, ready to unleash a torrent of water at any moment. Keigaya Otsutsuki scoffed, "This is my world." She also took the initiative, creating a towering wave of lava that rushed towards Qianyu. Qianyu then unleashed his final move, pushing his power to its limit and even incorporating the power of the Holy Immortal Technique. Rumble. Rumble, boom. The power of the scorching river's great eruption finally erupted completely. The raging magma transformed into cannonballs and fire dragons, roaring and howling, baring its fangs and claws, even breaking through Keigaya Otsutsuki's magma waves, unstoppable and unstoppable, still exploding towards her main body. Keigaya Otsutsuki was utterly shocked. In that instant, driven by instinct, she activated her bloodline limit once again. Tien Zongchu. In an instant, she switched time and space again, and the new scene that immediately came into view was Ice World. Naturally, even the world changed, and Qianyu's scorching river fireball disappeared. "Mother, we must finish this quickly. That guy hasn't fully recovered his strength yet, otherwise he'd be even more difficult to deal with. Although Mother won't die, if she's sealed away by some kind of power of hers, then all the grand plans of the past 1,000 years will have come to naught." Keigaya Otsutsuki nodded, and suddenly her power exploded, her chakra bursting open. The extreme low temperature of the icy world instantly caused Qianyu to emanate a chilling aura, and the ice and snow instantly covered him, slowing his movements. Then, Keigaya Otsutsuki immediately released another bloodline limit. Rabbit Hair Needle. Bang bang bang. The countless sharp thorns were formed from Keigaya Otsutsuki's full head of white hair. Combined with her Byakugan, they could see through the enemy's pressure points and weaknesses, leaving no possibility of escape except for a forced defense. Once hit, their chakra and power are immediately sealed, rendering them unable to move. However, Chiyu merely snorted coldly and instantly activated his Susanoo power, blocking all the attacks. Black Zetsu frowned and said, "The rabbit hair needle is Mother's fastest move, and that guy's speed was slowed down by the extreme cold of the ice and snow world. Even so, it's still difficult to hurt him. In that case, Mother, go to the other world. Make sure he can't move." Kagaya Otsutsuki understood immediately, nodded, and instantly released Aim no Minakata once more. Buzz. Chianyu had already deduced his plan from Heiju's words. To render oneself immobile, that must be one of the 6 dimensions within 10 no Minakata, supergravity space. Sure enough, in the next instant, Chianyu had already descended into this monotonous world full of dull green. There was nothing here, only terrifying gravity that exceeded the limits. Boom. The terrifying power not only suppressed Chiyu herself, but also made it difficult for Kagaya Otsutsuki to stand up, although she was slowly adapting to it. Seize this moment. Without hesitation, Kagaya Otsutsuki unleashed one of her trump cards. Let's kill the ashes together. A gray-white skeleton instantly appeared behind her, and the structure of her bones was altered from within her body to create a special weapon that could be fired from her palm. Once it touched a living being, it would immediately assimilate and corrode it, just like the resurrection of the impure world reincarnation. Her body would completely collapse and decay, turning into fragments and dust. This is a truly lethal technique. Once you get infected, there's no cure. It is intricately connected to the Shikatsumiku bloodline limit of the Kagaya clan, one of the descendants of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Of course, in terms of power, it is far superior to the power of the corpse bone pulse. In the original work, Kagaya Otsutsuki unleashed the all-killing ash bones, which could instantly kill Naruto Uzumaki's shadow clones and destroy the complete Susanoo in one blow. Now, Kagaya Otsutsuki unleashed 2 all-killing ash bones, attacking from the left and right sides with a fierce assault, determined to utterly pulverize Chiba and leave no trace of his body. However, this is the moment Chiyu has been waiting for. A smug, cold smile even appeared on his lips. This made Black Zetsu's heart skip a beat. So, what exactly is that man thinking? Why are you so confident? But he didn't have time to say anything. Kagaya Otsutsuki unleashed 2 powerful attacks of ash bones. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of Chianyu, within arm's reach. But at that moment, with a whoosh, his 3-tomo Sharingan spun violently, unleashing a burst of ferocious ocular power. He had finally activated his recovered ultimate ocular power. Takamagahara. The divine realm unfolds instantly. Not good. Black Zetsu was shocked and immediately gave a warning. Mother, watch out. In the next instant, the 2 all-killing ash bones had already entered Chianyu's divine kingdom domain. He directly amplified them dozens or even hundreds of times with his power of mass control. Then, with his power of space control, he distorted and reversed space, turning the all-killing ash bones around and shooting them back towards Kagaya Otsutsuki. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Before Kagaya Otsutsuki could react, 2 incredibly thick all-killing ash bones, their size increased 100-fold, shot back towards her at a speed 10 or 100 times faster than before. She was slightly taken aback. It was this moment of hesitation due to her lack of combat experience that cost her the chance to dodge. Puff. Puff. 2 deadly ash bones simultaneously pierced into Kagaya Otsutsuki's body, instantly penetrating her entire form, assimilating and corroding her in an instant. Mother. Black Zetsu let out a hysterical scream. Kagaya Otsutsuki was also bewildered and helpless, watching helplessly as her body instantly turned into ashes and dust, slowly withering and crumbling away. Chapter 147 The Death of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Resolving Karma and Destiny. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 147 The Death of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Resolving Karma and Destiny. Requesting monthly votes. Kagaya Otsutsuki's attack backfired, harming both herself and others. Chiba's Rinnegan power had already recovered, but she wanted to take this opportunity to test whether Kagaya Otsutsuki's killing move would be effective against her. For an instant, he unleashed the divine realm of Takamagahara, directly amplifying and reversing the attack of the all-killing ash bones. Sure enough, the attack hit its mark, piercing through Kagaya Otsutsuki's body. With a scream from Black Zetsu, Kagaya Otsutsuki's body immediately collapsed and disintegrated, scattering like dust and turning into utter ashes. Heiju quickly seized the opportunity to break free from his mother's embrace, fearing that he would be affected by this move. However, the next moment, Kagaya Otsutsuki's body had already turned to ashes. They actually started to gather, close, recover, and restore themselves again. Even Chianyu couldn't help but frown slightly. This is what they call an absolute form of immortality. Even Hidan, once reduced to ashes, can never be restored. Even if only his head or limbs are cut off, he will lose his ability to move and will not be able to regenerate. Not to mention characters like Hashirama Senju and Tsunade, who are known for their strong life force and regenerative abilities. However, Kagaya Otsutsuki, after consuming the fruit of the divine tree, indeed gained a near-immortal body at a conceptual level. Soon, in Chiyu's vision, Kagaya Otsutsuki's body rapidly recovered, and after a moment, she had returned to her complete form. Black Zetsu chuckled. Uchiha Chiba, do you think your scheme will succeed? You want to use Mother's techniques against Mother. Wishful thinking. He immediately leapt up again and returned to his mother's wide robe sleeves. Clearly, he chose to flee because he knew he was not immortal. In reality, Black Zetsu's abilities are quite weak, so he can only hide in the shadows, sow discord, and plot tricks in order to achieve his plan to resurrect his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Although Kagaya Otsutsuki had recovered, she was furious and let out a hysterical roar. How dare this lowly being humiliate me like this? Yomi Hiruzen. In an instant, Kagaya Otsutsuki flicked her sleeve. A uniquely shaped spacetime portal suddenly appeared silently behind Qianyu. It was pitch black, as if it had been cut through space and time by countless black cubes. The next moment, an endless stream of acid poured down. It poured into Qianyu, who was being suppressed by the supergravity space. However, Chiyu sneered, and Takamagahara's control over space power was activated instantly. The acid suddenly changed direction and instead gushed out towards Kagaya Otsutsuki once again. However, this time Kagaya Otsutsuki was on guard and immediately switched dimensions again. Tien Zongchu. This time, what Chiba saw was the last world within Amanamanaka, and also the location of the most core space, initial space. This is the central world that connects to the other 5 spacetimes, also known as the main world. The other 5 worlds are far apart, and ordinary people cannot reach them even if they possess spacetime ninjutsu. They can only temporarily reach the origin sphere first, and then try to connect to the other 5 worlds from here. That's exactly what Obito Uchiha did in the original work. However, Kagaya Otsutsuki herself can activate the space-time power of Yomatsu Hirasaka at any time, allowing her to freely enter and exit any world. Within the primordial space lies a crimson land, with continuous high mountains and narrow valleys, all bearing streamlined patterns. Above, however, hangs an eerie and magnificent yellowish-green hue. In this world, Kagaya Otsutsuki can absorb the chakra of those ninjas who are affected by the infinite Tsukuyomi and the advent of the divine tree world, replenishing her own power at any time. It can be said that they were born with an invincible position. Really? Upon arriving in this world, Kagaya Otsutsuki immediately began to devour chakra, causing the entire earth to be overturned, the ground to shake violently, and the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. With the infusion of endless chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki's power was completely restored, even surpassing her previous strength. Hey, Mother's power has fully recovered, and she's absorbed new chakra, making her much stronger than before. Uchiha Chia's Takamagahara can only be maintained for about a minute at most. Mother, if we just keep him occupied, he'll run out of options. Furthermore, his chakra reserves are ultimately limited, Kagaya Otsutsuki said in a deep voice. In that case, let's just throw him into the desert space to die. Black Zetsu shook his head. I'm afraid that won't work. His Takamagahara Divine Kingdom domain can activate a spatial portal, so he can probably get out. The same goes for other acidic spaces. I don't know if he can get out of the space within the heavenly sphere, but if he's thrown into another space, he should still be able to return to the origin sphere space, Kagaya Otsutsuki said. In other words, we have to deal with him here. Good. Kagaya Otsutsuki snorted coldly and instantly unleashed one of her signature moves once more. Let's kill the ashes together. Moreover, this time, not only did they use all kill ash bones, but they also used Yomatsu Hirasaka, causing all kill ash bones to suddenly pass through, and on the other side, a door opened behind Chiba. She intended to use this move to launch a surprise attack and completely obliterate Qianyu's body. But behind Chiyu lies the divine realm of Takamagahara. This is completely meaningless. Buzz. With a thought, Chiyu completely shut down the portal to Yomatsu Hirasaka. The ash bones only go in and never come out, disappearing instantly. What? You can even forcibly shut down my Yomatsu Hirasaka. Kagaya Otsutsuki's expression changed. At the same time, Qianyu finally launched his own offensive. That's not all. His body suddenly approached, instantly moving to the edge of the space-time of Takamagahara. Then, he reopened Takamagahara, and the divine realm expanded, this time directly covering and enveloping Kagaya Otsutsuki. Mother, be careful. Black Zetsu instantly assimilated with Kagaya Otsutsuki to avoid being killed by Chiba. Kagaya Otsutsuki had no time to react. In an instant, Chiba activated the power of Takamagahara's control over space. Space annihilation. Suddenly. With a whoosh, a space-time area with a radius of 1 kilometer was instantly and completely annihilated, reduced to nothingness, and turned into nothingness. It was neither black nor white, nor even chaos. It is utter nothingness. Kagaya Otsutsuki's expression changed drastically, but she immediately sensed that her body had been completely annihilated along with the space itself. This move is Chianyu's ultimate killing move. The divine realm unfolded, suddenly enveloping everything, then annihilating space, obliterating all things and all living beings within it. However, a moment later, Kagaya Otsutsuki's body reappeared. Moreover, it appeared outside its own divine realm. However, she also looked extremely weak, panting heavily. Clearly, even if she was immortal, being killed and resurrected by Chiba time and time again consumed an unimaginable amount of chakra and power for Kagaya Otsutsuki. Chianyu frowned even more deeply. Can't you kill her even like this? Spatial annihilation meant her body should have vanished completely, even more ephemeral than the ashes of the shared kill ash bones, but she still can't die. If someone can survive this, then it's no longer a matter of vitality or regenerative ability. Rather, it is truly immortal and indestructible. It even comes close to being a concept god-level existence. But in this ninja world, only the legendary Otsutsuki god, who transcended the limitations of flesh and blood and entered a higher dimensional space, could achieve true immortality. Kagaya Otsutsuki only ate a fruit from the god tree, it's impossible for her to be absolutely immortal. At this moment, Kagaya Otsutsuki was both shocked and furious. His power can actually annihilate space itself. Black Zetsu has now completely merged into Kagaya Otsutsuki's will. Otherwise, there would have been no way they would have survived. Mother, his power to control space is indeed terrifying. Although you can resurrect indefinitely, doing so will consume a huge amount of chakra and even life force. It's best to avoid direct confrontation until his time at Takamagahara is over. Kagaya Otsutsuki nodded, and immediately activated Yomi Hirasaka, and her body disappeared into the starting space. Chianyu gave a cold laugh. Trying to escape. His Takamagahara, just like its name suggests, is the divine realm inhabited by the gods, overlooking the entire human world. Within his own divine realm, in Chiyu's eyes, the entire ninja world unfolds like a map, allowing him to survey the entire world from above. The starting ball space is no exception. Although it takes some time, Chiba is still able to find Kagaya Otsutsuki's location. Here. Chianyu instantly activated the power of the spatial portal, and his figure also disappeared from the spot. The next instant, he found himself inside a magnificent and vast castle, like a temple. This is Kagaya Otsutsuki's own castle. Outside the castle stood a huge statue, also a statue of Kagaya Otsutsuki herself. And hidden here are many secrets of the Otsutsuki clan, badges, scrolls, intelligence, information, even broken teleportation arrays, etc. However, these were not things that Chianyu cared about at this moment. His sudden appearance shocked the Otsutsuki meeting. What? You can even find my traces in the starting space. Black Zetsu exclaimed in surprise. Watch out, mother. Chiyu's divine domain descended once more, and in her panic, Kagaya Otsutsuki didn't even have time to activate her space-time ninjutsu before being suppressed again. Mass annihilation. Besides space, this is the second power of control that Chianyu has gained, dominate quality. In an instant, Kagaya Otsutsuki's body was completely annihilated once again. From the perspective of quality, it has once again vanished, turned into nothingness. However, even so, Kagaya Otsutsuki was quickly resurrected. However, it's now much farther away from Chiyu. As expected, the power of mass dominance was also insufficient to completely kill her. Black Zetsu couldn't help but stick his head out and let out a cold laugh. Uchiha Chiba, don't waste your energy. Mother is immortal, and your Takamagahara is about to run out of chakra and time. At that time, you will still be, they're definitely going to die. At that very moment, buzz. Chianyu suddenly activated the spatial portal, instantly teleporting to Kagaya Otsutsuki once again. A terrifying lightning blade appeared in his hand, and he fiercely slashed down at Kagaya Otsutsuki. Caught off guard, Kagaya Otsutsuki managed to hold on, but was still severely injured. However, Chiyu's target was not her. It is Black Zetsu. In an instant, Black Zetsu was directly cut in half from Kagaya Otsutsuki's body. The mangled body, like a puddle of mud or a heap of asphalt, writhed on the ground, letting out a desperate scream, "Mother, save me." But Keigaya Otsutsuki was too busy taking care of herself to save him. In an instant, lightning exploded, infused with Qianyu's holy immortal technique power, instantly shattering Heiju's muddy body. Rumble. Boom. Black Zetsu was blasted into countless black dots that scattered in all directions before finally falling helplessly to the ground. This mastermind behind Naruto is practically the director, and the most filial son in Black Zetsu's story of saving his mother. Die here. You have successfully helped Black Zetsu, who was dependent on his mother, break free from her embrace and gain independence. Your merit is immeasurable. A great deed. You have gained 30,000 merit points. It seems that although Black Zetsu isn't particularly strong on his own, he is, after all, the mastermind behind everything, so the merit points he received were quite substantial. He casually added the merit points to his pupil power. Current 3 Tomo Rinnegan I power, 150,100. Congratulations on your advancement from a 3 Tomo Rinnegan to a 6 Tomo Rinnegan. The Takamagahara territory has been expanded to 5,000 meters. The power to control one's eye power in Takamagahara has been enhanced, granting the user a new power to control their soul. Soul power. Qianyu's heart couldn't help but move. This is probably the true ultimate power. Previously, Chiyu had also mastered the power of the soul, such as her own Calamity Sun God, which could judge and burn the soul. She could use the Crimson Lotus karmic fire to unleash the power of judging sins, burning both the body and the soul at the same time. However, even so, it can only send the soul to the Pure Land in the underworld. It is a true nemesis to the living, and even to the dead who have been resurrected through the impure world reincarnation. It was a one-hit kill, fleeting in an instant. However, it is impossible to completely annihilate the soul in a fundamental sense. The souls in the Naruto world are incredibly powerful. In reality, there has never been a case of a soul being completely annihilated and disappearing. From the Sage of Six Paths and Keigaya Otsutsuki in ancient times, to those ninjas who died many years ago but could still be resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, their souls have existed since time immemorial, though they reside in the pure land of the underworld. However, everything is different now. He had completely mastered and controlled the power of the rules governing the soul. In other words, this is not merely purification, burning, judgment, or exile, but something in the truest sense, annihilation. If you are hit by this move, your soul will completely dissipate and disappear forever from the history of the ninja world. Qianyu's lips curled up slightly. This is the true power of the gods. Without hesitation, he immediately activated Takamagahara again. The divine realm that was almost gone was not only restored, but its power surged even more. That was the inevitable result of his own sudden surge in pupil power. The realm of the gods unfolds. Dominate. The power of the soul. In that instant, he saw another world. That is, the pure land of the underworld. Chiyu's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that endless mysteries were hidden within this netherworld pure land of the ninja world. Soul, death, the Grim Reaper, and the hidden power that exists behind it all. It seems there is another inexplicably powerful being, that is, the Sage of Six Paths. However, that's all in the future. Now, Qianyu has seen through the yin and yang realms, and understood the present world and the pure land. He truly possesses the power to decide life and death and judge souls. Even within his divine realm, he saw the soul of Black Zetsu, who had already died. Only, that didn't seem to be his own soul. Black Zetsu seems to have no soul. His will is essentially the will of Keigaya Otsutsuki. Qianyu snorted coldly, and with a casual flick of her wrist, instantly, Black Zetsu's shattered soul let out a piercing scream. Ashes. Utterly annihilated. From that day forward, Black Zetsu would no longer exist in the history of the ninja world. Even the pure land of the underworld doesn't have it. Keigaya Otsutsuki couldn't see any of this, but she sensed it. A terrifying, ominous premonition enveloped her entire being. Black Zetsu is dead. No matter how powerful she is, she probably won't be able to unleash her full potential. Uchiha Chiba. Keigaya Otsutsuki roared, and her entire body entered a fully transformed tailed beast form. That was a giant 10-tailed rabbit. 10 Tails' chakra hands shot out suddenly, instantly devouring and absorbing any enemy they touched, making it an even more terrifying and deadly attack than the all-killing Ash Bones. However, Qianyu let out a cold laugh, and the area of his divine kingdom instantly expanded. Spatial power activated. Bang bang bang. All 10 tails were cut in half at the waist, completely annihilated, and turned into nothingness. What? Keigaya Otsutsuki was greatly alarmed, sensing the expansion of the opponent's divine realm, and immediately tried to flee. However, it's all too late. Gao Tianyuan. Kagaya Otsutsuki instantly felt herself enveloped by a power that did not belong to this world. Amanamanaka was originally her world, but now it seemed to have been completely stripped away, and she felt like a lamb in someone else's hands, at their mercy. No. Kagaya Otsutsuki let out a desperate cry. It seemed that she also sensed that Chiba possessed the power to completely kill her. But Chianyu did not hesitate for a moment. Kagaya Otsutsuki, you've lived long enough. Now, I will grant you liberation. For an instant. The power to dominate the soul is activated instantly. Soul annihilated. Suddenly. Kagaya Otsutsuki's body, along with her soul, was completely annihilated, vanished into nothingness, she is dead. This immortal chakra progenitor, the goddess of the rabbit, the beginning and end of everything, finally ended all cause and effect and destiny in the hands of Chiba. To this world, Kagaya Otsutsuki was undoubtedly an invader. They are invaders from outer space. Whether it's her, Ashiki Otsutsuki, or other members of the Otsutsuki clan, they are all culprits who constantly invade other planets, plant divine trees, devour and absorb the power of the entire planet, and destroy the entire world after satisfying their own selfish desires. She not only enslaved and ruled this planet, turning countless humans into white zetsu, killing and manipulating them at will, but more importantly, she was the catalyst that triggered even more serious consequences. The other members of the Otsutsuki clan are constantly coming to invade Earth because of her actions, making this world never peaceful. Therefore, she is undoubtedly the beginning of all cause and effect. And now, it has finally been ended by Chianyu. You have enabled Kagaya Otsutsuki to be completely liberated, severing all karmic ties and destiny. Your merit is immeasurable. Great virtue. 800,000 merit points added. Chianyu's heart trembled. Good heavens, 800,000 points. As expected of the progenitor of chakra. He added all those merit points to his eye power, and instantly. The eye power, which had already reached its peak, erupted with a tremendous evolution that was like a complete transformation, changing the world. Chapter 148 Ultimate Power. Control of Time. The Chunin exams of the entire shinobi world. Chapter 148 Ultimate Power. Control of Time. The Chunin exams of the entire shinobi world. In that instant, Chianyu added all 800,000 merit points earned from killing Kagaya Otsutsuki to his eye power, and instantly, rumble. Boom. The violent power of his eyes was almost tangible, bursting forth with enough to illuminate the entire world. Congratulations. Your 2-6-Tomo Rinnegan have successfully evolved into 2-9-Tomo Rinnegan, also known as the Rinne Sharingan. Congratulations. Your Takamagahara eye power has evolved to its ultimate form, increasing its range to 10,000 meters. Furthermore, you have successfully awakened the ultimate power of the rule of time. Congratulations. You have accumulated 1 million merit points. You have successfully acquired all of Kagaya Otsutsuki's abilities. Chianyu's heart stirred. His eyes evolved from the 6-Tomo Rinnegan to the 9-Tomo Rinnegan. In other words, from then on, both eyes were the Rinne Sharingan. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki only had one on her forehead. His own Takamagahara had evolved to its ultimate form, possessing the final power of rules. Control your time. Within his own divine realm, he could freely accelerate time, slow down time, freeze time, rewind time, loop time, and even, annihilation of time. At this point, Takamagahara in Chiba could truly be called a divine realm. However, this is still not the ultimate solution. Its own time power is practically a bug, yet it still has the potential to evolve. For example, travel through time. I can't do that yet. In addition to the increase in her own eye power, the reward for accumulating 1 million merit points is all of Kagaya Otsutsuki's abilities. In other words, she possesses all of the following: Byakugan, Rinne Sharingan, Kekkei Genkei, Space-Time Ninjutsu, Extraordinary Taijutsu, the Ten Tails Body, and even immortality. Of course, for Chiba, who was already considered a god, even Kagaya Otsutsuki's power was just icing on the cake. Now, not only in this ninja world, but also in the entire universe and the entire worldview, Chiyu is almost invincible. Unless it is the legendary Otsutsuki god descending. Feather now. They are the true gods. Chiyu killed Kagaya Otsutsuki, ending all karmic ties and destiny. He glanced at the space-time within the heavenly palace. Then, with a thought, he directly transformed the world, turning it into his own. Kagaya Otsutsuki's castle also became her own castle. The statue of Kagaya Otsutsuki also became her own statue. Moreover, all the intelligence and information about the Otsutsuki clan was collected and gathered by Chiyu, and incorporated into his own knowledge. Furthermore, after Ten no Manaka became his own, its scale, scope, size, and power all increased tenfold or 100-fold. Having done all this, Chianyu moved her mind and left the world of Ten no Michu. They returned to the present world. He formed a hand seal, a simple, child seal, and unleashed the ultimate techniques of the divine tree realm's descent and infinite Tsukuyomi. In fact, Chiba also possessed the power to unravel all of this before. A person who possesses the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts and the Rinnegan can undo the seal by activating the child seal with both powers. Chiyu alone possesses both of these powers. However, if Kagaya Otsutsuki doesn't die, there's no point in breaking the infinite Tsukuyomi. Now, the branches and vines that had been born from the divine tree and spread throughout the entire ninja world began to fall down, and the vines that had bound and restricted the ninjas slowly untied themselves, releasing all the living beings within. The Rinnegan markings that everyone saw disappeared, and he regained his rationality. However, many people were still not recovered from their dream, their eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. With her divine power, Chiyu directly revealed the truth and secrets of everything that had happened in the past to everyone in the entire ninja world. In an instant, everyone realized that there were so many secrets hidden behind the ninja world. On the battlefield, the White Zetsu army lost all their power as the infinite Tsukuyomi was lifted, and they fell to the ground in large numbers. Needless to say, the ten-tailed split forms were instantly reduced to nothing. As for the army resurrected through the impure world reincarnation technique, Chianyu sealed and suppressed them all without lifting a finger, and they vanished in an instant. Thus, the Fifth Shinobi World War came to a complete end. In the aftermath of the war, the 5 great ninja villages and the entire ninja world were recuperating and rebuilding their strength and vitality. In fact, because of Chianyu's existence, this final battle to destroy the world did not cause much damage. Unlike the original work where the Ten Tails destroyed the world and Obito Uchiha and Madara Uchiha bombarded the area in turn, Chiba easily suppressed Madara Uchiha. As for Kagaya Otsutsuki, she only fought in the Amano Kimikata world and did not destroy any corner of the real world. Kagaya Otsutsuki died. The entire ninja world has entered a new era. But for Chiyu, this was just the beginning. Just started. What he wanted was not the kind of rule and destruction that Obito Uchiha, Madara Uchiha, and Kagaya Otsutsuki possessed. Instead, we need change. After the war, he unified the ninja world with absolute divine power and established new rules and regulations. To pacify the world, establish order, and create a new world. Chianyu swept away the 5 great nations and directly ordered the daimyo of the 5 great nations to abdicate. In the world of ninjas, it is utterly ridiculous to allow beings with no power or authority to control the 5 great nations. Chiba directly ordered the 5 kage of each major ninja village to become the new leaders of the great nation. As for political, military, economic and other affairs, he left them to be handled by specialists. Certainly. The so-called 5 great nations and various smaller countries of today are essentially just a part of the ninja world. It is entirely ruled by Chiba, the leader of the ninja world. The reason why the distinction between countries was not completely eliminated is because Chiba believed that normal competition was still necessary, otherwise it would cause each country and each ninja village to lose its motivation to move forward. The daimyo of the Land of Fire is, in theory, still Senba. However, as the lord of the ninja world, he doesn't need to do all these things personally. Therefore, the actual work of the daimyo was handed over to Uchiha Fugaku, who became the de facto daimyo of the Land of Fire. The internal affairs of Konoha village were handed over to Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi Hatake became the Hokage in the true sense. Of course, the real decision maker is still Chianyu. In the post-war period, Chiba's reforms were in full swing. The entire ninja world has quelled the war, established laws and regulations, and everyone lives and works in peace and stability. Naturally, the economy is also developing by leaps and bounds. Each major power, relying on its own advantages, has rapidly developed and grown stronger, and has soon become increasingly wealthy. In addition, Chiba also developed the power of science and technology. Previously, the technology tree in the ninja world was very skewed. On the one hand, there were high-tech means such as radio, video phones, and organ transplants, but on the other hand, transportation was very inconvenient. Ninjas relied mainly on their legs, and long distances were mainly covered by horse-drawn carriages. The ships at sea were also very primitive and ancient. At this moment, Chianyu played a role no less powerful than his terrifying divine power. He was, after all, a time traveler. Soon, building upon the existing technological level of the ninja world, they vigorously developed electricity and information technology, constructed highways and railways, and improved large ships and steamships, causing the technology of the entire ninja world to advance by leaps and bounds. But Chiba did not forget the true nature of the ninja world. Technology must be improved, and laws, systems, living conditions, morality and other aspects must also be reformed and upgraded. However, in the end, the ninja world still cannot be separated from power itself. Therefore, Qianyu is also trying every possible way to enhance the power of the entire ninja world. He knew, of course, that beneath the seemingly peaceful ninja world lay turbulent undercurrents, harboring many more powerful and terrifying enemies. Before those crises arrive, he needs to completely transform the entire ninja world's power structure and bring about a world-changing transformation. Take Kakashi Hatake as an example. With the efforts of Tsunade and others, Kakashi Hatake fused with the body of a white Zetsu and the Hashirama cells contained within it. This not only gave him unimaginable vitality, recovery ability, and strength, but more importantly, it caused his chakra to surge. On this basis, Tsunade transplanted another Mangekyo Sharingan from Obito Uchiha into him. Then, with the help of Hashirama cells, Kakashi Hatake, who now possesses the dual Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan and no longer lacks chakra, was born. At this moment, although his power was not as great as the dual divine might state enhanced by the power of the six paths, it was not far off. That's it. Upon seeing the success of the experiment, Chiba immediately ordered the promotion of the fusion of white Zetsu to obtain Hashirama cells. Almost every ninja in the entire ninja world has obtained this power to varying degrees. Of course, the extent of improvement varies from person to person. After all, even with white Zetsu as the intermediary, Hashirama's cells were still violent and intense, and not everyone could successfully fuse with them to a great extent. Moreover, Qianyu kept his promise and spread the power of immortal arts that the three holy lands had monopolized for 1,000 years to the entire ninja world. He opened the sealing barrier of the three holy lands, and the accumulated natural energy was scattered everywhere, which quickly made the life force of the entire ninja world much richer. He also spread the power of Sage Mode, allowing all ninja villages to select suitable individuals to train in it. Sage Mode is the most original power in the ninja world. Similarly, it is still effective even when fighting against the Six Paths experts and powerful enemies from outside the Otsutsuki clan. In addition, in terms of education, Chiba also focuses on both power itself and other aspects of cultural education, so that all children in the ninja world can have knowledge and intelligence while still possessing great power. Of course, his will was passed down and spread throughout the entire ninja world. It is well known that Lord Chiyu, the ruler of the ninja world, values children highly. Even with his extreme methods, he would do everything in his power to protect children and prevent them from being harmed. Time flies. Soon, several years passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the entire ninja world has been completely transformed. Not only has it finally achieved true peace and stability, completely eliminating war and conflict, but its economy has also developed rapidly, its technology has advanced, its civilization has improved, and its living standards have soared. The current ninja world can be described as unprecedentedly perfect. On this day, Konoha village was bustling with activity, and all the villagers and ninjas had expectant smiles on their faces. Because the Lord of the Ninja world has restarted the long-awaited Chunin exams. Even in peacetime, Chiba never relaxed the importance of training soldiers. He would never allow his children to go to the battlefield. However, this kind of simulated ninja battle is still indispensable. That year, Naruto Uzumaki was 12 years old. In other words, it was the year the original Naruto storyline began. However, because Chiba persuaded Kurama, he became the perfect Nine-Tails Jinchuriki far ahead of time, and his power was unimaginable. Even so, he was still only a genin. It wasn't that Chiba wanted to make a joke, the Konoha genin were the strongest. Instead, he set an age limit for promotion to Chunin. During the dark period of the ninja world, many so-called genius ninjas, who graduated at a young age, became Chunin at a young age, and went to the battlefield at a young age, were proud of it, completely unaware of the twisted and terrifying nature hidden behind it. Chiba directly eliminated all of this, stipulating that one must be at least 12 years old before being eligible to participate in the Chunin exams. That's why the reopened Chunin exams immediately caused a sensation throughout the ninja world. Not only the 5 great nations and the 5 great ninja villages, but also various smaller nations and ninja villages sent countless genin to participate. The scale of this is more than 10 times larger than the Chunin exams in the original work. Fortunately, Konoha village has expanded more than tenfold, otherwise, it would be overwhelmed just to accommodate so many outsiders. In the original work, the Chunin exams were mainly a joint effort between Konoha and Sunagakur, with the participation of genin from smaller villages including Kusagakur, Amegakur, Takigakur, and Otogakur. The total number of people is approximately 150. However, the current Chunin exams have nearly 2,000 participants. The daimyo of the 5 great nations, also known as the 5 kage of the 5 great ninja villages, all arrived, and almost all the leaders of the other small nations and ninja villages also arrived. This is a truly momentous event in the ninja world. Great attention. Soon, those who had passed the first test began the second test, which was the Battle of the Death Forest, which was more than 10 times larger than the original one. However, with the Lord of the Ninja World in charge, true death is not allowed in the Chunin exams. Chiyu sat in the very center of the spectator stands, flanked by Fugaku Uchiha and Kakashi Hatake. On either side were the daimyo of the 4 great nations, also known as the 4 shadows. Tsuchikage Onoki, Mizukage Terumi Mei, Reikage Darui, Kazekage Maki. The heads of other major clans, the giants of various forces, and the big names in the entire ninja world were all gathered together. Unlike in the past, this time the spectator seats can see a live broadcast of almost the entire Death Forest. The performance of each team can be clearly seen. However, the team from Konoha village still attracted the most attention, Class 7. Naruto Uzumaki, the perfect 9 tails Jinchuriki. Sasuke Uchiha awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan by successfully fusing with Hashirama's cells. Sakura Haruno, who became Tsunade's apprentice, gained superhuman strength and medical ninjutsu. These 3 people, although still genin, everyone knew, they are already absolute supermodels. Although the other teams are many times stronger than in the original work, they still cannot compare with Team 7 of Konoha village. Naruto Uzumaki needs no introduction. Uchiha Sasuke can be considered the most perfect example of someone who fused with Hashirama's cells. However, this is not surprising to Chianyu. It's important to understand that he was originally the reincarnation of Indra, while Hashirama Senju, the source of Hashirama's cells, was the reincarnation of the previous Ashura. The fusion of these 2 powers can be considered a matter of course. Moreover, since the fateful battle between Ashura and Indra has not yet ended, there seems to be some kind of balance between Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. After Naruto Uzumaki became the perfect 9 tails Jinchuriki, Sasuke Uchiha naturally fused with Hashirama's cells and awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was as if some unseen force ensured that their strengths were not too far apart. Despite being the strongest team in the supermodel world, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha still have a love-hate relationship. In terms of potential, Naruto Uzumaki is undoubtedly the strongest among all people. However, his problem is that his theoretical knowledge is average, and his mastery of skills is also average, which leads to a large difference between his upper and lower limits, and his performance will fluctuate drastically. Uchiha Sasuke, on the other hand, was a true genius. After awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, he possessed power that could overwhelm ordinary ninjas. More importantly, both of these people can be considered half-disciples of Chianyu. It was Chiba who revealed the truth about Naruto's past, which allowed him to become ordinary and be valued by the entire ninja world. He was relieved of his original pain and loneliness. Not to mention, it was Chiba who made him the perfect 9 tails Jinchuriki and saved his life time and time again. The same applies to Sasuke Uchiha. If it weren't for Lord Chianyu, on the night of the massacre, his parents, relatives, and clansmen might have all died, and he would have been in unbearable pain, unable to die. Not to mention, the ability to awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan was also thanks to Lord Chiba's Hashirama Cell project. Chianyu intended to make the 2 his disciples, essentially making them fellow disciples, but he still couldn't resolve the intense competitive spirit between them. Stop nagging, Sasuke. We're already the strongest, let's just charge straight to the finish line. If we encounter any enemies blocking our way, we just need to defeat them. In the stands, everyone watching Class 7 on the live stream couldn't help but sigh and rub their foreheads. Sure enough, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha soon started arguing. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly. We are indeed the strongest, but precisely because of that, other teams will inevitably try every means to join forces against us. I don't want to be caught off guard and suffer a setback because of your recklessness. What did you say? Sakura Haruno could only try to smooth things over by smiling and waving her hand. Alright, you 2 stop arguing. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha exchanged a glance, snorted in unison, and turned their heads away. Sakura Haruno could only sigh helplessly. Naruto Uzumaki pouted in dissatisfaction. I'm going to pee. Sakura Haruno quickly said, don't separate from the team and act alone. Sasuke Uchiha said, let him go. Naruto Uzumaki's figure quickly disappeared. However, he had only gone a short distance into the depths of the forest when suddenly, figures surrounded them from all directions. Clearly, what awaited him was the moment when he would be all alone. Naruto Uzumaki, you can't escape. No matter how strong you are, you can't possibly be a match for the combined might of the strongest teams from our 4 great ninja villages. Naruto Uzumaki glanced at it. Good heavens. The strongest team in Sunagaku, Gaara, Tamari, and Kankuro. The strongest squad in Kurigakure, Chojuro, Hazuka Suigetsu, and Haku. The strongest team in Iwagakure, Deidara, Kuritsuchi, and Akatsuchi. The strongest squad in Kumogakure, Atsui, Omoi, and Karui. They had already joined forces and gathered in advance, just waiting to surround and attack the lone Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, however, revealed a smug smile. Hey, you're the ones who got tricked. The next moment, Sasuke Uchiha stepped out from behind him, a smile also appearing on his lips. My Mangekyo Sharingan detected your presence long ago. 39. Naruto is the perfect Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and he can sense malice. It seems he discovered this a long time ago. That's why we two deliberately argued, to lure you out. The crowd erupted in uproar. I see. Those two guys don't seem to be just competing with each other. Sakura Haruno. Yes, yes. Chianyu revealed a rare smile. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha stood side by side, facing the strongest team from the 4 great ninja villages, showing no fear whatsoever. Instead, their fighting spirit soared even higher. Sasuke, don't you dare hold me back. HMPH, don't underestimate the Uchiha clan. It's in. Chapter 149 Genin Fight. World-destroying, terrifying Konoha Genin. Chapter 149 Genin Fight. World-destroying, terrifying Konoha Genin. The content of this Chunin exam, which covers the entire ninja world, is different from that in the original work. The second test in the original work, the Death Forest Battle, is a team mission. The team that can collect both the Heaven and Earth scrolls at the same time and reach the finish line wins. But now, however, it is based on the entire village, and the number of people who can enter the next round of the finals varies depending on the final ranking. In this way, it's no longer just a simple team mission, but a matter of finding ways to form alliances and quickly find companions from your own village to fight side by side. The situation suddenly became much more complicated. However, it is clear that the other 4 major ninja villages were prepared in advance and formed an alliance to jointly attack and eliminate the strongest seed team, Team 7. This would greatly increase the chances of victory for the other villages. However, their plan was quickly discovered by Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. They pretended to argue, though not entirely, and then deliberately left Naruto alone, drawing out the ambush team. Sakura Haruno couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These two seem to be at odds, but they're actually more in sync than anyone else. She had no idea about their plan. After all, they didn't even discuss it with each other, but assumed that the other party could understand their actions. At this moment, facing the strongest team from the 4 great ninja villages, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha remained confident and composed. The Sand Village, needless to say, is comprised of Naruto's good friends, Gaara and his siblings. Gaara, the perfect Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast, possesses powerful absolute defensive capabilities and is the strongest force in the alliance of the 4 great ninja villages against Naruto Uzumaki. Moreover, Shukaku and Kurama are inherently at odds and always quarrel and fight whenever they meet, making them perfect for dealing with the 9 tails inside Naruto. After pacifying the world, Chianyu kept his promise and released all the tailed beasts to his own use. Only the 3-tailed beasts, Shukaku 1-tail, Seiken 6-tail, and Kurama 9-tail already had Jinchuriki human wielders. If they were to leave rashly, the Jinchuriki would die. Moreover, they were all connected with their respective Jinchuriki, so they chose to stay. The other tailed beasts, however, returned to their original wilderness settlements. But this time, quite a few tailed beasts also came to watch the Chunin exams as spectators. They sat on the viewing platform just like humans, living in harmony with the tailed beasts. What was once a scene that seemed like a fairy tale had now become a reality. The 3 legendary ninjas of Kumogakure, Izu, Omoi, and Karui, were all masters of lightning release and Kumogakure-style swordsmanship. In the Hidden Mist Village. Besides the already highly regarded prodigies Chojuro and Hazuka Suigetsu, there was another young ninja who looked even more delicate and beautiful than a girl, White. That's right, Zabuza Momochi and Haku have both returned to Kurigakure and even retrieved the executioner's blade from Juzo Biwa. All of this, of course, is due to Chianyu's policies. The truth that the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karataki, was manipulated was revealed, allowing Zabuza Momochi to be exonerated and no longer needing to try to launch a coup. Instead, he became a hero in the village. As for Haku, Chiyu ended the persecution of the bloodline limit families and naturally gave Haku a new home, allowing both of them to return to Kurigakure. Haku's talent was no less than that of any of his peers, and he quickly stood out and made a name for himself in Kurigakure. In Kurigakure today, apart from Kisame Hoshigaki and his great sword Samahata, which are still lost, the other 6 ninja swords have all been recovered. Double-Edged Flounder, Ghost Lantern Full Moon. The Decapitation Sword, Momochi Zabuza. Thunder Saber Fang, Ringo Yuyuli. The other 3 ninja swords were given to these 3 young ninjas for training and use from a young age. The long sword, Sewing Needle, was given to Haku. As someone skilled in ice release Kekkei Genkai and surprise attacks, he could unleash even greater power with the long sword, Sewing Needle. The blunt sword Kabuto Slash was handed over to Hazuka Suigetsu, who could unleash his powerful arm strength using the water release, Great Water Arm technique, maximizing the destructive power of the blunt sword Kabuto Slash. The final explosive blade spray was given to Chojuro. Chojuro was rather weak-willed, and Kurigakure wanted to use this sword, which was powerful enough to cause an explosion, to boost his fighting spirit. In fact, it wasn't just the return and reorganization of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kurigakure also had other new forces. For example, the last surviving member of the Kagaya clan, Kimimaro. His original destiny was to be brainwashed by Orochimaru, become a tool, and die, but now, because of Chiba, he has returned to Kurigakure. Although Kurigakure is still the weakest of the 5 great nations in terms of overall strength, its younger generation is full of talented individuals with unlimited potential. In the last hidden stone village. The biggest change, of course, is Deidara. The strongest genius of Iwagakure, thanks to Chiba, unified the ninja world early on, which changed the fate of Iwagakure. He did not fall into darkness and join the Akatsuki organization. In the original work, he was already carrying out terrorist attacks at a very young age, and became a member of the Akatsuki organization at the age of 12. Such talent is terrifying. However, his fate ended there, he died at the young age of 19. In fact, Deidara is only 2 or 3 years older than Naruto and Sasuke. He still pursues the art of explosions, but he no longer takes pride in launching terrorist attacks. As the eldest disciple of the Tsuchikage Onoki, he also enjoyed the trust and reliance of Kuretsuchi, Akatsuchi, and others. This is the besieging force that Naruto and Sasuke faced. It can be said that it is a place where geniuses emerge in large numbers and masters abound. Gaara stood with his gourd on his back, arms crossed, but a slight smile appeared on his lips. Naruto, we're friends, but we're on opposing sides now. Don't blame me for not going easy on you. Naruto Uzumaki smiled confidently and said, come on, Gaara. I will never lose to you. Of course, with my strength, how could I possibly lose to that raccoon dog? This is the voice of the 9 llamas. Shukaku immediately let out a scream. You stinking fox. Today I'll show you what I'm capable of. Gaara smiled and said, all right, Shukaku, let's stick to the battle plan. The Sand Village team, along with the Iwa Village team, will deal with Naruto. The Hidden Mist Village team is here to deal with Sasuke. The Cloud Village team will take care of Sakura as soon as possible, and then assist the Mist Village in dealing with Sasuke. Clearly, this, anti-7th class alliance, had made preparations long ago. Moreover, based on the arrangement of forces, a clear prediction was made regarding the strength of the 3 members of Class 7. That is, Naruto is the strongest, Sasuke is second, and Sakura is the weakest. Of course, this is normal, after all, Naruto's perfect 9 tails mode is just too overpowered. Although Sasuke awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, it was ultimately no match for Kurama mode. That would require at least the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As for Sakura Haruno, although she received Tsunade's true teachings, she was still young and had not fully mastered them, so she was naturally judged to be the weakest one. Sasuke immediately snorted in dissatisfaction. Gaara, you will pay the price for underestimating me. For an instant. As agreed, the teams from the 4 major ninja villages charged towards Team 7 in an instant. Naruto Uzumaki immediately unleashed his Shadow Clone Jutsu, using his superhuman chakra reserves to create hundreds and thousands of shadow clones that directly surrounded Gaara and Deidara's team. Hey, now you're the ones being besieged. Instantly, countless shadow clones charged forward. Gaara, however, was not afraid. He immediately raised his hands and unleashed his powerful ninjutsu. Sand Shuriken. In an instant, a large amount of sand transformed into shuriken that shot out and slanted towards Naruto's shadow clones, instantly annihilating a large number of them. Temari was not to be outdone. She suddenly opened her 3-star fan and unleashed a wind release, Great Net, which sent a violent hurricane flying and blasted away many of her shadow clones. Kankuro chuckled and activated his puppet, unleashing countless mechanisms, hidden weapons, and ninja tools that shot out like a storm. Seeing this, Kuretsuchi shouted, "Senior Deidara. We can't lose either." Deidara immediately created an explosive clay bird, leapt up, rode on it, and quickly gained air superiority, looking down on the battlefield from a high vantage point. Of course, yes. C1. Clay spider. He instantly created a large number of small clay spiders, which rained down from the sky and quickly pounced on Naruto's shadow clones. Then, drink. Rumble, boom. The continuous explosions were deafening, and the entire death forest was instantly shaken, with sand and stones flying everywhere. A gasp of surprise erupted from the audience. Materumi couldn't help but exclaim, "What an amazing guy. Lord Tsuchikage, isn't that Deidara your prized disciple?" Onoki, the Tsuchikage, stroked his beard with a smug grin. "Not bad, hey, that guy's still a long way off." As Chianyu watched this scene, she couldn't help but feel a little emotional as well. It's important to know that in the original work, Deidara and Gaara were mortal enemies, locked in a life or death struggle. However now, it's amazing that they're in the same team, working together and fighting side by side. This kind of change is the best meaning of my existence in this world. Even Naruto, in his current state, couldn't help but slightly change his expression when faced with the combined attack of 6 ninjas from 2 teams. Well, they're all pretty formidable guys. That's what makes fighting interesting. Meanwhile, the Hidden Mist Village team had already surrounded Uchiha Sasuke. Chojuro immediately made the first move. Water release, Hidden Mist technique. Instantly, a thick fog billowed out, enveloping a large part of the battlefield. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly. "Are you trying to block my view using this method? Unfortunately, you underestimated the perceptive power of my Mangekyo Sharingan." Hizuka Suigetsu laughed, "That guy is still as arrogant as ever. Water release, water gun technique." He immediately activated the Hizuka clan's secret technique, his fingers like spears, and fired a shot into the thick fog. Boom! A burst of water-style chakra transformed into a water bullet, shooting out with incredible speed. However, Sasuke Uchiha simply tilted his head and dodged it. "Hizuka Suigetsu, even though I can't see you, your chakra has nowhere to hide from these Mangekyo Sharingan. Then let's try this trick." A white figure emerged from the thick fog. Water release secret technique. 1000 kill water flight. In an instant, Haku formed a hand seal and launched the move at lightning speed. The water instantly condensed into countless thousand water needles, which shot towards Sasuke from a 360-degree angle with no blind spots. Darui frowned and said, "That guy. You can actually perform hand seals with one hand. Moreover, the speed, power, and precision of this ninjutsu are all practically perfect. How come I've never seen this guy before?" Materumi said, "That was Haku, the genius boy of the Snow Clan. Before, in the Blood Mist Village, his clan was persecuted, and he was the only one left in the entire Snow Clan. Later, he defected and left the Land of Water with Zabuza. However, due to Lord Chiba's reform policies, Zabuza and Haku both returned to the village. That guy's talent is definitely second to none." Fugaku Uchiha and Kakashi Hatake exchanged a glance and both exclaimed in slight surprise. But Uchiha Sasuke was not to be outdone. In an instant, countless shuriken, kunai, hidden weapons, and ninja tools burst forth in all directions. It precisely neutralized all of Bai's ferocious attacks. After a series of crisp ringing sounds, Uchiha Sasuke remained unharmed. As expected of the Mangekyo Sharingan, his perception is truly impeccable, and his shuriken jutsu is practically perfect as well. As expected of a genius ninja from the Uchiha clan. Hizuka Suigetsu chuckled, "That's true, after all, they're from the Uchiha clan, the clan of the Lord of the Ninja World." Chojuro looked worried and distressed. "Can we really defeat such a genius?" Hizuka Suigetsu glared at him. "Weren't you also called a genius by the Mizukage? Have a little more confidence, okay?" Chojuro said in a trembling voice, "Okay, I will try my best." The 3 of them immediately summoned their ninja swords. That's right. Long knife for sewing, blunt knife for cutting, explosive knife for flying spittle. It's time to get serious. It's in. Good. In an instant, the 3 of them charged towards Uchiha Sasuke. With Haku at the core, he activated his Ice Release Kekkei Genkei secret technique. Ice Release secret technique. Demonic mirror ice crystals. Instantly, massive white ice walls burst forth from the ground, rising rapidly to form a gigantic ice crystal cage, trapping Uchiha Sasuke within. Then, Bai disappeared into the ice crystals, his body constantly shuttling back and forth between the mirror surfaces, releasing countless thousand needles that poured out and shot away. His speed was so fast that he was like a streak of light, leaving only faint afterimages. However, the current Uchiha Sasuke is not the same as the one from the original story's mission in the land of Raibo. The Mangekyo Sharingan instantly activated, maximizing its perception. It quickly discerned Haku's movements and easily dodged all of the Senbon attacks. It's not over yet. Bai brandished his long sword and needle, his body constantly moving back and forth, and before anyone knew it, he had laid out fine and sharp threads on the ground. Long Sword Ninja Art, Earth Spider Seal. This was a powerful ninjutsu unleashed by Haku after he had integrated his ice release Kekkei Genkei with the swordsmanship of the longsword and the needle. In an instant, countless threads suddenly straightened and closed, slashing fiercely towards Uchiha Sasuke's legs. Unfortunately, Sasuke Uchiha had already seen through this move, and instantly leapt up to dodge the attack. Then, his left eye's Mangekyo Sharingan spun violently, unleashing powerful ocular energy, with streaks of black flame erupting from his vision. Amaterasu. Instantly, a burst of black flame spread and covered the surface of the ice escape mirror. The ice crystals that were originally difficult to break were easily melted and shattered under the black flames of Amaterasu. That is the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Not only was Bai taken aback, but everyone in the spectator stands was also shocked and moved. Onoki exclaimed in shock, it's one thing to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan at only 12 years old, but to be so proficient in using Amaterasu. Maid Terumi looked in the direction of Chiba. Rumor has it that Naruto and Sasuke of Team 7 are considered half-disciples of the Lord of the Ninja World, 7. It seems there's more to it than meets the eye. Maki looked at Fugaku Uchiha. Clan Chief Fugaku, it seems Sasuke's talent surpasses yours. Fugaku Uchiha smiled slightly. It's all thanks to the teachings of the Lord of the Ninja World. Bai's ice release mirror's ice crystals shattered, and his face instantly turned pale. Taking advantage of the fact that the black flames hadn't affected him, he quickly withdrew from the ice crystal's surface. However, Sasuke Uchiha seized the opportunity to pursue, unleashing a genjutsu with his Sharingan, instantly rendering Haku completely powerless. Hazuka Suigetsu and Chojiro's expressions also changed. Oh no! Water release, Great Water Arm Technique. Hazuka Suigetsu immediately unleashed his secret technique, his right arm suddenly swelled up, becoming several times thicker than usual, and he swung his blunt sword Kabuto slash down fiercely. Sasuke Uchiha snorted coldly, a katana appeared in his hand, and he parried the attack with a swift movement. But Hazuka Suigetsu chuckled and swung his hammer down again with his other hand. Boom! Even Uchiha Sasuke couldn't withstand this force. In an instant, his katana was smashed out of his hand. He frowned slightly and quickly dodged the attack. Boom! The blunt blade blasted a huge crater into the ground. On the other side, Chojiro had already rushed forward, roaring as his explosive blade sprayed towards them. Uchiha Sasuke hurriedly took out a kunai to block the blade, but Chojiro suddenly flipped the blade, and the countless explosive tags wrapped around it suddenly exploded. Rumble! In an instant, the earth shook and flames shot into the sky. Sasuke! On the other side, both Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. However, the next moment, a torrent of violent purple chakra erupted, instantly enveloping Sasuke Uchiha's entire body and rapidly transforming into a robust chakra half-body skeleton, completely protecting Sasuke within it. That's right. Susanoo. How is this possible? Uchiha Sasuke can already activate Susanoo. The entire audience erupted in uproar, utterly shocked. Chianyu also showed a slight smile of approval. Even Fugaku Uchiha was shocked. Lord of the Ninja World, although I know that Naruto and Sasuke trained under your guidance before the Chunin exams, no, however, isn't this a bit too much? Sasuke, he can even activate Susanoo now. The other four shadows were completely dumbfounded. Uchiha Sasuke smiled calmly. Naruto, this is the power that was originally intended to deal with you. Let me show you what I'm made of. Chapter 150, The Six Sages Appear. A battle between two generations of shinobi world rulers. Chapter 150, The Sage of Six Paths appears. A battle between two generations of shinobi world rulers. Naruto Uzumaki watched this scene, but his eyes did not show shock. It's fanaticism. He smiled confidently and said, okay. Let's take care of these guys first, then settle things in the final battle. In an instant, Naruto Uzumaki also fully entered the Nine-Tails form. Instantly, a violent force surged into the sky, and the terrifying tailed beast chakra roared out, causing the entire death forest to tremble and the entire earth to shake. Naruto Uzumaki's Kurama form, combined with Sasuke Uchiha's Susanoo, completely stole the show, making everyone else just a foil. The stands were deathly silent. Then, can I still be considered a genin? Even a jonin, no, an elite jonin, doesn't possess such terrifying power. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, those two guys are terrifying. As expected of the disciple of the Lord of the Ninja World, at this moment, Hizuka Suigetsu and Chojuro were completely dumbfounded. Damn it, how am I supposed to fight this? Even Hizuka Suigetsu couldn't help but frown. Chojuro sighed. Now that things have come to this, we can only try our best. That's true. The two roared in unison and charged forward, brandishing their ninja swords. Darui couldn't help but nod, saying, Lord Mizukage, the guys from Kurigakure are quite good too. Meiterumi smiled and said, even if we lose, we can't lose too badly. On the other side, when Naruto Uzumaki saw Kurama mode, the sky immediately darkened. This incredible power turned the Chunin exam's battlefield into a scene of gasps and exclamations. However, Gaara had already witnessed his power. Don't panic. Naruto's Kurama mode is powerful, but it's not without its weaknesses. The biggest flaw is actually Naruto himself. Naruto Uzumaki, hey, Gaara, that's going too far. Gaara said calmly, I'm sorry, Naruto, but it's true. If you can fully unleash the power of Kurama mode, then not only us, but few in the entire ninja world can be your match. But you can't yet. In an instant, he also entered his fully transformed tailed beast form, and Shukaku, the one-tailed beast, immediately descended upon the forest of death. Gaara shouted, I'll defend against Naruto's attack. Akatsuchi, who is also skilled in defense, will assist me. As for the attack, I'll leave it to you to command, Deidara. Deidara flew through the sky atop his exploding clay bird, a slight smile on his face. Hey, don't worry, my art of explosions is second to none. Gaara said, Naruto can only maintain Kurama mode for about 5 minutes at most right now. During this time, Akatsuchi and I will do our best to defend. Deidara, Kuretsuchi, Tamari, and Kankuro, you will launch continuous offensives to keep him busy. If we can hold out for these 5 minutes, we will be the victors. Good. Naruto Uzumaki frowned and said, damn it, Gaara really knows my abilities perfectly. And she's a rather excellent captain too. Watching this scene from the stands, Maki couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. If it weren't for the appearance of the Lord of the Ninja World, he never imagined that Gaara would undergo such a change. It's like a complete transformation, a phoenix rising from the ashes. Kakashi Hatake nodded as well. Gaara, that kid is not only incredibly strong, but his intellect and leadership skills are also outstanding. Nara Shikaku also said, that's right, in every aspect, he has long surpassed the level of a Chunin. Just then, Deidara had already piloted the exploding clay bird and launched a barrage of attacks. Although he did not fall into depravity and darkness, he still revealed a fanatical look in his eyes once he started to take action. Ha 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 ha. Naruto Uzumaki, experience my art. Art is. Explode. Drink. Instantly, Naruto in his 9 tails form was surrounded by towering flames, and the shockwaves from the explosion spread outwards, causing the earth to shake and sand and stones to fly. Kuretsuchi also said, let me stop his actions. Molten release. Lime condensation technique. Water release. Water horn technique. Instantly, a huge amount of lime gushed out of her mouth. Once it landed, it began to solidify and harden due to the impact of the water horn technique, attempting to seal and bind the 9 tails form. Only. Don't underestimate me. Naruto Uzumaki roared, and his 9 tails transformed body suddenly broke free from the restraints of the lime condensation technique. Deidara's explosion did not cause him any harm. Instead. Boom. Naruto Uzumaki suddenly stretched out strands of 9 tails chakra, shooting them towards the crowd and grabbing them down. Be careful. Gaara and Shukaku immediately leapt up and landed in front of everyone. Shukaku then extended its sand body, and the huge sand hand instantly collided fiercely with the 9 tails chakra hand. The other side. Akatsuchi also formed hand seals, earth release, steel release technique. Suddenly, a gigantic rock giant rose from the ground, and Akatsuchi and Kuretsuchi stood on the giant's head at the same time, manipulating the giant's arms to block the attack of the 9 tails chakra hand. Tamari and Kankuro seized the opportunity to launch another fierce attack. Wind release, great side weasel technique. Secret black technique, bitter noodles in the mouth. The siblings worked together to unleash the full power of their ninja tools using the power of wind release. At the same time, the wind release transformed into sharp wind blades, slashing fiercely towards Naruto. This battle was undoubtedly the climax of the Chunin exams across the entire ninja world. The strongest teams from the 4 major ninja villages joined forces to besiege Team 7, the seeded team. From the stands, gasps of surprise could be heard every now and then. The spectacle was truly dazzling and astonishing. Of course, at the same time, exciting battles were also constantly breaking out on other battlefields. Several other teams from Konoha village also delivered outstanding performances. Team 3 consists of Neji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Tenten. Hyuga Neji, because of Chiba's existence, his father Hyuga Hazashi did not die, and because of this, he was extremely grateful to and admired the Lord of the Ninja World. More importantly, Chiba directly abolished the outdated system inherited by the Hyuga clan, namely the main family and branch family system. From then on, this disgusting system became a thing of the past. The caged bird seal for Hyuga Neji and all the branch families was also broken by Chiba. Moreover, Hyuga Neji's talent was fully utilized, and he learned the orthodox gentle fist technique that was originally only accessible to the main family, causing his strength to improve by leaps and bounds. Although some of the older members of the Hyuga main family opposed Chiba's actions, however, that makes absolutely no sense. No one can defy Chiyu's will. The Uchiha clan doesn't even have the concept of a main family or branch family, so what right does the Hyuga clan have to reserve that right? His principle was to recruit talents without being bound by conventional standards. Whoever is stronger naturally has the right to control power. For example, Hyuga Neji. Such a genius deserves more resources to nurture him. This is only natural. That is why Hyuga Neji is not only far stronger than in the original work, but he also has no confusion in his heart, only admiration and gratitude for the Lord of the Shinobi world. Hinata Hyuga, from the other team, also had her fate altered. In the original work, despite her best efforts, she struggled to gain the approval of her strict father. However, because the system of dividing the main family into branches was abolished, she was not recognized as the sole heir of the main family. With the pressure greatly reduced, Hinata's talent was actually stimulated. Its strength also surpasses that of the original work. Neji Hyuga, Hinata Hyuga, and Hanabi Hyuga all became outstanding members of the Hyuga clan. Others, such as Kiba Inuya, Shino Aburame, and the new generation of Ino Shikacho, have also received power boosts. The final outcome of this second trial in the Forest of Death was, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha once again emerged victorious. Under the overwhelming power of the two supermodels, even the combined team of the 4 great ninja villages finally succumbed. The final ranking of the 5 great ninja villages is as follows: Konoha's undisputed number 1. The village of Sunagakure ranks second, mainly because of Gaara, who is also a perfect Jinchuriki. Third is Iwagakure, where Deidara is equally powerful, and Akatsuchi and Kuretsuchi are also quite strong. Fourth is Kurigakure, where the combination of Hazuka Suigetsu, Chojuro, and Haku is also quite excellent. On the contrary, Kumogakure ranked at the bottom, which was a complete upset. In reality, the overall military strength of Kumogakure remains that of the strongest nation, on par with Konoha. However, there is indeed a lack of geniuses among the younger generation. This is also the most troublesome thing for the Hidden Cloud Village. Ultimately, the number of people who qualified for the third assessment decreased sequentially according to their ranking. The third match is the final showdown, a one-on-one arena battle. Although everyone performed exceptionally well, the final showdown was still between Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. This final battle can be considered the climax of the entire Chunin exams. For Chiyu, the duel between the two also carried a different meaning. Because the destiny between Ashura and Indra remains unresolved, it is likely that Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha will eventually have a showdown. However, it wasn't this battle. Even so, this battle was a milestone for the two. Naturally, it attracted widespread attention. Soon, the fierce battle between the two reached a fever pitch. One went straight into Kurama mode, while the other activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, just as the fierce battle was in full swing, a slight thought flickered in Chianyu's heart. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky. Then, as if sensing something, many spectators looked up at the sky. Even Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, who were locked in fierce combat, sensed something was wrong, stopped fighting, and looked up at the sky. There, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air, carrying an incomparably powerful majesty and aura, like a creator or a god of creation, unparalleled, shaking the ninja world. That figure is. In an instant, many important figures who participated in the Chunin exams, including the 5 Kage, stood up, their expressions changed drastically, and they stared at the sky in disbelief. Chianyu remained unmoved. He said calmly, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Upon hearing this legendary name, everyone was even more shocked and finally confirmed their guess. That figure was none other than the origin of everything in the legends of the ninja world, the Sage of 6 Paths. In fact, very few people in the entire ninja world know the name Kagaya Otsutsuki. However, when it comes to the Sage of Six Paths, he is the creator of this world and mythology. In fact, her power to intimidate was many times greater than that of Kagaya Otsutsuki. The figure stood firm in the void, above the sky, holding a six-pointed staff, one end round like the sun, the other curved like the moon, symbolizing the fusion of yin and yang, perfect unity. This is the true six-path staff, possessed only by the Sage of Six Paths. Neither Obito in Six Paths nor Madara in Six Paths ever fully mastered such a powerful and perfect force. He had horns on his head and a long beard that hung down to his chest. His appearance was somewhat different from ordinary people, but he was filled with a godlike aura of majesty, making people almost afraid to look him in the eye. Hagoromo Otsutsuki finally spoke in a deep voice. Uchiha Senba, or rather. He is the current ruler of the ninja world. You have called out my name, so you obviously know my background and past very well. Chianyu said calmly, you suddenly showed up. What is it that you want? You can just say it directly. It can't be that you want to avenge your mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Hagoromo Otsutsuki sighed, looked at the bustling Chunin exams venue in the prosperous and peaceful Konoha village, and shook his head. No. Mother, what she did was absolutely wrong. Back then, my brother Hamura and I joined forces to seal her away. Now that you have killed her completely, although I am somewhat saddened, I have nothing to say. What I wish to discuss with you is the destiny and future of the entire ninja world. Even though I don't want to admit it, after founding the ninja clan, I was recognized as the ruler of the ninja world 1,000 years ago. In other words, this is a dialogue and exchange between two generations of ninja world rulers. Chiyu did not deny it. Hagoromo Otsutsuki is, of course, a mythical figure. The things he did were nothing short of miraculous. But this does not mean that Chianyu agrees with his actions. Dialogue and exchange. When Chianyu saw him appear, she realized that he probably did not agree with her path. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, your path has long been proven wrong. Now, what right does an ancient relic from 1,000 years ago have to communicate with me? Otsutsuki Hagoromo's expression changed slightly. He sighed and said, indeed, I used to think that by spreading chakra to connect people's minds, we could achieve mutual understanding and recognition, thus realizing true peace among people and creating a perfect world. Unfortunately, my efforts ultimately failed. People soon discovered that by not using chakra as a tool to connect with others' minds, but rather as a weapon, they could quickly gain immense power to conquer others, and so, ninjutsu and ninjas were born. This is also the path of my eldest son, Indra. Use power to acquire everything. Chianyu said calmly, what's wrong with that? Hagoromo Otsutsuki remained silent for a long time. To be honest, I don't know either. When Indra believed that power was everything, while Ashura believed that love and bonds were everything, I admit that I agree more with Ashura's choice, so I let him inherit the ninjutsu, but the changes that occurred in the ninja world afterward were something even I could not have predicted. We thought we could achieve lasting peace, but what we actually got was brothers killing each other, a fateful struggle, an endless entanglement. And the ninja world has never had peace. Hatred, loathing, strife, and war have been endless and incessant, Chiyu said calmly. Since that's the case, why should you, a loser, come and cause trouble again? Can't you see that I have already achieved true peace in the ninja world? This is something you've never done before. Hagoromo Otsutsuki shook his head. In my opinion, your so-called peace is also false. It is only maintained by your absolute power. Once you fall, the ninja world will immediately fall apart again, and even more brutal war will follow. Chianyu chuckled. So what? Hagoromo Otsutsuki was taken aback. Don't you care about that? Chianyu scoffed, at least I can achieve peace, unlike you who only talks a lot but can't actually do anything. Hagoromo Otsutsuki remained silent. After a long pause, he said, no, I believe that both Asura and Indra have now been proven to be wrong choices. The only correct choice should be what I initially believed to be the right one, only by eliminating all ninjutsu and ninjas, restoring the power of chakra to its original state, and making it the power that connects people's hearts, so that everyone can understand each other, can we truly create a perfect world. Over the years, although I have died, I have not truly died completely. I have been silently watching over the ninja world I created, until I saw you kill my mother and see all that you have created. I finally understand that I really did nothing before. Therefore, I now intend to reshape the entire ninja world, restoring everything to its most primal, peaceful, and perfect state. In other words, it means implementing the true essence and profound meaning of the ninja school. Chianyu smiled. Hagoromo Otsutsuki, why did you have to show up at this crucial moment? wanting to change everything, destroy all ninjutsu and ninjas, and return to the original form. Should I say you're overestimating yourself, or are you just arrogant and foolish? What right do you have to stand before me, the lord of the ninja world who created peace? Speaking nonsense. In that instant, Qianyu stood up abruptly. Immediately, tens of thousands of people in the entire venue felt a godlike, violent power that shook their spirits and oppressed their souls, making it almost impossible for them to breathe. The two generations of ninja world rulers, Hagoromo Otsutsuki and Senbei Uchiha, did not even make a move. They simply stood facing each other, their terrifying majesty and aura causing everyone to be terrified and drenched in sweat. The same thought arose in everyone's mind. If these two were to truly go to war, the entire ninja world would likely be destroyed. That would be. What kind of cataclysmic destruction was this? Chapter 151, A Brutal Beating of Six Immortals. Lord of the Underworld. Billions of souls. Vanished. Chapter 151, Beating up the Sage of Six Paths. Lord of the Underworld. Billions of souls. Vanished into ashes. Chiba never underestimated the Sage of Six Paths. In fact, in his mind, the Sage of Six Paths at his peak was far more terrifying than Kagaya Otsutsuki. You should know. When Hagoromo Otsutsuki sealed his mother, his power was not at its peak, but merely during his growth period. Even so, the Six Paths' planetary devastation didn't appear out of thin air, it could only have been a strategy that Hagoromo Otsutsuki slowly developed while battling his mother. Such talent can only be described as invincible. After sealing Kagaya Otsutsuki, Hagoromo Otsutsuki sealed the 10 tails within himself, becoming the first 10 tails Jinchuriki. It was at this point that his power truly reached its peak. With such immense power to begin with, and the explosive increase after becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki, it's unimaginable how powerful the Sage of Six Paths was at his peak. Not to mention, although Kagaya Otsutsuki was incredibly powerful, her combat experience and fighting spirit were negligible, she was just a naive girl with billions of chakra. But Hagoromo Otsutsuki is different. He can follow Gamamaru to train in native sage mode, and he can also comprehend and create new strategies to defeat his mother anytime and anywhere during his fierce battle with Kagaya Otsutsuki. Whether it's talent, experience, willpower, or creativity, they are all flawless and impeccable. In Chiyu's eyes, such an existence was far more terrifying than Kagaya Otsutsuki. Of course, he was not afraid at all. No one is qualified to make him fear. Chiba understood Hagoromo Otsutsuki's reasoning. Just like many people in their past lives who loathed high technology and modern life and began to yearn for the beauty of primitive society, thinking it was a dreamlike pastoral existence. In reality, they simply don't understand. Progress and change are never the opposite of peace. Primitive society has never been a synonym for something beautiful. Foolish, ignorant, rude, and reckless, but still full of bestial fighting, quarrels, disputes, and wars. Not to mention, depriving humanity of its ninjutsu, or technology, as mere pawns would only reduce it to subjugation by other races. That's all the food in my belly. In fact, Otsutsuki Hagoromo does not know the true truth about the Otsutsuki clan. Black Zetsu knew this because he was equivalent to Kagaya Otsutsuki's will. The brothers Hagoromo and Hamura never knew their mother's true origins, experiences, or predicaments. All they saw was Kagaya Otsutsuki launching the infinite Tsukuyomi, the birth of the divine tree world, the sacrifice of living people to the divine tree, the creation of the White Zetsu army, the absorption of natural energy from Earth, and the destruction of the world's ecosystem. That's why Hagoromo Otsutsuki has come to such a foolish conclusion. Hagoromo Otsutsuki, do you think that eliminating ninjutsu and ninjas will bring peace to the world? This goes beyond naivety, it's downright stupidity. The path you've chosen will only turn the entire world into prey for the hunter, leading to its utter destruction and disappearance. Hagoromo Otsutsuki asked, where is the hunter? Over the years, all I've seen in this world is people killing and fighting each other. Where have I seen any so-called external enemies or hunters? Qianyu took a deep breath and was too lazy to continue arguing with such an idiot. Stubborn and obstinate. In that case, let's kill them. At that moment, all the ninjas in the entire venue were deeply shocked. The two generations of ninja world rulers are truly about to go to war. Without hesitation, Chiyu unleashed the ultimate power of his 9-tomo Rinnegan, also known as the Rinne Sharingan. Takamagahara in full bloom. The divine realm unfolded instantly. An area spanning tens of thousands of meters was completely covered and enveloped, including the Otsutsuki Hagoromo high above. Then, soul annihilated. Chiyu understood that although Otsutsuki Hagoromo had never truly died, his physical body was indeed gone, and only his soul and chakra remained. This soul annihilation technique is the ultimate power capable of truly killing Kagaya Otsutsuki. The same applies to Hagoromo Otsutsuki. The next moment, buzz. The violent eye power swept away everything in its path, instantly turning the soul of Hagoromo Otsutsuki, which was covered by the domain of the Takamagahara Divine Kingdom, into nothingness, vanishing into thin air and being completely annihilated. Everyone was stunned. Could the legendary Sage of Six Paths really have been killed by Lord Senba in a single blow? This is way too exaggerated. However, Chianyu frowned slightly. As expected, during the battle with Kagaya Otsutsuki, I saw you in the pure land of the underworld. And you saw me then too. This soul annihilation technique is enough to kill Kagaya Otsutsuki, so you created a new ability to fight against me. Before the words were even finished, the figure of Hagoromo Otsutsuki reappeared in the next instant. Kakashi Hatake was taken aback. Lord Senbei's move. It's the ultimate power capable of directly annihilating a soul. Even the Sage of Six Paths couldn't possibly continue to exist after his soul is annihilated. What kind of power is that? Hagoromo Otsutsuki nodded slightly. Indeed, I witnessed your battle with your mother and was shocked by your terrifying ability to annihilate souls, but I have been in the pure land of the underworld for over 1,000 years, and naturally I have done more than just nothing. Chianyu's heart stirred slightly. He had previously suspected that the Sage of Six Paths must be intricately connected with concepts such as the underworld, the dead, souls, and even the Grim Reaper, and now it seems that this is indeed the case. In the original work, Hagoromo Otsutsuki died physically, but his soul remained immortal. Moreover, he could even grant Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha's Six Paths level power simply by transferring their souls, enough to suppress Six Paths Madara Uchiha and even defeat and seal Kagaya Otsutsuki. Such power only proves that he remains an invincible being in the pure land of the underworld. Not to mention, Hagoromo Otsutsuki can also summon the souls of all 5 deceased kage directly from the pure land of the underworld. No living people are needed as sacrifices at all. You can communicate with spirits and summon spirits as you wish. Even now, Chianyu's ultimate power to annihilate the soul is still unable to completely kill his soul. All of this leads to the conclusion that one truth is true. Really? Hagoromo Otsutsuki, you have ruled the entire pure land of the underworld for over 1,000 years. You shouldn't be called the Lord of the Ninja World now, but rather Lord of the Underworld. Everyone was deeply shocked. Lord of the Underworld, so that means the legendary Sage of Six Paths has now completely taken control of all the dead souls in the underworld. Hagoromo Otsutsuki nodded calmly. Lord of the Ninja World, what you say is not wrong. Indeed, over the course of 1,000 years, I have thoroughly studied the mysteries and truths of the underworld and mastered a power that surpasses even that of the Grim Reaper. Unless you can annihilate all the souls in the pure land of the underworld, you cannot truly kill me. For a moment, all the ninjas were utterly horrified. What a terrifying power this is. To truly kill the Sage of Six Paths, one must annihilate all the souls in the entire pure land of the underworld. This is tantamount to saying that he will never truly die. But Chiyu laughed instead. Great, that's more interesting. To him, the fact that the Sage of Six Paths possessed such power actually excited him, and even filled him with admiration. If not, what right did they have to be your own rivals and enemies? Hagoromo Otsutsuki frowned. Uchiha Chiyu, you can still laugh after hearing my words. It seems you have absolute confidence in your abilities. I'm afraid you still don't understand my power. Not only me, but I can directly summon the souls of all the dead in the entire pure land of the underworld to the mortal world. Do you understand what a terrifying number that is? Chiba understood, of course. There can never be more living people than dead people. Moreover, among these dead people, there were countless incredibly powerful beings, practically an endless number. Such power, once summoned by Hagoromo Otsutsuki, could indeed truly destroy the world and exterminate all living beings in the entire ninja world. But Chianyu remained undaunted. He said calmly, you think you can fight me with a bunch of dead people? You're just asking for trouble. Hagoromo Otsutsuki remained silent. Then, he directly activated his ability. Its name is Rebirth in the Pure Land. His techniques cannot be easily labeled as ninjutsu or escape techniques, because such names did not even exist in his time. In an instant, countless souls of the dead appeared out of thin air in the sky. Densely packed, layer upon layer, covering the sky and blotting out the sun. In reality, even with Chianyu's abilities, aside from the annihilation of the soul, the other methods of burning with karmic fire and purifying judgment can only banish the soul to the pure land of the underworld, which is equivalent to death in the mortal world, but the soul will not completely disappear. In a true sense, only 2 people had their souls annihilated by Chianyu. Black Zetsu. Kagaya Otsutsuki. These 2 souls will never appear again. But others. At this moment, countless figures appeared behind Hagoromo Otsutsuki. This includes Hamura Otsutsuki, Ashura, Indra, and even the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra throughout history, naturally also including Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Besides, the number of powerful figures, experts, and supreme beings who emerge in each generation is countless. Even among them were the souls of those killed by Chiyu, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Kaharu, Mito Gate. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, Tobarama Senju, Izuna Uchiha, the former 5 Kage. Witnessing this scene, everyone in the Chunin exams venue was completely dumbfounded, speechless, and utterly shocked. This was indeed a scene straight out of hell. Some of the spirits even spoke up and made sarcastic remarks. Uchiha Chiba, so what if you're strong? Now we are following the true sage of 6 paths. If you're so capable, then slaughter your way through the entire pure land of the underworld. The one speaking was Hiruzen Sarutobi. Behind him, Sarutobi Shinosuke, Sarutobi Asuma, Sarutobi Hayo, Sarutobi Jiro, and the entire Sarutobi clan followed quietly, forming a neat and orderly line. Chiyu said calmly, like slaughtering the entire Sarutobi clan. Hiruzen Sarutobi's defenses were completely breached in an instant. You beast. How much longer do you think you can be so arrogant? You're about to die, and you're still so stubborn. Chianyu said calmly, just like before you died. Hiruzen Sarutobi. You beast. I'll make you wish you were dead. Chiyu remained silent. The divine realm of Takamagahara bursts forth once more. Buzz. Even the sage of 6 paths couldn't help but change his expression. Even if he is not killed, the souls of these powerful individuals are lost one by one. Although the number of souls is virtually endless, not all souls are that powerful. In an instant, the sage of 6 paths immediately controlled all the souls to evacuate. However, Chianyu was much faster than him. Suddenly. Puff puff puff. One by one, souls were completely annihilated and vanished, truly turning into nothingness. And what Chianyu annihilated? It is the souls of all the Sarutobi clan members behind Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi, since you've dared to challenge me, I'll make sure your Sarutobi clan is truly wiped out, and even your soul is completely reduced to nothingness. Now, can you still bark like a dog? Hiruzen Sarutobi's soul suddenly turned around and looked back. Those family members, relatives, and clansmen behind him, are now indeed gone, not one left. Even the soul has completely vanished. He was instantly dumbfounded, utterly terrified. Even as just a soul, he lost all his strength. As if turning into a wisp of smoke about to vanish. Uchiha what have you done? Chianyu ignored him. Hagoromo Otsutsuki frowned and said, Uchiha Chiyu, I knew you were extreme in your methods, but I didn't expect you to be even more ruthless than I imagined. Chiyu sneered, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, what right do you have to say such things to me? Isn't it you who forcibly drives these dead souls to fight? Otsutsuki Hagoromo paused slightly, then shook his head. They followed me voluntarily, not because I forced them to. Nonsense. Do you think those children's souls willingly followed you? Hagoromo Otsutsuki glanced back. Those children are also children who yearn for the perfect new world that I will create. Chianyu gave a cold laugh. You've lived for over 1,000 years, you've truly gone mad. If that's the case, then die. In an instant, Chianyu leapt up and soared into the sky. After obtaining the true power of the 6 paths, flying became a natural thing for him. In an instant, the divine realm of Takamagahara suddenly expanded, covering an area of 10,000 meters and enveloping the entire sky. Before Hagoromo Otsutsuki could even unleash his power, his soul was once again annihilated. Subsequently, Chianyu annihilated large swaths of souls within those divine realms, as easily as chopping melons and vegetables, no, as easily as mowing grass. Countless souls vanished in an instant. Countless souls were utterly annihilated in an instant. These souls vanished completely from the river of history, disappeared into the dust of time. Soon, the sage of 6 paths, soul reappeared and revived. He instantly materialized the truth-seeking ball on his back, wielding the 6 paths staff in one hand and creating the ultimate weapon in the other, amazing spear. The enormous black double helix longsword exudes a terrifying aura of creation and annihilation. Hagoromo Otsutsuki, wielding the Rokudo staff and the Tenuma spear, slashed towards Chiba's true form. This was his first real move. Chianyu snorted coldly, and his right hand suddenly clenched. Space annihilation. Instantly, the Rokudo staff and the Tenuma spear in Hagoromo Otsutsuki's hands shattered and disappeared completely into nothingness. However, Hagoromo Otsutsuki frowned, but immediately recreated the two ultimate weapons. The six-path staff was originally a manifestation of yin-yang escape. As for the heavenly swamp spear, it is known as the sword of the heart, and it will exist forever as long as the will remains. With the re-emerging Amazuma spear, Hagoromo Otsutsuki suddenly unleashed his power, instantly extending and expanding, and the jet-black double helix longsword stabbed fiercely towards him. This time, Chianyu directly activated Soul Annihilation, once again reducing Otsutsuki Hagoromo's figure to nothingness. Upon closer observation, he finally discovered that Hagoromo Otsutsuki had been resurrected on another soul. In other words, he was not truly resurrected. It's not that it's about seizing someone else's soul and parasitizing them. No wonder he said that unless all the souls in the entire Pure Land of the Underworld are killed, they will never be truly killed. This is similar to Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu. Of course, Hagoromo Otsutsuki doesn't even need a physical body, and his soul can freely transfer and possess other bodies, making Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu far inferior in comparison. HMPH, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, you speak so grandly, but aren't you just stealing and possessing other people's souls too? What right do you have to call me ruthless? Hagoromo Otsutsuki remained silent, but unleashed an even more powerful and terrifying technique. Six-Path Sage Art. Yin Release, Lightning Style. This is the Six-Path Sage technique that Madara Uchiha used in the original work. However, compared to Hagoromo Otsutsuki, Madara Uchiha's Six Paths techniques are nothing compared to it in terms of scale, power, size, and range. In an instant, a torrent of purple lightning crashed down from the sky, covering the entire firmament. The violent lightning seemed poised to tear the sky apart and destroy the earth. If it weren't for Chiba's Takamagahara, whose divine domain spanned tens of thousands of meters and protected the entire Hidden Leaf village, including all the ninjas and villagers, this single attack would have been enough to completely annihilate everyone. Chianyu snorted coldly and directly shattered, distorted, and even reversed the space within the Divine Kingdom domain. Suddenly, countless purple lightning bolts flew back and instead attacked Otsutsuki Hagoromo and the countless soul armies behind him. Rumble. Rumble. Boom. The violent power caused countless souls to scream hysterically, and they were instantly blasted into dust, as easily as if they had been destroyed. However, even this move could not completely annihilate the souls. Soon, these souls reappeared, only much weaker. Hagoromo Otsutsuki also turned pale. He never expected that his absolutely immortal soul, plus the entire army of souls in the Pure Land of the Underworld, could still not do anything to Uchiha Chiba. Just how powerful is this man? Produce. Chapter 152 Freezing Time. The Deaths of Six Immortals. The New Lord of the Underworld. Chapter 152 Freezing Time. The Death of the Sage of Six Paths. The New Lord of the Underworld. Even someone as powerful as the Sage of Six Paths couldn't help but be horrified at this sight. The Uchiha Chiba in front of him seemed to be an invincible being. This ninja world was originally created by myself, and my own existence has long since become a myth and legend of the ninja world. But now, it has been completely shattered by Uchiha Senba. From this moment on, he is the real myth, the real legend. In Hagoromo Otsutsuki's eyes, although Chiba Uchiha defeated his mother, he was utterly helpless against her immortality on another level and the seemingly endless army of souls in the Pure Land of the Underworld. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking still failed. Thousand feathers still, God blocks and kills God. I'll kill anyone who gets in my way. Hagoromo Otsutsuki's soul was once again extinguished by sake. Although he quickly regained consciousness, he also sensed a deep sense of crisis. As expected, I still need even greater power. His gaze instantly fell upon the Chunin exams arena, the nine-tailed beasts. Shukaku, Matabi, Isobu, Son Goku, King Mu, Seiken, Shigeki, Ushioni, Kurama. I need your strength now. For an instant. All the tailed beasts who came to watch the battle, along with Gaara, Ukama, Naruto Uzumaki, and the Jinchuriki of these tailed beasts, exchanged glances and looked at each other in bewilderment. Kurama temporarily took over Naruto's body. Old Master Rokudo, although we were created by you, it is no longer possible for us to stand on the same side as you, Otsutsuki Hagoromo frowned. What, Kurama, are you going to betray me too? Nine Lama said, no, this is not betrayal, but my own choice. Back then, you used yin-yang release to create us nine-tailed beasts out of thin air from the chakra of the 10 tails and gave us life. You were truly a great benefactor. However, after that you abandoned us, leaving us to fend for ourselves. For thousands of years, no matter how strong we became, we suffered endless torment and pain. We are seen as a natural disaster and an omen of misfortune by the ninja world and humanity. Wars and conflicts break out time and again, with hatred, disgust, and endless fighting between us. If I had known you were dead, none of this would have mattered, but now it seems. So, old man, you've been alive all along. Since that's the case, you just watched all of this happen without doing anything. The one who truly gave us freedom and the power to choose is the current lord of the ninja world. So, I choose to obey him, not you. I'm sorry, sir. Hagoromo Otsutsuki's expression changed drastically. 9 Lama, you. It's not you, it's all of you. Nibi Matabi also said, Kurama is right, Rokudo-sama. From what you just said, we can only deduce that you could have done a lot over the past 1,000 years, but you did nothing. It's the same not only for his tailed beasts, but for the entire ninja world. And now, the lord of the shinobi world, who has freed the tailed beasts and brought peace to the shinobi world, has suddenly appeared, and you, instead, suddenly appear to change the entire shinobi world. I cannot agree with your approach. The other tailed beasts nodded silently as well. The four-tailed Goku said, Grandpa, now we are truly free beings. I have my own home where I can rest whenever I want. We can also roam freely throughout the ninja world, without having to worry about humans or ninjas attacking us, and we can coexist peacefully with them, just like now. In the spectator stands of the Chunin exams, seats were reserved specifically for the tailed beasts, who watched the battles alongside human ninjas, without any distinction between them. As Hagoromo Otsutsuki watched these scenes unfold, he finally realized that the 9-tailed beasts, the very creatures he had created, had completely abandoned him. Shukaku, the one-tailed beast, cried out in a shrill voice, Give up, old man. What you're doing now is wrong. Hagoromo Otsutsuki shook his head. You are only temporarily living in peace with humans. However, it's not a true connection of minds or mutual understanding. One day, you will inevitably fall out with each other again. Believe me, only by connecting each other's spiritual worlds with chakra can hatred and war be truly and permanently eliminated. Wu Wei Mawang said, No, you're wrong, old man. You once believed that connecting each other with chakra could create a perfect world, but it ultimately failed. Because you don't actually understand human nature at all. People prefer to gain strength on their own rather than to understand each other. It's cruel, but it's also true. You denied all of this and forcibly tried to achieve so-called mutual understanding using chakra as a tool, which is destined to fail. And you say we're only at peace with humanity temporarily. That might be true, but so what? At least we tried, instead of just fantasizing like you. Hagoromo Otsutsuki shut his mouth. He knew that he could no longer obtain the power of these tailed beasts. I created them, and now they all possess their own will and thoughts. They were like his own children. But even they don't agree with themselves. Thinking of this, the Sage of Six Paths couldn't help but think of Asura and Indra again. Indeed, her own biological son did not actually receive a better ending either. He passed on the ninjutsu sect to Ashura, but this sparked a 1,000-year-long internal conflict between the two brothers, which lasted until their deaths. Could it be that? Am I really a failure? Asura, Indra. Did I really do something wrong? Behind him were the souls of his 2 sons. Indra said in a deep voice, Father, you were wrong from the start. The so-called ninja sect is nothing but a mirage. The only way to bring peace to this world is through absolute power. If you hadn't forcibly imprisoned my soul, I would have agreed with Uchiha Chiba's actions from the start. Ashura remained silent. He spoke after a long pause. Father, I don't know the answer either, or perhaps there is no answer at all. Hagoromo Otsutsuki also fell silent. One of the 2 sons identified with Uchiha Chiba, while the other was lost and didn't know the answer. Even the 9-tailed beast sided with Uchiha Chiba. So it seems I really am a failure. Enough, Uchiha Senba. It's Hagoromo Otsutsuki speaking, he said. Chianyu said calmly, What, so you finally realize your failure? Hagoromo Otsutsuki sighed. Perhaps I am indeed wrong, however, that doesn't mean what you did was right. Chianyu gave a mocking sneer. You don't even have your own will and convictions. You have no right to discuss right and wrong with me. You don't even have the right to be wrong. Hagoromo Otsutsuki's expression changed. Don't you even have the right to be wrong. I admit that I am sometimes too indecisive. Uchiha Senba, I'm done fighting. I'm preparing to return to the pure land of the underworld to properly consider the future of the entire ninja world. Chianyu burst into laughter. What a joke. Hagoromo Otsutsuki, what do you think this ninja world is? You think you can come and go as you please. You forcibly commanded so many souls to fight for you, wantonly plundering and possessing the souls of others, and now you want to leave just because you don't want to fight anymore. Delusion. Hagoromo Otsutsuki said in a deep voice, Does it really have to be a fight to the death? You are dead. 2. Chiyu didn't want to waste any more words with him. Otsutsuki Hagoromo was now a ghost. If he wasn't eliminated now, who knew if he would mobilize the souls of the underworld again to invade the mortal realm? Evil must be eradicated completely. This is Chiba's eternal code of conduct. Hagoromo Otsutsuki also said in a deep voice, Uchiha Senba, I've already said it, it's simply impossible for you to kill me. Unless you can annihilate every single soul in the entire pure land of the underworld. Chianyu said calmly, that's not a difficult thing for me either. However, I am different from you. I know who deserves to die and who is the one to blame. Hagoromo Otsutsuki frowned deeply. I'm leaving now. 9. His soul flickered slightly, emitting rays of brilliant white light, as if it were about to ascend and vanish at any moment. However, in that very instant, Chianyu calmly uttered 3 words. Takamagahara. The Takamagahara, which was about to dissipate, suddenly bloomed again, and the divine realm instantly unfolded. Shenfu's power is many times greater than before. This is the result of his enhanced pupil power after annihilating so many souls. This is why Chiba is always invincible. Even if there are many of these souls, as long as Chianyu annihilates and kills them in battle, he can gain an increase in replenishment of power, using battle to sustain battle, using killing to stop killing, and silently creating a cycle. If they keep killing like this, even the entire pure land of the underworld will be slaughtered. However, the person he ultimately wanted to kill was Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Hagoromo Otsutsuki, I'll show you what true power is. Time freezes. Buzzing. Within the divine realm of Takamagahara, countless souls of flesh and blood suddenly lost track of time. Even the soul of Otsutsuki Hagoromo is the same. From the ninja's perspective outside of Takamagahara, the scene that can be seen is all the souls froze in time, motionless, like statues, unable to move. This is. Hagoromo Otsutsuki's soul was ultimately extraordinary, still capable of thought, though ultimately unable to move. Chianyu said calmly, even if you can continuously possess other bodies, it seems to require effort, it's not something that can be done easily, in that case, you can escape by remaining silent. Hagoromo Otsutsuki finally changed his expression. You really want to? Chianyu was too lazy to waste words with him. Die. Time is annihilated. In an instant, in the Takamagahara where time seemed to stand still, Hagoromo Otsutsuki's soul underwent a strange transformation. That soul did not vanish in pieces, like space itself being annihilated. Even the Buddha will not directly vanish into silence, like the annihilation of a soul. Instead, as if time were reversed, and the past were turned back, the soul gradually became thin, pale, alienated, and faint. Even now, the form of Hagoromo Otsutsuki's soul is changing, from now on, back to the past, all the way back to his era, even Buddha, youth, adolescence, childhood, infancy, final. The existence of Hagoromo Otsutsuki has been completely annihilated. His soul vanished, and he was forever reincarnated. You have successfully helped the Sage of Six Paths, who has toiled for over 1,000 years, to have a chance to rest. Your merit is immeasurable, a truly virtuous act. You have gained 500,000 merit points. Congratulations on successfully acquiring all the abilities of the Sage of Six Paths. Chianyu's heart stirred. Having obtained all the power of the Sage of Six Paths, he is now the new ruler of the underworld. With a gentle lift of his hand, he undid the frozen time within Takamagahara. All souls were reborn. From then on, Chiba became the true ruler of the ninja world and the ruler of the underworld. He became the absolute ruler in both the underworld and the mortal world. He can easily summon the souls of the dead from the underworld without using any living people as sacrifices, and he can freely travel between the mortal world and the underworld without paying any price. Because, unlike the Sage of Six Paths, he is still alive. The current Chiba possesses power that surpasses even that of the Grim Reaper. However, recklessly using the rules governing life and death is ultimately not a good thing. Unless absolutely necessary, Chiyu is not prepared to break this principle. The Sage of Six Paths' soul was completely annihilated and disappeared without a trace, becoming utter silence. The other countless souls who had been silently dying were also freed from the bondage of the Six Paths Sage. But they also sensed that Chianyu had now become the new ruler of the underworld. Indra said, Lord of the ninja world, you have freed my father, but I do not blame you. As I have said before, I agree with your path. If you need my power, you can summon me at any time. Chianyu nodded calmly. Ashura aside, I still don't understand what the real answer is. But I will keep waiting. He looked at Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Indra, that is ours. It seems they still have our chakra within them. I just hope they won't end up like us, killing each other. Indra said, HMPH, I'm not worried at all. After all, with the Lord of the Ninja World here, he can resolve all karmic causes and destinies. After a moment of silence, Ashura finally nodded. That's true. Then let's wish them a better ending than you and I. Brothers, after saying this, their souls ascended to heaven again, disappeared, and returned to the pure land of the underworld. Most of the other souls also ascended to heaven. But many old friends are also saying goodbye to their loved ones. Naruto. The souls of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki descended from the sky and embraced Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto was also moved to tears and rushed forward. Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fang of Konoha, also began his final conversation with Kakashi Hatake. Mat K also met his father, Mat Day. Baruka was also reunited with his parents, and tears welled up in his eyes. The entire Chunin exams turned into a massive family reunion. Chianyu did not stop any of this. She ran, he can control everyone's soul at will. At this moment, the souls of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Kaharu Udatane, and Homura Mitokado also surrounded Chiba. Uchiha Chiba, you've won. You can now completely annihilate our souls. I don't want to keep watching you swagger around. Kill us. Beneath Hiruzen Sarutobi's anger lay a deep-seated despair and utter hopelessness. Chianyu said calmly, in my eyes, you are no longer worth mentioning. But you don't think that by using this method I'll let you go, do you? Hiruzen Sarutobi, you're still as foolish as ever. He snapped his fingers lightly. The souls of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Kaharu Udatane, and Homura Mitokado were completely reduced to ashes and will never exist in the ninja world again. On the other side, Itachi Uchiha's soul appeared in front of Sasuke Uchiha. I'm sorry, Sasuke. You suffered such pain. However, Sasuke Uchiha completely ignored him. He simply turned and looked in the direction of Chianyu. Lord of the Ninja World, please help me to completely annihilate his soul. Uchiha Itachi's expression immediately changed. He would rather Sasuke Uchiha hated him to the core than see him like this, his face blank, numb, cold, and indifferent. Doesn't that mean that I am completely meaningless in his heart? But Chianyu simply nodded slightly. With a single thought, Itachi Uchiha's soul was utterly annihilated in despair and agony. Fugaku Uchiha and Makoto Uchiha had mixed feelings. However, seeing Sasuke gradually recovering, especially his ability to so rationally let go of the painful mark Itachi wanted to leave behind, I couldn't help but feel relieved. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha also sighed. Hashirama, you were wrong, and I was wrong too, it seems we haven't accomplished anything. Hashirama Senju, however, had already come to terms with it. That's fine too. Let the future of the ninja world be left to the people of today. Uchiha Chiba, although I didn't agree with his actions, it seems now that he might be right. Buddha-sama, he has his own will and choices, and he resolutely carries them out. Tobarama Senju remained silent. Even if he agreed with his older brother's words, it would be 100 times more painful than killing him to make him acknowledge an Uchiha. Soon, the souls of the three also disappeared. Chianyu calmly watched these scenes unfold. Everyone settled their own karmic ties and destinies, or fulfilled their dreams and reunited with their loved ones. Everything came to a final conclusion. Finally, after the dust settled, Chianyu unleashed the spell to summon the Pure Land. All the souls returned to the Pure Land of the underworld. But within this group, Chianyu sensed something unusual and different about a particular soul. That was the younger brother of Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the Sage of Six Paths. Otsutsuki Hamura. His soul, in a surprising act, resisted its own power and flew towards its original, final resting place, Moon. Chianyu's heart skipped a beat. There it was, greater than. Chapter 153 Crashing into the Moon of the Shinobi World. Otsutsuki Tonari appears. Chapter 153 Crashing into the Moon of the Shinobi World. Otsutsuki Tonari appears. Hamura Otsutsuki's soul could not possibly be more powerful than the Sage of Six Paths. But the fact that he, the Lord of the Underworld in the ninja world, could not restrain and control him could only be for one reason, that is his soul, which no longer belongs to this ninja world. This is actually quite natural. Chiba certainly did not believe that the netherworld Pure Land of the ninja world was the netherworld Pure Land of the entire universe. That's impossible. After all, the Sage of Six Paths could not possibly control the life and souls of other planets. Not to mention the Otsutsuki clan, who were far more powerful than him. The underworld here is the underworld of the ninja world. It is two sides of the same coin as the present world, constantly cycling and reincarnating. As for Hamura Otsutsuki, he probably broke away from the ninja world's present world and the underworld and became a new existence when he led his clan to the moon and passed on his bloodline generation after generation. The Lord of the Moon. Qianyu shook her head, unconcerned. The Chunin exams have been forcibly interrupted at this moment. The final showdown was originally supposed to be a decisive battle between Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. However, it seems that neither of them has any intention of fighting for the time being. Not to mention that everyone on the viewing platform was still immersed in the complex emotions of reuniting with and parting with their loved ones, and no one was in the mood to continue watching the game. Therefore, Chiba announced the end of the Chunin exams. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha are currently tied for the championship. Everyone naturally had no objections. The first Chunin exams of the entire ninja world have thus come to a close. Afterwards, Chiba convened a meeting with the high-ranking members of the ninja world to discuss the matter. Ultimately, quite a few people stood out from the Chunin exams and successfully became Chunin. In Konoha village, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Neji Hyuga, Shikamaru Nara, Shino Aburame, and others all successfully advanced. In other villages, Gaara, Tamari, Deidara, Kuritsuchi, Haku, and others also successfully advanced. At this time, the ninja world was thriving, but it was not entirely without darkness. For example, the remaining Akatsuki organization. Chiyu left them in this newly formed ninja world as a trial and test, ordering the 5 great nations and various smaller nations to send ninja teams to conquer them. However, for Qianyu, these were all minor matters. This day, suddenly, the entire ninja world sensed an extremely ominous premonition. From the highest heavens, the blood-red full moon suddenly seemed to tremble. Although it was only a slight tremor, the enormous planet instantly shook the entire void, and a violent power and aura rushed towards the entire ninja world. In an instant, the earth shook violently, and the sky seemed to collapse and the earth crack. Cracks appeared in the mountains throughout the ninja world, and the earth began to tremble and shake. Every living being is living in fear. The major ninja villages immediately informed Senba, the lord of the ninja world. The mutation originated from the moon. This conclusion quickly spread throughout the entire ninja world. Above the 5-cage summit, Senba is now transforming the ninja world tournament. Countries large and small, and ninja villages large and small, quickly reported their respective situations. This is an unprecedented anomaly. Even the daimyo of the 5 great nations, who were originally the 5-cage, couldn't help but feel uneasy and had an extremely ominous premonition. However, Qianyu remained calm and composed. I see. Sensing the attitude of the ninja world lord, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed. What's there to be afraid of? Even if the sky were to fall, the lord of the ninja world would be there to hold it up. But this time, it really felt like the sky had fallen. The nominal daimyo of the land of fire, Fugaku Uchiha, frowned and said, Lord of the shinobi world. According to officials from the land of fire who monitor astronomical phenomena, the anomaly on the moon is extraordinary. It appears that the entire moon has veered off course and is hurtling towards the shinobi world. If what you say is true, I'm afraid. This is a true catastrophe. It's simply beyond our control. Kakashi Hatake also said in a deep voice, let alone the entire moon, even a meteorite 1,000th the size of it would be enough to devastate the entire ninja world. Killing all ninjas, no, all humans, all living beings, the impact on the entire moon wouldn't just kill living beings, it would destroy the entire ninja world. Everyone couldn't help but look in Qianyu's direction. Qianyu said calmly, it's nothing, I'll stop them. Hearing his words, everyone felt a huge weight lifted off their shoulders. Now I can rest assured and announce it to all the ninja villagers without worry, that's great. With the Lord of the Ninja World's words, we don't need to worry anymore. Tsunade couldn't help but ask curiously, judging from the Lord of the Shinobi World's tone, it seems he already knows the truth behind it all. What exactly was the force that propelled the entire moon towards the ninja world? Who on earth possesses such terrifying power? Everyone became extremely curious. Chiba explained, that's the bloodline of Hamura Otsutsuki, who lived on the moon. That is, the younger brother of Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the Sage of Six Paths. Back then, the two brothers joined forces to seal their mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and sealed the Ten Tails Hull, also known as the Geto Mazo, on the moon. To guard the Geto Mazo, his younger brother, Hamura Otsutsuki, led the clan to migrate to the moon and live there, passing down their bloodline from generation to generation. However, before that, he also left one branch of his bloodline in the ninja world. Chiba looked in the direction of Hinata Hiyashi. Hiyashi Hyuga was startled. Is it our Hyuga clan? Qianyu nodded. Good. The Byakugan is originally an even more ancient bloodline power, even surpassing the Sharingan. The members of the Otsutsuki clan, from which Kagaya Otsutsuki came, all possess the Byakugan. As for the Rinnegan, it was awakened later, while the Sharingan is a branch of the Rinne Sharingan that Kagaya Otsutsuki awakened after consuming the fruit of the God Tree. Only then did everyone understand the origin of these three great pupil powers, and they suddenly realized the truth. Tsunade pressed on, so, the one pushing the moon towards the ninja world is a descendant of Hamura Otsutsuki. Good. Chiyu said, the power possessed by the descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura is the ocular power born from the ultimate evolution of the Byakugan, and its name is Tensengan. Everyone was shocked, especially Hiyashi Hyuga, whose eyes lit up. He had always been proud of his Byakugan bloodline limit, but in the current ninja world, the Sharingan was undoubtedly the symbol of power, not to mention the godlike Rinnegan. But now, we have received information about the evolution of the Byakugan from the Lord of the Ninja world. Tensengan. I wonder if the Hyuga clan can obtain such power. He couldn't help but become extremely excited. Chiyu continued, they say they are descended from Otsutsuki Hamura, but in reality, the moon is now completely empty, with almost no one left, except for the last surviving descendant. Its name is Otsutsuki Tonari. Hiyashi Hyuga asked in shock, then, where did the other descendants of Hamura Otsutsuki go? He's dead. Chianyu said simply. Hiyashi Hyuga remained silent. Chiyu continued, even on the moon, war was inevitable. Among the descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura, there were two major branches, the main family and the branch family. They fought endlessly against each other. In the end, the branch family won, but suffered heavy casualties and gradually withered away and disappeared. Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Hazashi exchanged a glance and sighed deeply. As expected, war is everywhere, and Lord of the Ninja world, your decision to end the conflict between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan was truly visionary. Otherwise, one day, the Hyuga clan would have been completely wiped out, just like the bloodline of the other ancestors of Hamura Otsutsuki. Chianyu remained noncommittal and continued speaking. On the moon today, there is a Hamura shrine, which enshrines a giant golden Tensengan eyeball. It contains almost all the ocular power of the extinct descendants of the Otsutsuki Hamura clan, and therefore possesses the power to move the entire moon. Besides, I'm afraid Otsutsuki Tonari also obtained the power of the Tensengan. Hiyashi Hyuga hurriedly asked, Lord of the Shinobi world, how exactly does one awaken the Tensengan? Kianya did not hide anything. There are two ways to activate the divine eye. Firstly, it involves fusing a large amount of white-eyed blood into one place, relying on the sheer quantity to break through the limit and awaken. This is how the giant divine eye of the moon seat was opened. Hiyashi Hyuga's expression changed. Such a beggar's approach is tantamount to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, sacrificing countless disdainful looks in exchange for a sliver of official prestige, while potentially gaining nothing at all. And the second one. Secondly, it is the pure bloodline power of the Otsutsuki village, combined with the Byakugan power of the highest purity. Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Hazashi had a sudden thought. It's not that it's impossible. So, Otsutsuki Tonari is a person with the purest Byakugan, and he has the purest Byakugan, so he was able to awaken the divine eye. Kianya shook her head. No, Otsutsuki Tonari was born blind, he has no eyes at all. Then, how could this be? Sendo, the original method I knew was that Otsutsuki Tonari, a member of the Hyuga clan, had to fuse with the purest Byakugan of the Hyuga clan to awaken it. Therefore, after I saw the soul of Otsutsuki Iyamura drift toward the moon, I have been on guard against Otsutsuki Tonari coming to plunder the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Hiyashi Hyuga was extremely grateful. Thank you, Lord of the Ninja world. Back then, it was Lord Hyuga who helped us during the events at Kumogakure. Now, he has done the same again. The Hyuga clan will never forget your immense kindness. Kianya did not appoint him as prime minister. However, Otsutsuki Tonari did not come. Or perhaps, Otsutsuki Iyamura and Otsutsuki Tonari knew very well that they could not snatch the Byakugan from me, so they abandoned the plan. Hyuga Hazashi said, if that's the case, why did the Lord of the Shinobi world, Otsutsuki Tonari, still awaken the divine eye? Chia said, because, to activate the enormous eye of the god of color, one would not normally need great power. If Otsutsuki Tonari had not opened his eye, he probably would not have been able to do it at all. As for how he awakened his eye, since he didn't steal the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, there's only one possibility left. Otsutsuki village. The Lord of the Ninja world means. Otsutsuki Iyamura provided assistance, perhaps by contributing his own chakra, or perhaps in some other way. Chian concluded. Otsutsuki Hamura has always seen himself as the supervisor of the ninja world, and he silently judges the development of the ninja world from the moon. However, the demonic statue of the outer path that he had been guarding was taken away by a summoning, and his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, was resurrected, so his plan to conquer the ninja world was a failure. After a series of fierce battles, Kagaya Otsutsuki and her own brother Ai Otsutsuki have both been defeated and killed by me. Now, he is clearly going to use the power of the Divine Eye to completely destroy the entire ninja world. Onoki couldn't help but sneer and clamp his pincers. On the moon, even Otsutsuki Iyamura's own descendants have been wiped out by the war. How dare he, a mere beggar, declare the ninja world a failure? Under the leadership of the Lord of the Ninja World, we have achieved peace, while his own bloodline, descendants, and race have been completely wiped out. How dare he call us a failed civilization? Maid Terumi nodded and said, indeed. It seems that Otsutsuki village and that Otsutsuki Tonari have both gone almost insane. They actually have a heinous, world-destroying plan to use the moon to crash into the ninja world. Lord of the Ninja World, we must stop them immediately. Qian Dao, that's natural. After we defeat them, we can also use their power to strengthen ourselves. Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Hazashi had a sudden thought. Without a doubt, the Lord of the Ninja World refers to the Hyuga clan. The two of them couldn't help but breathe heavily. If the Hyuga clan were to obtain the bloodline power of the Otsutsuki village, allowing their Byakugan to evolve, even without awakening the Divine Eye, their ocular power would inevitably surge. Only when the time is right will the Hyuga clan truly rise to power. Qian stood up and looked at the crimson full moon that was gradually approaching in the night sky. Stopping them isn't difficult, all we need to do is kill those two completely and destroy the massive Tensagen. But for the ninja world, which has been at peace for a long time, this is a good opportunity for training. Who is willing to join me? Immediately, everyone stood up. I am willing to serve as Prime Minister. We, the Hidden Stone Village, will not shirk our responsibility. It is our duty as the Hidden Cloud Village to uphold justice. Chia knew that besides Otsutsuki Iyamura and Otsutsuki Tonari, the moon seat also contained countless war puppets, perfect for military exercises and training. Therefore, each of the 5 great nations shall send 100 ninjas to accompany me. Yes, Lord of the Ninja World. Soon, a ninja team of 500 people was assembled. Under Kianya's leadership, the majority of the staff are young people, but there are no children. In the Land of Fire in Konoha Village, Fugaku Uchiha and Kakashi Hatake, as the de facto daimyo and Hokage, respectively, remained behind to maintain order. The previous generation included Rentekai, Uchiha Gika, Uchiha Anahisa, Uchiha Aoki, Uchiha Yamakase, Yamazaki Aoba, Namiyashi Rado, Shiranui Genma, Gekko Hayate, and other younger generation members. In Kumogakure, Mabui stayed behind while Reikage Darui personally led the team, which included Shi, Samui, and others. The former master of Kurigakure, Ao, and others stayed behind, while the Mizukage Maid Terumi led the team, which included Hazuka Mangetsu, Momoya, Zabuza, and others. Onoki from Iwagakure stayed behind to oversee the situation, while Yatsuchi led the team, including Bunya, Iston, and others. In the Sand Village, Granny Chio stayed behind to take charge, while Maki personally led the team, and Yura, Centipede and others joined the battle. The elite young force of 500 beggars, under the jurisdiction of the Takamagahara Kingdom of Chia, had assembled and lined up in preparation, and then Chianyu opened a time portal and vanished from the spot in an instant. When Teke and the others opened their eyes again, they had already appeared on the moon seat. For a moment, everyone was both surprised and shocked. Although I knew that the Lord of the Ninja World possessed space-time ninjutsu, I never imagined that it would be enough to traverse such a vast distance and teleport to the moon. In fact, beggars are nothing at all. Chia's own power surpassed that of Kagaya Otsutsuki, and he later obtained the combined power of Kagaya Otsutsuki, the Sage of Six Paths, and others. Now, he is already infinitely close to the true invincible power of the Jogi, and perhaps even, omniscient and almighty. While the others were looking around, Qian's senses had already located the position of the Iyamura temple. Let's go. He immediately led everyone toward their destination. But Fu was in the beggar's time. Very well, an endless army of puppets swept in. Not only are there puppet teams on the land, but the sky is also full of flying combat puppets. However, these puppets do not require chakra, but are directly manipulated through the Divine Eye. In terms of sheer numbers, it was an unimaginable horror, numbering in the thousands, blotting out the sky. It should be noted that even the most powerful puppeteer, Sasori of the Red Sand, can only control a few hundred puppets at most at the same time. Compared to the power of the Otsutsuki clan, it is indeed far inferior. Maki, Yura, Centipede, and the others were all taken aback. Such a puppet army is simply inconceivable. And is it really just one person pulling the strings behind the scenes for this donburi? It's a pity Granny Chio didn't come, otherwise she would have been utterly shocked. However, they didn't have much time to be filled with emotion. The order to use the 1,000 clamps was given. Kill. With a roar, the elite ninja forces immediately charged towards the puppet army that was trying to obstruct them. A chaotic battle immediately broke out. Meanwhile, a dazzling green figure appeared ahead. That's right. Otsutsuki Tonari. So you're the so-called lord of the ninja world, Uchiha Chiba. Chiba, now fully capable of sensing souls, immediately sensed the presence of Otsutsuki village from his body. As expected, you couldn't awaken the divine eye on your own with your current strength. Come out, Otsutsuki Hamura. Otsutsuki Ayamura's soul instantly drifted out. As expected, I couldn't escape your eyes. Uchiha Chiba. Now, all we can do is fight to the death. However, even if you can defeat us, it's impossible to stop everything. The moon colliding with the ninja world is a foregone conclusion. Your world is about to be completely destroyed. Kianya scoffed and clamped her fingers. That's incredibly stupid. Otsutsuki Tonari roared and slammed his pincers down. Arrogant and presumptuous wretch, let me show you our power. God-given eye chakra mode. Silver wheel god explodes.